sign that they know that Yatro's there. A little bit of a split fight here as Yatro is separated, so the Aegis will go down. DJ, though, next to fall. Exorcism getting popped immediately over here on Jebs. BKB from Raven. Nice arena coming through from Collapse, but it's not going to be enough to keep Yatro alive as he just absolutely melts. Collapse realizing he's got to get out of here. He's got to get out of here fast. He cannot do it. The Dream Coil gets used. He is going to fall.
Trying to get the jump in there. Know that BKB was used prior on K1, so they want to try and commit to deal with this Sven. Static Storm's going to be laid down as well with a long Requiem, but it's just there's no synergy at the moment. The spells are being casted, but not perfectly executed. Toby is going to try and get the Meteor combo out, but C-Smell in a position where he can just protect K1, and this should be all she wrote. They wanted one last team fight, one last ride, but Beast Coast being able to tie up the series 1-1, a really, really convincing game 2 from them.
Because I'm guessing they'll just go throne here, right? Yeah.
Looks like it. LGD. Putting the wave there, he's almost nuked the wave, and the coil's going to connect onto 3. Oh, but he's been caught, and Hex, he has Aegis though, but no buyback. This is almost truly it for LGD here. 2 seconds to respawn, but the Chrono awaits him. Arteezy mercilessly makes the jump, and even though I think there was an Andis active in there, hold on, he's still alive. Can he get out? No. Creeps, though, are about to kick in this back door as Ame makes the jump in. Okay, that might be something onto Arteezy. The Chain Frost falls in with the BKB, and he's caught Ame with this one. Arteezy back into the fight. Chain Frost bouncing around, but not doing enough. Ame throws his body on the line, trying to stop this game from ending, but EG, it's just a bit too much. Arteezy now with the Chrono in the fountain, and that's all 5 dead, and that's GG. Well played.
Jump in, pulverize instantly, half HP on KP. The follow-up with the Hex enables the kill. Backline's being stabbed at, but Baboka, the only one that can take Monet, cannot be killed twice. That's the problem. We'll at least get out with the Spirits. Buyback is forced out of KP. Now you haven't got a leg to stand on. The Rack's likely to go down here. The only thing slowing it down is the Wraith backdoorer.
Drow Ranger getting a little bit low. Again, he has an Aegis, though, like a cloud is running in. It's like, please, I just want to hug you. Hug of death. It's going to be his death. Pulverize in the back. GG. That's it. Aster will take him on.
A hug filled with tears.
Team Aster victory.
Good morning, everyone. It is day number 2 of the International 11. We're seeing the beautiful sights of Singapore there, and we're going to see some beautiful sights of Dota today as we have another 50 games coming your way. It's going to be a long, long day, so strap in, get excited. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on this panel is going to be Mr. Fierce, Sir Kezu, and Sergeant T-Panda all the way down there. Going in reverse order. How you guys feeling?
I mean, 16 hours yesterday, probably another 16 hours today. I mean, we are very pumped for this one. Hopefully everyone else is as well. I mean, hyped up with energy. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, my ears. No, I am very excited. Kezu, where are you with it all?
I'm doing good. I had better sleep, tonight than I did the days before. I'm looking for team, my team entity today. They're not doing so hot right now. I want them to step it up today. That's what I want.
Well, for me, I think today is going to be like crunch time for a lot of teams, especially for Group B. It's really, really close. And we'll see if we can keep our streaks up in Group A, EG, 6-0 today.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of close games today, hopefully, and we can get some amazing tiebreakers getting lined up.
You're talking about group standing, so let's just go ahead and take a look at it, because Fear's already said it there. EG, 6-0, undefeated all the way at the top of Group A. They played 3 series yesterday, everyone in that group. So which means that Boom, unfortunately, on the other end, lost all 3 of their series, going 0-6. Group B, though, they only played 2 series yesterday. They're going to be looking to play 3 today. So they've got the long day today. Group A having a little bit of an easier time. We're obviously going to have to now talk about some of these results or games that really stood out for you guys, because there's so many games. We have to try and break it all down. Fear, I think there was a team that really stood out for you that you wanted to kind of outline, highlight their whole day for everyone.
That team is called EG 6-0.
Oh my gosh. Is that the new title? Are they rebranding to that?
That is, I think, when you're in these so ignore that. So like,
Thank you.
So like, when you're at these big tournaments like TI, right? When you're a team that has this momentum, you're undefeated. Literally, even Group B, all eyes are on you. Like, everyone's gonna be looking at what you're doing because like it's working, right? So like, I'm gonna just go ahead and talk about them because this is the talk of the town. This is a team that has not lost yet. They have had really good drafts. You see Arteezy on his Drow here. He's performed on multiple heroes. He's played Faceless Void, which I have not actually seen be successful in a lot of games, to be honest with you. But EG made it work, and Nightfall, he's been playing so much of the zoo, like the Nigma, the Broodmother. I think that just might turn into the meta now. We talked about the Naga Siren, how it's really successful now and winning a lot of games because the zoo is very popular. I think EG's ahead of that. They won't let that hero through. I think they have a really strong fundamentals in drafting and how to pick right now in this patch.
You talked about the Brood there a little bit, Fear, as well, what's coming through. We touched briefly yesterday on that Leshrac being picked up 20 times, 50% win rate. But KheZu, the Brood, is it going to be up there on the picks, do you think, today, that might be something people are taking away?
Yeah, I think this is just a type of hero that if you haven't picked it up yet, you know, in the scrims leading up to this event, you gotta do it now because the hero's popping off. Also seems like not everyone is too comfortable, you know, at dealing with it. So why not just, you know, grab yourself a free dub if it looks good and just move on?
Yeah, how do you think people might be able to retaliate to the Brood, T-Panda?
Well, I mean, the classic answer is some kind of AoE clear. We look at Svens, we look at potential Maelstrom Mjolnir carriers, maybe even presence in the lane because, you know, like we talked about Brood a lot, like you might be strong at level 3, level 4, but you can still fight against the Brood. You hit level 6, you're like, let's bail this lane, but make sure that Brood doesn't get a free time right after that. We're looking at like 8 to 13, 14 minutes in the game. Like, can we contest the Brood? Do we let Brood do Brood stuff? And focus on the rest, because it is, in the end, you got 4 other heroes to worry about.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on when it comes to heroes. We're going to talk about a little bit more of that meta shift, what could be coming out today as teams are learning from that day one. But day one, we only have seen EG OG highlights so far, but I want to ask a blanket statement of if you could only go back and watch either one game or one series, what really stood out for you, either a team shining or having a little bit left to be desired, KheZu?
I think the second game of Team Spirit Fnatic is probably one of my favorites. It was a very back and forth game. And overall, I think just a great showcase of TI, where great teams play against each other. You need to execute some tossback coil combo, take Roche, and like keep going ahead with your tempo. In terms of teams that I want to do better, I think Bad Boom is right up there. They're 0-6, they're looking good, and they throw games away. You know, they're not really getting to close out games, not making it easy for them. I want them to step it up today and show up.
Yeah, I know that you're probably in the same boat there, Panda, with the Bet Boom.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to talk about Bedboom. I think I'll talk about a lot about Bedboom yesterday. So I'm going to go with PSG LGD versus Sonic series because I think we saw the best of both teams. And LGD, who had a lot of expectations coming into day number 1, the whole nation watching one team and all over the world. And then they only take the first map, and Sonics found that spark. I don't know what you guys feed there in NA, but they got some kind of spunk that they want to show that they are ready to battle against anyone. And I think that was a series to watch when you want to look at both teams, how they fare well, and what are maybe their weaknesses in game.
I mean, to segue off that from my favorite series will be Hikori versus LG, the opening series, right? Maybe Hikori taking that win off LGD kind of like made them crumble a little bit. So that was my game to watch. Like, people didn't expect much from Hikori, let's be honest. It's kind of like bottom of the tier list for most everyone. They come out swinging, they beat LGD in their first opening series.
Yeah, it feels like it's also very much a regional thing at the moment, not just Hikori. People can try and pinpoint and say, you know, they're the weakest SA team or whatever, but I do think there was this accumulation of just SA and potentially NA as a whole being kind of underrated, and it's nice to see them do well day one. Leaves a lot, I guess, of expectations for day 2. But RNG, Boom, we haven't really talked about SEA. So this Boom series, this team that we're seeing coming in internationally, how is it shaping up when you see their drafts? Is it converting to those results you're expecting from a standout SEA team?
I mean, we haven't been talking a lot about SEA, and for now, like, for their sake, it's kind of a good thing. They have not been doing well on either side. They've been super struggling at the bottom of the brackets here, but in this game, I thought there was a hope, you know? Like, specifically, I play a lot of Lone Druid myself. Sniper is my #1 most hated hero to play against, and I was watching this series as well, this clip. Unfortunately, we didn't get to watch the series. It looked like Sniper was taking off top net worth here. He was like winning the game for his team for some time, but then they have this combination where you can wolf bite the Lone Druid bear. which is a very cheeky play.
Yeah.
And then like the sniper like just couldn't deal with that at the end of the day.
This was the longest game that we've had here so far. I know it feels weird to say that sort of stuff because it's only day one, but seeing the heroes in that lineup, why was it going the length it did?
I think like when you compare Boom and BetBoom, they were doing similar things yesterday. They were leading a lot of games, just like Boom did. They had a lot of leads, but they weren't able to close out games. Their drafting style somewhat similar, but still I feel like if BetBoom's issue was not able to reach high ground and not kind of able to close out the game, I think Boom's issue was consistency throughout. I feel like you might have a shaky laning stage, might go good, might go bad. They will recover or lose the lead. And then in the late game, it feels like Boom is having a lot of difficulties in that. So that's probably what they're looking at. What are the mistakes we're making as a team? Are there some things that we need to pay attention to? Did the drafts work, but we made just a couple of mistakes? Because it can also just be like the draft is fine. We're just making mistakes here.
That's a lot of questions that you can pose out into the ether. But Kezu, as someone who has that coaching experience, which one are you focusing more on? What's easier to be able to change coming into day 2 for you?
I think it's important that you focus on like the bigger picture, something we also talked about yesterday. I would say most importantly, whatever the coach or their captain or whoever in the capacity thinks will make it just easier for them to adjust, you should go with that. Maybe it's like just your opening 2 picks and later down the road, you know, you'll figure it out yourself because you did your setup properly. And then in terms of gameplay, just like easy things. Okay, like focus more on your laning stage. Have a plan when you go into the lane. What do you want to do? And then in the game, what are you playing for? Like no more than like maybe 2 key points for the next day leading into it.
Is it very easy to over-analyze or overstimulate your team feel with too much information on how to bounce back?
I mean, you definitely can, yeah. If like you give way too many points, like this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, you might get a little demoralized because you know everything's on fire at that point.
Yeah, for sure.
So you need to find like one broad like thing to focus on and be like, this is a problem. But I will say from the BetBoom series, we saw a lot of Sniper not winning, and I just saw Boom not win with Sniper. I will be curious later to keep an eye on the Sniper to see how he's doing, because I know that hero is very good at turtling games, but he's not particularly good at ending games, and maybe in this meta this is not particularly good.
Okay. We can always circle back when we see a few more series playing out, but balance is key. Today, the balance is how you guys are going to be able to watch 5 streams at once, each stream having 5 BO2s. On this B stream, we'll start with their schedule. It's a rolling one, so if there is a team you guys really want to see, make sure you're keeping track of what order they're all playing in. I said it before, Group B is playing 3 times today, so you're going to see a lot more TSM, you're going to see a lot more Spirit, a little bit more Aster as well. This one being our C stream, I am going to D stream. Yep. I was not looking at all the... Yeah, and this is the E one. This is E because I can count E5. I'm really good with that one. Numbers are good for me. Talon being played there. I know, Bia, you said if any SEA team had a chance, it was going to be that one. So you might be watching the Talon team a little bit more. Mainstream, though, this is the one we're going to be covering a little bit more in depth. It's Team Secret Fnatic to start the day. LGD, OG, Entity, Aster, Liquid, LGD, Spirit, TSM.
That's a lot of bangers.
Yeah, which one sticks out then?
I would say Entity Aster, but you can't not highlight LGD OG on that one. You know, that is the game a lot of people have been anticipating for in the group stages. But Aster Entity, Entity who had a difficult day at day 1, had a bit of expectations. Some people said that they weren't on par with their usual Dota, so maybe Entity bounces back today. Aster, you know, pretty mediocre basic performance. Maybe they can continue and haven't done too many changes from yesterday.
Let's have a quick talk about that LGD OG. I know it's not the first one, but in your eyes, Fia, seeing OG really stick to their own meta yesterday, picking heroes that are more comfort rather than what's really strong or perceived as strong that we've seen so far in LCQ and groups. LGD not really winning the games that we expect. What do you see that series playing out as?
I think it's going to be a really close series. I think LGD is going to go back. They had a lot of time to prep. I didn't really like so much Ame's hero selection yesterday for a lot of the games. I think they're really going to take a look at that and kind of adjust. For OG, I mean, if I know OG, they're just going to stick to what they're good at, maybe make a couple adjustments here and there. I did not like the Amar late pick. They did that one game. He has a very narrow hero pool. He's very good at it. There's no point saving it. So I think that's an adjustment OG could make. And it's going to come a lot down to the drafting because individual skill-wise, I think those teams are quite even.
Needs to be rebranded to Amar the first pick.
Well, I think like in that series, I think it's really on LGD coming in. Like yesterday, they looked... the most shaky I've ever seen them at the start of a TI. I think very uncharacteristic for them to start with a negative score. So them leading into the OG series, who they just do their own thing. You know, they're gonna throw it at you no matter what you do. So I need LGD's response to like, be good and proper starting the day. And then, maybe from there they can start bouncing back because that's the LGD that we know.
Okay. We have time, so we're going to talk a little bit about the heroes, things that we've seen through yesterday. Ones that are always popping up are the Marcy, the Shadow Fiend, Primal Beast, Enigma, and Undying. I've listed 5 because there's only 4 bans in the first phase. So which one would you guys let through? Doesn't matter what team you're coming up against. In a general note, which one are you feeling more comfortable to verse?
Undying.
Why?
Because I feel like it's just the easiest to kind of go about. I also think the other heroes are just on a more busted level compared to the Mr. Zombie. I think just people are starting to figure out like more things. You can maybe pick some Zoo. As Fear mentioned yesterday in one of the Spirit series, where they picked Centaur against it. Looked very strong. You can do some double range. Whereas the other heroes, you need to worry about Primal Beast being mid, about it being offlane, about it being a support. Enigma is broken, and I can go on. Maybe you guys, take
well, I mean,
over.
I just want to add in on Marcy. It took us over 150 games since the start of LCQ that this hero is no longer 100% contested.
Do you know what
It missed a game. I don't actually know which one, but I see 49 instead of 50, so that strikes my eye. 18 picks, 50% win rate. Maybe Marcy's going to get some more love. Maybe Marcy's just going to get, a tad bit forgotten, but I don't think that's going to happen. She's been dominating.
Press X to doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, Marcy and Enigma for me are just the strongest by far right now because they scale. That's simply put.
Yeah.
Like Marcy, position 4, whatever position you want to put on 3, like at some point you're getting BKB a Basher. It's not a lot of farm, but how she uses that farm is like way better than any other hero. And Enigma, same thing. The Black Hole, it is so stressful and hard to counter this going into the late game. Primal Beast and Undying, you just got to deal with the early game. And once you deal with the early game, it's pretty smooth sailing, but they have very strong early game. That's why they're up there, but I'd rather be like, okay, let's just survive the early game and be good instead of dealing with these late game monsters.
Yeah, I want to add on the Marcy. Like, if you look at all the carries that are being picked, Morphling, Sniper, Shadow Fiend, Drow Ranger, range carries, they sit in the back, they want to have like a bit more sustain, a bit more damage. Not only does Marcy go in and kill everyone with her Basher, she puts like, 60% lifesteal on you, half a double damage rune. Yeah, okay, I'll have it.
The buffs are just insane. So, yeah it's surprising that there was a series, or a game I should say, that she wasn't picked or banned. One standing out in that lineup that we had on the graphic was the Pango. And I want to know a little bit more insight as to why it is so much higher up on uncontested, so much higher up on contested than Last Chance qualifiers.
I'll give Kazu that one as an offlane player.
Well, is it more? I'm not sure if it's more contested in bans or picks, or is it even? Like, is it in both sides? Do you know that?
Well, I mean, there's 22 bans, 10 picks out of 32 games, sitting at 50%. So I feel like it's a comfort for some players, right?
Yeah, like the Pango is just, I think it disrupts a lot of teams, like the way they want to play. If you have heroes that want to run at towers early game, then you don't want to like play against the roll or push it back. But not that many teams are really that comfortable really playing it. I think that's why you have the picks slightly lower. And if you want to protect your picks, well, like some of these Leshreks, they really don't want to play against Pango, so then you just take it out.
All right, our first series, I just had it in our ear. The casters are ready for it. It's Fnatic Secret. Sophia, you have only 10 seconds to surmise the whole series for me.
Secret look good. Fnatic, unfortunately, struggling, so Secret are going to probably win.
That's it. Take his word for it. There is nothing else you guys need to see. But if you want, the games are coming our way. It's going to be with our casters, Gareth and Gods.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, here we are. We've got some bangers today on stream. Fnatic against Team Secret, our first one, Gods. And like Fear was saying, Secret, through the through regionals, through Last Chance qualifier, looking pretty good. They had a few shaky moves, though, up against a couple of South American opponents. But Fnatic, got some work to do in front of them here today.
Yeah, not the day one Fnatic we're hoping for. But I think when it comes to Fnatic, you look at their roster and you think there's a lot of experience. There's a lot of TI veterans, players who've been there before. So I don't think they're going to be thrown off by a 1-3 start. I feel like they're just a overall pretty stable team. They do play some kind of slower, longer games. But yeah, I think there's something to be said. Teams coming out of the LCQ, it's kind of like this, they're warmed up. Like, I just feel like teams who play, like, it kind of reminds me of the old major format where teams who got seeded directly in the playoffs, those teams were almost at a disadvantage because they went up against these teams who played this full group stage and then just come into the playoffs, like, already feeling themselves and, understanding the meta and playing good Dota.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I had the same feeling as well, thinking, back to the Animajor where we had that kind of wild card period as well, looking into the playoffs where we had some South American teams, NoPing comes to mind, where they'd been dominant and they just dropped straight away, down to low bracket, they're out within 2 series. And we had these Secrets, Enigmas look so much better, playing more games, developing their meta. And that's kind of what happens through LAN tournaments, right? Even at Arlington, we see through the groups, even within best of threes, then you get into that lower bracket meta where things really shift heavily during playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think it's any surprise that the two last chance qualifier teams both had great day ones. Secret going 3-1, Liquid going 4-2. They're just the teams who are most ready to play Dota. I expect all the other teams, like, day one is kind of like, let's, work out the jitters, get used to playing TI group stage. Like, everything up until now has just been scrims. So the other teams are going to bounce back. I think teams, like your LGDs and stuff, I'd still expect LGD to go upper bracket. But it's just tough because you start with a losing record. Suddenly you're not competing for a top spot in your group. You're fighting for that fourth slot in the group to make it into the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about heroes here in particular, I think Primal Beast probably the big one that we've seen a lot more play, through LCQ, become a lot more popular. Undying, Enigma, they're kind of cemented in the meta already. Are there any, surprises coming out of LCQ that we've seen come into group stage here in terms of picks for either of these teams in particular?
I think some of the surprises may be stuff we didn't see in the LCQ. Like, I saw a lot of Silencer yesterday. Right. It's been one of the most picked supports. But then, as far as LCQ stuff, the Primal Beast you mentioned, I think, is still looking really solid. The Shadow Fiend and Morphling seem to be the two best carries right now, or at least the two carries that teams are picking in the first phase. But then there's some others like Slark, who has looked really solid when he's appeared. So, there's, I think, a pretty unclear meta when it comes to the hero pool so far. I think it's, the group stage is kind of where everyone figures it out, and day one just isn't quite enough info to go off just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Secret having Puppey as their captain, figuring things out reasonably simple for them, perhaps, as they've started to adapt and pick up that Silencer even in the first phase, grabbing even hurt heroes like Earth Spirit, which we didn't see that commonly through the LCQ. And as we can see, Team Secret prepping it for game one of this best of two in the group stage. Oh.
That's a man to be afraid of.
Oh, goodness.
And you've got
your monitors.
Yeah. Crystal that with the Stone Cold Killer look too. So, I mean, this is a team of assassins. What more needs to be said with Secret when it comes to the org and obviously the players? Everyone, you're going to think of Puppey and his legacy, the only TI all-timer. This guy is perhaps the greatest Dota player to ever play this game.
I love Zayat's hat as well. Very, very fitting. All rallying around Heen there, analyst.
Yeah, and he's a guy I think people kind of sometimes forget about when it comes to Secret, but he's a TI winning coach. Won TI with Team Liquid back in the day. He's a absolute veteran. When it comes to coaches, like, I feel like coaching Dota is kind of something that's only really been truly solidified for maybe the last 4 or 5 years. It wasn't like he was one of the first wave of big coaches who really helped teams win TI alongside Seb when Seb was coaching OG before he came back to playing. And he's just stuck at it and made a great career for himself. And I think Heen is probably top 3 Dota 2 coach in the world.
Yeah. Done amazingly for himself here with Secret over an extended period of time. But of course, their opponents, Fnatic, as we get ourselves ready for this first series of the day. They're no slouches, and we saw just parts of them at the Arlington Major. We had DJ and Jabs having really exceptional performances during that major. They were missing 3 players, but now the team all regrouped together. And they when they're on form, they look really, really good.
Yeah, I think it's just about finding that form on LAN. They're a team that's, I feel like too often they always seem to be representing SCA on the international level because they're just so consistent when it comes to, being kind of the gatekeepers for SCA. They haven't really been the best team in SCA. I think Boom's taken that title, but Fnatic's consistently been second, third, qualifying for all these majors. But then it feels like they go to these majors and then get bottom 4 or maybe bottom 8. They've yet to kind of have that big breakthrough with this squad. Their best LAN results haven't been for it feels like 2 or 3 years back when Ice was on the team. So we'll see what they can do. They've got a pretty experienced coach themselves in Sunby, who's been with the squad for such a long time. So you can see him there giving a nice little pep talk to get the day started. These first games of the day, they're always tough because this is where players are just waking up. Most Dota players not really morning people. So I imagine for both teams, it's just about trying to be ready for this very first game today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you think they're missing, Fnatic, if they've not been hitting form recently? Because first for me, I think back when we had TNC as probably top 1, top 2 teams in SEA, they had a rival And I think you're right. Boom hasn't been their rival. There's been a clear separation between the two.
Yeah. I think as far as what Fnatic lacks, it just comes down to like the team cohesiveness and just general team play, because when you look at individual players on their respective roles, they've got like maybe some of the best players in their roles. In the SEA region, I feel like every player on Fnatic is like top 2 or top 3 for that specific role. So they're kind of like, maybe less so these days, but like the Team Secret of the region where they just get like these superstar all-star rosters. I think Secret's kind of gone away from that and tried out more like young blood, unproven players. But Fnatic just, they're kind of known for poaching the best players because they're like the big org in SEA. Like when Motivate Trust were doing well, they're like, oh, we'll take a couple of these guys. We'll pick up Masteros and bring him in. We've been struggling a bit lately. So they just kind of, get their pick of the litter when it comes to SEA Dota players. So they've always been this, all-star studded roster when it comes to the SEA region. But it's all about, can they get things to kind of click and actually work in a kind of big picture strategy sense? And that to me is kind of what's missing with Fnatic.
Okay, yeah, I guess Sunby bringing a lot to the table there, and just worth pointing out, and he was Secret's coach for quite some time as well, right? Back in 2017 to 2019, Sunby was the coach of Team Secret. Do you think there's any overlap of information or any hidden tactics or strategies he'd know about Puppey? He can unsettle him or get under his skin a little bit?
Yeah, I'd say he probably knows a bit how Puppey thinks. I think that's probably the main thing he would get out of having worked with Puppey. He's going to understand what his approach to like draft and play and just TI in general is going to be, because he went to multiple TIs with Puppey. So I don't imagine it was long enough ago. Like I don't think he's going to have any kind of secret sauce on Puppey. Like, oh yeah, he's going to draft this and stuff. Every patches change, meta changes. So as far as it giving much of an edge, it's pretty minor. And hey, you could say it goes both ways. Puppey's going to know a little bit about what Sunby's thinking because he's worked with Sunby for so long.
Yeah, very true. We see there on our screens player comparison between the two mids, Nisha and Armel. A bit of a difference just looking at those numbers, maybe not at first apparent, but thinking about transferring, last hits or net worth into impact. Nisha basically doubling up on kills there with fewer last hits, so spending less time farming and more time making impact in these games. Just from the first few games, of course, a small sample size, but looking like a big difference between the two mid laners there. Is that a hero thing, a draft thing for Armel versus Nisha, or something else?
I'm be honest, those stats probably mean next to nothing. No offense to anyone, but this is 4 games, and over those 4 games, I think Secret won 3 of them, and Fnatic won 1 game. When you're losing Dota, you have bad KDAs. When you're winning Dota, you have good KDAs. That's what it is, Gary. Sorry.
No, as Occam's razor, right? You look for the simplistic answer that completely resolves the problem.
Yeah, and I think I will say when it comes to Secret, as far as stats go, Nisha's the guy they like set up for. He's kind of like the true carry in some ways for Team Secret. They often put Chrysalis on these the Razor being the one he most notoriously is known for being overly picked, maybe according to some fans. But they're often putting Nisha on more these like X Factor mid heroes that can really take over the game in terms of either carrying like Shadow Fiend type heroes or just being like huge playmakers that get a ton of kills, like the Spirit type heroes. So I think Secret really looked to set him up for success.
Yeah, and since adding Resolution, it feels like he's taken a bit more farm priority as well, especially thinking about comparison to Ice Ice Ice, as even Crystallis's Monkey King feels like it takes a bit of a sacrificial role in some of these games. You think of Monkey as the position 1, but often it feels like Crystallis is the Amar of this team. He's kind of the pos 3, but still on a carry hero.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to get things underway. The draft has begun, so we'll see which of those heroes come out here. We kind of touched a little bit upon the Silencer having been a key hero. I think the other one, when it came to Secret during Lance Chance qualifiers, we saw them a bit, and Nyx Assassin for Zayas he was so good on this hero, and Secret was so good at playing around the vision he gave and the initiations that he could set up.
Yeah, and the Silencer you talked about, first phase priority now, banned out in the first phase there by Fnatic, and Primal Beast, the hero that we've seen so much play through LCQ and into the group stage, and pretty decent flexibility, but I've got to say I've enjoyed it much more from the 2 and 3 roles than anywhere else we've seen.
Yeah, I think the core role is where this hero looks best, but the fact it can be played in the support, it adds a little bit of extra value if something you get later on in the draft and something really stands out as like a key hero to win you the game, whether it's a core or your Primal Beast you feel like is being countered, and you're like, okay, we need to put this on a support so the impact is minimized.
Is this Morphling time for Fnatic? We've seen a lot of these first phase, last pick of the first phase Morphling picks into the triple. Oh, hello. A bump into Zayats. How you doing?
Yeah, come on, getting a bit close and comfy there. Zayats, he's in the good spirits. That's a good sign when I see that. Like, he's nice and awake. I saw Nisha there with his hoodie on. He was looking a little sleepy, like he might need a little face wash. But the rest is secret. They're looking good. And when it comes to one of the players we haven't talked about, Rezo is a TI beast. When it comes to like players who show up and play well at TI, Rezo is one of the first names I think of. This is a guy who I think stood in for Team Empire like many years back, and as a stand he carried Team Empire to top 8 finish. Like, he is, with DC he had a second place runner up. All right, so he's an absolute monster when it comes to TI performances.
Yeah, absolutely is. He's had some great times. He's been playing on a lot of these big teams as well. Thinking back on it, Virtus Pro, the Forward, J-Storm for a little bit.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He's taken a lot of teams that were kind of dark horses or not expected to do well and did well. Like that DC team, a lot of people had like finishing near the bottom. The VGJ team that crushed like their group stage, and then unfortunately met OG and stuff in the bracket. Like they weren't expected to be one of the top teams. So it feels like he's been a part of a lot of these underdog teams who have overperformed when it comes to TI.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting hearing Puppey say, I think it was his interview at the end of LCQ, about Resolution joining and the fact that Rezo's idea of how he wanted the game to be played was already kind of cemented in his mind, how he felt he wanted to play rather than fitting the team style or ideas of what was going on. So he's kind of merged his play style, and coming from a carry player into the position 3, it's been looking pretty good for those kind of players in this meta in particular, because Pos 3 is basically just another carry anyway. Like, yeah, you're still playing Mars and Beastmaster from time to time, but you can still pull out like a Mirana or something that we've seen from him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, his Mirana, that was amazing to watch. He was carrying that game. So curious to see where he ends up this game. The Primal Beast definitely a candidate for his hero, but that could also be the mid laner. So we'll see where this draft goes. You touched on what Fnatic might pick up with that 4th pick of the draft. Usually that's where you do see the Morphlings or these heroes that you pick up and then you ban out the counters. It's kind of interesting they just go for a Tiny, which is likely going to be a 4 position with the Enigma. I guess it can flex to the mid lane depending on the matchup, but it does feel like that's not generally how we see teams utilize first pick. Usually you want to pick up some kind of game-winning hero in that 4th pick.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is them toying with another idea of how to deal with a Primal Beast, because we've seen a few heroes. The good old Disruptor has been one of them, where you glimpse him away, you make sure he doesn't keep trampling forward. You've got Kinetic Field to stop him from playing aggressively. Maybe Tiny is another one where you've got Avalanche Toss to kind of disrupt Primal Beast pre-BKB anyway in terms of his initiation. Because we've seen Beasts dive in with the Onslaught, 2,000 range initiation, then you get tossed even deeper. That could cause some struggles.
Yeah, it's definitely... The Primal Beast feels like one of these heroes that can look amazing until it doesn't, and then when it doesn't, it looks really questionable. Like, you're like, oh, why did he just dive into 5 heroes and, kind of feed or, miss his initiation? So we'll see what kind of Primal Beast shows up here. But it's it's just funny to see, because when you mess up with Primal Beast, it's extra punishing with the Onslaught.
Oh, the Earth Spirit coming out again. So I think that's 3 games on the trot now where Secret have gone this. They 2-0'd Beast Coast, picking up this Earth Spirit for Zayats. An interesting one, because we're much more used to, like you say, the Nyx Assassin, the Tusk, the Tiny, these other heroes that are very adept at kind of rolling into team fights and starting things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a comfort pick when it comes to Zayats, so not too surprised to see it picked up because of that reason. In fact, it's his most played hero of all time when it comes to competitive Dota. So I think very much like if they're going to Secret when it comes to Earth Spirits, like if it's viable in the meta, they're going to want to pick it. Maybe not first phase because it's not considered to be like the best 4 position, but they'll pick it up somewhere in the draft.
Yeah, and he's a real handy hero to front line along with the Primal Beast. Now you've got two incredible initiators, right? This double strength melee 2,000 range initiation duo between the Beast and the Earth Spirit, and this will allow you to pick pretty much any number of ranged carry or damage dealer from range. We've already seen them pair these up with like a Sniper or a Leshrac. added a bit of tower damage from Lesh could be pretty nice here. As well as the fact we've seen Lesh as not a counter, but a hero that can do well against Enigma's Black Hole.
Yes. Yeah, you don't feel like you're just taken out of the fight completely when you get Black Hole. And perhaps a little surprisingly, Leshrac so far the most picked hero of these TI group stage. I don't know if that will necessarily remain the case, and there's a lot of heroes with a similar number of picks, but it's sporting a 50% win rate over 20 games.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a surprise there. I mean, Shadow Fiend, Marcy, Primal Beast, no surprises whatsoever with all those.
Yep.
Leshrac's been a shining star. It's got Crystal Maiden now for Fnatic.
Yep. I'm on board the CM hype trade. I mean, she's just a 5. Like, she's not doing anything super flashy, but I think she works as this, like, decent lane securer. Just has kept receiving these little mini buffs over time. She's still squishy. She's still slow, but as far as securing her lane, particularly with carries who have, like, a lot of kill potential. Like, I want to see CM paired with a kill lane. You don't pick CM, to me, with, like, your super hard carries. Like, I was about to say, if they pick a TB here, I'm going to look really dumb, but I don't think you want to play your TB-type heroes with CM.
Yeah, having a Bloodseeker is much nicer. So now you've got Blood right into Frostbite. Lots of abilities there to kind of catch out a Primal Beast or an Earth Spirit and make sure that they're not diving you. Now, if you're outputting damage onto your opponents, they're going to be a little more tentative with their own aggression and temper that a little bit more. I also like the Maiden just with the aura here with Enigma and Tiny as well. Yeah. If it is a 4 Tiny, we've seen a lot more of this phase boots build going for phase then into the blink. So having that mana regeneration just running around the map, spamming Eidolons on the Enigma also helps out tremendously from that Maiden's aura.
Yeah, a lot of these side lanes are going like casual Bassies and stuff. So CM kind of, means maybe you don't need to get that casual Bassie. At the same time, I don't know how early this aura comes online. Usually you want to go 1-1-0 first, so the aura doesn't come until level 3 at the earliest. So I feel like in the past CM aura was like super sick and it just got nerfed too much. And it hasn't really been since CM, got dumpstered, all the buffs to make CM relevant again, none of them are really on the aura. The only aura buff CM has gone was like when they increased the effectiveness on yourself with the aura, but like I like the spell as like this team thing. Like I think it was good when the aura like really helped out your whole team.
Well, what was it? The aura gave like magic resistance or something a few years back, right?
Oh, there was. Well, you used to have the. I don't know. Do you still have the talent where it like has the mana cost reduction talent? I think they got rid of that, right? On the aura. Because it used to be like you'd pick CM with like a Storm or a Tinker, and they had this like mana cost reduction that was like global. But yeah, that's gone now. I think. Yeah, looking at the talents of CM, it's no longer there.
Yeah, I mean, for an aura, it's been changed quite a lot over the past a couple of years. Yeah.
7.32 self bonus factor increased from 3 to 4. So you have this global aura that's not. It's more a self aura. Like I look at this now, it's like 4 times on yourself. Like, is this really an aura? It's you're getting this spell for yourself, not for your team anymore. It only goes up to 1.5 mana regen at level 4. Like it used to be such a sick global aura, and now it's just some greedy ass thing for 5 positions to get.
Yeah, it used to give magic resistance back in 7.31. I knew I wasn't going crazy. It was definitely definitely there at one point. I used to give every time Maiden cast a spell, give a burst of mana to people. Yeah, man, that aura's had some wild changes.
Oh, I did not remember that one. Man, Dota changes quickly.
Yeah, it does. Replenishes mana to allies within 1,200 radius whenever Maiden cast any of her abilities. Well, that's long gone. Sad times. All these Maiden players complaining about move speed, but you should be complaining about your aura being changed so often. But anyway, back into draft. Viper in for Team Secret, and a couple of bans out from Fnatic on TA and Gyro.
Yeah, giving Rezo some of these kind of semi-carry off laners. The Earth Spirit Viper lane looks pretty damn potent. Not a fun lane to go against if you're a Crystal Maiden. But at the same time, like if you can position well, like I think the fact that your CM has firepower and kill threat, like, if Earth Spirit oversteps, if Viper, if you any kind of rotation, that's the thing with Viper. Like it's kind of like this win the lane, but then you get ganked and kind of, win the lane, lose the game. But I think with Viper, it's like you win your lane, but then any kind of rotation comes and you have no way to protect yourself.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it often feels like you have to play into the Viper's lane, right? It's not a hero that wants to be moving or roaming, very slow and sluggish. It's nice to have Earth Spirit and Primal Beast both in these gap closers that can chase people down and allow that Viper to give chase as well.
Yeah, Primal Beast, very good hero to rotate to some of these slide lanes, and Fnatic go Queen of Pain. All right. Not something I've seen much of, I feel like, during this group stage so far.
Yeah, another tempo hero. I mean, Enigma, Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain. It feels like Enigma's the position 1 in this game, and Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain are going to be running around killing people. There's a lot of magic damage and chase here from Fnatic. But actually, team fight around Freezing Field, Black Hole, Sonic Wave.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Yeah, I feel like they're going for this very mid-game centric draft. There's no scaling. There's no real late game. I mean, yeah, Enigma is late game, and Quap Bloodseeker, they're at least semi-carries of sorts. But now with this sniper pickup, they don't want to go late game, and Secret have picked this hero that kind of just turtles it up. And they actually did this before. They're going to do Safe Lane Viper. We've seen this during the Last Chance qualifier where they have like 2 side lane like heroes that are kind of both offlaners, and they put Nisha on this mid carry. So Safe Lane Viper for Chrysalis.
Cool. So that's how they're going to pick up the tempo then and actually try and fight back into Fnatic. I mean, how does Viper do against an Enigma lane though? It's going to be with an Enchantress, I guess.
Yeah, I think. Oh, you kind of win the lane, but it's just annoying because Enigma's just going to keep denying your creeps. Like, I think Enigma has to be pretty careful not to get caught out there because I think Ench Viper have a ton of kill potential. With that said, it may be Earth Spirit with the Viper. I think the Enchantress going to the offlane with Rezzer's Primal Beast maybe makes more sense. It's, let's put range support with the melee core and put melee support with the range core. I think doing double range and double melee is just weaker. So we'll see. And I think if you're anything, you want the Earth Spirit playing with Viper because you feel like that's a lane where there's some serious kill threat, and Earth Spirit maybe brings a bit better initiation compared to the Enchantress.
Yeah, and having displacement as well. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Roll in, you kick back, you make sure that whoever's being gone on, if it is that Enigma, gets stuck inside the Nether Toxin or just dragged back into more poison attacks as game 1 between Secret and Fnatic nearly ready to get underway here. First group stage match of day 2 for TI 2022. As we get ourselves prepped for this one. Gods, are you leaning one way or the other? If this was blind and you just saw drafts, which one do you favor? Ignore the team names.
Ignore the teams. I would say Secret. I like that. Like, you see the Fnatic draft and think, to me, it doesn't scale that well. And it's like, okay, well, how well can they kind of crush the game and snowball and, take objectives, go high ground? And it's not that well. Like, this sniper pick feels like this pick that gives Secret better late game and a way to guarantee that it goes into the late game.
So you think the sniper's like a gotcha pick right at the end?
Yeah, I think for as far as 10th pick heroes go, it feels perfect. I think often these teams who play with second pick, they get to 10th pick of the draft and are like, oh, there's, we can get this and it's good, but it's not going to win us the game. I feel like Secret have managed to really nail the draft with the sniper pick.
Yeah, it looks incredibly good. And then if you add in team names there, does that just add to Secret's cause?
No, I actually think the teams are pretty evenly matched. I'm a big Fnatic believer at this TI. Every LAN event Fnatic goes to, I'm a Fnatic believer, and then they kind of disappoint. But, I'm ready to be hurt one more time. They're kind of the Quincy crew of SEA where, they're consistent. They do so well online, and you get hype for them at LAN, and then it's like, oh, they didn't actually do that well. But, let's go Fnatic. but yeah, I think team-wise, pretty even, yeah.
How can you not be hyped with a DJ Tiny? Like, okay, it's not DJ Enigma like we used to see back at, like the Manila Major or whatever it was. It's going to be the Jabs Enigma here. But we'll see how they do as game 1's underway. Fnatic and Secret already smoking themselves across the map for these early observer wards. Try to get a bit of intel to start off this game. That's going to be very important for them. I mean, it's also an Armel Queen of Pain. This lad over the past couple of years has absolutely proven that he is a top-tier mid. And Queen of Pain has been, one of his signatures for quite some time.
Yeah. I remember it was during the heyday of Virtus Pro where they were like the best team in the world for a long period of time, and no one was like the best mid laner. I felt like Armel was the only mid who could actually go up against him. Armel and Sumail. Like, those were, to me, the consensus top 3 mid laners in the world when it came to, like, mechanics and crushing mid lane. Because around then, that's when Miracle was playing more safe lane. So, he's not quite the Armel of all. I mean, I think also just mid lane in general is just not a lane where you see the same kind of dominance. I think there's a lot more parity between all mid laners. But, yeah, he's playing a Queen of Pain. He was hoping, I think, for the Primal Beast mid, which is, I think, largely why they went for the Queen of Pain. And that's the other reason why this sniper is a bit of a gotcha pick is because Fnatic had this idea where, hey, we get Quap versus melee mid, we crush the lane, we win the game, and all of a sudden you've got Quap versus Sniper, which is not as good a lane. Quap probably kind of loses this matchup.
Yeah, especially once we get these Wraith bands going for the Sniper, things get very challenging for you. And just thinking back to what you just said, you know, no one's Sumail, Armel. I just couldn't help but think about Storm Spirit and where that hero is at the moment, because all three of them back in their heyday were exceptional Storm players from the mid laners, and one of the key elements for them.
Don't worry, Storm will make appearance. EG, let me tell you, they're 6-0. They're one loss away from first picking Storm Spirit for the rest of TI. All it's going to take is one loss, and they're first picking Storm for the rest of the tournament. So Storm will come. We'll see it.
Bulba just dumps 1,000 pages of draft notes, and he's like, "This is the only page we need."
Panic.
Storm Spirit first pick.
Yep. But yep, EG. Well, I mean, great stuff for them. But right now, yeah, Secret and Fnatic.
What's Jabs doing?
Lane swaps. It looks like.
Okay.
So you look at Secret. Their cores are kind of chilling in the jungle too. Looks like supports are getting lanes. DJ's like, sweet, I'm a tiny, let's play core now.
I'm going to tell you, Gods, Jabs is not lane swapping. Jabs is jungling.
Oh, level 1 jungle. Even better. So
hell yes.
This is the one thing I've been saying for a while. I'm like, Ice Rogue, please, bring back junglers. Level 1, like Chen and Ench, they're no longer jungles. That's like, to me, such a classic, quintessential part of Dota history is just having junglers. And Ice Rogue's like, nah, we don't have that anymore.
As long as Legion Commander doesn't make a comeback in that arena, I'm fine.
No Iron Talon.
No Iron Talon, yeah. But I fully agree. I miss the days of Enigma, Chen, and Chantress. Even like, you know, you think back to Puppey, you know, he pioneered a lot of these Storm Spirit or Shadow Demon, smoke jungling, all these little tricks you could do. Yeah, jungling was a fun little part of the game. And Crystallis taking a lot of damage down bottom. 3 heroes going to come in. Think about diving. The Crystal Nova slows him down. He pops his stick. 50 HP remaining. Raven giving chase. The roll will connect from Zayat. Holding back Raven, but the Bloodright. Crystal is trying to dodge it. Gets a bit of distance. Turns on the Raven, but first blood is there for Zhao. Raven going to get himself away from Puppey. An Impetus shot is coming, and a kick from Zayat. Takes down the Bloodseeker in that 1-for-1 trade, and Jabs a little stuck under the tier 1 now. But Zayat's with a missed roll, and Zhao coming back in with a Mango to cast some more spells. Might be able to do a bit more damage here to Zayat with his Eidolons, still pumping the right clicks into Puppey. And that Frostbite's there. Hold back the Ench. A close-fought battle. Who came out on top?
I don't know. It didn't feel great for Fnatic. I mean, they get the first blood, so I think that evens it up a bit, but they committed way too hard, used a ton of regen, missed a few spells along the way, and it just took way more effort than they had hoped for to kill Crystallis there. So I'd say it didn't feel like a good move, but first blood gold just making it a bit more even. So let's just say no one. It was a trade.
An even trade. I mean, do we get our lane set up as they want now? No more jungling Enigma?
Oh, poor Tiny. DJ's like, man, I was having such a good time. 13 last hits, and now he has to give up his lane for a core. Sad days.
So what were they trying to avoid, or who was trying to avoid what? The kickback?
Yeah.
Zayat. He's level 3 on this Earth Spirit, so he was able to get in on top of the Maiden and unlock this Puppey, the carry Enchantress playing from this bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's... So they really wanted this, like... for Fnatic, they want this safe lane Bloodseeker versus the Primal Beast, and Secret are trying to get the Viper versus the Bloodseeker. You can see the lane swap happening now. Crystallis is walking top to meet the Bloodseeker lane. And that's why you had... Enigma wasn't... Like, the plan wasn't to jungle. It was very much just like, let's make sure we get the good lane, so I'm going to start in the jungle. And giving Tiny some early farm in CS isn't bad. Like, DJ getting a super fast blink or maybe phase boots he's got queued up could really help him get off to a good start.
Yeah, sure could. And Crystal is still level 1. Needs a bit more experience here, and DJ, he's going to spot him, but Resolution nearby. And Zhao coming forward as well. The level 1 Viper are going to get beaten down by Fnatic, and they're going to go for the Primal Beast as well. Onslaught gives him the distance he needs, though, away from what is now effectively another tri-lane from Fnatic top.
Oh. Fnatic just making sure Raven has a good time on this Bloodseeker, chasing around some of these easy-to-kill cores like the Viper. Crystallis is, yeah, he's bottom 2 when it comes to... last in CS and bottom 2 net worth. That is sad times.
Not ideal for him, but I guess he can look into the mid lane, and Nisha's saying everything's fine. Don't worry, Crystallis. I'm a sniper. I'm 24 and 12 in this lane 5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's the thing with Secret. We touched upon it a bit during the pre-show. Is like Crystallis is not really played as the carry for this team. Like we've had games where Rezo's playing around and stuff, and more often than not, it's Nisha in the mid lane playing these more kind of scaling heroes. So this is kind of, at least on some level, typical for Secret.
Oh, Armel back to Fountain, while down at bottom, Jabs with a Centaur Stomp here. Gets the Malefice in onto Crystallis and tries to dip into the trees with DJ's arrival. They turn back on Puppey, and a 5.5-minute rotation from the mid lane. They're actually now looking for Crystallis, a bonus kill potentially for Armel, as DJ does have a toss, looking for the Viper and finds him. Throws him back into the Queen of Pain, and this level 2 Viper, not able to withstand the damage, just stands his grounds, accepts his fate. And Fnatic, tri-lane bot into tri-lane top, into tri-lane bot again, while top lane, Zhao is a little isolated now. Zayats and Resolution pairing up to kill the Crystal Maiden. Just kill after kill in both of these side lanes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bloodbath when it comes to, for Secret, hunting down and killing the CM a couple times, but for Fnatic, it's killing the Viper. 0-3 now. Crystallis, like, you're shutting down an enemy core. It just feels like Fnatic are in a much better position because of this exchange.
And now they're playing with this catapult bottom. They are diving tower again. Seeing Puppey in the tree line, the toss across, Armel trying to grab Crystallis as well. Secret coming to try and fight this, but Armel's already blinked out there. Jabs with a TP. He missed the roll, but the damage is good. Secret get the takedown on the Enigma. Fnatic really aggressively diving towers, and Armel a part of everything.
Yep. The fact he rotated gank bottom and then stayed bottom. He didn't go back mid. They gave the lane to Januel's CM. Like, all the Fnatic supports are getting so much in terms of early levels in CS. Like, both CM and Tiny are level 4, almost level 5 on Tiny.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, again, the upside is this sniper with double Wraith bands. Has treads as well. Good blink away from Armel. Gets out of the reach of Zayats' roll. But also, I think Raven having a decent time top now as he was left alone.
Yeah. He's been given a free farm lane, essentially, playing against just the Primal Beast. This is the lane he wanted from the start and why things were so wacky. It's a pretty much a lane where he's going to go uncontested. But Secret, you know, this game's gone fine for them. I mean, I talk about the support levels. Puppey, level 5.5, so he's got treads already, and he's leveling up Impetus. He's already looking like he's, you know, going to be scaling into a kind of semi-core here with more net worth than his Viper. So Puppey, I think, happy to play Dota this way.
I mean, what happens to the Viper if he's meant to be win the lane, lose the game? What happens if you lose the lane? Do you win the game?
Let's hope so. I support Viper. Yeah, you know, they're losing this lane, but they're not losing all the lanes. I think that's the big thing. Another toss back bottom, though. And once again, it's Armel here, ready to find another kill. He's got Sonic Wave if he needs it.
He's going to throw it. Just kill him off. Go on. Chuck it at Crystallis. Does pop his magic wand, but it's not to be. Another death. 4 on the board now for this Viper. As Armel 3-0-1 on the Queen of Pain. And really making things work and leaving that mid lane where he was suffering. And looking at the mid lane, actually. The rupture comes. Raven hits level 6 and rotates in. Aggressive play in on Tanisha, but Resolution with the onslaught. Nah, not enough space for him. Will get on top of DJ here with a trample, but he's held back by the Malefice. Frostbite now comes, and Resolution's gone too deep. Jabs has the black hole to hold him in place, while Puppey skirting the edges of this fight and trying to chip away at Jabs, but trapped in the Frostbite and dead. The Hellbear, though. Tomato comes in and slaps down Jabs at the end.
Oh,
Secret losing 3, though.
Great fight. The high ground black hole, and Puppey a little unlucky. Actually had an Impetus miss from the low ground, or that would have been a much quicker and easier kill on the Enigma. But that's partly why Jabs was playing on that high ground, and as a result, yeah, massive fight. They do that without the Queen of Pain, who's kind of been their big rotating playmaker. We'll see it all again here. Just a great rotation, great use of this early rupture, knowing that there's no way for Sniper to TP out with the CM there.
Yeah, that pushes Raven now right up at the top of the net worth. 4,200 for him. Sniper was looking like he'd be the king of this game, but getting taken down a notch there as Fnatic really kicking it into 5th gear, breaking down his... There wasn't really a laning stage, was there, Gods? They broke down the lane stage 3 minutes in.
CM mid gonna get picked off with a nice rotation from Zayats. But yeah, this has just felt like constant action and movement all around these different lanes. Secret gonna kind of strike first when it comes to these objectives with the Puppey Ench. Taking a tier 1 tower, something he's always so good at doing on Ench is just pressuring early objectives, just sending a creep there, plus some extra right clicks, and making it hard for teams to play the map when you've got to constantly defend these towers.
Yeah, cutting across into the Ancients area, while DJ went bottom jungle. Found out by Zayats and Nisha here, though. I'll try the Avalanche TP home, but I think the damage from the snipe... Oh, no, it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Throughout the Avalanche, so that he knew Nisha couldn't assassinate. Like, he Avalanched to TP. He didn't actually have assassinate, not something that DJ was aware of, but just really heads-up play from him. He's, by the way, super far. Phase boots already. He's about to hit level 7, so likely goes for the fast blink dagger.
They're going to have some incredible item timings on some of these heroes. And there is DJ. I mean, yeah, look at that slow motion replay.
Was that
18 HP? I'm not too sure, but they're rolling into mid.
Nope.
Onslaught and trample on the Queen of Pain, who is silenced up. Armel turning, has the Sonic Wave to push and kill Resolution, while the Rupture on Zayat allows Raven to get the bonus kill. Another 2 down on the side of Secret, as Fnatic defending their mid lane and rallying around Raven to fight back.
Yeah. And honestly, just love the kind of aggression we're seeing from this Fnatic team. 11 kills in 11 minutes. Armel's co-op has just been active all over the map. Oh, see there? Yeah. Yeah, the TP out from before, it looked like it wasn't a miss, but what a move from Fnatic just to constantly take these fights and utilize this Queen of Pain in a way where she's kind of just this big playmaker, not looking to farm. They're just looking to really enable Raven to get all the space in the world to just continue getting his creeps.
And it's got to be a sick game as Raven on this Bloodseeker, because there is so much action, there are so many low HP heroes, and the part of the reason he was able to come into that mid lane to rupture the sniper 6-7 minutes in was because everyone is such low HP, everyone's being run at constantly. Another roll, guarding bottom rune, Zayat and Puppey make sure that the Queen of Pain does not get the arcane.
Yeah, it feels good to have Bloodseeker in these games where there's just constant brawling and skirmishing. TP top from Zayat, he's still got the arcane rune, and he's trying to maybe find DJ here. He's been given a lot of room to just keep on farming. They've got to know and expect that this tiny blink dagger will be coming up pretty early on.
Yeah, then you have jabs down bottom, breaking the trees, shoving that bottom wave. And Crystallis has been having a happy time for the past couple of minutes after going 0-4. Has been left alone for the most part. So now up to level 7, Falcon Blade done. Can farm jungle a little bit, but he'll have to leave that bottom tower to die.
Yeah. Speaking of happy times, Puppey was just 3rd in net worth. He just dropped from 3rd to 4th in net worth, but that's a farm dash.
Good sidestep from DJ. Means the roll misses, and the freezing
big
field from
CMO.
Zhao.
Oh.
There's no stun until the roll comes, but now it's allowed Armel to come in with Raven, kill off Zayat and Resolution, chase back onto Puppey as well. DJ will die, but I think it's all fine in the end. The trade will go Fnatic's way. They land the Sonic Wave. The final touch from Raven gets him the triple kill.
Oh, the CM hiding in the trees. What an ulti, that freezing field. They just walked into an absolute slaughter there as 2 melee heroes on top of a CM freezing field, and by the time they cancel it, they're just already done and dusted, and a massive team fight and cleanup going the way of Fnatic there, and all of it going Raven's way, so a very happy carry. As we'll see it all again here, the CM just TPing in at the perfect time and place.
Yeah, you can almost hear DJ's comms, right? I've dodged the stun, I've dodged the roll, they've cast all their stuns, and Zhao just comes in with a massive freezing field as DJ, he's all over the place here, and in a good way, tossing back Zayat, enabling these Fnatic heroes to get the kills, and now a frostbite on the sniper, allowing Armel and Raven, again, the 2 cores, coming in to pile on the sniper and kill off Nisha.
Yeah. Armel gets low, but not really any danger to himself. The Tiny even almost lives there. He almost sidestepped the shrapnel at the very end, but just couldn't quite get out of range, so big kills going the way of Fnatic. Like, killing the sniper he's the #1 target this game. He's the hero that you're most worried about when it comes to, this game dragging on, and, it will drag on. Fnatic don't have a good way to really push the tempo too much outside of the Enigma, so they want to kind of gear up and get some good late game going themselves.
Yeah, it feels like the BKB on that Bloodseeker and Queen of Pain going as Kai Sanj there. They're looking to hit that timing, kind of 20 minutes in. They can take some bigger team fights. Think about Roshan, which will give them the security to go for these objectives. And DJ, 500 gold from his blinks, should synchronize pretty nicely with that as well. We've already seen how well he can do. 12 out of the 16 kills he's been involved in. DJ having a spectacular time on his Tiny.
Yeah. Both these Fnatic supports are just, they're in all the action. They're just, wherever the fighting goes, they're going there too. And it's been really impressive to watch Fnatic play a...
Another sick freezing field from the trees.
Yeah. Even better than the last. He got some creeps.
Hell yeah.
Puppey did manage to swoop in and seal the center, though. Take that one away from poor Zhao.
Yeah, Secret have got to do something about this bottom lane. Well, rolling in.
Got the toss, though.
A little pig pole action from Tiny. Zayat, Sonic waved. After his roll, he's connected on DJ, so Enchantress will get the kill. And a good Centaur stomp there. Attempted Illusion Rune dodge from Armel, but now the Rupture with the Bloodseeker coming in from the back. They aim straight for the Silencer, and a Sniper, sorry, is Nisha getting right-clicked down by Raven. Puppey now trapped on the high ground, surrounded by Fnatic, and there's Crystal Maiden to help out Raven get another double kill. 8-1 and 4 on this Bloodseeker as they charge in towards mid-tier 1.
Yeah, any fight Fnatic's just like, let's collapse, let's bring everybody. 5-man show in the mid lane. It looked like Puppey was going to carry that fight for a second. He was doing so much impetus damage onto multiple heroes. Same for the Sniper, just dishing out almost 3,000 damage as well, but Fnatic just kiting perfectly. Playing the outskirts of the fights with heroes like the CM and the Tiny, the CM living on a sliver of health and coming back in to throw extra Novas and Frostbites, and they just outlast Team Secret once again.
Yeah, and it feels like Armel and Raven are coming in at the exact right times. Like you said it, you called it at the start, they've kind of baited these rolls in or the onslaughts aggressively, and this allows them to see where the Sniper is. They're waiting for Nisha to show before that Bloodseeker or Queen of Pain really make an appearance in these fights.
Yeah, they'll take these 5v4s any day of the week, and 19 kills to 9. This game's still far from over. I mean, I kind of touched upon like the general strategy for Secret, which I don't think has really been what they've actually done. Is, you know, if this game goes long enough, they've got Sniper. They should outscale, they should outcarry, and picking Sniper to guarantee it goes late game. So if this game kind of slows down, and as long as Secret aren't too far behind, I think particularly you've got to compare the Sniper's net worth to the Bloodseekers, which right now is maybe not a pretty sight. But if Sniper, you know, catches up a bit, they've got the late game with this Sniper pick, I feel.
Yeah, and we've seen time and time again, all it takes is one team fight, one, you know, sloppy mistake or execution error, and all of a sudden that 3k gap becomes nothing. Absolutely weighs in for Secret.
That's at bottom.
Ruptured. Malefice on him as well, and Tiny with a combo, catching out the Enchantress. Puppey thrown into the freezing field.
He's living though.
Pretty tanky. He's got a cloak, fluffy hat, Dragonlance. You can't kill this Ench. Got all the farm in the world. So Zayat rolls back in with the onslaught trample. Rezo aiming Enigma. The black hole's not coming. Doesn't get it off in time. But Raven and Armel yet again. Right place, right time to strike back. But Enchantress and Viper close the gap onto DJ. Take him down. Losing the Primal Beast and Earth Spirit for a tiny Enigma is a pretty dead even trade. But Secret come out on top in terms of gold and XP change.
Yeah. Armel did manage to just barely get the cleanup kill at the end on the Zayat's Earth Spirit, so that kind of made it a bit more even, but a great hold from Secret. They managed to just kind of bait Fnatic in a bit there. The initial kind of spell usage on the Primal Beast ends up kind of biting Fnatic in the ass there a bit. They kind of commit the Rupture and multiple spells, and they don't actually finish him off, so they pay the price for it. But if they get Puppey here again, I mean, this is the problem. Puppey's so damn tanky. This is how they lost the last fight, is by thinking they can kill Puppey. I think they got a bit unlucky with the freezing field. It's a bit kind of RNG with the random ice explosions. Kind of,
yes.
If they don't land, then all of a sudden you're like, hey, this hero was next to me and took like, you know, almost no damage. So I think they did get a bit unlucky there, but at the same time, Puppey's also just super tanky. 1500 health, Strength Treads, Dragonlance, and Glimmer Cape.
Oh, he's finished the Glimmer already. Yeah, that's a good point. He got tossed into the Maiden. I think he only took one freezing field hit. A little unfortunate for Zhao, but we'll see where this goes now as Secret. They've smoked across to Roche. It looked like they were angling top to play into the Enigma, but they're going to go straight for Roshan. Chrysalis, what, Dragonlance? Puppey just tanking it.
Puppey showing that he's the real core of this team alongside Nisha.
Well, yeah, they've got
can't quite kill it fast enough.
You look at the packs of net worth, right? You got Bloodseeker at the top, he's number 1. Then you got this 3 of Sniper, Quap, Enigma. Then you got another 3 of Primal Beast, Ench, and Venom, the Viper there. All very tight together. It looks like they give up on Roche for now, though. Half health and pinged out by Fnatic. And DJ scouting inside the pit. As they also did get a good D-ward, Fnatic. Remove that high ground observer that Secret had not too long ago.
One of the things to kind of also keep in mind as this game goes on, no easy, reliable way to stop a BKB Black Hole from Jabs. He's gone for the Aether Lens for now after the Wraith Pack, but I've got to imagine that we're going to be seeing Blink Dagger, BKB as maybe follow-up items to this, and that's something that Secret are going to struggle to answer.
Now, take a bit of time, though. And Fnatic, the first point of contact, the Enchantress, it's Puppey again. They will have the DJ Avatos combo, and this time they have enough damage with 5 heroes surrounding the Bambi. That's what it takes.
Yeah. Secret were smoked heading that way, but with Puppey down, I'm not sure they want to take this fight. Fnatic didn't really commit too much. It's just the, standard Avatos type spell, so they're already back up, and Fnatic will more than happily maybe take this fight. It is annoying. Pushing into Shrapnel, Nether Toxin, there's all this kind of AoE wave clear that can be used pretty much without committing, any hero's bodies whatsoever. So it's very easy for Secret to kind of delay things and keep these towers alive.
You can see them not wanting to really initiate, though. Armel with this Kaya Sanj is incredibly tanky. Heading into BKB next, it's going to be a challenge to kill off the Queen of Pain or Bloodseeker, who has already had his BKB for a while and just got the Mjolnir delivered.
The big thing is just surviving like a BKB pulverized from Primal Beast. That's something which is going to be what Secret want to kind of build their team fight around. Have Primal Beast go in, catch one, and Sniper just pew them down. Right now, Fnatic just kind of playing these side lanes, hunting for kills. They're not really grouping as 5. They don't want to play too inefficiently. They want to make sure that they keep on scaling and getting as much farm on the map as possible.
And Queen of Pain, pretty adept at just clearing out this more dangerous area farm down bottom. A little bit of vision here from Fnatic in the lane, but none in the jungle, where Secret have swept through, de-warded, and have 3 observers of their own watching around their bottom outpost. So it feels like that's where Secret may be aiming to play around, even though it's 22 minutes in, and we again have to start thinking about Roshan in the next few.
Fnatic right now are just playing the map really well. They have like multiple heroes, 2 heroes mid, 2 heroes bottom, and then they had like Enigma solo pushing top with Eidolon, so you're not really Enigma's alone, but isn't showing. It's just the Eidolons pushing this lane, and also he's microing them. He sent one to scout Roshan to make sure that Secret's not in the Roshan pit. So just honestly very great micro and kind of map awareness coming in from Jabs.
Yeah, controlling multiple zones on the map at the same time. Fnatic are going to bring numbers top, though. TPing DJ.
Jabs. They know he's up here alone. It's very frustrating to play against this Enigma who just like solo pushes a lane.
They know he's nearby. They'll see the aura on the Eidolons if they clicked it.
Found him.
They were pinging it, and there's the roll onslaught in. The rest of Fnatic were heading into the triangle. So Jabs dead top. But this might be a good spot here for Fnatic. If they hold this high ground plateau and Secret come back up towards them, they've got so much damage to throw in.
Yep. There's no Secret vision of this area. I don't think Secret know where Fnatic are, and they may just get jumped to the Roshan pit. There is a buyback on Enigma too. Can TP to the outpost here. Tiny tree volley. They've kind of revealed their position here, but at the same time, they've scouted out Team Secret.
And now Secret a little afraid.
Be alone. He's charging in with the heal. He's trying to bait with his buyback.
And he knows how tanky he is, but there's a lot of damage from Fnatic. Not enough to finish him off, though. Puppey's still alive. The Sonic Wave required. And Fnatic, yes, they get the kill on the Ench, but they lose their Maiden, and now they're on the run. The roll in from Zayats, finding the Queen of Pain, and Secret, they defend their half of the map.
That was so cool from Puppey. He's absolute Chad mode, just chucks his heal on and runs up blindly onto a high ground. I thought he had buyback. He was 30 gold short, so even willing to make that play with no buyback, because he's like, okay, it's a 5v4. We have no vision. I'm going to go give vision and set up my team to, basically win this fight. Even though he throws away his own life there, he's the reason that Fnatic are able to, are getting caught out there and losing the Queen of Pain.
Nisha, how much gold did Nisha just get? 1,000? That Queen of Pain had a massive streak.
Oh my. Yeah. That was a Beyond Godlike streak. Okay.
Yeah, Queen of Pain unkilled until that moment. She got BKB combined after she died, so, back in Fountain, finished the item. Maybe a bit of unfortunate timing there for Fnatic. If they'd been able to get that to her before the fight happened, maybe a different outcome. But Secret starting to feel themselves again around this Roche. And they know they can head into the pit once more, force Fnatic to fight around it.
Don't think Fnatic have any smokes left, though. They're just walking on over. Neither support with a smoke in hand, and they've just got to charge in at some point and maybe send some Eidolons out for vision, but Jabs isn't quite there yet. And Roche is incredibly low.
He's
They're
dead.
too late, yep.
Nisha takes the Aegis, and DJ, a 3-man avalanche leads into nothing. Secret going to turn around and get on top of the Tiny. He's absolutely dead. Raven.
Tried to get a toss back. Raven just has to BKB TP.
He has to. Ooh. Didn't want to. Needs must, though. That's a bit of a tragedy for Fnatic. Can't contest Roche, waste the BKB, lose a Tiny. And now Secret with all the space in the world. You see how forward that Zayats and Puppey get to play now. D-Ward and take control of the map.
Just super heads-up play from Secret to force
Zayats?
that Roshan. Yeah. He's everywhere. He's not done. He's
found it. Hey, lands the second roll. And the rest of Secret, they are coming slowly but surely, trying to filter on forward to connect in with this. As Jabs, he solo Black Hole's the Earth Spirit, but that's just not worth it whatsoever. Queen of Pain's gonna Sonic Wave, but again, just Zayat is not dead. Earn charges, heals from Ench, Glimmer Cape, and Holy Locket from Puppey. Tons of heals and sustain from Secret. Keep them alive.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, you're thinking, oh crap, we have no ultis now. No Black Hole, no Sonic Wave, and they have Aegis. They cannot fight for the next 2 minutes. There's nothing I feel like Fnatic can really do here except play keep away. And Armel's going to TP mid right into multiple Secret heroes here. If you're Secret, you're thinking, let's just keep on hunting. Let's try to see what more we can find. A Crystal Maiden up top should be easy pickings for them. And Zayats is going to be looking to set up another kill.
Yeah, we were talking about DJ's impact. And 14 out of 16 earlier on. Zayat, similar story. Getting in there with resolution. 15 out of the 17 kills here have been due to Zayat and his rotations.
His Earth Spirit, much like his Nyx Assassin, just the one setting up so many kills for this Secret team, and now Secret have free reign over the map with Aegis in hand. They're just going to push all these outer towers, take the tier 2 top.
I just realized I've not said a single word about Viper, his spells, or Crystallis. I've not said his name in 10 minutes. What's he up to?
There's a Viper in this game?
Yeah.
Really, Gareth? You sure?
I see it with my own eyes. He's got a BKB even.
He's online.
He's
there
ready.
we go. He's back. No, this is not Flame for Crystallis. This has just been the way this game. Sometimes games just go a direction where one player just doesn't get to play Dota, but the other four do. And Crystallis is finally at a point where he can, contribute.
Play some Dota 2. Cast some spells and have some fun. Yeah, even though, I don't know, in my head, Secret here, they've got a good grasp on this game, but Fnatic are the ones with the net worth lead. Is this still a good indication of them scaling around this Enigma? Or do you think the fact that Sniper is so big now that Secret are looking good?
Yeah, from my perspective, they're definitely at a disadvantage, like just going into late game. I think the Sniper does well against Enigma, even though they don't have a reliable answer to the BKB Black Hole. I think it's just very hard to ever get Black Hole on Sniper because of his range. So, and if you Black Hole someone else, Sniper is just going to Mask of Madness right-click you down, and Enigma's going to basically die during the Black Hole. So, I do feel like the Sniper is kind of the X factor of this game. But Blink Bloodseeker, he's itemizing on top of Sniper. They do have, they're trying to find ways to deal with Sniper and get on top of him. It's just, it's hard. Like, Secret have, to me, a 60-40 edge moving forward.
Okay. And they've even got Tiny building into Aghanim Scepter. DJ looking to scale hardcore.
I mean, that's definitely, I feel like that's one of the kind of things that often you look at games like this and just kind of think about like how late game goes, but scaling supports is going to be a big part of this specific game. Like, Ench has almost 10k net worth. The Tiny you mentioned almost has an Ag Scepter, sitting on 7.5k net worth. We're only 30 minutes in, so super rich supports are going to be impacting this game way more than they normally would in terms of actually being carries as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fnatic just keeping that bottom lane pushed in for now. And try and contend with that mid-wave push with Queen of Pain just blinking and screaming. But this is absolutely Secret planting themselves in the top third of the map, making sure to cut out mid and top waves, using the remaining seconds of this Aegis just to try and outfarm their opponents across multiple lanes, whereas Fnatic kind of heavily grouped in that bottom jungle, getting what they can. And now TPing back. There's a long lane to shove out here, down bottom.
Yeah, and I think for Fnatic, this is kind of what you wanted, just to not have too much action during the Aegis timer. They didn't really want to fight into it. Not to mention, as earlier, their cooldowns, they were missing their black hole and things, and they're probably thinking, like, let's try and play around our, like, some of these late game timings, the blink black hole a bit more now. Up until now, they've not really been trying to play around black hole, but I think it's time that they start thinking of it as more as their kind of win condition for team fights.
And
they see Nisha alone. Yeah,
they saw Nisha on the ward, on the outpost. They blow him up, destroyed. No one from Secret anywhere nearby to help him. And Zayas with Chrysalis, they've got to smoke and try and run away.
I mean, they saw him on the ward, but also he just kind of solo tries to take an outpost. That was
very risky.
Put a black hole for Viper.
Thinking about it. Might have to with the BKB up. Raven, DJ to come back in. They've got the right clicks and the Sonic Wave to secure it.
If he went for a BKB TP, I guess they black hole there, but because I think Viper, knowing that, doesn't want to go for a BKB TP, probably worth it just to force black hole out. But either way, Fnatic fight 2 back-to-back core kills. And that's a really nice find. Like showing, I mean, I don't think that's really showing they have an answer to Sniper. I think that's just like a great smoke move from them where they catch him out. But curious to see how things go from here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did you see if Puppey had the gem before they swept through bottom jungle, or has he just picked it up now?
I don't know.
Yeah, it felt like maybe they could have dewarded their jungle before, because there was a pack of 3 in like the bottom right corner, whereas Sniper was at the outpost. And maybe that Observer ward's going to get cleared out now by Puppey's Enchantress, I'd assume.
See both teams probably start looking to set up around this Roshan pit. Radiant Sentries have already dewarded most of the area. But both teams know Roshan is going to be the next key objective for this game.
Yeah, and BKB not far away from Enigma. Very curious to see what that timer on Roche is and whether or not Jabs has the time he needs to finish off that key item you were mentioning. There's no way to cancel the big black hole with a BKB up for him. He's getting closer and closer to it. And he's just such a nuisance. Yeah. Eidolon's, the ghost push, the phantom push, whatever it is, just shoving wave and Enigma hiding in the trees. And Secret paying it no mind though, playing top.
It just doesn't feel like, okay, they'll TP someone back now to like push the lane, but it's definitely not worth like trying to hunt the Enigma. I mean, they made it work once in the top lane, but that's because it was in the top lane in an area of the map they want to play in. If Secret don't want to come down bottom, but with multiple heroes when Roche is respawning soon, you kind of just have to let Jabs keep on solo pushing this lane because you're just wasting time. And there's a chance, hey, he's positioned on a ward, he pops your smoke, blinks away, and gets out. So if you send multiple heroes bottom and don't kill him, you're wasting so much time.
And there we have it. Puppey gets the Observer ward at long last, while Zayat's deep behind enemy lines, TP's back to rejoin his team.
And Enigma has BKB, so Fnatic are well set up for this next Roshan in a minute's time.
And Zhao buying the smoke. That's what's going to give them the edge. And Raven, sorry, Armel, he's got fnatic.armel.raven. So I look at the Queen of Pain, I was like, yeah, Raven. Nope, that's Armel. Yep. He's got a DD rune, but that will unfortunately likely expire before the Roshan fight really begins.
Wait, touch upon Rezo and his TI performances. Raven's been another guy who has gone beast mode at multiple TIs.
Puppey.
That's why Armel's paying respect to him, and they are looking to counterplay this one, and she'll buy a lot of time.
And Zayas with his BKB just rolling from one target to another. A nice tree volley there and a sonic wave, but Puppey's still alive. They've expended a lot while Zayat's ruptured and killed by this big Bloodseeker of Raven. 30 seconds for Roche as Secret, another BKB, this time from the Viper.
Jabs BKB.
Jabs with a blink, looking
He's
for the
looking
black
for
hole.
Sniper.
He was aiming for it, but he'll just have to black hole the Viper instead.
Yeah.
Kill off what remnants of Secret are left, and Rezo with a BKB TP does allow him to escape from the scenario But 10 seconds for Roche gives Fnatic a great opportunity here to secure this portion of the mid game.
I mean, Puppey just buys so much time staying alive, but ultimately, like, Secret just don't have the numbers or formation to win the fight, regardless of how much damage Puppey was soaking up there. They just weren't ready. Like, they had 3 heroes there, and, you know, I think Nisha does all he can. Like, he positions so far back because he knows this Enigma's looking for a BKB black hole. I think both Jabs as well as Nisha played that team fight pretty perfectly. Jabs is just waiting, looking for Sniper, and he catches a glimpse of where he is in the trees, like, blinks forward looking for him, but Nisha almost sees it coming and kind of counterplays it. But the end result is Sniper does 0 damage in the fight because he can't come near without getting black hole. So the threat of the black hole we kind of talk about is sometimes better than the black hole itself, and that is kind of how that fight went down. The black hole ended up not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah, you could see in the replay there, Januel gonna get pummeled down. But the fact that Jabs basically just put out Wraith Pact and hid on this dire side of the river in the mid lane for a good 20-30 seconds, just waiting. He could have had, 2-3-man black hole onto the Earth Spirit, Ench, Primal Beast, but he says nope. Like you said, just looking for the Sniper. That's his job.
Yep.
All top lane. Rezo looking for a move in onto DJ, but he's got the Ogre Seal Totem to flop back into the tree line. And Zayat is going to miss a couple of spells, but Rezo, he can't miss the Pulverize. Decent range on that initiation, and allows Nisha to open up, get the Tiny in his sights. Raven, Armel, they've jumped in onto Crystallis, forced the Viper to BKB early on. He tries to pop his one to survive, but a Sonic Wave comes in to allow Raven to clear through the Viper. And a beyond godlike Bloodseeker now, 11, 1, and 10 for Raven.
I love how after they just ignore Puppey, they're like, yeah, we hit him with Sonic Wave, but we ain't killing him. Like, this Ench is untouchable.
You may live, just please, go away.
But yeah, they trade cores. I mean, I say cores. Tiny kind of feels like a core, but he's not really a core. I think for Fnatic, they're the ones playing with Aegis, but they've got to be a little bit careful because Secret's making another smoke move. They're bringing Nisha in once again, knowing that some of these big ultimates are down. Raven, he's got Aegis here, but he's surrounded by 3 heroes.
Yeah, he blinked into the trees, but this lane ward about to expire has given Secret all the vision in the world to take the Aegis down. And Jabs, with no black hole for 20 seconds, has popped his BKB to try and live. Rezo chases Raven back. Jabs dies in the right-hand tree line, and the dive on the tower kills off Raven. Rezo solos him. 100-0 in a matter of seconds, and onslaughting back across to the Maiden. Find out Januel, and this time it's Secret to come in. Sweep through, get 3 massive kills.
Oh, they're just honestly so quick with that smoke. And catching Fnatic with this, like, tiny window. It was 10 seconds until Black Hole was coming back up. They knew Sonic Wave had been used mid as well. They knew Rupture was also on cooldown. So this very small window where Fnatic weren't ready to fight, didn't have ultis, and they catch them. They just go charging at a Bloodseeker with an Aegis, knowing that we can just kill him twice, force Fnatic to respond to it, and Enigma responding, like, without a Black Hole, they were just not afraid of that Enigma.
No fear whatsoever. And Rezo, he's an absolute beast. Tanking up tier 3. Kaya Sound's done, and a Blink Dagger. If he spots a hero, he's jumping on them. And this looks like a lane of barracks for Secret. Nisha from the low ground just plinking away at the melee. Could even go finish the range if they want to.
Zero interest in defending on the Fnatic side. Just the one lane of Rax at this stage of the game, something that they can deal pretty well with. But the big issue is, like, this Secret, we talked about some of the late game strength of their lineup with the sniper.
Rezo. He's forced the BKB. Sorry, that looked a little more interesting than it was in the end.
Yeah, we're going to see Fnatic just gear up to play some late game Dota here. The Jabs Enigma is the player to look for in all these fights with that Black Hole. And anytime they don't have Black Hole, I think if you're Fnatic, you're just like, I don't think you should be taking a fight.
You'll have to excuse the fake hype from time to time. I mean, with where this game's going, you see someone charging in, you expect kills.
no kidding.
22-28, we're 40 minutes in. A real back and forth between these two teams, and I'm struggling to get a read on the flow of this game. There's no net worth lead, no real kill lead. What do these mid-game team fights come down? Is it just Jabs with this Black Hole, or are there smaller things, smaller details to look for?
I think it's this, there's this little battle going on between Jabs and Nisha, where Nisha just has to play really far back and hide from the Enigma. And also Jabs has to hide, like, he can't afford to get caught by any of Secret's heroes. Like, if Urspirit finds the Enigma, yeah, he's got BKB and he's not going to be able to kill the Enigma, but it's all about stopping the blink. So if you just get on top of him, stop the blink, use an Urn charge on him to, make him BKB or something, all of a sudden Sniper can actually hit people. So it's this hiding game going on all around, for the most part, the Enigma. But then there's also these, there's other heroes. That's where, while all that's going on, you have heroes like Ench and Tiny who have become true carries as well.
The toss back, Puppey, the target again, but Rezo and Zayats, they've turned onto DJ. The initiation from Fnatic quickly turned on his head. And he's dead for a minute. That's quite some time now where Secret have the 5v4.
Yeah. Every time they go on Puppey, bad things happens, it feels like. Like, there's not really been a successful fight that started, like, they maybe won some fights where they went on Puppey, but it's not because they went on Puppey. Like, he always seems to be living, they throw some spells, and it's like they're just putting these spells on cooldown. Maybe they have baited Secret in and won the fight afterwards, but fights like that one, it's just like, well, he lived on 500 health. They weren't actually that close to killing the Ench.
He's frontlining again. Scanning up to the high ground, clearing some of this dire vision, which right now is severely lacking. The map is dark outside of creep waves for Fnatic. I don't see where Secret are lurking, and from the shadows, Secret are looking to strike down bottom. Januel with a Glimmer Cape. Looks like he's got the distance to blink TP from the tree line. Oh no, he didn't blink. He just tried the TP naked, and Rezo Zayats, they're straight in on top of her.
He thought he had a nice little hiding spot, but it's like a pretty common hiding spot. And Urspirit knew when he rolled to the right, he didn't find him, so he kind of knew the only way he could have gone is into those trees. So definitely a scenario where, like you say, should have blinked, but pays the price. Fnatic, only a CM kill, but does mean every time like a kill happens, it feels like they're giving up ground on the map, and Secret are just pushing forward, taking more farm, and taking control of key areas where Fnatic want to be farming.
Yeah, still a minute and a half for fast spawn on Roche, so if Secret can use this Dire Ancients high ground area to hold on to mid and bottom lane, kind of keep Fnatic back in their base, but more importantly, you're limiting the angles of attack. You don't want to be facing Fnatic in a choke point, as it looks like DJ, just a step too far forward, again, being found out by Zayats Earthspirit. I mean, what is he now, 22 out of the 25? Like 95% kill participation from this Earthspirit is bonkers.
That is very, very impressive. Whew.
Yeah, as long as Secret can play in, it feels like open ground. They want open water basically, a flat bit of land to team fight in. Fnatic much more opting for these choke point fights, try and find a bit of terrain on the map to play with this black hole.
They want and more just hiding spots in general. Like when you're in these open areas, it's a lot harder to find a good pathway to get initiation, but amazing neutral line for Jabs, Ninja Gear, so he can be smoked up for any single fight. It really puts a lot more pressure on someone like Zayats to kind of roll in and try and scout him out. So this is dream neutral item. It's kind of, I feel like Ninja Gear is this funny neutral item. Like Icebrook kind of, I don't know, thought of it as like a carry item, giving it plus 25 agi, but it never seems to be agi heroes using Ninja Gear.
And it kind of felt better when Agi gave move speed, and it was like, nice, I'm smoked, I've got move speed, but yeah. You're right, it's a bit of an odd one.
He's getting armor from it. That'll help versus the sniper, I guess.
Oh yes.
So
wonderful.
Maybe we'll say, hey, watch him live on like 100 health, all because of that armor.
Well, that's a quick Roche spawn. Dire scanning it. I don't know if it just flickered red there for a second as Nisha walked past. Fnatic gonna pay it no mind though and head down south. Again, they're not playing into vision here. It is all dark in that bottom jungle. And the first person they see is gonna be Crystallis. Januel walks into it, and Rezo is here with his BKB, not afraid to use it because he has Refresher Orb. An opportunity to launch a second attack, striking into the heart of Fnatic's aggressive line. Raven, half HP, but the black hole is there, catching out Earthspirit as Nisha was able to get the gap. He did not get the sniper. In comes the tree volley, though, from DJ, cancelled out as they stun and catch the Tiny. Raven and Armel, they lose the Bloodseeker and buyback on him. Tiny down, though, is Secret. They are keeping themselves alive and chasing the Queen of Pain. A quick little cyclone from the Stormcrafter buys the time for the blink from Armel. Oh, the pulverize. Rezo finds the stun. one to get Nisha the triple kill.
The Spell Prism, the 21-second cooldown Pulverize with a Refresher Orb as well, the third Pulverize of the fight. And a fight, again, comes down so much to can you catch this sniper in Black Hole, and Nisha's positioning was just out of range. He just stood his ground. They couldn't touch the sniper. They got on top of him with, like, Tiny and Bloodseeker, but Nisha with Satanic and all the items he's got, he gets Rupture. He's like, okay, I'm standing still. Like, this Rupture does nothing to me. We'll see it all again here, but yeah, what a fight for Secret. He'll be rewarded with a free Aegis. Just, I mean, it starts badly, losing the CM, and Rezo just having these free initiations, the Refresher Orb being such a key timing for him and Team Secret.
Finds a Haste Rune as well in the middle of the team fight. I see that jabs.
This sniper just never gets below half health.
Just stands his ground, the auto turret, whacking away at people. And now we have it, Aegis for Nisha, Cheese for Crystallis. And Fnatic, well, they spent a couple of buybacks for that. Raven probably the most important one. So losing out on his timing for that Lincoln Sphere. Delaying his item progression. The scarier thing is you're losing your buildings very quickly here. Puppey, he's tanking up on the front lines. High ground shove, Nisha in behind him. And Fnatic without Black Hole don't have a great way to make a jump here.
They need refresh on this Enigma. He's got the double Perseverance, still doesn't quite have it. He's ignoring buyback as you should. 40 seconds until Black Hole. I think you just give up lanes of Rax. You want double Black Hole for the fight. And for Jack, I feel like he needs to use his Ninja Gator to like smoke around from behind, even if he does so solo. And it's super risky. Like you run into heroes, you may just die in feed, but you're now down 4 Rax in this kind of desperation place. I think Jabs just needs to take some chances when it comes to trying to catch this sniper on the back lines.
Drastic measures needed. Yep. Especially if Nisha gets his hand on his DD rune that spawned down bottom. Zayat looks like he's going to scout it out in a sec. No, I don't see it. Secret opting to just keep on pushing out these waves. Keep Fnatic hemmed back in their base. I mean, Rezo now with Refresher Shard and Refresher Orb. Multiple BKBs. So many forms of initiation. He has been a nuisance this game.
Yep. It's a farmed up Primal Beast, level 27 as well, so Pulverized Piercing Magic Immunity just making his game even easier.
Man, everyone's buying Refresher Orbs. Bloodseeker's got one. You mentioned the Enigma, very close to his, can now buy the recipe.
All the nerfs in the world in this item still is the item that late game Dota has played around. You know, it's nice that the item isn't quite what it used to be and has that big mana cost and all that, but we'll see if these refreshers are going to be what takes Secret over the finish line with the Primal Beast, or if Enigma finds a way to get off these double black holes.
And just look at the chat wheels there, the pings, right? It's exactly what you've been talking about. DJ saying, hey, Earth Spirit's missing, look out for Syats, watch out for him. Secret thinking about the Enigma. Yeah, Enigma's missing, be careful.
And I just feel like seeing where Jabs is positioned now, like just sitting behind this tower smoked up, it's kind of like the predictable place to be. I mean, at the same time, Secret out pushing high ground, but I think when a fight's happening, he needs to be like looping around to the left, he needs to find some kind of entry pathway that's just a little bit unorthodox, because right now it just feels like everything he's doing is a bit too telegraphed.
Yeah, it kind of feels like with no buyback on Enigma or the Bloodseeker, that it's down to Armel to kind of blink in, you know, overzealously almost. Yeah. Play hyper aggressive, then use his buyback as that kind of dogpile mechanism where Secret have jumped the quap and open up a black hole opportunity for Jabs.
Yeah, I love that idea. I think that's baiting with buybacks is so crucial for late game Dota, and I think Armel, yeah, definitely the perfect hero to do it with. I guess Bloodseeker, once his buybacks back up, can kind of do the same, but Pop just feels like a more natural hero to kind of charge forward. I guess the big problem is you just get pulverized by this Primal Beast, and you don't really have the most reliable of saves against that.
Well, they caught a glimpse of Jabs, and DJ, the Tiny, he went straight on in towards Nisha, but he's just being annihilated. Has buyback on the Tiny, and he's going to have to spend it. This final lane of Barracks, Secret, they're chipping away at it. And a move has to be made. Armel makes the jump, gets back to high ground. They're trying to bait Secret a little bit deeper here before making the jump.
Fnatic just want to tick away at this Aegis. Killing the sniper twice, getting double black hole up is just so hard to do. So
There's the jump. Rezo, the black hole, Fnatic. Jabs has the engine, the sniper caught up, but the damage is lacking. Gets the refresher off. The second black hole comes. Jabs has caught them, but the freezing field, the damage on the sniper is good.
Still got Aegis.
The first life down, and Crystallis stands his ground.
And BKB.
Being hammered by this Bloodseeker, though, as Zayas back in with a Magnetize, clears through Raven. Armel very low on the HP, but they lost their Primal Beast. The Viper's dead. The high ground push has been halted. Fnatic quell the aggression from Secret, and Armel blinks back in onto the sniper. They've caught him with a frostbite. Puppey, what can he do to save his buddy? As Nisha with a BKB turns and hits them. The hits from the crit set of DJ's tree tosses. Good damage, but not enough. Nisha's sniper.
He just held his BKB.
Incredibly powerful. Comes back in for another round and volley of flurrying blows. Takes down the tiny Bloodseeker and Maiden and looks for the mega creeps now.
Yeah. Honestly, I spent that entire fight just watching what Nisha did, and he just single-handedly plays that team fight perfect. The fact they have to double black hole just to kill him once wins Secret the fight and the game. He comes back, blinks immediately away, and just repositions. Doesn't rush his BKB to get rid of Frostbite or anything, just positions and just keeps right-clicking. And there's no answer from Fnatic if they can't get on top of this sniper. He's just outranging everybody, and 4 dead, GG comes out. Nisha, the hero of this game, with a fantastic sniper performance.
Yeah, having so many lives. Aegis, Satanic, the backup from Puppey. Everything to save the sniper here as he keeps Fnatic in his reticle and takes them all down. Game 1 to Secret. Not a simple affair by any means, though, with lane swaps, aggression, all sorts of noise in that laning stage. It was an incredibly close-fought battle for the first, what, 30 minutes?
Yeah, this was a great game of Dota. This felt like TI caliber Dota. I think both teams overall played really well. Like, there weren't any kind of glaring mistakes. And just a treat to watch. So really, really amazing. Also just fun to kind of see, like, Puppey understanding that he can get more farm and knows how to use it to kind of be this, like, front lane tank. I think his Ench was also kind of instrumental this game, constantly being the perfect bait that Fnatic kind of went on and didn't quite kill, which is maybe, I think, the one big thing Fnatic did wrong this game was, like, a couple of times just going in with the Tiny on a certain hero that they don't end up killing. I think DJ, the one player on the Fnatic side, didn't actually have the best game. His initiations were not as crisp as we're used to seeing, and a couple of times it felt like either by his own choosing or the team's choosing, he went in and a fight started just in a very poor way.
Yeah, I mean, we complimented him in the first 20 minutes because he was involved in, 16 out of the 20 kills Fnatic had. Then it became much more difficult, like you mentioned. But I just love the end game cameras there. Puppey, waving his arms like, look what happens when I get a bit of farm, guys. I get a Dragon Lance, and all of a sudden we're winning games.
Yeah, fun game for being Edge. And yeah, Puppey, I think often you get that kind of game as a support where you get a crazy amount of farm and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to scale and I'm going to sit back and be a semi-sniper myself. But Puppey didn't try and dish out a ton of damage. He was happy to kind of frontline, be more of a tank. And yeah, he'd live and get to dish out damage afterwards, but understood how to position and play and set his team up to have a number of great team fights. You also have Rezo, you see in some of these highlights as well, where he's just constantly getting these good pulverizers off. The team fight that kind of really put Secret in a great position in the mid lane was when he first got that refresher, so just really good game all around from pretty much all of Secret.
Yeah, you've not mentioned Viper at all there, though.
There's a reason I said pretty much all.
I don't know, unsung hero is probably the wrong way to put it, but a very good recovery from Crystallis. It has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, he recovered, but they didn't draft for him to carry the game. It was not his job, and I'm not actually sure what his job was this game. It was just to be sacrificial, really, more than anything.
That was my next question. What was his role? Yeah.
Be as tanky as possible, so they had to throw more spells to kill him off. But yeah, he was frontlining, and it got to a point where Nisha was the guy doing the damage and carrying. Like I feel like I'm being too harsh on. I just don't think there's anything Viper can do this game. He gets given the worst lanes, and just has to spend his game playing recovery. You pick Viper to crush a lane, and when you have a bad lane, it's like, well, you just make the best of a crappy situation, and that's kind of what Crystallis did. He was, off the radar this game, but he has his games where he does show up. So I don't think you just look at this game and be like, oh, he's the weak link of Secret. There was a game in the LCQ where I remember Nisha had a terrible game, and Crystallis stepped up alongside Rezo, and they kind of carried Nisha. So
You know, he'll have his moments this TI, I'm sure, where he gets to show off.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it at the start of the draft. Chrysalis, you know, very often gets these sacrificial roles kind of thrown at him. I mean, I guess this game, he was like the Matador, right? If Fnatic with that raging bull charging around, he was the one with the bit of red fabric, waving it in front of them, like, look at me, I'm the target you want to go for. Ignore my sniper, ignore my primal beast. Come and kill me 8 times instead. And then, no surprises, Nisha, the MVP of game 1, 11-4 and 14, and a spectacular time. And he crushed his lane. Even 4 minutes in, it felt like he was going to have a spectacular performance no matter what happened.
Yeah. And I think the most impressive thing he did this game was just the positioning against Enigma. He didn't get caught in a single black hole until the very end when he had Aegis. And then it almost felt like by design, he's like, okay, I'll let him catch me because he's going to have to use double black hole to kill me. He doesn't have the follow-up damage. The way Rezo played that last team fight was that he was front-lining, so Enigma alone couldn't kill him off. So just amazing positioning from Nisha.
Yeah, gorgeous stuff indeed. Team Secret taking game 1 in this best of 2. First one of the day, and lots more Dota in front of us, so we'll have a quick break and return with game number 2.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
We're ready to go again. Game 2 here coming up between Team Secret and Fnatic. And game 1, I mean, no holds barred, all out aggression, lane swaps, supports getting farm into big black holes towards the end, but Secret coming out on top with their Nisha sniper. What do we expect in game 2, Gods?
Hopefully more of the same. That was honestly an amazing game of Dota to watch. Both teams, particularly Fnatic in the early game, crushed it. And then Secret did a great job kind of clawing their way back in, putting together some really nice team fights around the vision Puppy's Ench was giving, as well as Zayas' Earth Spirits making all these plays. So I want to see another super kill-heavy game, because that's what Fnatic kind of delivered in this game 1.
Yeah, it was real great to watch. You know, this DJ Tiny roaming around, Zayas with his position for Earth Spirit, just causing all kinds of chaos, initiating every team fight pretty much to perfection. But we've got a new draft unfolding before us here in game 2 as we get into these initial picks and bans. Any respect you'd like to throw out there as a first phase ban, changing things up from game 1?
I don't think so. I think Secret showed they had good ways of dealing with Enigma. I feel like the Enigma was kind of neutered this game a bit by what Secret picked, how they played. And if anything, you know, Fnatic maybe want to veer away from it. I think for Fnatic, maybe the Ench is the only consideration. Puppy's Ench is just something they're going to be very confident first phasing. It's either Ench or Silencer, I guess, that he's going to be playing. So maybe it's like pick your poison, or you just leave both in because he's going to get one of them either way. And
yeah, because
yeah,
better respect that. I mean, for this Enigma point, we've seen a few heroes, right? Gyrocopter comes to mind as like a hero pick counter for the lane. We've seen these Enchantresses, Chens, even like Alchemist. You know, Liquid were toying with that idea as a way to deal with Eidolons. But is maybe more of a key concept here, putting your carry mid, because Chrysalis was the sacrifice. He didn't really care that Eidolons were denying experience from him. He was not the position 1. Is that the fact of the matter, that Secret, their answer to Enigma is just to put their position 1 in the mid lane?
Yeah, it might be. I wonder if that's what they did before, because I remember they had a Chrysalis Viper game in the past, which they won, and it kind of makes a lot of sense, because Enigma's just really good at slowing down enemy carries and slowing down their timings with all the denies, not to mention once you get like your level 7, you're pushing towers and forcing the carry out of the lane. So I think it's, with good reason that Secret leave Enigma in the pool again. They feel like they can just consistently beat this hero. They played against it all throughout the last chance qualifiers. I feel like teams are just kind of overrating Enigma. It's definitely a good hero, but I don't think it's maybe a just straight up first pick hero.
Yeah, maybe not anymore. Because, yeah, they did it against Beast Coast as well, where Beast Coast had Enigma, and Nisha did go that sniper in the mid lane, and they gave Chrysalis a Slardar and Resolution a Leshrac. So it looks like something they're toying with there is to kind of shift out their lane attribution or their roles for their players. So Primal Beast, Nyx, Batrider, and Marcy, the first 4 bans, and a bit of contemplation time now. Fnatic dipping into this reserve time, and this is one of those things, right? It's like, do we trust the Enigma still, or do we want to go back for like, an Undying or something along those lines? I have trust.
I trust it. We'll see which direction Secret go. Maybe they veer off to the Silencer, but based on last game, they just weren't afraid of Black Hole, even with no way to cancel it. It felt like there were a few Black Holes, mostly on like 1 or 2 heroes that were decent, but I don't think they were like team fight deciding necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, is this legit where you open Sniper Earth Spirit or something? Like, is that what Team Secret want to do? Enchantress to start, so that's a tool they used in the previous game.
Could be Ench Spirit maybe, since they may expect Earth Spirit to get banned out, or you get the Ench plus last game was Primal Beast, so not sure. Like, the flex heroes feel nice in the first phase when you have second pick. It's kind of it's being second pick is hard. Like, this opening 2 picks, you can't pick anything that gets easily countered because you don't get to protect it. So it's almost always like support plus flex, double support, or just like support plus offlaner is usually what you see out of second pick teams.
I guess one of those big flex heroes is still the Shadow Fiend that's out there as well, right? For mid or safe lane. Decent against the Enigma, and both Nisha and Crystallis can play it.
Absolutely. I think SF is very warranted as a pick here. If they don't, maybe Fnatic grabs it. Maybe they're worried about picking SF and then Fnatic get the Morphling, which has looked at least solid against, I think, the SF. It kind of forces SF to go Magic build. And instead they go Leshrac. Okay.
Okay, so that was the position 3 they used for Rezo in one of these previous games, so not a big shift away, and again, it's that flex. You know, give it to Nisha, give it to Crystallis across all 3 core roles. He can be slotted in nicely.
Yeah, coming today, we mentioned earlier, the most picked hero so far of this group stage, and I mean, it's the flex hero of the first phase that they can get. It also, maybe they feel like it's just like a nice tempo, fast-paced hero to pair with Ench. It deters, to me, the Morphling pick a bit. SF, you still can go for, but I think SF also maybe takes a little bit longer to come online, particularly if it's like a safe lane right-click SF. It doesn't you have to get often like your Mask of Madness, your Dragonlance, your BKB before you're ready to go, so you're not really defending towers early on. Neither's Enigma, so it does feel like Ench plus Lesh is a good kind of foundation to really play a fast-paced game. And yeah, Fnatic, I think you almost had to go a different direction because you're worried about all the early pressure Secret can put on you.
Yeah, if you're relying on this big, long cooldown of the Black Hole, always nice to have something a little shorter there to actually start your team fights with that Rolling Thunder. Is there flexibility with Pango here? You know, in the past we've seen a bit of pos 4, but it's mainly the 2 and 3 role, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Be surprised if they did anything else.
So does that lock in Enigma as 3 and Pango as 2, or do we have the chance of like Enigma 4?
I mean, it's DJ, so it's always a possibility, but I just feels like Enigma's, when it comes to the standard meta, it's pretty locked into being 3 position with Pango mid. I feel like that's the most likely. I mean, at the same time, I think actually, if anything, Enigma's locked into 3 for me, and then Pango flexes between either 4 position or mid.
Okay.
But who knows? 4 position Pango pretty weak, but that's where Enigma comes in. You just kind of, deny creeps and pull the lane back and just play very passively in that off lane.
Yeah, we'll see where they head. Team Secret opting to start banning some of these 4 heroes. The Tiny, followed by the Shadow Fiend. Still leaving a lot of the Zayat heroes in there, though. I feel like Fnatic could give a shout out to his Earth Spirit, give him respect. They've already taken out the Nyx. If you get rid of Earth Spirit, I guess there's still Tusk in the pool. That's one of the difficulties with banning. It's like, okay, I ban his signature hero, but he's still got this pool of 3 or 4 that he's very good on still. Like the 4 pool is pretty deep compared to the 5 pool nowadays, it feels like.
Yeah. It's hard to ban out a lot of these 4 players. I mean, some have like a preferred couple of heroes. So you maybe can ban out their best ones, which is kind of what Fnatic's doing with the Nyx ban, because I don't think you're banning against Nyx against a lot of teams. But if you start thinking of banning Earth Spirits and stuff, you're just like, well, is Earth Spirit really worth a ban?
Yeah.
He's still going to get his hands on like a Tusk or Clockwork or something.
Yeah, Clock was the other one. Yeah, you're right. I'm wondering here about a Rubik for Secret. A little scared of like Rubik enters your support duo, but when I see Enigma Pango, I'm just like, oh, dream Rubik game. I guess that also depends on what your offlaner is. Rubik Lesh doesn't seem particularly bad, but I think you'd prefer a Rubik plus a strength core.
Yeah. There's pros and cons. Like I think the Rubik and the Pango Enigma, obviously for the spell steal, you've got Black Hole, you've got Rolling Thunder, but like we had a game where I think a team first phased Rubik plus Ench against Enigma, and it just lost horribly because they're not picking Enigma just for Black Hole. If anything, you're picking it for a number of other reasons. So you got to be careful, I think, going too hard into the let's counter Enigma train. Right now, they don't really have any good frontliner, and picking like a melee support kind of looks like it could fit a bit nicer for Secret, but it is a great Rubik game.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it's time to start showing.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Secret with this 3rd pick. They ban out the Clockwork leading into it. So Earth Spirit yet again.
makes sense. Just stick with what's worked, and I think Secret just seemed to play best around Zayats being on these kind of more run-in, give vision, start fights off. Like, I think Earth Spirit just plays very similar to the Nyx Assassin. And the Nyx Assassin is what kind of carried them through the last chance qualifiers. So they're going to stick with that kind of approach. They've got great follow-up for the Earth Spirit with the Leshrac already. So I think for Fnatic, probably saw this one coming, but just felt like, let's give it to them. We know what Earth Spirit does. We can kind of play and draft around it.
Yeah, he's the one setting the tempo. Undying for Fnatic now, so I do come back for that position 5. Still need to see what his lane partner is going to be and how Fnatic actually move these heroes into the roles that they need.
And you can see why they were happy to leave Earth Spirit in the pool, because they knew Undying was still there, and they're just like, okay, they get Earth Spirit, we've got this pretty free safe lane now. Undying is going to secure the lane for almost any carry when you've got a counter to an Earth Spirit. And Fnatic's approach this game is kind of different to the last. It basically, last game was like, let's play fast, let's go for all these kills, play tempo Dota. This time around, it's, let's play late game. Let's get a TP. Let's guarantee that we do not get outscaled by some hero. Last game was the Sniper. There's not really anything that's going to outscale a TB. There's stuff that can kind of go toe-to-toe with it in the late game, but there's nothing where it's like, oh, you lose late game with TB.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty good Naga game so far. One of the heroes that we have seen utilized against TB, against Enigma and Undying. You've got this song to kind of reset around a Black Hole or a Rolling Thunder or a Tombstone, where you can focus them down in that magic immunity. And the map control you can get from, Naga DP, Naga Lesh, similar kind of things here, where Lesh, Enchantress, Earth Spirit can play aggressively and look for early towers, and then Naga starts cutting, making that map smaller for your opponents.
It's a great hero to reset fights against Undying Enigma too, but I think the thing is, it's not really a secret hero, I guess. If this was like an OG or something, they'd be picking Naga, but I don't think I've seen Secret play the hero, and just often, as we've talked about, they're not putting Chrysalis on like the true carry, so putting Naga kind of veers off a different direction. They still may pick it, but this to me says we're going to prioritize countering this TB. Like, you pick Naga here, Zeus maybe gets banned because Lesh is likely going to be Rezo's offlane hero. Lesh already deals pretty well with TB, but a Lesh plus Zeus, good luck, TB.
Buy a hood or something, man.
Yeah, Raven's looking at this like, man, what is this hate?
I mean, is there anything they can do to like cover him here and protect him? Is there like I don't know, position 4 that they can grab that has enough heals, like a Chen? Or I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think you want it. I think you were looking more for classic DJ heroes, but at the same time, maybe it's a position 4 Pengo, and you pick up a mid now and say, okay, we see this Zeus mid, let's get something for Armel where he can like maybe crush the lane and also get on top of the Zeus and give you want to give Zeus a hard time. Much like the Sniper, Zeus is a very similar hero, just instead of right clicks, it's spells. You want to sit back, not get caught, position so that you can just dish out the most damage possible. And again, Secret have kind of put Nisha on this positioning based hero that's meant to kind of carry the game.
Yeah, Kunkka, such a good ban there. Exceptional laning stage against the Zeus. Having that drag back as well allows you to target him quite nicely. As Fnatic start banning out these Chrysalis heroes. And the Faithless Void, good pairing with Lesh and Zeus. Those big damage heroes can pump things into the Chrono. And Razor as well, the stock standard, really.
Yeah, I think as far as mid laners here, if that's what Fnatic want, they're looking at heroes that get on top of Zeus, or a Kunkka type pick forces him to maybe go BKB, which is a win in itself. It means he's not getting a damage item, so we'll see what that may be. Some of the spirits could still be effective, like an Ember type hero. Puck gets banned out. Yeah, Secret are expecting a 4-position Pengo, or maybe even 4-position Enigma with 3 Pengo. After the last game, maybe DJ's saying, okay, it's my turn to play Enigma.
Yeah, let's show everyone how it's done. Oh, this last pick. Fnatic going blind into it, so they don't know what Team Secret's carry is going to be.
Yeah, with Secret,
and there's also the chance there's Lesh Pos 1 as well, right?
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking and going to mention too. You don't really know. They've had Chrysalis play a variety of kind of selfless heroes that don't need to scale. So if they see a hero for Rezo, they could go that direction. Oh, okay. So it is going to be the mid Pengo. They decide, Secret were expecting a mid pick to come out last, the Puck Kunkka bans, but then they just pick up Tusk, which I don't think is a mid Tusk. It has been played before in the mid lane by Fnatic as well, but I don't think so.
Yeah, probably the Pango mid. 3 Enigma, 1 TB.
Yep.
The DJ Tusk.
He's probably going to want to redeem himself after last game. He had a great start, but then couldn't quite make the same caliber of plays later on in the game. And Tusk is very much comfort zone for him. I mean, he's been around long enough. I feel like he's got so many comfort heroes, but
yeah,
Tusk is up there.
So if you've got answers for TB here, do you still want answers for like the Rolling Thunder and the BKB Black Hole? Is there a hero that you want that pierces Magic Immunity, or is there a grander scheme here for Team Secret for this last pick?
Well, they're going to go Morphling, so I feel like you want something that scales when you see this Enigma TB draft. Like you want to at least have some way to match, because you've got Leshrac, you can push the tempo a bit, but it's just unreliable to say we're going to go all in and take all these early towers. So they put themselves in a position where picking carries against Enigma still works fine. Like you've got a pretty free lane versus Enigma. Like you get some farm denied, but you're pretty much in for a good time when you're playing into Enigma. This is just not a hero that generally has much kill threat.
I mean, can we go back to Januel's camera? Because I don't feel like I've thought this very often, but the mustache and mullet, it really works for him. I don't think that suits many people, but my goodness, he is a handsome fella. Look at that.
He's the SCA fans. The mullet gives him power. Is in the talk throughout the year. We've had many interviews with him throughout SCA DPC, and the mullet's there to stay. He's
good.
He rocks it.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, here we are, game 2. Fnatic up against Team Secret. The Terrorblade feels like it's been hard counted, honestly. Rezo, Nisha, this Lash, and Zeus. Even the Aghanim's potential from the Morphling, able to turn into that TB, steal his attack speed and his stats. Pretty damn good, but Fnatic have a lot of team fight here, a lot of control, which maybe Secret could struggle with. Through this Pango, Enigma, Tusk, lots of ways to jump and catch in those back lines.
Yeah. And that's really the key of this game, is catching and jumping those back lines. This time around, it's going to be Armel playing the mid lane Pango, as well as DJ on the Tusk. These are the heroes that need to address and keep the Zeus away from the TB. I'm curious to see how kind of greedy Fnatic want to play this one. They can kind of use the TB kind of more in the mid game and try and build this team fight and play around like the early Wraith Pact. Because as you mentioned, their team fight is pretty damn scary. Tombstone, Black Hole, Wraith Pact, TB meta, like they can fight with TB hitting like a fast BKB. And I don't think Morphling's going to be ready to kind of join engagements as early as the TB is.
Yeah, needs a little more ramp up time to get his items going. Might see an early Roshan here from Fnatic if they can get some of those early team fights for themselves. Really got to consider these early catapult timings as well, because you've got Enigma TB able to push towers, but equally Team Secret with his Lesh Enchantress, if they dive a tower with an Earth Spirit, find a kill, they could very quickly, with Diabolic Edict and just an Ench creep, kill off the tier 1 mid with a catapult wave, move into that enemy safe lane, and get these early objectives to make the map smaller for Enigma TB, who can be pretty greedy in terms of farm.
30 seconds to battle.
They need a lot of that jungle and space to themselves.
Absolutely.
And DJ?
And we'll see how early this TB gets pushed out of lane. Playing against a Lesh plus Earth Spirit lane does feel pretty tricky for TB. The Undying, definitely good at securing this lane, but have to be very careful and make sure that you get a lot of value around the early Metamorphosis usage.
Well, Zayat walks up into that Undying TB and gets bullied away. Yeah, absolutely curious to see what Januel decides to skill up here, because he's gone boots level 1, maybe expecting some lane dragging. Definitely wants to create a gap between himself and the Earth Spirit Lash when he gets gone on. But maybe even like a 2-2-0 build here from the Undying. Just have more heals, have more sustain, not focus on Tombstone until the laning phase really breaks down.
Yeah. Instantly just going into the Decay, of course, and his job is going to be trying to make Raven's life as easy as possible. Rezo getting Decay spammed and harassed right off the bat.
Yeah, both of the magic sticks already prepared for this, knowing that Reflection is going to come out at the same time. As we take a peek across all 3 lanes, Nisha and Armel keeping our eyes on that one. The battle between the Zeus and the Pango. already both pretty low on HP and burning through tangos quickly, trying to rush into their bottles. Just continually clicking away at each other. And up in that top lane, DJ blocking small camp and having a battle with Puppey.
Yeah, tough battle for DJ. Luckily gets the uphill miss there. Level 1 impetus still hurts, and DJ with the boots is trying to just avoid Puppey as much as possible. Down bottom, Rezo getting so low here. This is just level 1 TP with reflection, and
Januel, he dives and kills off the Lash. Great body blocks from Zayat, but Fnatic with the first blood. That's the boots on Undying, paying off big time.
Yep. Got his win late, spent his money, has a couple mangoes to come back to lane, and all while that's going on, TB's just hitting creeps, so you feel great about that. You're kind of distracting both heroes while getting a kill, and your TB gets free farm.
Yeah, wonderfully done. Ah, man, every time I peek in mid, they're both like 200 HP, and I'm expecting someone to die. The bottles will arrive now, so they'll have a quick sip, closing in on those water runes, so they'll be fine.
Hormel started the lane just like running at the Zeus, but back down bottom, they've got Metamorphosis now.
And
they're to get more kills.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, he does go for Tombstone level 2, and that's unlocked the kill threat here with the zombies. Chasing Lash and that Earth Spirit. So it's going to be Zayat left to lap up the experience from this wave, crashing onto his tier 1.
DJ in trouble top.
DJ?
Okay.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Does survive. But yeah, already a bit of tier 1 tower damage done bottom lane. Not something you usually see. And Rezo, no TP. So the long walk back down to the bottom lane. It's a struggle for him with 2 deaths already to his name.
I think Fnatic is showing such familiarity with this TB Undying lane. I mean, they've been playing Raven TB has been a classic all year long, and Zhao and his Undying is something he is also very comfortable on. And the laning prowess is just what's winning them this bottom lane right now.
Yeah, like Secret have this ward in the lane behind tier 1, looking for courier snipes, looking for pulls, but there's been no pulls. There have been no opportunities to go for courier snipes because of how forward Fnatic are playing in this lane. Incredible stuff so far. Looks like a bit of calm now, though. Rezo's going to be kind of soft dragging wave back towards range creeps, trying to get a pull with Zayat. Blocked up as top. Puppey dead to the tag team of DJ. Crystallis has waveform and adaptive strike. Struggling against the Eidolons, though. A lot of damage from jabs. Gonna force him back.
Yeah, usually Enigma lanes not really kill lanes, but already earn charges for the Enigma. Daniel does a good job sidestepping that rolling boulder, and again, they've just got this lane set up where TB's just freely hitting and farming all these creeps, and all Secret can do is try and avoid fighting into them, go for these side pulls, but every time they try and get this pull off, Januel's there to kind of prevent it.
Yeah, he's everywhere. And you do have Puppey going mid to refill the bottle of Nisha. Body blocking Armel as he tries to retreat away. He is straight up dead. They were even thinking about TPing a +1 for Secret. Didn't need it in the end.
Yeah, gets the help, and this is the key thing with some of these mid lanes where both of them just seem to constantly be like trading blows and harassing. Any kind of support rotation to secure a rune, deny a rune, or refill a bottle just makes such a big impact when they're playing the mid lane as if it's a pure 1v1.
Yeah, and again, it's that emphasis on Nisha, giving him the best time you can in this laning stage. He's the big impact hero here, especially if you can crack level 6 early. But again, it's this play bottom. Raven and Januel trying to dive the Lash, but turning quickly in onto Zayat as DJ slays Puppey elsewhere on the map. 2 supports down on the side of Secret, and Fnatic are again on this tier 1 tower, whacking away at buildings 5 minutes in.
Yeah, early Metamorphosis being used and actually getting building damage is pretty unheard of these days. Usually you're not pushing your safe lane, your carry's tower. This is like 5 years ago something you would do, but they're bringing it back. Fnatic just having such a good time that they actually get to push a tier 1 early.
Yeah, Lash with 12 last hits. They're trying to drag wave back, but half HP on that tower already.
Yeah, not being quite the game Rezo would have hoped for, but still across the board, not a disastrous laning stage for Secret outside of this bottom lane. Zeus coming out on top of the mid lane with the help of that kill, and Crystal is doing good on his Morphling up top. Not quite as well as the TB, but his lane, despite the Puppey deaths, has been pretty uncontested.
Puppey just trying impetus, steal attempt on that creep from Crystallis. It's definitely curious to see how much emphasis they do put on this Morphling in terms of farm priority. As we've been saying, Crystal is taking the back seat in a lot of these games as a sacrifice. But he is the hard carry this time around. Needs the space to be created by Nisha and Resolution. Well, Armel getting his Rolling Thunder cancelled out the first time will actually land a few stuns in onto this Earth Spirit. And bringing Janwell and DJ mid. Maybe considering the go on Nisha there, but it looks like Armel is just going to fall back on the bounty rune.
Just feels like one of these plays you often see now. 6 minutes in, supports rotate, deny the rune from the enemy mid laner, but then die in the process. But it almost feels like an okay trade. Or at least teams have shown that they feel like it's an acceptable trade. He gets to respawn, and then he TP's mid and refills Nisha's bottle. So, there's still value being made by Zayats despite dying there.
And making sure that DD doesn't go in the hands of the Pango. It can absolutely cause issues. A bit of breathing room for Rezo now at long last. There's no meta, there's no one dying on him, but the swarm is coming. Janwell and DJ, they're arriving again in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and Raven's been still free farming. Both carries having very free lanes here.
Yeah, Nisha.
Get these kills. Snowball in.
And go straight forward with a Tombstone Snowball. Tag team from DJ. Raven doesn't want to get too deep though, so Janwell and DJ, they force a massive TP from Secret, but they're going to have to try and escape now. Lose the Undying. A tier 1 falls. A pretty big victory there from Fnatic, forcing so many to rotate and still getting the objective.
Yeah, they're going to feel fine about that. Just losing your 5 position, everybody else gets out, and your TP's instantly into the jungle to farm. Armel wasn't doing much pressure on the mid lane. He'd actually had to do a trip back to base, but yeah, I don't think Fnatic have any issues with how that went. Jabs is having a bit of a tough time. Can't really lane against this Morphling anymore. He was back in the jungle farming Ancients, but ultimately he's still making sure he finds a way to get some good early farm.
Well, they were really considering that jump on Nisha. DJ did trap him in the shards, but opting not to go for it this time. A mild 1-2k lead here for Fnatic. 8 minutes in. Good introduction to game 2.
Arcane Rune, unfortunately for Fnatic, spawns bottom. Armel was headed top, so instead of going back to the mid lane, Armel is making a move onto the Morphling up top. Have they got the Spirit Vessel? It's not there, but they've got a black hole from the trees.
Just catch him out before he can shift. Chrysalis, Fairy Fire, popped, waveforms off, but the Snowball tag team. It's here from DJ. Good strength, adaptive strike to push him back in the side steps. Pirouetting like a ballerina around Armel, but it's enough damage from Fnatic to take the Morphling down in the end.
Yeah, just willing to... I mean, they get a decent chunk of damage off before the morph strength starts, so once he starts morphing, it feels like it's almost too little too late to save his life, and the response from Secret is going to be going for a smoke play here. They've got Arcane Rune Zeus. This is a lot of damage that Nisha can dish out if they catch anybody, but it does seem like Fnatic are wary. They've already vacated this top lane.
Quick evacuation. We've not seen a Thunder God's Wrath yet, I don't think. Very useful ability here to scout people out and get that damage going early on. Nisha just going to get a D-ward in the mid lane, though. Keep farming away. So no real play comes out of that smoke from Secret. And it looks like their ward does get scouted as well, as Zayats was spotted going into that bottom jungle. This is all free time for Raven. Doesn't feel too comfortable bottom anymore. He comes up top. He's got level 3 Meta, level 3 Conjure Image. So a push on this tier 1 with the help of the Enigma. A good move for them, as they can actually collapse top with the rest of Fnatic. Armel and DJ, they're mid currently, but not too far away to go and start a fight there.
Feels like these two heroes alone, unless Secret bring numbers, should be enough to get this early tower. Even committing the Metamorphosis, so Fnatic making their intentions pretty clear that they want to use this TB to push the tempo, not play greedy Dota.
Well, they smoke to top, then move back to mid. Tag team with a Swashbuckle is good onto Puppey, but again, they've targeted this Enchantress, not got the kill. Losing DJ in the process, and Armel having to spend the Rolling Thunder and a few Swashbuckles just to get away. Secret. Oh, they bring all 5. Everyone's here to make sure the Puppey stays alive and even transfer this into a tier 1 push.
Yeah. It's kind of similar to bottom, though, where it feels like maybe a bit of an overcommitment. And if they get this tier 1 mid tower, it's going to feel well worth it, but 5 heroes just to make that play happen.
Well, the tombstone's dropped onto tower, but they're aiming. Mel has the swash to turn onto Zayas, Janwell, and DJ. Blow up resolution under this tower. Secret just didn't have enough to combat the tombstone. And Fnatic's response, TB didn't even come to get involved. He pushed out top tier 1, keeps on farming. And Fnatic with a firm grasp on this game, they're going to swing back into the mid lane and look for a tier 1 of their own.
Yeah, amazing fight for them. I mean, Secret, I think, take the right approach, which is like, okay, we brought 5 here, we've got to get this T1 tower, but they just kind of dove and overcommitted a bit too hard, and once you overcommit against an Undying and you get the tombstone down, things go really badly for you. Armel, the hero they really wanted to kill there on the Pengo, but he gets away with the swashbuckle on like 100 health, and at that point, Secret have just overcommitted and bit off more than they can chew.
And they're going to have another crack at Puppy.
With the Vessel?
Oh yeah, they've got the Vessel, you're right. That's enough. That's the tipping point. But they do trade DJ again.
It's smart. I think this is a big item for Jabs to get. And, you know, Touchpoint, you're not usually drafting the Enigma so much for the Black Hole and going Vessel. He likely still goes for the Wraith pack. We'll have to see. Unless he wants to prioritize Blink BKB. But this is an item which is just going to be really nice against the Morphling, the Ench, and just make all these Secret heroes just a little bit more killable in the early game.
Zayas finds the roll. Pango has Swashbuckle, though, and a Rolling Thunder gives him that immunity against the Magnetize. DJ also arriving, but he won't quite get the catch onto Zayas. The roll was well timed to get to low ground again.
I feel like pro players have gotten so good at dodging Rolling Thunder. We saw it top lane earlier with the Morphling, and we see it there with the Earth Spirit. All these Pengos get made to look a little bit silly at times when their Rolling Thunder gets dodged, but players are just so good.
Zayas is really trying to make life a little bit painful here for Armel. Every time he sees the Pango, he's rolling on him, no matter how many teammates he's got behind this Earth Spirit. The Pango, level 4 Swash, got himself a Lance of Pursuit, and he's only 1,000 gold away from that Diffusal Blade now, so I'm looking for that big key item. They're still going to smoke up with Raven, DJ, Janwell, heading into enemy Ancients.
This mid tower dropped pretty fast. Ench Creep does a decent amount of damage here, so this smoke needs to come soon.
They're going to try and launch in from the back. They see the Zeus, the Snowball. DJ can't catch up to him. He's got the Tumbler's Toy to make a bit of a gap, so they turn instead onto Puppy. Zayas rolling away, and the Tombstone, it's there and stolen by Crystalis. 2 tombs on the ground, but Fnatic have killed off the 2 of them. Zeus, in the end, did get tracked back by DJ. Was that just a solo kill from the Tusk on him? He's going to die to the Lesh, but no.
He may not die.
Snowball save buys the time he needs. Rezo trying to push himself to high ground. The Snowball to the creeps, but the Lightning Storm is there. Armel still able to crash in with the Rolling Thunder. Now he's up to high ground with a nice play on the ledge, but Armel has the Swash to close the gap again.
DJ,
how did that Zeus die?
He just got solo killed by Tusk. Like, phase boots, tag team. He got on top of him and just kept right-clicking. The fight not over. Here's Zayas once Armel, but then, TP out, not in time. Zeus with the ulti, the Thunder God to finish him off. Gets a little bit of revenge, but yeah, Tusk solo killing a Zeus. I mean, that's the weak side. I mean, Zeus is sub 1,000 health, just has gone for this Kaya build, so anytime you get on top of him, he does melt. We'll see the team fight again here, but yeah, off to the side. You can see there on the minimap, it's literally just a solo Tusk killing Zeus.
Yeah, I thought when the Snowball didn't land and Zeus got off the Heavenly Jump, it's like, oh yeah, Nisha's fine. Absolutely not. Everyone else from Fnatic turned to fight around Tombstone, and DJ just eyes set on the prize. Made sure the Zeus dies in the end. Still a very close game, though. You know, you've got the fear of the Morphling getting towards his Manta, maybe the Ags a little bit later on. And it looks like Fnatic there. We were wondering about Jabs' next item. You mentioned the Wraith Pact. You know, we had the possibility of BKB Blink, but he's got a Hand of Midas.
That was not on my bingo card, but...
No?
So yeah, he's, I guess, going for some late game assurance. Maybe felt like last game he couldn't farm some of those, you know, BKB Blink refreshers at a decent pace, so might also give him a lot of also experience growth, something that's kind of an underrated aspect of the item, but yeah, that's just not what I expected.
Yeah, it's nice, you know, you really praised all that ghost pushing from the Eidolons, but I guess if Enigma's not near enough by to get the experience, you need something to keep yourself in the running. Fnatic right now playing under the vision in that enemy jungle. Januel has a great spot here to launch himself forward in towards Zayat, but a roll away again, gonna give him the distance. Angling towards Rezo, but a little bit scary playing into enemy tier 2 at this point. They force Secret away, and it looks like they're gonna try and get into Roche instead.
They dropped the tombstone, so they're pretty committed to this one. Secret already used the scan on the Roshan pit. They know Fnatic has the capabilities to go for this one, and they're trying to pressure it. Swashbuckle with Diffusal Blade does a lot of damage now, so even just casual harass from Armel is going to keep Secret at bay and maybe even just prevent them from contesting this.
And you said it in the draft, this is that kind of moment, 16 minutes in, where Morphling isn't ready yet. Whereas Fnatic, with this meta, with this tombstone, and the Golem giving amplified damage, get the Aegis over onto Raven. Pivoting up towards high ground, they see Puppey. They'll get the shards block on him. Walrus Punch, DJ, a bit of a delayed animation, but they'll shred through the Enchantress. Move on to Rezo now as well. And Secret getting caught a little bit with their pants down. Not expecting that hyper-aggression from Fnatic straight after Roche falling.
Yeah, Rezo, he doesn't have an escape like an Earth Spirit there. He just needs to be... If you're not contesting Roche, which I think pretty clearly they're not. You've got Morphling elsewhere just trying to farm and come online. Someone like Leshrac just needs to be vacating the premises and giving up that part of the map to Fnatic, who want to go for this tier 2 tower, but here comes Secret. They want to fight this.
Zayat rolls in, gets the jump straight onto Raven. Sunder's back, and he's taking a lot of magic damage, though, from Magnetize and the Zeus Zaps, but Zayat has gone a step too far. Blown up by the Walrus Punch there. Tower defended and held by Secret, but they needed everyone to come, and they needed Zayat's life as a sacrifice.
Just all the sustain from Fnatic, even without the Soul Rip. They've got a mech on Undying. They've had the Seeds of Serenity for some extra heal on the ground. And just so hard for Secret to finish off some of those kills. They do keep the tier 2 top tower alive, but it's not going to feel particularly good about it, I don't think.
How hard do you think this game's going to start snowballing for Fnatic with this Aegis?
I think pretty hard. Like, the way they're itemizing and playing, it's very early mid-game centric. Like, Pengo going for the fast Diffusal. Undying's now got a hood almost. We could see a fast pipe from him, for example. And just TB hitting Manta style now is going to be a pretty strong pushing presence. Next meta is kind of, to me at least, tier 2 top, maybe even tier 2 bottom during this Aegis timer. Sorry, tier 2 mid, not bottom, but yeah.
Yeah, so is this now down to Secret kind of looking for smoke ganks and pickoffs? Because again, it doesn't feel like they've got the 5v5, you know, two teams clashing head-on, big teamfight ultis they need.
Yeah, I think a big part of Secret's game plan is going to be delaying. Like last game, they had the sniper. This time around, it's Zeus plus Morphling. They're hoping the Morphling can outcarry the TB, particularly with the Ag Scepter build, where you get to steal, you know, his stats and whatnot. And if they can get to that point in the late game and just turtle it up, defend high ground, which is something that, you know, Zeus should be very good at, this game can swing back their way. But they're going to give up a lot of farm to Fnatic in order to do that.
Man, they're going to need, what, another 5 minutes, maybe more, for this Morphling to get Ags, but
what
DJ...
a stun from Rezo.
Yeah, getting stunned up by the Leshrac. Centaur was there as well to help out. And Zayat, he's gone aggressive, looking for this Pango, but the Rolling Thunder back. Armel, he's fighting in behind tier 2, zoning them away with the Thunder. Raven might be spending his Aegis here. 2 minutes remaining on it, but dropping lower and lower. But he's got back into the trees. It's Radiant with the vision up on the high ground and a tombstone to zone Secret. So they come back in looking for Rezo. Jabs, the Sunder comes and the Black Hole's there. Just a solo one to kill off the Lesh.
Guarantee the kill. Hasn't really had any Black Hole opportunities. Would have been close. I don't think the Malefice maybe would have been enough to get the kill without Hole. So just gets it out and gives Fnatic complete control of this top side of the map. They now control this outpost. They've taken the tier 2 tower. They may have to wait for next Metamorphosis to go for that mid tower as well. And by then they are at risk of this Aegis expiring. So perhaps Secret have weathered the storm with another kill on DJ, this time in the mid lane. They've actually found some nice little pickoffs here.
Yeah, a great rotation from Crystallis, all the way from like bottom lane where he was farming through the bottom jungle and connects in with his Earth Spirit. Zayat's finally getting that involvement and impact we saw in game 1. What is it that he steals here? 70 attack speed and 20% of target stats stolen with the Morphling Ags. And that is huge when you've got this basically solo carry Terrorblade. You remove him from the fight for the most part.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to
try to get any kind of like Lincoln Sphere or something for the TB to protect him against it. Whether he buys it himself or maybe gets a teammate to do it, but it could become a tough matchup. They're going to have to address the Morphling in other ways. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Morphling, though, has a Manta Style, will get a BKB eventually, so Enigma's Black Hole is maybe going to have to be the big answer for Crystallis. The good news is, unlike last game, they've got a hero that's much easier to Black Hole. Last time, playing against this sniper who you can never see, Morphling is going to have to be playing more on the front lines.
Yeah. Do you know how Lotus Orb works with this morph? If they put Lotus on the TV, does he steal the stats back, or?
I have no idea. I don't feel like you won't morph into the Morphling, I'm pretty sure.
I was pretty certain of that, but I don't know. Maybe we'll have to wait and see if they do get one of those Lincolns or Lotuses for him.
Armel charging forward. Once Rezo has an Arcane Rune.
Yeah, swashing away. Rolling Thunder there, going to connect on Rezo. He's trying to get to this ledge again to get pushed to low ground. Zayat, he's rolling back in, trying to aim for Armel and DJ's Tusk, getting punched around and crashed upon by the Pango and the Tusk. And there we go, the kill on Zayat, but it's allowed Rezo to get away from danger.
Morphling gets down a Tombstone of his own, but that gets quickly farmed up, and will be Fnatic taking this bottom tier 2 tower. The Aegis expires, but they're still just so strong when it comes to these team fights. I'm not sure they'll be able to finish off this tier 2 tower. They have got meta, but without Tombstone, without Black Hole for 10 seconds, they may feel a little bit antsy about this one.
And DJ trying the quick move, but again, it's onto Poppy's Enchantress, who's the one to break the vision. Tusk feeling a little worse for wear here. Fnatic in retreat mode. Johnwell trying to get back. Jab's going to blink away as well. They need to escape. Get Raven and Armel away from danger because the Thunder God's Wrath and a lot of damage coming the way of the Pango. Well, the kick just misses, but the roll won't. Can he sunder? Can he turn? Can he get the HP back? He can. Resolution now low HP and the snowball forward allows them to chase down while Jabs the Black Hole cancelled immediately. Zeus stops him in his tracks and Crystallis can open up. The Morphling getting involved with a double kill and Fnatic the ones retreating. Team Secret, you talked about weathering the storm, and this game is cracked wide open again by this team fight from Secret.
Yeah, it just feels such a similar story to last game where, they're getting kind of hunted down, they're avoiding these fights, and all it takes is that one moment where they finally bring their carry to the fight. Last game was the Sniper, this time the Morphling, and they just kind of catch Fnatic playing a bit too aggressive. Like, Fnatic kind of commit to this bottom lane tier 2 tower. We'll see it all again here. Like, they backed off, but they're being hunted because they know Fnatic are sticking around when they don't have Rolling Thunder. When the Black Hole, they were still waiting for 10 more seconds, and when they finally get off, it gets insta-cancelled. But just taking Fnatic on when they're missing some of these key spells and they aren't quite ready for a full 5v5.
Now, what a place for the Morphling to be on that high ground, atop the staircase, raining down damage on his opponents. The start of the game was very good again from Fnatic, but it feels like, and going through the main body of the text, the Chapter 1, Chapter 2 here for Team Secret, getting Zayat's picked off doesn't feel too good, but leading into conclusion, this Morphling, Lesh, and Zeus are starting to become real threats, even after Rezo's poor laning stage. And this Bloodstone build allows him to frontline so nicely.
Yeah. Still going to have some maybe survivability issues against TB meta. He's going to have Skadi soon. Is going to eat him alive, perhaps, but that's going to be very dependent on Raven's BKB timing. I think pre-BKB, he's going to start feeling the pain of this Zeus Leshrac now. We're kind of at that point where Zeus isn't just, forced to play ultra scared with the items he's got, the Aether Lens, the Boots of Travel. He's got a lot of mobility. And he's got the cast range to kind of really sit back and just use his spells. So Fnatic are going to have to do what they can to try and guarantee that Raven doesn't get punished too heavily in these fights.
It feels like he needs this next Aegis. He'll have Skadi completed now. So Terrorblade with another big item there against the Morphling. And Roshan in 30 seconds, he'll make his appearance again. And Team Secret, though, they've pushed out bottom wave real hard. That needs to be maintained by Jabs on his Enigma. Mid lane going to get shoved by Rezo. So Secret really prepping here for this upcoming Roshan fight. It's an inevitability that they're going to have a big clash around the pit. And they've got a good ward as well, already prepped.
Yeah.
And they see Raven right now. And they're going to know there's a number of heroes lurking in that top right-hand corner. elbow of the map is inhabited by DJ and Armel.
See, Januel headed top, so they're going to expect most of the Fnatic team to be up here. So looks like they're not going to look to set up a fight necessarily, but just play back and wait for Fnatic to come to them. Morphling is headed that direction as well.
Dire vision again. Puppey just keeping tabs on all of them. Sees the smoke happen. And they continue to have vision over Raven's Terrorblade. Armel will bottle up a haste. There's no one showing here from Secret. Crystallis maybe, yeah, he's out in open water a little bit, but quickly away from that large camp after farming it.
I'm not sure if, like, does TB want to fight while he's being Morph Agi drained? It's 70 attack speed and 20% Agi. It's such a huge chunk of his damage that he loses.
Yeah, and wow, the jump on Puppey. Aiming Enchantress again. Takes a little while to bring her down, but she's now dead for 40. But the fact that Morphling also went for the talent, 16 morph duration, he's pretty much got this up constantly.
Yeah, perma uptime. Just has to find the TB, and TB is going to be pretty sad about it, so doesn't look like there's any kind of Lincolns or anything to kind of address it. He's just going to have to suffer a bit. Has a BKB queued up, which is, you know, I think rightfully just more essential for his game. Roche's respawn now. Fnatic are kind of camping around there, at least around their vision. TB showing top though, so Fnatic have to be a little bit careful about any kind of fight that may break out here.
Taking the outpost, maybe a little risky, but something that DJ feels he needs to do so that Enchantress can't just respawn and TP top to get that vision going. Instead, Secret they'll TP mid, smoke up as 5.
Yep.
And start walking towards the Roche pit.
Enigma's so close to BKB, but just can't quite finish it off. Was trying to farm back in the jungle and mid lane. Has it coming out in the courier now, so it looks like he will have it for this upcoming team fight if Fnatic can just be a little bit patient and not get caught out. But Secret, they're running at them. They're running into the high ground.
They still have this vision. They still have this ward up here. So Zayas with a roll in. The smoke from Fnatic broken immediately. They've caught out the Pango. Silenced up and magnetized. And the snowball back in. DJ trying to close out Secret from getting up towards the Ancients. As Raven, he clears through the Earth Spirit. And Secret, that looked like a good initiation, but no one can keep up with the Earth Spirit. There's no blinks. There's no real follow-through.
Yeah, I wonder if they saw I know they've seen it now under the ward, but I wonder if they saw the BKB on Enigma, and that's why they didn't jump in to follow him up.
That's a good call. Yeah, probably the case. But rather be safe and go for any hasty decisions.
Like, if Morphling commits and follows up the Earth Spirit there, he's just getting soloed Black Hole. Like, I think Jabs' only target is going to be this Morphling now.
And Fnatic with another smoke. They cleared all that dire vision, but they're playing up into top jungle where Jabs gets the Black Hole on the Zeus. Straight onto Nisha, kill him off with one swift hit from the Terrorblade. And now into Roche they'll head. DD up on Raven. Should make short work of it.
Secret's still lingering around, but no buyback means they probably can't contest this one. 200 gold short, so it's not like he's going to have it in a second here. No Metamorphosis. Secret, they're charging forward. I think Morphling, knowing that there's no BKB Black Hole on the Enigma, really wants to take this fight, maybe.
Where is the Morph? Has he got TB mode? He does. He's got Meta ready. Enchantress tanking as many spells as she can. Zayas rolls in onto the Tusk, and they blow up DJ. Buyback from Puppey as well as DJ's Tusk, knowing how important this Roshan fight is. And neither team want to commit to go into the pit.
Yeah. I'm a little, like, I think for Jabs, it's like he just saw the core and the Zeus, and, you know, he's like, oh, it's Nisha from last game. I'm going to black hole him, but I think not black holing Morphling is kind of, I think, playing into Secret's hands there. Like, playing without meta, without black hole is so tricky for Fnatic. They cannot force this Roshan. They want to delay it. Like, I think Januel's just, like, trying to pull Roche out of the pit with some decays here, because he knows that Secret are the ones who actually can go for Roshan here with these ultis on cooldown.
Yeah, and Crystallis just has a BKB delivered, so they get straight on top of the Undying and taking him down. In comes DJ, buyback out of Januel. Xayat has a BKB as well, though. Rolling back in towards Jabs Enigma. Xayat's the sacrifice again. As Team Secret, they force back Fnatic away from the Roche pit. Try and get Crystallis a bit of space here and keep Nisha at arm's reach away from that TB. And they'll walk back into the Roche pit again.
They need this meta. It's up in a couple of seconds.
Januel, the mech and the tombstone's down on the ground. Soul rips himself, but the Crystallis damage is substantial while DJ's blown up. Nisha force-staffed away, surviving, but the Spirit Vessel's ticking him down and will clear up the Zeus at long last. Raven with that Skadi, aiming for targets, but Puppey not the ideal hero to be going on. buying a lot of space here for Secret to reposition themselves and look for another go. Armel, he balls up, tries to shield crash away, has to BKB to try and dodge away from Puppey's damage.
These fights, it's just, even when the meta came up, Raven's just struggling to dish out damage. He's having his illusions enchanted by Puppey. He's lost all of his, well, a good chunk of his agi and attack speed to the Morphling, and just being kited around. Like, it's so frustrating to be TB playing into this.
And he's realized he needs BKB, he buys it now, but having BKB without meta feels so awkward. Jabs with no black hole, just blinks and midnight pulses, but Roshan's claimed by Secret. Aegis in the hands of the Morphling, Puppey shredded there by the TB, but Secret with the ability to turn around potentially. Crystallis is struggling though, thinking about the way forward. He can morph and shift into the TB if he wants to. Battle here between Crystallis and Raven, and the Morphling will lose his first life thanks to Armel's contributions.
I don't think Fnatic want to stick around with the Zoo showing up, but they'll be thrilled about taking out the Aegis instantly. And they did all of that without a black hole, without a metamorphosis. It was all off the backs of just fighting around this choke point where they had Tombstone down, Rolling Thunder bouncing around all the cliffs, and Armel dishing out some serious damage there. We'll see it once again.
Just wild fights.
Yeah. Really understand why things are starting to be a struggle for Fnatic. Just unable to really fight around the strength of the TB. He does queue up the Lincolns now. I think, yeah, he had a Daedalus queued up, but he switched over, knowing that the Morph being perma uptime is just ruining his life. 36 duration on a 40-second cooldown. It's always being cast on him, so he needs to not give Crystallis this easy Morph target.
It's absolutely vital. So many tools here, you know, through draft, through play and execution. Secret are handling this Terrorblade very nicely.
Yep.
They're pinging him out now as well. Puppey is prepping his team to move bottom, but you see the radiant dots on the minimap here. Fnatic are absolutely ready to guard their Terrorblade with everything they've got. No, BKB Blink Black Hole is ready.
Are they going on Puppey? I've seen this one before.
Oh, leave the Enchantress alone. Armel gonna crash forward, but a bit of a force staff back from Puppey. Creates the gap, and this is Fnatic trying to bridge it with the black hole onto the Morphling. They've caught him out, and Crystallis is down. Huge kill for Fnatic. On to Leshrac we go, but he's got himself an Aghanim Scepter. Turning on the Nihilism, trying to get away, but Raven with his BKB is the answer to that play. Team Secret lose 2 cores. Puppey's eyes both on the run. And Fnatic, what a beautiful setup, going even deeper for more. DJ with the opening. They'll get a lot of damage on the jabs, but it's not enough to kill off the Enigma. Zayat slowed down to a crawl by Raven Skadi slow, and Nisha Heavenly Jump not gonna work. Closed in on by Fnatic. 4 down on Secret. And the Southeast Asian squad striking back incredibly hard.
They're finally found the big team fight. The Jabs is going to be thrilled. He finally got the key here. Last game he struggled to catch the sniper. This game he struggled to find the Morphling, but all it took was one black hole on the Morphling to break things wide open for Fnatic, and they're going high ground off of that. It looked like, you know, the same kind of story from last game with the initiation on the Puppey's Ench where, you know, he buys too much time and you've kind of committed too many spells on an Ench, but it was almost a distraction. It was only Armel going on Puppey while Enigma went for the crown jewels, went for the Morphling.
The crown jewels. It really is the gem in the crown here for Secret as we see it. Zayat just trying to drag waves, delay this. And they've held back Fnatic from their bottom lane. Secret have kept them at bay. And watch back the fight here. And Akimone is, jabs. Sees his target, picks his man.
And I think importantly got the Midnight Pulse down too. That's such a huge chunk of damage, having the percent-based damage against some Morphling. We'll see the Tusk go down in real time. Pick off onto the pesky DJ full position. And it's far from over here. They didn't get any late enough racks, and they're going to have to play very patiently and cautiously now with the Black Hole on cooldown for a little bit longer, but I think Fnatic have shown they've got a clear answer now for the Morphling, who's going to have to play very much around, like, maybe buyback here, where he, like, accepts getting Black Hole and just... he did a buyback that fight. I was wondering if he was going to use it, because once Black Hole's being used, he kind of does become the king of the fight.
And a minute of freedom with that Tusk kill for Secret to push out multiple lanes. Fnatic, in fact, hiding their base. A 6k lead, not that meaningful 35 minutes in. And it feels like everyone now is really just considering the next Roshan. How can we get ourselves into a position here to get that third one? Zayats. An interesting roll across the bow of Fnatic's front line there. Januel even popping the Flesh Golem, expecting the continuation from Secret.
Yeah, Secret Dodo going in. They even threw the E-Blade on the Undying, but he's got a pipe now, so basically itemizing to try and counteract a lot of what Zeus is doing and to help protect the TB a little bit with the mech and pipe. Black Hole back up, and definitely was not entirely sure about this minus on Jabs, but at this stage of the game, with all the 50-minute plus games, it's clearly paying off, and I think Jabs is thrilled with the pickup.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 20. He's ahead of the Zeus and the Lesh, keeping up with those bigger carries and the TB and the Morphling.
Has gone for the Ags over the Refresher. The extra damage, wanting to make sure that they are able to kill the Morphling during it. Not to mention the fact that it's percent-based damage as well, so you combine that with the Midnight Pulse, all this damage that just pierces through spell immunity, so the Morphling's BKB doesn't really do a whole lot against the Enigma.
Yeah, at this point, I'd love to see Secret grab a gem. We've already got one over on the side of Fnatic. Januel has gone through, cleared the Ancients area. There's no dire vision here. And they're smoking up together. Again, an identical move we've had from Fnatic here to guard Roshan is this smoke from around the mid-tier 1 area and past through that top jungle, but looks like they're changing tact a little bit. Trying to play into the lane rather than the top jungle itself. I see a couple of Morph illusions, but no hero from Secret showing until Poppy says, hello, I'm an Enchantress. Yeah, come on, roll it onto me. Try and kill me off. It'll take a little while. And has buyback available if they want to fight as well.
Pretty monster Sora up there at the end doing some good damage, and I think Fnatic, knowing they've committed a decent number of spells, just the Rolling Thunder being the big one, aren't going to hard commit to this mid lane, but Secret don't want to use a buyback at this point. They're more than happy to maybe give up an outer tower if it means holding on to even a support buyback.
Speaking of buybacks, Morphling has bought out, so doesn't have buyback for this fight. Finished off his Skadi. So Terrorblade, Pango, Zeus, Lesh, Enchantress, and Earth Spirit. All the heroes with buybacks here. As Secret have that slight defender's advantage with the buyback back into the fight. Rax being taken down quickly, though, by Eidolons and TB illusions.
Just complete caution from Fnatic. Only willing to send in the summons and the illusions. They don't quite get the range Rex. It doesn't really matter if that range Rex dies or not. It's a bit of gold. The creep pressure is kind of negligible at this point. What matters is whether or not some kind of big team fight breaks out or somebody gets caught. And Fnatic wanted to defend top and wanted to just back off and reset things for now. Wait for that next Roshan.
Yeah, another one of these games where it feels like terrain definitely does become a factor. Fnatic want these high ground spots for Tombstone. They want the choke points for Black Hole. They need the vision to see the Morphling. Secret trying to roll in the Zayats again. And they get the jump on to DJ as Zayat's going to BKB and roll back away. Well, a bit of a poke and prod there from Secret to see if there are any weaknesses in Fnatic's line, but they are a chainmail link. They are all tight, holding together. Nothing could pierce through them.
They're using their vision well. Like the TB illusions, the Eidolons, they're constantly being sent out. Jabs is microing individual Eidolons in certain directions just to make sure they can get any intel about Secret's movements, where they are on the map. And Secret doing similar things often. Puppey with the Edge, Morphling with the Manta style. They've got their own ways of making sure that they try and get vision up on the map.
2 minutes for Roche. Secret Swarm and bot. No real vision for them to play into either, so not going to entertain any smoke ganks or fights here. Looks like Puppey going to guard the DD rune bottom. Still going to get...
Oh, Puppey's been found.
Yeah, he's still going to get jumped on by Armel here, and the shards allowing him to just crash roll after roll, as Crystallis, in fact, denying the DD with his illusions.
Can't really come in, not when there's a threat of an Enigma Black Hole. They don't know where Jabs is. He's over near the Roshan pit for now. It's Camp Roshan time. They've got such good vision. Fnatic with complete Team 5 control. When they've got their spells, even if they're missing one like a Rolling Thunder, that's, I think, something Fnatic have done a good job of understanding is that Rolling Thunder can just be used off cooldown. Anytime you see a support to kill, just commit it, because as long as we've got Black Hole, as long as we've still got meta, we're not afraid of taking a 5v4 fight with Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
They're coming for your buildings, though. Tier
the
3
Lincolns
top.
now.
Yeah, protected against that Morphling morph. Resolution going to front line, clear out the waves as best he can. And such a nice shard to have as well with a split earth replicating itself. But again, Fnatic, they've got to come and contend with bottom lane, maintain this creep equilibrium, knowing that Roshan could be up any second now. They need that map state to be in their favor.
Raven does TP bottom, but immediately just drops an illusion and runs back to join his team. Just wants to make sure that these lanes are pushed out. Secret don't have the best heroes for any kind of split push here, so Fnatic get to just camp these wards, smoked up. They want to start a fight, and they see Puppey.
Yet again, it's Puppey, Gleipnir.
Does de-ward.
And caught out with a Walrus Punch. Always funny to see that interaction between the punch and the untouchable.
Importantly, Puppey doesn't have buyback, so
yeah,
like these Ench deaths are like kind of worth it for the vision on some level, but when you don't have buyback, it doesn't quite feel as good. And you know, again, 5v4, no Rolling Thunder. Fnatic feel confident they can win any team fight, and they can also just take a Roshan here. So doesn't look like Secret are going to be able to contest this one. They do scan it out, so but they're just going to be way too late. They're letting this one go.
And this is a Roshan with Ags. Is this now Tusk with Kick? It is. So DJ is going to have the ability here to blink in and kick the Morphling into the Enigma. So Jabs doesn't actually have to make that kind of first jump. He doesn't have to show.
Yeah. Usually these Ags and whatnot almost always go to chorus just because, you know, they're the greedy ones. They're the ones who want it. But a Tusk kick is huge, and they've caught Zayat's top now. Going for the roll out, but he's got the Malefice. He purges it off, so BKB TP, not worth a black hole.
He finishes his Ags. That's what he was up top farming for. So now you've got that ability here to save someone, but Earth Spirit doesn't have Blink. There's a pretty short range on the Enchant Remnant. We'll see if he can save someone from Black Hole, though. That's going to be his key role here for Zayat. He's been the initiator, he's been the chaos creator, but now he is the saving mechanism for the Morphling against the Enigma. A Secret finding that space on the map, as they are so good at doing down bottom, keeping their net worth up there. A bit of a gap between the Morph and the TB now. But Crystal is still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, just being able to play a team fight a bit more confidently based on Earth Spirit's positioning. Does have the Blink Dagger to follow up the Ags queued up, so...
Oh, Enchantress.
Oh my gosh.
The kickback. Is that a Yules from Puppey himself? Yeah, self-Yules, Ghost Scepter, 21 charges. Doesn't even get a chance to use them. Dead for 50 seconds. I mean, no buyback until now. Okay, he just gets the money for it, so it seems it was very well timed by Puppey there to have it available.
They're dropping the Tombstone. Raven blinking high ground with the Swift Blink.
Tier 3 being shredded. E-Blade dodge, the kickback on Nisha, they catch the Zeus, but there's the Enchant Remnant. Zayat turns him into a statue and kicks him to safety, while DJ, he pops the cheese to survive against this Metamorphosis Morphling. Puppey brought back and is up in the front lines. In a Black Hole, though, it's on to 3 of them. Jabs, he's got the perfect initiation. Allow for Raven now to chase on to Resolution. BKB's starting to wear off, though. He needs the Sunder, doesn't get a good one, and Raven's dead for the first time. Crystallis Morphling able to hold the high ground, but Secret have still lost 3 heroes quickly, and the Morphling doesn't look like he's going to stand a chance anymore. Janoel and DJ on his tail, and Secret 3 members down, make that a 4th one, and 2 buybacks from Secret on their Zeus and Morphling. A little bit scary, but I don't think they've got enough in the tank to fight against 5 and Fnatic.
Jabs redeeming himself for last game. I think Secret is so much in the mindset that, okay, he's just trying to solo Black Hole Morphling, that the other 3 heroes didn't even like register that they were grouped up for a perfect 3-man Black Hole. Jabs has just been only looking for Morphling. They're going to kick back, doesn't connect, and yeah, just a dream Black Hole for the Jabs Enigma.
Huge stuff. He's waited. He's waited 90 minutes for a Black Hole like that. Gets one finally. And then straight back up to high ground. Kicking back Crystallis, forcing the waveform. He does have that TB Metamorphosis on cooldown, but DJ very
There he
low.
goes.
Essence Ring gonna keep him topped up. A bit of heals coming in. And Fnatic just resetting.
Yeah, they almost got the punish on Zayat's Earth Spirit there. Great job with the Undying, using the pipe plus mech and keeping DJ alive there. He's becoming a pretty key part of their team fights with the kickback, giving him the Ag Scepter. Means you definitely want to prioritize his life.
I don't know why I said Essence Ring. There's no Essence Ring anymore. It's just a ton of heals there. It looked like DJ was getting healed like 5 different things at the same time. My brain lagging a little bit, but yeah, we can see DJ able to like jump in and get out.
Yeah, I think they're just so genuine. He's done like some absurd amount of healing so far this game, like 15,000 healing.
Goodness.
But still, no Rax claim. Fnatic, they've taken every tier 3 tower. Some of these range Rexes are low in health, but unable to finish any off quite yet. And now they're playing without Aegis, so it does look like they're going to... I mean, they have to play safe. Black Hole being down it's the one time of the game where Secret are able to play a bit more aggressive. But the problem is it feels like Secret, when Black Hole's down, have got out on the map, got some vision down, but they've never actually been able to take a good fight. At least not for quite some time.
Play under vision, Secret. Stay up here, smoke up together. Fnatic are over at your Ancients. They're actually spreading pretty wide here as Fnatic. Oh, Mel clears out bottom wave. Jabs is in behind him. If Secret go up this high ground, they're going to be in a 5v3 to start the fight off. Not confident enough to do it, though. Breaking into that dark area of the map. They'd much rather push out mid-wave, stay under their observer ward, wait and bide out their time.
Playing things slow, and the parts of the map where you don't have vision, especially high grounds, you just don't really want to mess with. Armel doing a good job cutting the mid-creep wave, alleviating some of that pressure that Secret's sending down the mid lane, and looks like they'll finally get their first Rax of the game with this bottom range Rax.
It took a while. I got the job done.
Eyes on DJ and Armel. They're looking for those initiations, whether it's a Rolling Thunder or a kickback. Puppey could become a target again, and there we go.
Straight in onto that Puppey Enchantress. Yules again just delays the inevitable as she lands and hits the floor with a thud. Dead for 65 seconds, but Fnatic still tentative, aware of the threat of this Zeus Morphling.
It looks like a scenario where they're actually waiting for the Rolling Thunder cooldown. He hit 25. He's 27 now in Pengo, so the Rolling Thunder cooldown, it's already back, so Puppey's going to be dead, and they'll have Rolling Thunder. That's so nice for Fnatic.
And I get the grab. Eon Disc and the enchant from Nisha. Jabs thinking about the black hole. He's waiting, trying to look for the best opportunity, but it's only Zayat's there as an option. And the quick movement across, giving Zayat a bit of space, but Raven and Armel opening up now with a black hole on the Morphling. They've caught out Crystallis. That's all they needed. A few more touches here onto the Morph will finish off this game for Fnatic as Armel controls him beautifully. And the second black hole onto Resolution will secure the GGs.
Oh, Fnatic bouncing back, and must feel so good because they took a long time before they first picked this Enigma. After losing with the hero in game 1, a lot of teams would, lose confidence in the pick, particularly with how well Secret played and drafted against it, but they made the necessary adjustments, and Jabs came back and absolutely had a fantastic game here in game number 2.
Yeah, spot on. Absolutely spot on stuff. Much, much easier than finding the sniper, getting these black holes on the Morphling. And yeah, Raven, honestly, during the draft, I think you're on the same page as me here, looking at the Morphling, the Lesh, the Zeus, the Ench, the Earth Spirit, 5 potential counterpicks against the TB. He didn't die a single time.
Yeah, and it felt like he was still such a big threat in every single team fight. He wasn't his pad in the stats in terms of the assists there, but honestly, fantastic game from him. And I think the fact that they had this multiple ways to jump these heroes, with DJ's Tusk and with Armel's Pengo, they were just always able to threaten Nisha's Zeus. When I saw the Zeus pick, I was like, this looks great. Like, Zeus is against the TB, against the Enigma, just this good hero to sit back and kind of be like a magic damage sniper, but it doesn't work as well when you're constantly getting jumped on.
Yeah, real challenging from them. I mean, we saw the strength of that Aghanims Morphling for damn sure. As we can watch a couple of these clips back here in game 2, as Fnatic did tie things up against Team Secret in this group stage best of 2. Armel skirting the edge of these fights so very well. Crystallis really had his work cut out for him because he knew he needed to get on top of the TB, but always afraid of that Enigma with a black hole as an ever-present threat.
I think in some ways also the other big factor in this game, to me the unsung hero, is Januel's Undying. 17,000 heal, all the damage being blocked from the pipe. The fact he got such a fast mech as well. There were multiple times where he was saving teammates. We saw the DJ save up top. He's just helping keep Raven alive, the Soul Rip as well. And also just being unable to fight around the Tombstone. It felt like he was absolutely instrumental this game for Fnatic.
Yeah, that Boots level 1, getting first blood, buying Windlace and just chasing people around. And zoning 2 heroes all on his lonesome as the Undying. Spectacular stuff from him. I don't know, I expected a little more from Nisha on this Zeus. It was a decent looking pick, ends up 5, 6, and 9. But just I didn't really have the opportunities to blow people up or really get involved early on. The fact that they needed to wait for Crystallis. And it might be one of those things where, you know, Team Secret look back on this and think, why did we shift things around again? Maybe we just go back to putting Nisha on that carry mid, have resolution on the initiation hero, because this was a bit of a step away from the normal Secret, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha's played the Zeus before, but he had like all the items you could hope for on Zeus, the E-Blade and everything, and it just, you know, it didn't really feel like he was blowing people up in the fights. Ends the game with 45,000 hero damage, most on his team, but, you know, for a Zeus in a 50-minute game, I don't think that's anything, like, insane or... And you look at the KDA and it's like, well, he wasn't actually finishing off many of these kills. It felt like Rezo also had a rough time. I think perhaps Secret's going to look back in this lane and think about the laning stage. That bottom lane was an absolute disaster for them. It could be very different for Rezo if he manages to kind of get off to a better start. But because he's playing catch-up, he never gets to a point where it can really be this tanky frontline Lesh. He's always just in trouble and in danger of being blown up by a Raven TV.
So much patience from Jabs. Like watching these last couple of black holes, they look nice, but it's the preceding moves that really make the difference where, you know, it's not just patience from him, it's the ability for, like you're saying, Jabs and Janabal to frontline and force the opponents into these awkward positions where they're waiting to see where is the Enigma, where is he? Jabs hiding away in the tree lines, in the fog, doing a very good job holding, you know, even 20 seconds into a team fight, just holding onto that black hole to make sure he gets the right jump every single time. And yeah, very, very well-deserved position right at the front of his squad there. Jabs with a great performance on that Enigma.
Now the captain of the team, and he's been such a key player for them. We'll see some of these final stats here, but yeah, honestly, very impressive for Fnatic. You know, a classic Raven game. I feel like he's had so many of these games at TI where he goes like deathless on some big late game carry. He's kind of at least known for playing more of the super hard carries. There's your MVP, Jabs on the Enigma. But yeah, for you fantasy players out there, pick Raven for your teams. This guy has so many like 10-0-20 games. He'll carry your fantasy Dota teams. But this man may not be putting up the same fantasy stats, but great black holes this game.
Yeah, Raven with like, you know, assist, GPM, towers taken, whatever you want, he's got it. They took that tier 1 tower bottom very, very early on. But yeah, Jabs on our screen, the match MVP, doing very well across 2 games with his Enigma, looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah.
And the Hand of Midas also paying off dividends. Yeah, you see that coming in on the Curry, you're thinking, wait, hang on a second, he's going Midas here, but yeah, I think it worked out for him.
Yeah, he sells it in the end to finish his refresher and get 6 slotted, but honestly, yeah, fantastic game from him. I think understanding that once again it's going 50 minutes. We're seeing a lot of these 50-minute Dota games, and that's where I think obviously a contributing factor of Enigma being a top tier pick is that Dota feels, you know, a bit slower than it used to be in some previous patches.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, that rounds things up here for our first series on the mainstream. 1-1 between Fnatic and Secret. So we can head over to Nat and have a bit of a chat about what's going on in these group stage matches.
Secret up against Fnatic, 1 piece each. That game 1 going the way of Secret, game 2 going the way of Fnatic. Let's have a little bit of a chat about it, guys. For that game 1 looking really great for Secret. Sort of the Secret I think a lot of people expected after watching them in Last Chance qualifiers.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about the early game though, because like it was a really wild early game. Unfortunately, Crystallis on his Viper. This had to be the most rough early game for any core. this entire tournament. Like, he was lane swapping, he got tri-laned by 2 cores. At some point, he was the lowest net worth in the game. At 6 minutes, he had 6 CS. He's all the way down there. You can see him at the bottom of the net worth there. It was very, very sad for him. And Fnatic, they were looking so good. They had like a 5,000 gold advantage around the 22-minute mark. The kill score was doubling Team Secret as well. And I thought like, oh, this is Fnatic's game. Then all of a sudden, Secret, they get into the Roche pit. They get the Aegis on top of Nisha. Fnatic, they start using their spells a little strange to me. They ended up black holing and using the Sonic Wave on the position 4 Earth Spirit, not even killing him. And since that moment onward, Rezo took charge of the game along with Nisha on his sniper, and they just closed out the game. It was a great turnaround from Team Secret in this game.
Rezo being on the Primal Beast definitely helped them. On game 2, though, Resolution picking up the Leshrac Kazu.
Yeah, so I feel like in this draft, it's maybe not fully ideal for Team Secret. I feel like the one thing I want to point out is that this is an insane Enigma game. It's basically free. You buy Blink BKB, and I mean, who stops you? No one. Basically, nobody. Then there's also the Pango, gonna help the team fight. So even though you have TB playing with the Morphling, it doesn't matter because your team is covering all the problems that you're dealing with.
T-Panda, for you, that Secret Game 2, Fnatic Game 2, we're expecting it to go as long as it did. Fnatic doing the SEA thing, picking up a TB, having that late game farmer.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these TB lineups, you suspect that, okay, we've got the late game scaling, we can potentially drag it all the way around, but it was, as mentioned, like there was some good moments for Secret through the Leshrac. You see the Morphling come out, Zeus also a bit of a nuisance. It's still considered a pretty hard counter to the TB having a Zeus up in your lineup. So Secret did a pretty good job with it, but still Fnatic able to turn it around and get that tie.
Close out that game. That's only the best of 2 here that happened on a stream. We have 4 other streams, so 5 in total that we want to cover. Very quickly touching on the fact that Entity got a 2-0 over on Thunder on the B stream, Kazi, very quickly.
All about Arc Warden, my good old friend Stormer. I've seen him play like 20 games in the pubs before. You play Arc Warden mid, you buy Flip-Flop, also known as Gleipnir, you go Axe, Travels, and you become a different Invoker, and then you win.
Yeah, well, but we see the draft here between Team Spirit and Talon. That was on that C stream.
Yeah, so when we went to this game, something that is interesting to note here is that they decided to play Doom carry. Spoiler alert, worked out very well. He had some cool item builds, also with the Ags later in the game. And basically what happened in this game is that it was a back and forth early on, but then later, you know, Talon, they kind of picked up the pace. They played very well. They had some team fights that later on with Doom being super farmed, very fat with this Ags here. As you can see, he just runs people down. You get 4-staff, well, I don't care. He has like a 500 radius. He just walks you down, and then Talon, they just got to close out game 1.
Yeah, the second one, we were able to keep a close eye on that as well, considering it went the opposite way, so both of them picking up 1 apiece.
Yeah, so with the second game, something that stood out to me a little bit is that they got their hands on Marci and Enigma in the draft. 2 heroes that are super heavily contested, but I guess maybe Spirit had, you know, an idea of what they wanted to do against it. And at least in the early game, it didn't look like their answer was that good because Mikoto, he kind of slapped over the whole game. He had a very good early game. But overall, if people want to, you know, watch good games and get better, this is the one to watch because Spirit won purely on outplay in this game.
Oh, okay. I might even have to go back and have a look at that one then. A team that was sort of outplayed, I'm just going to say it how it is, especially in game 1, TSM kind of looking like they're struggling a lot, dragging their feet, getting 2-0'd by Asta. Fear.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one. I managed to catch the second game, I believe, where they did a Sven 5. We're starting to see that a bit more in popularity now. And they paired up with the Drow. So it was a first pick like Shadow Fiend, and they first phased the Drow to counter. I think it's just a great counter pick, by the way. But I was super surprised that this Sven Drow lane was able to completely bully a Beast and Rubik lane. So the Drow got out of hand in this particular game. It was very well played by them. They tried to do a theory craft with the AA versus Leshrac, because Leshrac will buy the Bloodstone. Obviously, with the AA ultimate, they will negate all that healing. So that was something they tried out, but unfortunately, it fell a little flat this game. The AA was not able to find those openings that he was hoping for, and they just couldn't close the game out, sorry. And the Drow was just way too farmed here. It's really good versus SF, though. All these agility, like, ranged cores, we're seeing more and more of this Drow counter them.
So that's all the highlights, I guess, for Asta. Means I want to flip the narrative, have TSM be talked about just for a brief moment, T-Panda, because they came second at Stockholm Major. They didn't qualify for Arlington Major. We haven't really seen them play officials for quite some time, and now they're struggling in the first 2 days of groups here at TI.
Yeah, I think TSM hasn't had that many good results in quite a long time now. I think a lot of people would see that where other North American teams would be like a bit of a wild card, TSM just hasn't been up to that level. They started off the year pretty well. Like, we looked at the results, TSM was like, okay, they're performing well on online, they're performing well on LAN, but then just falling off. I guess, you know, maybe a bit of fatigue might have been in the air at some point of the year, and they've had to do a bit of rebuilding potentially in their gameplay style, but not too many massive changes. But as you can see, they're struggling right now. TSM is not in a good place.
Yeah, another team having, I guess, those mixed results definitely throughout the year is Tundra. Again, a team that looks great at the Stockholm Major, not so much at Arlington, going 1-1 here with Beast Coast.
Yeah, so this first game, when you look at basically the carry matchup, it might look like, all right, I can pretty much 1+1 sum this up, but it isn't that case. As you can see, the TB is on the back end. He was 6th in net worth at this game. So you have like this really tough lane. You have a low HP Glass Cannon hero versus Snap and Tiny. Ain't fun to play. Snap is always a nuisance in the lane, especially Whisper, who I have to highlight here. Throughout the series, throughout day one, absolutely the best player from Beast Coast. I just wish that the rest of them would also get up towards his level, because this team has been together for what, over 3 years now? And it feels like Whisper is the only one who's really ready for TI. So Beast Coast have this hidden potential that we're just waiting to arise. So when you look at this game too, especially the draft that you quickly saw on Glimpse, you're like, wait, that's a Naga versus Underlord? That doesn't look too good. And then it goes vice versa. So where the TB would be better than the Sven TB loses the game, we've got Naga getting basically bullied a bit by the Underlord, but not really in game. It just felt like this mid Underlord that they decided to drive ended up dying 5, 6, 7 times this game. Like, wasn't really a pristine Underlord game in the end. They got the CK picking up the first Aegis for Tundra. At that point, it felt pretty rough, and especially for Nine's Tiny. It was a hard game in terms of Beast Coast draft doesn't really allow you to snowball in this game. The side lanes are super hard to gank. But, you know, 33 Doom, pretty stonks. Whisper is still trying to carry the team. That's basically the theme here for these two teams.
Yeah, I want to have a touch on that, Doom. Not right now, though, because we want to see the standings. Now that we've had Group A and Group B playing the same amount of best of twos, we can sort of see how they're all shaping up. And again, that Group B being so close, having 3 teams in the middle with 3 wins, 3 losses, and 4 at the bottom. Beast Coast, Fnatic, Talon, and TSM struggling 2 wins and 4 losses. A little bit more differentiation between Group A, and we are going to see them play another best of 2, get 2 more games under their belt, see how much more that ladder is going to change up. I guess if there is a team that stands out for you guys, this is your moment to highlight that coming into Group A, how they're looking and what you expect for the first time we see them playing on day 2.
I'll go with.
Go ahead.
I'll go with LGD. I think like today I need them to really step up, because I think with one of the upcoming matches we have later, I'll get more into it then. But my eyes are on LGD.
I want to check out Hikori, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say Hikori as well.
Yeah, that's a hot topic, right? Like, they've drew everyone so far. Can they win a series? Will they be able to stop EG's unlosable streak? Well, I guess they're playing Liquid now. We'll see if Liquid has a chance to do that as well. But if they can't, Hikori's up next.
Yeah, it's like every region team inside this Group A is like somewhere top and bottom, basically. So you got one thriving team, you got one who's still looking for their place. So this can probably shake up in this second day.
Well, I have 2 great pieces of news then for you guys. One, Hikori's playing right now over on eStream. If you guys are also interested to see how they're going to be coming into day number 2, you can head on over to that 5th stream that we have going on. But if you, Kezi, you get the real good news. We got LGD up against OG here on the main stream. We're going to look at, I guess, both teams, but also more specifically, play a comparison here between BZM and Nothing to Say.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, this kind of shows in the stats already. OG have been performing better than LGD. You can see it here in the statistics as well of the mid players. I mean, BZM, you know, he's kind of some definitely hot stuff coming into the season. This guy is owning, he's feeling good. I mean, LGD, they should have been feeling good the whole season too, but now they really need to, like, they need to step it up. I've been clearly disappointed with their showing so far, at least just with day one. But, you know, now we're in day 2, so hopefully they can change some things around.
Don't want to hop too much on LGD and sort of where they're struggling. Instead, we want to highlight how OG is really thriving. They are the only team so far to pick Elder Titan, getting 2 for 2 on that. And then the Razor and Timber sort of around Amar there. Yeah.
Well, interesting enough, they're playing that Elder Titan with 2 wins on position 4 on Taiga, which is a little strange because normally you see that hero being played as a position 5. So Taiga's taken that one up. They played against the Morphling, was really good. And, you know, the Razor and Timber you mentioned, those are just Amar specials. Still, as we would say, living in the past with his hero pool, but he kind of brought that hero pool to existence, and he's going to keep riding with it. So if there is someone I expect to pick those heroes, it is him, and I'm glad he's sticking with, you know, what works for him.
Yeah, very quickly, T-Ben, how do you see this series going? Do you think it's going to be 1-1 apiece or 2-0 to a certain one?
Looking at the form that OG is currently in, and Yuragi, man, that guy, he was setting records as well for the Naga. He's got like most last hits average per minute. Like, this guy is going really ham right now. I think at the carry matchup, if Ame steps up his game, that's probably what a lot of people are waiting to see. Like, is LGD up for the task? Because OG seems like a heavy favorite. You could say 2-0. I'd like to say 1-1 on this one.
All right, I'm hoping that is the case. That game and series is ready, though. We're going to jump back with Gareth and Gods.
Thank you so much, Natya. Here we are, heading into our second series of the day. LGD up against OG, and yeah, the panel's absolutely right, Gods. 2 very different stories for their day 1 group stage between them.
Absolutely. LGD need to pick things up. It's not the day 1 they were hoping for, but I think that's often the case when you come into TI. Some teams have a bad day 1 on groups, bounce back. I mean, I think most notably last TI, it was Team Spirit who started the group stage, I think, with a losing record and came back and won like their last 6 or 8 group stage games. So still plenty of Dota to be played. It's a 4-day group, having one bad day, and it was only a 1 win, 3 losses. It's not the worst thing in the world for LGD.
5 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, but not the end of the world. So they drew up against Hikori and Sonics, and they lost to EG. EG stomping their way through these group stages early on, undefeated so far. And that's also the challenge that OG met, right? Because they were both undefeated, OG and EG, until that final series between them, leading to a 2-0 victory for EG. So OG started with a lot of momentum. Maybe now a little pause to think after that 2-0 loss and some things to build on. But heading into the draft here for game 1, already seeing an Undying starting out for LGD.
Yep, no surprises there. I think we're starting to see a bit of a meta emerge, at least as far as some heroes. I think one of the teams that we're seeing here, OG, they're a team that's gone very out of meta with a lot of their picks. They're still playing their Razors, their Vipers in the off lane. They've loved this ET. We're seeing the picks come out now. They had a game the other day where they opened with Slark in the first phase against Gaming Gladiators. They've been kind of just drafting their stuff. They don't care what the meta is.
Yeah, doing whatever they want. You know, Exort Invoker first phase. Bring out the Marcy when you can. But it's going to be same old classic from LGD. Undying into Shadow Fiend, 2 very meta picks for them.
Yeah, I wonder if they feel Shadow Fiend is maybe going to be the answer to the Amar Razor. You've got a range carry that is a little bit less afraid of the static link, but SF, of course, can be flexed, and they'll maybe wait and see a little bit more of the draft before they kind of commit to anything when it comes to the Shadow Fiend role.
Yeah, decide where you want to put him a little later on. Enigma, probably the standout omission here from the draft. Ignored so far in the bans and not picked in the first phase by either team. Is this a case of people now figuring out Enigma? Because you mentioned in the last series, maybe not worth that first phase material.
Yeah, I think at least on some level. I mean, the hero still definitely looks really strong. We saw the redemption arc in game number 2. But for, I think, PSG LGD may be feeling like it's just a little bit slower paced, particularly when you've got a Shadow Fiend. I think they're a team that just doesn't like to pick like 3 kind of greedy farming cores. They like to play this kind of more fast-paced kind of style where they're the ones setting the tempo a bit. At the same time, it's still Enigma, so, you know, OG is still going to ban it out. They're targeting offlanes. You think, what's the best offlanes left in the pool?
Yeah.
The Beastmaster is more of that tempo one, and I think Enigma can play at tempo. We saw it a bit last game. Like, yeah, it's late game, but that's what makes the hero so strong. You get early Wraith Pact, or, you know, if you want to get Spirit Vessel because it's good, you can get these early game items and still contribute.
You absolutely can. And a bit more focus from LGD across to like mid lane, safe lane, even a position 4 ban out there. kind of knowing that Amar is likely the one on the Razor, and this is probably going to be the Tiger ET, although there is a little bit of flexibility with that. And it felt like OG in their previous series, they used this ET as almost a bait for the Enigma, where they felt good having the support and allowing their opponents to pick it, but they're still opting to ban it out.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on Faith Beyond with some of these bans. 3 offlaners getting banned out, now a 4th offlaner banned out, so really trying to target down the PSG LGD offlane player.
He's got a pretty wide hero pool, though.
Yes.
Throughout history, he's been very well known back into the Wings days of just playing whatever his team wants him to. So you've still got your Mars, your Centaur, your Timbersaw, whatever else is out there for him. Even a Viper is available if they want to go that direction as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried seeing all these bans, when, as you mentioned. Maybe, it's going to force them as a team onto something a bit new, but that's not necessarily a problem. Pugna!
Something
Wow.
new.
Something totally new.
Not new for OG as a team, but this squad of players a little new.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, they got a ton of magic burst when you like decrep someone plus the ET spirit, but they've got no magic damage follow-up. Maybe that's going to be where they round out their draft with, but I wouldn't consider Pugna like a counter to something PSG LGD have done. Like, could be good against the SF with the decrep against like a physical damage SF build, but doesn't seem like a counter by any means.
Yeah, because the last couple of times they've picked it as being like 5-6 months ago has primarily been against these Lenas, Medusas, even like a Monkey King. So I guess these ranged or semi-ranged carries that need to be right-clicking people. I guess SF hits that mark a little bit as well. We've seen a fair amount of magic damage Shadow Fiend come out as well, though. So this could be a shift for LGD to just move SF into the hands of Nothing to Say instead of Ame.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I don't think you maybe want to play the SF in that role when you see this Pugna pick. So potential to kind of flex around. I'm also curious to see a Pugna, like, is it a mid laner? Like, in the past it's been Thompson mid Pugna, but it's a hero that also has been played a lot in the support role. Like Saxo was playing it a lot in the 4 role as well for some of his past teams, and including his OG days.
A very good Nyx response here. Great position 4. Pick up the Pango, so it looks like it's probably going to be the SF safe lane with the Pango mid, but flexible still going into that last pick for them.
Agree. I like the way the lanes look with that. They have gone double melee with their supports, but I think when you've got an SF, you almost want to have that melee support. Something like an Undying there does just kind of limit what they can do with their offlane. You're going to feel like Nyx +1 is, traditional offlane is more, the melee heroes can be kind of weak there. But now we get an idea of what OG's draft wants to do. The Void pick feels a bit of a response, though. I don't think it's necessarily like looking for this like crazy synergy with the draft. You've got okay damage from like a Razor Pugna plus the ET synergy with the primal, with the ulti, the split. But yeah, it's a great hero for initiating in, locking down someone like a Pango, and kind of negating the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, pretty handy to have. I guess Pugna and Razor are going to be the ones that deal with Tombstone, try and kill that off in a team fight. Chrono the Rolling Thunder, Chrono the SF, and dump that Razor ET damage in there. But I'm still wondering, like you mentioned, where is Pugna going? Is it mid? Is it support? We still don't know until these final picks. But it looks like LGD considering it as a support hero, removing the Invoker and the Ember Spirit from the hands of BZM.
I think given what we just saw with Nyx Pango, it makes more sense to do it as support. Instantly, it's like, oh, this is kind of a scary Pugna game. Like, you don't want to really play into either of these heroes. Pango's just really good at getting on top of you, chain stunning you, preventing the life drain. So support Pugna does probably make the most sense given what we're seeing.
Broodmother ban from OG. Don't want to get cheesed by Faith Beyond. And very likely just going to be another offlane hero ban here. And maybe look towards that, at Mars. Or the Centaur. Someone who can make the jump and play with this Nyx and Pango.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want a ranged offlaner, though, with the Nyx?
It feels
like
nice. Like, the Vipers, the Nature's Prophets do feel pretty good here. And with the Pango mid, like, you don't mind getting a bit greedier with your offlaner because you've got this mid laner who can be a bit more selfless and be the kind of, fulfill the offlane role of being a team fighter, being an initiator.
Even the Lesh, right? We've seen the Lesh against Black Hole. No different to the Chrono. You've got spells that can go through it. Lesh Nyx is a pretty decent lane as well with your double stuns.
Yeah, stuff like Veno comes to mind too. Like you start thinking about what you want to play into the Void. Veno's very annoying for Faceless Void with all the damage over time. It's just a hard lane to farm against.
And it's a great hero to buy utility on, like a Force Staff against Razor. Get some heals up on your Venomancer. That's a really good shout. LGD. Gonna have to pick this one blind though. It still seems pretty safe to put your Pango mid. Shadow Fiend safe lane. I don't think they want to do too much in the way of swapping things around at this point.
Yeah. I think the Veno and the Nature's Prophet too, I quite like here. Just these range heroes that really pressure the Void in lane, make it hard for him to farm, and push the tempo pretty well. Like I think with a Shadow Fiend Pango, you've got this nice draft that can take a lot of early objectives. And
good call.
There it is.
Comes out in the end. I think maybe like another possibility was maybe a Slardar or something, but I think the Venomancer works wonderfully there for LGD, rounding out their draft very nicely. And OG, what is the BZM hero? What's it going to be?
Not much time. They've got to think quick, and I think they're also probably thinking, like, can we swap these lanes? Like, if I'm them, I'm almost, like, wondering, where do we send this Void? Against Veno sounds rough, against SF, also not ideal. BZM hero, Magnus. So this is a bit of what we saw, I feel like, yesterday from at least the OG games that we covered. They were playing these kind of slower, more turtley drafts, like very greedy, 3 farming cores, and they're waiting for their opponents to make a mistake. They're happy to give their opponents early towers, early Roshan, and just play for these late game timings.
I mean, they have some seriously overwhelming team fight here with RP, Chrono, Earth Splitter. There's tons of stuff. With the amplification from Empower and the Natural Order, there's a lot for OG to play with once you get out of the laning stage and past mid-game. That's for damn sure. LGD with oppressive lanes. Venomancer, Nyx, SF Undying. Even just this Pango in the mid lane can have a nice time against the Magnus.
Xiao giving some final orders before he steps out with the draft ending, and probably telling his team they need to play fast. They need to do well in this laning stage because, yeah, at some point OG's overwhelming team fight, and as well as the scaling that they bring to the table, is going to outscale and basically beat down LGD come late game. Heroes like Venomancer, Pangolier, you don't really want to go too late into the game with this kind of a draft.
Right, because LGD, they want to pick up that tempo from laning stage and almost snowball their way towards victory. If they can knock down a couple of those early towers through Plague Wards and the team fight from Nothing to Say and Jin-Q in particular, it could look like a swift victory for them, but OG with a lot to fight back with here. Game 1 of this best of 2 in the group stage for TI 2022 about to get underway. And this is an absolute banger of a match and a series to build up our day with here. So much Dota 2 action going on as we get ourselves straight on into Game 1.
This should be a fun one. I mean, 2 teams that everybody has as potential like TI winners. I think when you think of like who most people put at the, taking that TI championship, I think LGD, OG, Spirit are probably the 3 most talked about names, with 2 of those teams winning majors throughout the year, and then the third, PSG LGD, being a staple of the Dota 2 scene, winning numerous LAN events, third-party tournaments, and other than the Arlington Major, they've actually had Spirit's number throughout the year. So we'll see if they can bounce back after that poor start to day 1. They've definitely got themselves a solid draft here, I feel like, in game number 1 against OG.
Yeah, absolutely do. Jin-Q going to start with an early D ward. Tiger with an identical move to what he's made in several of his previous games. It's that move from Dire side towards the Radiant bottom jungle. He loves that staircase, and it looks like LGD have watched a few replays. They knew it was coming, and they're already prepped with a sentry and a couple of heroes waiting atop the ramp for him. A good start already.
We'll see if there's any kind of lane swaps or anything. The big question for me was, like, do you consider sending Void to the offlane? I think the SF matchup is just not much better than the Veno, so maybe a case where they just hope that Yuragi can play catch-up Dota. He will have Empower to play around later on, too, so early rune battles here. They go in onto Yuragi, who loses the right-click battle to Wise Undying, and will take a bit of damage as well.
And chased back. Forced to time walk early on as well. It looks like he's even thinking about the lane swap. Pretends to go to the top lane, and he's starting to wander down bottom. So they are going to go for a bit of a shift here, OG.
Yep.
But LGD have lane wards. LGD will see bottom lane when he arrives. Maybe even see him in that bottom rune spot if he traverses down there. They'll absolutely know what's going on here.
If I'm LGD, I'm fine with these lanes. Like, you already see, if they wanted to swap as well, they should already be moving. I think you're saying, you know, Void has a bad lane regardless. The SF one is just slightly less bad, but given that Void's playing the off lane and it's going to arrive late, SF is going to already have built up a bit of a CS advantage. This bottom lane should still favor LGD.
Okay, another situation where support's getting a little bit of farm. Misha getting a last hit there, a bit of experience before Yuragi arrives at that bottom lane. And level 1 in the Nether Ward. I try and contend with the bit of spam coming out of Armor Engine Q, but there's a stun into one raise. Looking for the short range one, but couldn't get in range. Yuragi with no time walk though, just gonna get chased down and right-clicked for first blood for LGD.
And they leave it for the SF. That's so nice for them. He'd use time walk just to undo some of the raise damage in lane, and that level 1 time walk is such a long cooldown that LGD are able to punish them. This is kind of what I touched upon. Like, there is no good side lane for the Void. I mean, the mid lane's also bad. There's just no good lane for this Void to go to. He's just in for a rough time. They're picking him for the mid to late game team fights, but it does look like Yuragi is going to be suffering.
Jin Q fake pumps the stun, a deny on the Nether Ward, in fact, at the end there from OG. Yeah, difficult lane bottom, and top lane they're being dived as well. Amar, he's about to drop here. No deny from Tiger. Just a tombstone and a gale from Y and Faith Beyond. And a big juicy wave arriving on this tier 1 means Razor here needs to be quickly back into lane.
And that's what feels so good about this LGD draft is, like, the Venom's really happy playing against a Razor. It's, you know, often in the past been considered one of the good counter picks to Razor if you are playing it in lane. So they've got 2 side lanes, regardless of how OG, you know, laned it, they were going to be at an advantage on the LGD side.
Yeah, and then by extension, they know these supports aren't going to be rotating into mid, so Pango against Magnus is going to be a bit of a farm trade. As BZM, nice play there with a shockwave to secure the water rune. He is about a wave ahead of Nothing to Say, but not a massive gap between them, and probably no real outplays to be made here, right? You've got Swash to contend with any skewer play. There's going to be hitting creeps for the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, the thing is, a farm battle, one that Magnus is more than happy to play and win because of all that bonus damage, sitting on 96 damage to the Pango's 66. We'll see how BZM fares here. But it should just be a pretty farm game until these supports start thinking about rotating.
Oh, OG with a good bit of damage onto Armate.
Yeah.
Needs some tangos from Jin Q. I'm curious to see how that all played out. Looks like it started with a Jin Q go with a stun and an attempt on Yuragi. Gotta be wary of that Nether Ward. It's one of those unexpected tools sometimes. Oh God!
Boy!
Okay. Well,
okay.
yeah.
He's thinking he's got time walk, but the quick raises just blow him up. Triple raise and you're done.
On top lane,
yeah.
Taken down, but Amar dead again. 4-0 start. 1 kill goes
Tiger's
the way of
feasting,
OG.
though.
Tiger, the big punches. 142 bonus damage. Loses the buff, though, so why? Back in the trees.
Oh, he
He'll
turned!
get the kill. Dies to the tower in the end, so a 2 for 2 in the top lane. Massive fight between the 2 squads there.
I'm pretty sure Undying lives if he keeps running, but he turned because he thought he had the better attack animation and would attack first, but the ET just gets the punch in before the Undying could hit him, so... Oh, unfortunate for him. TP mid, though. Dying as support, always... Mid laners are happy. Gets the free bottle refill, and there's a lot of creeps that were waiting for the Venom in the top lane, so he TP'd into like a double creep wave to farm.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, very nice for him. Where's Y wandering now? You've got an interesting Obs Ward placed there. That just gives a little glimpse of vision.
The kill bottom. Yep.
Oh, the raise
Triple
lands.
raise. Yep. Hit the double close range, and then he backed off for the long range, and Yuragi trying to punish. Needs a lucky bash, though, and he's just not getting it. The level 1 bash, only 12%, and he's no Spirit Breaker.
No, he's definitely not. Well, Amar dead once more. Faith Beyond and Y, they return back to that lane, collapse on the Razor, while Tiger, well, he was elsewhere. Difficult times for OG.
Yeah, all these kills going LGD's way in the lane stage, but at the same time, I think the net worth indicator is kind of where you have to look a bit. You don't mind giving up some kills if you're getting farmed, but they are being out-farmed, particularly the Razor, I think, having a rough time here. That's the TP back to lane again. It's definitely at least a little bit of a concern if you're an OG fan.
Yeah, it's BZM making the calls like, just drag it out, it's fine, I'm getting my farm, I'll get my items. What kind of progression will we see from BZM though? Is this one of those, Echo Saber Magnuses with a big damage? Do we go Blink with Force utility? What do you reckon?
I'm expecting more of utility. You've got Razor as well as Void on your team. I think playing around the, your Blink Skewer initiations is going to make a lot more sense. For now, he's just leveling up in power though, so. But I think like Blink, even BKB type build is going to be what makes the most sense this game.
Okay, yeah, well, the DD Rune gathered up by White, throws the Tombstone and the Rolling Thunder into BZM, tries to skewer away, but nothing to say. He's got his number and tracks back onto the Magnus.
That's a kill of a mid laner there. Oh, and he gets the +1. Great find from Nothing to Say. Yeah, I think for BZM going for that rune, he knew he could get there before the Pango, so he kind of, he forces Undying to pick it up, but then you're just giving Undying like all these right clicks plus the Rolling Thunder. He had no real escape from it, so bit of a overly aggressive play there, I think, from the Magnus. Maybe not recognizing that Pango was already level 6.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've got a great way as OG to relieve this pressure. Amara just dying again top. You got Faith Beyond with his Urn, using his charges and the poison attacks to take down Razor for the 4th time this game. Really a struggle in these lanes from OG, and this is the snowball that we were expecting and LGD kind of required in the first 10 minutes. But what's the response? Like, there's no, Earth Spirit Tusk kind of hero. There's no real form of team fight or initiation until OG get levels and items.
The response is to hit some creeps. That's empower up your Void, stack some camps, jungle it up, and avoid fighting LGD. You've got, a Venom who's going to have full control of this top lane. He went for 2-2 before starting to level up Plague Wards. I like it. And also got a value point in Poison Nova. That's how he got that kill. I feel like so many Venoms skip Poison Nova, but great to see him go for that. But here's the move from OG. Oh my god, that Pango.
But Pango with a big swash and a Rolling Thunder while Arme skewered across into the RP from BZM. Jinkyu already dead after dropping low under the tower, and OG enough damage to bring down the Nyx and the Shadow Fiend while not losing anyone yet. Misha heals up, back off his wand, and why? Getting chased down with a shockwave and a play forward from Yuragi. They get the kills they need. 10-5 now, and OG. A bit of a response, looking for Nothing to Say. He's got no swatch, no Rolling Thunder. Shield Crash gives him a ton of block on that damage incoming, and Jinkyu with the 3-man stun. Holds back OG, but they are not giving up on this. Chasing back into the tree line. Finally, Misha will die to Nothing to Say, but a skewer onto Jinkyu, opening up a potential kill on the Nyx. BZM wants it desperately, but now Faith Beyond's joined the fray, battling away onto the Magnus, looking for the pick-off, and he'll find it with his dominating streak going. And Jinkyu, he lines a stun up onto the Faceless Void. No stuns coming from LGD though, so a time walk back allows the Void to slip away from their grasps.
Once the Venom shows up, the party's over for OG, but up until that point, it was a stellar team fight for them. It looked like Pango was going to eat them alive. He had multiple swashbuckles that connected on like 2-3 heroes and got them incredibly low, but he didn't have the ability to finish any of them off, and OG just kind of were taking LGD down one by one and going from one kill to the next, just bringing superior numbers. Something I didn't expect them to make such an aggressive move. That was like a level 5 Faceless Void taking a 4v4 fight under an enemy tier 1 tower. That's kind of unheard of, but that's the OG way.
Yeah, it's mental stuff. Just OG with this overwhelming knowledge of team fight maths or something like this. Okay, we have this hero, this spell, we can do this and dive under tower, it's all fine. Knowing what's going on. But as soon as they respawn LGD, they're back out on the map, hunting BZM with the Pango and the Nyx. Can't catch up to the Magnus quite yet, but this is just the barrier in front of Arme's SF. They've given him some stacks in the jungle, he's cleared through them, still has a large camp to farm and mid lane to push out. So a lot of focus here for the Shadow Fiend's farm now for LGD.
Yeah, the Mask of Madness really saying, I'm going to look to guarantee and scale into the late game, not going for any kind of early BKB. Wanting to play that true late game hard carry. I mean, you've got Pango Venu, you've got so much ability to pressure these early towers and parts of the map. There's mid lane though, find Misha.
Good catch. Take down the Pugna. can't really use this as a platform to go do anything else, just to kill for kill's sake. But
lose the Undying. Any bash? Oh, first any Chronos. Oh, he didn't believe in the bash. Yeah, why tips him? It was literally like 0.1 second on the TP, so he didn't believe in the bash, so he just insta-casted Chrono with the right click.
LGD gonna get some recourse though. Take down Tiger in the bottom lane. I was thinking it's a bit of an awkward spot for Faith Bian. You know, he TP'd bottom to get involved with that fight, which was nice, but then he got a bit stuck in this bottom lane. Not really where you want your Veno to be. You'd much rather him pressuring the opposing tier 1. But the fact that they get this tower now means there's a lot of space to invade this Ancients area, scout out a stack, and Jin-Q, he spotted BZM and Misha.
Yeah, and playing against Empower Magnus. He's a hero that wants to farm these stacks. They do see Jin-Q here. He's on a sentry ward, so they're trying to bait this a bit.
But gets off his carapace though. Skewer back, already spending the RP and the shockwave, and BZM close to death. While nothing to say, thinking about the play forward, has another swashbuckle to finish off Misha's Pugna. LGD bring the numbers. 4 members of the Chinese squad in the mid lane and looking to pressure tier 1 again.
Yeah, they can get this early tier 1 tower, fighting it. I think anywhere the Veno goes, you just can't really contest if you're OG. Maybe with like the big team fight ultimates, but Chrono's down, RP's down now. So this should just be a free tier 1 for the Venomancer, and very likely he goes for that top tier 1 tower that you were talking about. Just making, you know, once you TP bottom to secure that fight, you may as well stick around, get the tower there, your TP's on cooldown, and then he takes the tier 1 mid along the way to the top lane. So just efficient moves coming out from Faith Bian.
Take control of this map. Jin-Q now putting himself in that top jungle, trying to see if OG are gonna launch a counter-attack and defend top, but with Void TPing out, looks like he's giving up any idea of defending. Just get what farm you can, get some utilization out of this Hand of Midas and the Empower. Keep scaling.
Yeah, they need RP, Blink Dagger before they can really try and defend objectives, I think, which they're just about to get. They're going to lose ET down bottom, PSG LGD. They make the move top, but it was, you know, just enough heroes to take the tier 1 tower while still aggressively using Vendetta to find a kill down bottom at the same time. So they're just doing a great job playing multiple lanes, not overcommitting resources to one part of the map. When you've got this Veno, you don't need to bring 5 to push a tower. Just do it with 2 or 3 and look for these kills elsewhere.
They're going for it. With the Undying and the Veno, they feel like they've got enough damage through the Shadow Fiend. Just rip through Roshan. 13 minutes in, we're going to have Aegis here for LGD.
Yeah. We'll give them... The Aegis is nice, but this also just means you take Rosh this early, that second Rosh with a free shot comes up that much earlier as well, so...
Yeah.
Because this is not an Aegis that's going to... It'll allow them to play super aggressive, farm the enemy side of the map, take these... Probably a tier 2 tower with it, which gets them the enemy outpost, but they're just playing their draft at a pace that OG cannot match because of... Really, just the greed. They've got, you know, they've got a Midas on Void. I think that's the right item pickup, but they've got 3 farming cores. BZM does have the Blink Dagger, and he's going BKB next, so he's trying to be the selfless core, but he's looking around like, well, my Void and, you know, my Razor, they're not really ready to fight, at least not until Razor is BKB.
Yeah, all 3 of the Dire cores hovering around 3,000 net worth. While you look at the SF, even the Venomancer, 7.5 grand to Faith Bian's name. Very quickly closing in on a Wraith Pact on top of the Spirit Vessel, so going double utility here on Veno.
Wraith Pact feels really nice.
OG gonna smoke though. 3 heroes sat behind Yuragi. And they do
Carapace.
Yeah, Jin-Q's out of there.
It's hard for OG. They're trying to find pickoffs. Even with these smokes, they don't really want a full 5-on-5 fight. Go back to the Wraith Pack. It just feels so nice because OG's draft is so like 5v5 team fight heavy. It's going to mitigate so much damage, and when you've got this gold lead to go with it, just makes it so dangerous for OG, and they're getting picked apart now.
Yeah, good patience from Jin-Q, waiting for his team to arrive. Even holding that stun as Amar was doing a few little shimmies to try and dodge it. But the next assassin, ever patient. This map starts to become pretty small for OG. You know, the greed not paying off just yet. It's a 7k lead for LGD and limited places to farm for Yuragi.
Yeah. This is where the Nyx Assassin feels so nice because you can be pushing out like multiple lanes with Veno, with Pengo, and Nyx is just going to be vendettaing around the map trying to find the kills because OG are going to go. They're going to go wherever LGD are not. They're not looking to defend against this Veno. They're looking to farm the opposite side of the map.
and Nyx is the perfect hero to go and hunt down enemy farmers.
Yeah, and we often joke about the farming Aegis. Usually that occurs when, a team isn't really able to go and push or anything. But this is literally just Shadow Fiend making sure he has a second life if he does get caught out or a sneaky smoke comes out of OG. He just planted himself in his Ancients, farming away up to 9,000 net worth. But the jump in from BZM top, catching out the Veno into the life drain. Nothing to say, it's taken down Amar already though, as Faith Bian falling near that tier 1 top. LGD, you're gonna move in quickly though. Time to dive. BZM swashbuckled down. The life drain won't heal him up anywhere near enough, and nothing to say with why. They've got the gap close onto Misha. Pugner's stranded, and Jinkyu secures it with a stun.
Taiga's still in the neighborhood playing around a Vision and Ward. He gets stunned up, still has a TP out. And they know there's a ward up here. Yeah, they're going to get the D ward, and they're going to find Taiga. Impale up in a second, so they'll finish off at 4th hero. Not a good fight for OG. It was a fight they chose to take because they knew they were creating a lot of space for the Void down bottom, who did get the tier 1 tower and is getting a lot of farm, but seeding up so many kills to a Shadow Fiend plus the tier 2 tower is still not going to feel worth it if you're OG.
I mean, the panel, we're talking about Arme needing to show up in some of these games. He's got a lot of farm here. We'll see how much impact he can have. Really defending himself with the next item, BKB. Trying to withstand some of OG's teamfight prowess.
Definitely Zhao Wei with the draft is showing up, as is Faith Bian. His Veno has been the kind of tempo setter.
Tier 2, their prize to claim in the mid lane. Having already taken top and the outpost. Just a systematic dismantling of OG. And a high ground tombstone leading into an impale from Nyx. Misha, half HP from just zombies. Drops down the Verdurous Dale. A bit of heal there, but just OG retreating. Every step is a slow shuffle back towards their base.
Give up the tier 2 tower, unable to fight. The RP was still on cooldown. And it's, even with the RP, it's so hard to get off. Playing in a Venom with these, like, blink initiators can sometimes feel really rough.
Arme's found his new home. Enemy Ancients. Get some more neutral items in his hands.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming BKB is about to be delivered.
Yeah. Very methodical from LGD. It's one of these classic games where you get first Aegis as early as possible, and you use it to take these outer tier 2 towers, get outposts, and they're going to maybe get Amar here as well. Carapace going to find him and gets a 2-man impale.
That's just beautiful, isn't it?
Yep.
Really gorgeous from Jinkyu, and the exact move that you were talking about. They're pushing mid, they're farming enemy Ancients, pushing bottom. Every lane there's a hero from LGD showing. So OG, that bit of false sense of security, thinking, okay, we've got room top, we've got a bit of space, and there's just a Nyx waiting for you.
Well, they're pinging out now. Yuragi and BZM, who are trying to get some farm here. Faith Bian just going to push them out of the triangle, but fortunately for OG, they've already farmed it up, so getting what scraps of gold they can get, and they may look to take this team fight. They're grouping up here.
They're kind of ready for this, though. LGD in the vicinity, as Jinkyu, he's not going to get caught out by anything here until the bashes from Yuragi, but they've got the mech from the Undying. The Chrono lands in onto the Undying and Shadow Fiend. Jinkyu finally dies, but Yuragi and BZM, they're dropping so quickly. Taiga and Misha trapped in the tree line, nothing to say, slices through one, and Taiga with a TP home, successfully escaping. But LGD, another swift, domineering performance in... I struggle to call that a team fight. That is a curb stomping from LGD.
Yeah, they just were so well split up. Like, even with 2 heroes in the Chronosphere, Faith Bian, the real damage dealer, he's positioned on this, like, high ground cliff in some trees, just throwing out spells, vessels, plague wards, and being an absolute pest. We'll see it all here again. But Nyx Assassin, being as farmed as he is, and the front lines just using these carapaces so well. And yeah, to the top side, you see this Venom. The Venom positioning just absolutely perfect this fight.
Yeah. Yeah, right on top of that cliff top. Yeah, maxed out carapace on the Nyx. Very irritating here. As we saw, like, BZM's move there, where he tried to blink past the Nyx. He was looking for that +1 to try and skewer RP. But LGD's positioning there, their spread of heroes, there weren't even a pairing of heroes to catch together. They finally got an opportunity when SF stepped next to the Undying to get a Chrono, but then they were lacking damage, lacking heroes. OG spend quite a lot there for no return. We'll grab their outpost top. But LGD, they don't relinquish control of the map. You know, every inch of the map is worth a fight for them. They can come up, deward, get the outpost back in their hands, and start thinking about this next Roshan, potentially up in just under a minute.
Yeah. Having second Roche spawn so early, and that's so much the value of killing Roche at 13 minutes in as early as they did, is they're thinking, you know, Roche number 2 is when we can, if things go according to plan, which they have, and you keep on getting all these good fights, you keep pushing the tempo, you're going to be ready to go high ground with second Aegis. It also involves a free shard for Shadow Fiend, who's such an amazing shard carrier that it feels like PSG LGD are going to be posing a real threat to OG's high ground defense.
Yeah, it's one of these kind of smokes, kind of needed from OG. They need that element of surprise. Wrapping around and stomping, attempting to catch Nothing to Say, but he's got his shard, so the quick roll up and the disengage from LGD. Nobody getting caught.
Yeah, Nyx did a good job. Popped a Mars smoke and then just backed off, and they knew Nyx was somewhere nearby, but they weren't able to find him once again. It's one of those things where if Nyx pops these smokes and dies, like, that's almost doing your job as well. And speaking of doing his job, he's found the Faceless Void, pre-BKB. Ooh.
He'll go for Misha instead. A freebie there on the Pugna. And Nothing to Say beyond godlike. 10-0-7 on this Pangolier right now.
He was trying to carapace like a Maelstrom proc there maybe on the Faceless Void. Although it didn't look like Void just wasn't getting any Maelstrom procs.
Bad RNG paying off.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 minute for Roshan. Big fan of LGD here, coming and dewarding the enemy Ancient, still holding that Observer Ward on the high ground in the top jungle area. And he's noticed me pings, you know, why bringing attention to areas of the map that he wants his team to be playing into. It looks like
a big kill if they can get it.
He gets off his BKB. Chrono comes along with a static link, and Amar's walked into the Chronosphere here, so maybe with the heals we are dying to buy time for Arme to escape. Gets him a bit of distance. Requiem, is it in time? No, not quite. In comes Nothing to Say, but he's bouncing off the cliffs. They'll finish off the Razor, and Yuragi, time walking back, tries to TP, but the zombies and Jinkyu's jump will secure them. 2 kills in the trade for Arme's SF.
Yeah. They make sure they still get the good trade, but losing the Shadow Fiend, you know, not quite according to plan, but they are still biding their time, waiting for this next Roche respawn, and they're not done hunting quite yet. Tiger will TP out from the trees unless a bash hits him, but Nothing to Say guesses wrong.
Faith Beyond tracking back, nearly keeping tabs on him.
Ah, yes, classic. DD spawn by the Roche pit.
Yeah. That's just normal.
Yep.
SF 15 seconds away from respawning. But how are we looking on OG's ultis? Like 100 seconds for Chrono? They still have RP? They can contest this? Can they?
I mean, they have the right heroes for it. It's just whether they have the farm and the ability to kind of contest into like the Veno Vision with the wards. Will you even be able to blink in? They're using the Spirit to keep scanning it out, but there we go. Bottle up the DD rune. We'll see if he holds on to it or if he uses it for this Roche. It looks like he wants to save it for a team fight.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, look at how quickly they kill it, even without the DD.
That's some serious pain. And, you know, level 17 SF means we've got the level 15 talent, so we're going to have plenty of ability to start pressuring these objectives. Going high ground's always the tough ask, though. We've got a Magnus with Blink Skewer, going for an Aether Lens even to go with it.
Yeah, shard on the SF though with Aegis and the bottle DD you mentioned. Also, I like the play there for Jinkyu. We see it quite often, just launching out a seemingly random stun into the dying Roshan, but he's making sure there's no blink steal or attempted sneaky play from OG.
Yeah. Some support comes running in for a suicide to deny Aegis play.
Yeah. And a swinging bot. BZM has used his blink. It's on cooldown for 10 seconds. But Yuragi is... Oh, he's under a Radiant Ward. They perfectly see the Faceless Void, the stun, the chain disables. They've caught out the Void, but is there enough damage to finish him before Time Walk? Nothing to say! 3 connections with his Rolling Thunder. Perfectly done off the back of Jinkyu's initiation.
Yep. Absolutely flawless movement around the map from LGD. It feels like this game, and they're going to press forward. Double damage SF. Could go for the high ground play now. They've got a creep wave coming down mid. It's not the easiest lane to push. Sometimes teams want to prioritize these side lanes, but with Plague Wards and the ability to kind of keep OG back, feels like this should go pretty seamlessly. They've already forced out the Glyph. Just that first creep wave. Perhaps a bit preemptive from OG, because now LGD are going to look to pressure.
What, 400 damage a hit. Arme popping away at this tier 3.
Yeah.
Tombstone on the high ground as well as BZM. Not sure if that was an attempt, but he gives it a crack with the initiation.
Yeah, the SF range, he's got the Dragon Lance, he's just able to position far enough back with the support of the Plague Wards. The Plague Wards make it really hard for this Magnus to get in.
Well, they get rid of the DD, Blink Yule's in, but the turnaround from Jinkyu, good force staff from Tiger. Gets BZM away from danger in the meantime, but their racks have fallen. 26 minutes in, your first melee claimed up by LGD. And it really is this algorithmic play from them, you know, from laning stage through to now. It's just been toppling buildings one after the other.
The Void did get out of the base to Midas a creep and is going to have a BKB for this next push that is almost surely coming. I feel like if you're LGD, you're just eyeing off that top lane of Rax. They don't have Penko. Penko's gone for the bottom rune. If OG take a fight right now... Oh, the window's closing though, and they're being jumped on.
Yeah, scouted and caught out by Jinkyu's Nyx. He goes in for a stun and then quickly runs. Trying to keep vision here over Tiger with another Yules, but the catch from BZM sending Jinkyu back towards tier 3, but they've got the poison over the Plague Wards and all the damage from the Venom while Arme's outside of the Chrono. Yuragi tried just to control up Nothing to Say, while Amar diving in onto the SF, draining all of his damage. Yuragi back in, but Arme's got this Mask of Madness going, the BKB's up, getting bashed in the meantime, needs a bit of help from his team, but Yuragi focusing SF, they've lost too much, they can't finish him off. Arme survives, and their cores have all died. GG is called, and game 1, it's over.
Yeah, the carries on the front lines just didn't have the supports. They're going to go for some last piece here, but Pengo got the entire back line. His Blink Rolling Thunder in with the roll-up. He was just chain stunning these supports, taking ET out of the fight, taking Pugna out of the fight. And as a result, like the Void didn't have any real backup. He tried to get a Chrono multiple heroes, only caught the Pengo initially. And unfortunately, for OG, it was just a kind of greedy draft that got heavily punished. Like PSG LGD had all the tools to play this fast game of Dota and not give OG the time they needed to take it to the late game and come online.
Yeah, I mean, OG may be a little rattled after their 2-0 loss against EG, but this is prime LGD. This is absolutely draft to laning to itemization to execution. Just 10 out of 10 across the board from LGD, it felt like. Not a single error or slip up from them.
Yeah, and it's something I feel like this draft was like they had room for error, and it was like a kind of easy to play draft in some ways as long as their lanes go well, but the lanes should go well. Like they've got both SF and Veno, these ranged cores with matchups against Razor as well as Void. Like range cores against Razor, you feel great. You've got no easy static links. Against the Void, there's no easy lane for him to go to. So it just felt like OG's lanes were not set up to do well whatsoever, and this Venom pick was just absolutely perfect for the LGD draft.
Yeah, then you have the mid lane, which is a complete wash. Both players getting a decent amount of farm, but Nothing to Say ends up 12-0-2 because he has side lanes to play into. If your side lanes are dominating and that lane bleed starts to happen where it all breaks down, supports are rotating, the Pango with the chaos he creates with a short cooldown Rolling Thunder, he is constantly involved in every single team fight. Whereas, Magnus is like a 2-minute cooldown on RP, he's got a long time to wait.
Yeah. I think if you're OG, you're going back to the drafting board a bit. I mean, there was definitely some question marks when we saw things like the Pugna come out. Maybe they've had a lot of success with it in some of their scrims. It's hard to fully know what the idea is there since it obviously didn't work out this game. But just in general, the greed that came out, like it didn't really feel like they had a playmaking mid to allow them to pick Razor with Faceless Void. Like Razor Void, the amount of greed there almost requires you to pick like some kind of mid laner that doesn't need farm, and then they pick a Magnus. Like I understand the synergy and why they get it. It's a good team fight. It gives them a late game win condition, but it's just another hero that needs to take up a lot of farm on the map and doesn't make plays for them, which was desperately needed.
Yeah, thinking back to the draft, I could absolutely see a BZM Invoker being a stellar pick and having a great performance there, but it was a last stage ban from LGD, I believe. Yeah, you just imagine an Alacrity on your Faceless Void, the EMP Tornado to kind of zone and control team fights to buy that bit of time for your greedier cause. But it's very well drafted, and decision making from LGD brings them to victory in game 1 here in this best of 2. A quick peek at the stats there. I think Nothing to Say the standout KDA, but MVP wise, what do you reckon?
I think probably Faith Beyond, his Veno. I mean, that lane, I think he was the one who, you know, there was that moment bottom lane where the tier 1 tower dive happened and things were starting to like, oh, OG's level 5 faces Void getting kills, and then Faith Beyond shows up and he's like, you know, wagging his finger like, nah, get out outside the map. And then he takes the tier 1 mid. I mean, as a team, they do all this, but I just feel like he's the one who, you know, made the moves, and he was kind of the key hero that enabled it.
Yeah, he was the pillar to their success, the anchor. And then we have Faith Beyond, 9-2 and 11. Even just that move to bottom lane to win a team fight, take tier 1, and then it was really just a simple move across the map. You called it the sweep from tier 1 bot to mid to top to jungle to outpost. It just seemed like every domino fell in place perfectly for LGD in that game.
Yeah, I think games like this always feel good because, you know, you feel like from the start you've been set up to, you know, do well based on your draft, and then you execute your draft. You know, going to game 2 for PSGLG, I think the key thing is not getting overly confident, because I don't think they're going to have the same kind of draft edge. Definitely expect OG to make the adjustments and to go a bit less greedy and just to have a bit more of a well-rounded draft when it comes to the next game.
Yeah, definitely a morale boost, though, for LGD, though, picking up a victory here after a disappointing day 1. We'll see how OG comes back, though, as game 2 will be right on its way after this quick break.
our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we're back here into our Group A series between LGD and OG. LGD taking Game 1 very convincingly, and a lot of work to do for OG here to come back in Game 2, Gods.
Yeah, a lot of work starting with the drop, but I think also just, mentally, first game of the day for them. They've not had the early wake up as some of the other teams in Group B did, but after a pretty solid day one, I think OG at least have other ways they can go. And I think for OG, they're a team that often, they don't try and dominate and crush the group stage. They want to try their different heroes, their different ideas. This time around, they had some idea with the Pugna, and probably something I don't think we'll see again in game number 2.
So yeah, you go 4-0 and then you drop a series to EG, take your foot off a little bit, think about developing the meta a little bit more, looking towards the playoffs and stuff like that. But you've always got to be afraid though, right? 2 teams from each group dropping out of TI. You do not want to get caught down at the bottom come day 3, day 4.
Yeah. Oh, and I think for these 2 teams, they don't want to be even caught in the lower bracket to start things off. Having that double life, just you can feel a lot more relaxed playing Dota when you start in the upper bracket. There's room for slippage and messing up along the way. But at the same time, obviously bottom 2 is definitely where you don't want to be.
Yeah, and maybe a bit more confidence. In Group A, we were kind of looking at thinking there's more of a separation between the maybe tiers or echelons of teams where you expect LGD, OG, along with your EGs, RNG, and Liquid, who are all performing very well to be up at the top. Whereas, hoping glad they're not in Group B, where everyone is very, very tight. Everyone's very closely matched over there. It's going to become a bit of a slogfest come day 3, day 4 for tiebreakers and stuff if we come to that.
Oh, it's definitely. Group A's, it definitely started to look like there was a top and a bottom, but then you have teams like Liquid who have really shown up, alongside, obviously, EG, they're 6-0. And then you've got the Hakoris and Gaimin Gladiators who are kind of like, middle of the pack, 3-3. Can take games off anybody, I feel like. So I think Group A is surprising some people in that some of those teams people had pegged as more, middle or bottom teams are doing much better than expected.
Wow. Xiao8, deep in thought. I wonder what he's thinking.
He's super focused. Okay, there we go. He's made up his mind.
I'm hungry. It's like, I want the Big Mac, I want the McSpicy, I want what are we having for lunch today? No, he's
they're in Singapore. There's better food than McDonald's. Come on, Gary.
You are right, but I have to say, I tweeted about it the other day, but there is one thing that Southeast Asian McDonald's does that nowhere else does. It's the spicy chicken thigh sandwich, and it is just the most beautiful fast food piece of engineering I've ever encountered.
It's so good. I miss it every day.
A McSpicy, it's god tier. But no, you're right. There's plenty more. Chicken rice and chili crab and all that stuff. I was very, very glad to get acclimatized to the Singapore time zone a couple of days back.
Well, we've got our apples being eaten. Yuragi has other ideas about his healthy food choices. And game 2 is underway here as OG and PSG LGD going to be racking their brains for a second time when it comes to the draft.
Oh, Primal Beast being let through. Marcy, Undying, Clock, and Chen, all the options to be banned out. And OG going for this Oracle. I feel like they've done this again previously. They like testing Misha on these unconventional heroes in terms of meta picks.
And last time they picked Oracle, it was also against the Primal Beast. So maybe having that save against the BKB Pulverize is just something OG want to prioritize. So we'll see if that's going to be the answer here as LGD quickly snag Death Prophet. I think based on last game and based on what they've seen, they're probably looking at OG and they're like, OG's just going super greedy. All their drafts are more late game oriented. They like to play more and more in these carries. Let's pick these tempo drafts that take towers that really put OG on the back foot. You don't really want to try and match their greed with your own.
Now, I'm wondering what the pairing with this Oracle is going to be. They had it with a Terrorblade previously, And just looking back, I mean, Death Prophet, a good pick for LGD in its own regard, but also a little bit of a block pick because Oracle Death Prophet has always been that really sick combo. The frontline DP with all the heals, having that false promise backup, keeping you alive is a scary threat. So a nice grab there from LGD for sure.
Yeah. It's a pick that I think also just doesn't care about the Oracle much. You're just going to be looking to run in, and you've got a lot of physical damage coming out. So the Oracle spells are just things that just don't really bother you.
Well, heading into the second phase of bans, Batrider, some respect being put on BZM's name. That hero is really sickening in his hands, that Witchblade build. It really can scale up as the Bat, even going into mid to late game.
Yeah, I wonder if that indicates anything about what they're trying to pick or what their lanes are going to be. Maybe they're considering a mid-Primal Beast. I think definitely the flexibility of the Primal Beast we've talked quite a bit about. A hero that can go, mid lane, off lane, or even support is what we've seen so far. I don't think there's any kind of carry Primal Beast, but it does make things a little bit trickier when it comes to drafting.
Bye-bye Slug, bye-bye TV.
Yep.
You're really going to have to look for this play with the Oracle. There's always the option of the Amar Huskar to come out towards the end of the draft, right? That's in the back of your head.
Yeah, maybe with the 8th pick here, if they want to, they could pick Huskar and then ban to protect it with their last 2 bans. Because I think if they try and save it for the last pick, I think it gets banned. So I think if they want it, they may have to pick it in this phase. And if anything, maybe LGD even bans it out here if they're, if they're thinking about Oracle partners. It's definitely one that will come to mind.
I'm wondering then if that's the case, if OG ban an AA here or something along those lines, it kind of gives up the game a little bit.
Yeah.
And LGD just focusing on these heavy-hitting carries.
At the same time, you could ban the AA and, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to block pick Huskar? This is, they don't have any bans left. So if you ban AA, it tips your hat a bit about what maybe you're thinking of picking, but what do PSG LGD do about it?
5 seconds.
Yeah, they'd have to.
But Morphling's banned out, so that's, I think, also kind of protecting your basis. Another hero that benefits a lot from the Oracle save.
True. I wouldn't put it past Faith Beyond to play Huskar, though. He's one of those guys that he could pull out any hero and look comfortable on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Is it good, though? They've already picked 2 offlaners. That's the problem. They maybe do it mid, I guess, or Ame. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. With this opener, well, we're expecting the DP mid and the offlane Primal Beast, I guess.
I'm not attached to that. I think maybe even I'd rather almost see Death Prophet offlane and Primal Beast mid, but I think at least on some level right now, this Primal Beast is like a flex hero. Could go to support even. So I think we'll have to wait and see a bit when it comes to PSG LGD draft. The Death Prophet being both mid and offlaners. If you look at OG's bans, they don't really know. They banned a carry, an offlaner, support. So despite LGD having picked 2 offlaners, they're still banning out Beastmaster.
Yeah, and it's not out of the realms of possibility to put DP as like a 5 or something. That's been done in the past.
Yep.
There we go with OG grabbing their BZM Invoker. So looking more and more like this Tiny 4 Oracle 5 Invoker for the mid lane. And still looking for our Yuragi and Amar heroes to come out later on.
Yeah, I wonder if there's something kind of juicy to pop that Alacrity on, some kind of big super carry. Or if they want to maybe play some kind of fast-paced tempo Dota as well themselves. Because I think if you're OG, you're maybe thinking we're playing a little bit defensive. It's not the OG that they're maybe more well known for, the run of the enemy, slay, dive their fountains. Like, we haven't really seen that quite as much outside of the Gaming Gladiator series where they had like some super bloodbathy Dota.
Yeah, that's pretty nutty. But I mean, who is that hero? Now, Medusa hasn't seen much play recently. You already looked at the TB and the Morphling being banned out. Slark is gone. So you're looking at what, like a Jug or something? I mean, Void could come back again.
They do like their Jug on the OG side. And yeah, Faceless Void with the Invoker, I think makes a lot of sense here, as long as you don't pick too greedy of an offlaner. And LGD going back for the Pengu. They really like this hero, particularly in Nothing to Say's hands. It's kind of become one of his signature heroes, and they just get so much team fight around it. He's so good at getting on top of the backlines, and when you're up against an Oracle, I feel like that's always one of the things you want to be able to do in your team. You've got Death Prophet and Primal Beast to kind of address the the cores and the front line of OG, and then your Pengu just goes in and disrupts the Oracle and his ability to play and use his spells to save his teammates.
Yeah, kind of a cool pick in the fact it removes a little bit of flex from the Primal Beast, but then adds it back again, so you've still got DP Pango flexible. But it looks like now you were right, the Primal Beast maybe being relegated a little bit to position 4, with that Dazzle pick being the 5. So Ame's hero, the last one to be grabbed. Unless LGD have a trick up their sleeve, which we're not aware of.
5 seconds remaining.
Seems pretty unlikely here. I mean, definitely none of these heroes are Ame heroes at this stage. I think there is still some flex potential between Pango, Death Prophet, Primal Beast, but it should be kind of what you're expecting. Primal Beast, Death Prophet in the offlane, Pango mid. As OG, that's a very late SF pick. This hero's been getting first phased and generally prioritized, but here it is, slipping through the draft.
Yeah, right through there. OG feels like they need some more teamfight control, though. They got a lot of damage from Invoker, Shadow Fiend. I mean, I'm saying this because BZM's been playing much more of the Exalt Invoker, and I think across the board through this group stage, we've had them move away from Wex into Exalt to give you the Sunstrikes and the damage, and not necessarily the control from the EMP Tornado combo.
Problem is, some of those teamfight heroes that Amar plays, Slaughter, and particularly the Mars being a teamfight when they're getting banned out, so as far as those more teamfighty offlaners go, your options may be a little bit limited because of his kind of defined hero pool. Could go for the Timbersaw. I mean, that's not exactly teamfight, but it's more that like kind of carry greedy style if it becomes a good Timber game. Right now, you know, I think it's a decent Timber game. There's not like any kind of crazy kill threat onto him, but it will depend on what LGD get here for the carry. He's going to want to have that good matchup. This is something I feel like OG do a lot when their second pick is actually save a Mars hero for last, or at least wait to see what the carry pick is going to be so they can guarantee that he has that kind of counter pick.
Yeah, and that Ursa ban, that adds to your story as well, right? Making sure that he's going to have a decent time. Well, yeah, that is a woe.
Tempo.
So
Talk
position
about
1 Prophet?
tempo. Yeah, it's almost, I mean, probably got to be. You know, sometimes in the past, Faith Beyond's played this offlane, but if that's the case, then who's safe lane? Like,
Carry Beast.
Yeah. I said it was like the one role it's not played in, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
But that's the trick up the sleeve I was alluding to, kind of hoping it would happen. We'll see if it's the case. Unlikely here for LGD, as that Prophet will likely be the one. As OG, Amar hero with 10 seconds remaining to pick it up. There's one thing I've learned from Arlington is I don't know what a good Timber game is anymore. I used to look at 3-4 strength heroes, good Timber game, no nuke damage, good Timber game. Amar on the panel is just like, nah, this is a good Timber game, not this one. Tidehunter going to be the pickup for OG.
I think they're worried that if you pick something like Timber about the same thing as last game happening, where you just kind of get run over, and if you lose your lanes, you're just going to lose every single tower on the map. Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet. Like, that's just full tower taking control. And then you combine... This is something LG just seem to love to do. Pick these kind of fast-paced side lane cores with a mid Pango. And Pango's the perfect hero to kind of combine with these push strats, because anytime you try and defend a tower, you've got this kind of initiation to punish heroes who come in to defend.
Well, Amar, careful with your cables. Looks like he's got his headphones cable trapped under his chair. Prep yourself here for game 2. A difficult time ahead of you. LGD have already shown the tempo they can set with these kind of heroes in game 1. Going to be no different here. Jinkyu on that Primal Beast. Y on the Dazzle, and nothing to say is Pango really was the key element in game 1 to give them the speed and pace of play that just continued team fights throughout the first 20 minutes. You pile on a Prophet now, they're going to be everywhere on the map, not giving an inch to OG.
And the thing is, like, if you talk a bit more about the Pango, when this hero became, like, really meta and was being first phased in a lot of games, everybody was prioritizing, like, countering it. Like, okay, they got Pango, we got to get Wyvern, or we got to get a Bane. We got to get something to deal with Pango. And I think because Pango's considered not as strong in the meta now, people have kind of just been ignoring, at least not directly trying to counter it. And that's why these Pango picks, like this game again, nothing actually deals with Pango. Outside of maybe, SF, Invoker just BKBing and right-clicking him during the Rolling Thunder, but that's not really directly addressing him. So, if you're getting these Pango games where nobody finds a way to counter the role, Pango's going to very quickly become a top pick in the meta again.
Yeah, absolutely is. And OG, they're going to meet LGD here. Jinkyu walks up towards the staircase. The Fortune's End into Razors. And close in on the Primal Beast. The Onslaught gets the distance. The Sunstrike, though, it'll connect and kill him. BZM with first blood and OG. Good start here to game 2.
He was out of there if not for that Sunstrike. Amar really did not want to level up Gush, and you know he's got the Nature's Prophet lane, so I definitely agree with the decision to go for the Anchor Smash there. And fortunately for OG, they land the Sunstrike and still get the first blood, and almost dream case outcome. Like your mid laner gets the first blood.
Yeah, this is a mid laner who rushes Midas. Now we've seen this shift, like I was saying, more Exort Invoker, more Hand of Midas first item, and before boots, before Bassi, before anything, just mantle, bit of regen. Get that Midas going, get your levels flowing into the Invoker. There's OG. Moving down towards bottom runes. Trying to gather up as many as they possibly can. Still going to be the 2 for 2 though, as LGD were able to reclaim a bit of territory up top.
Try and poke their nose back in, but Misha taking a lot of harass. A little bit interesting that Tiny's actually being relegated to 5 position here with Misha on Tiny and Tiger playing the Oracle. Perhaps just for the lanes. I mean, it's, you know, we've talked about it a lot. You want your melee support with your ranged carries, the SFs and Morphlings, then you want your range support with these melee offlaners. So that's really the reason behind it. But a lot of the time we're seeing 4s and 5s, you know, swap lanes. But this time they're actually swapping heroes.
Yeah, good point. Attempt from BZM. And good deny there. Both looking at the Sunstrike to secure range creeps. Age-old tactic.
Nothing to say, we'll get his last hits too, so definitely a mid lane where you're not necessarily expecting any action. There's nothing to say misses his shield crash to get his range creeps. So both mid laners not getting the range creeps, but you know, there is going to be a lot of harass potential from an Exort Invoker, particularly when these Forward Spirits come out. You can keep nothing to say away from the lane a bit.
Yeah, especially being able to guard runes. Maybe with a rotation from Tiny or the Oracle. We'll see if that comes into play a little later on. Yeah, you were talking about these melee supports with ranged carries. And the bottom lane for LGD, double range though. They've got Shadow Wave with a Treants being a pretty nice combo. But how does this play out for Y? Is he just in a 1v1 against Oracle while Prophet 1v1's tied?
I mean, yeah, for LGD, they don't really want 2 separate 1v1s. They'd rather the 2v2s because that's where you're getting value out of, you know, the Poison Touch. You can keep reapplying it. You can get all these right clicks off and, yeah. We'll see how things pan out for Amar, who's got definitely a tough lane, but with the Ring of Protection, the early Anchor Smash, and very likely a point in Kraken Shell coming early, I do expect him to still get good farm down here.
Should have a solid time. And Tiger, a lot of focus onto trying to bring down these Treants, remove a bit of the pressure from LGD in their lane. Keep peeking into mid where nothing to say. We're dropping lower and lower, but he's got his bottle now. As it looks like a Water Rune picked up and a Water Rune denied by BZM is going to remove at least the refill potential there for the Pango.
Yeah, it's nice with when you've got the Forward Spirits, you can try and control both runes. Even without a bottle, BZM wants to deny them from nothing to say and, you know, force him to go grab like a 3-minute bounty rune. It's just kind of like this inefficient play that, you know, Invoker's going to get a couple extra last hits and denies if he has to go grab a bounty rune for the bottle refill.
Yeah, looks all safe and sound bottom. No real aggression. Top lane, Misha and Jinkyu just having a bit of a back and forth. Both of the strength supports getting some punches in. But LGD in a good lane space here, a bit closer to their tier 1. Does give them the opportunity to maybe get on top of Yuragi. But for now, it's just calm farming time from both teams.
Yeah, I don't think either side's really aggressively looking for kills in these lanes, outside of maybe PSG LGD with their safe lane. Like, the Dazzle always has that kind of kill threat if you can get Poison Touch on top of someone, but so far that's not really been the case, and now going in on the SF top, yeah.
Yeah, Jinkyu's level 2, but they've got the toss back. Misha, this position 5 Tiny. A little bit of a counter against the initiation from the Primal Beast. But Yuragi to take a tremendous amount of damage and needs to get these tangos going just to stay in the lane.
Yeah, it was a level 3 timing. They were waiting to have the double Spirit Siphon. Doesn't feel good to use your 1 Spirit Siphon charge and then it goes on cooldown. They get the toss back into the tower. Xinkyu has to onslaught out of there.
Yeah, he's in, he's out. And pressure is on OG. This is now Faith Beyond. Pretty much back to free farming. 7 denies, 12 last hits, equal with the Shadow Fiend. Both of them are very focused on clicking each other rather than the creeps in the first 4 minutes here.
Yeah, no real
losers yet of this laning stage. No one's suffering too much. Obviously, Invoker, I think, the happiest with the first blood and having a good lane, doing a good job of trying to deny some of these runes. He forces Nothing to Say to, like, preemptively go to the rune to get it as it spawns. Otherwise, it gets nice. He gets himself a double water rune, in fact, so nice little move from him. But at the same time, Invoker's like, you know, he'd like to deny these runes, but he's not. As long as he's getting farm, he's okay with Pangolier, you know, doing his thing.
Yeah, it's kind of keeping Pango away from the creep wave, but forcing him to drag it around while top again. Primal Beast and the Death Prophet uproar to slow them on their retreat, but the raises from Yuragi, nice dodge on the Sunstrike. Xingqiu, he knew it was coming. The call from the Pango is that Invoker has lifted his arms, so the Sunstrike was on its way somewhere.
Yeah, good communication, and BZM, while all that was going on, perhaps he got pretty low. He maybe was watching top lane a bit too much, and Nothing to Say. Once he hits level 6, there is that kill potential in mid with Wise Dazzle rotating in. They're looking for it pre-level 6 even, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, very nicely done. Why? Close to death, but he had that wand pretty full and a Fairy Fire. Keep himself alive, even though he is blocked in with the creeps. Come on, Nothing to Say. Get me out of here, please. An Oracle, TP again, just going to kill off Y. Y wants to die. It's time to die.
Oh, maybe he didn't see the TP in the trees. Not entirely sure. But like you say, dying almost feels better for him. He's so low in health, he can't really do a whole lot there. He gets some damage onto the tower with the Siege Wagon. Not anything crazy, but at least a good rotation nonetheless.
Yeah, probably a case of knowing that Oracle was missing, and either he's coming through the river bottom or he's TPing mid, one way or the other. Y was probably going to die there, so TP's back for the bottle refill.
Oh, Rolling Thunder mid.
Yeah, going straight onto this Invoker, looking for 2 kills in quick succession. Even bringing Ame in here, but the Cold Snap and the Ice Wall holding LGD away for now. But in comes the Pango, crashing again onto the Invo as the Nature's Prophet tossed around, being burst down. The grave comes from Y, the save, and the reinitiation from Xingqiu as Ame just TP's home. Tiger, he's got to high ground, but Nothing to Say. Bridges that gap easily, and we'll find the Oracle here. The Fortune's End just delaying things a little bit longer, though. Oh, Tiger. Can he get out? He's got a Fairy Fire. I think LGD have to give up on this.
He dodges
the swash, so he gets away from it.
Okay. Nice little small redeeming factor for what was a pretty bad team fight. The Invoker with the TP death, like you die, you TP and you die again, is one of the worst things as a mid laner. And that's what PSG know. That's why they're willing to rotate in Nature's Prophet. There's no guarantee Ame lives there. He gets a really nice grave from Y to keep him alive and get his TP out, but he's willing to die to kill the Invoker because he knows Invoker's life is worth more than his when he's just been brought down a few seconds previously.
Especially when he's rushing this Hand of Midas, right? This could have been a 7-minute Midas quite easily for BZM, but yeah, there's 2 kills, delaying things by at least a minute and a half, 2 minutes here on that timing.
They've given Mark a decent amount of room down bottom to continue his farm and really start pressuring this lane and getting the tower down a little bit, but I think they're okay with that. They're not too worried about what the Tide can do. There's not really any amount of farm that really scares you on a Tide Hunter.
It always catches me off guard when I click Amar and he's got Satanic in his sticky buy. What's he up to? Oh, that's always that. He's done it before, but I'm not sure this is the place, time, or the game to go for the right-click Tide.
Maybe. We'll see how things develop, but yeah,
okay.
It could be...
okay, gods.
I don't know. It's a Mario we're talking about. He's thinking Deso. He's thinking, yeah, Satanic.
Trust in the process. A lot of damage to Xingqiu, but they've got this Fate's Edict, blocking all of that magic damage from the trample. That's a nice little move that Tiger can make onto these people being jumped by the onslaught.
PSG, you know, having their cake and eating it too. They're pushing top, they're pushing mid. They use the first Exorcism to bring down the tier 1 mid with the Nature's Prophet rotation, and this mid tower's gone very low as well.
Yeah, Xingqiu may have stepped a little too far forward. Tiger there again, saving himself with the Edict, but Tiny caught out along with the Shadow Fiend. Faith Beyond has herded Yuragi back into LGD, trying to pin down the SF and the Swashbuckle. Nothing to Say shuts him down. The Grave would have saved him from the Sunstrike if it had landed. And LGD, they keep themselves sustained for that continual aggression.
Oh. And they clear out the creep wave here with their own creep wave coming. They're going to get some more poke damage on this tier 1 mid, but it doesn't look like they want to prioritize it just yet. Faith Beyond will stick around. For the rest of the team venturing into this dire jungle, seeing what they can find.
More Misha. He might be able to scout them here. Yeah, the high ground ward, I think, caught a glimpse of nothing to say. So BZM back behind his tier 2 at the top lane. Misha still edging around the trees, trying to scout people out. Well, back into mid. Faith Beyond, 40 seconds more for the Exo to come off cooldown. They've still got a pretty low tier 1 tower here to focus in on.
I think that they'd love to get this without Exorcism. They should be able to do so. Maybe just needing Rolling Thunder, which is still in cooldown as well. So OG do have a couple of cooldowns that they could play around with LGD, not maybe being ready for a team fight, but they just don't have the farm or the items yet to take a fight. Invoker just with Midas, SF just with Treads. You know, Tidehunter is a bit of a slow hero when it comes to offlane play as well. He's just trying to pressure his lane. Things are not online yet for the OG side.
Yeah, nothing
Mars
to
is
say.
dying bottom.
Yo, you're right, yeah. Amar dying to Faith Beyond. I was looking at Yuragi. Yuragi dies to Ancients! Oh, no, gee. They're gonna get a catch here with a Sunstrike, but the Grave again from Y.
Soul coming. And he's going to regen rune too, so he's going to stick around. That was just so well kind of anticipated from LGD, and they come in scouting out the Ancient Stack. They're going to now get to farm this one.
Oh, no. Well, depending what your perspective is, oh, yes, for LGD.
come on, Gareth, buy us Casa. What's this?
Yeah, my apologies. I just really feel for Yuragi. Farming Ancients dying like that and everything being stolen. But LGD with some really, really nice movements here into the enemy Ancient area.
Yeah, they went back in.
He's going to pay for this, though, it looks like. Gets off a Grave and a heal, and he's full HP again, in fact. The Shallow Grave with a heal amp. Having a full wand and a level 2 Shadow Wave, it's enough.
Raiding the enemy jungle alone is XinQ. Is he thinking of some kind of pulverized solo kill? Not sure. He's got the damage for the Invoker who's under tower here. What an aggressive move from him, though.
I'm just thinking back on this Nature's Prophet position 1. We saw him a bit at Arlington, right? But the first couple of days of groups, he was, I don't know, he was
cancel.
I mean, XinQ's gonna get turned on. Wrath of Nature's a lot of damage. And a Pulverize, I mean, is LGD coming in to play around him? The Sunstrike misses, so XinQ survives. And now the turnaround play with a Poison Touch and the Uproar, slowing down Misha, allowing for the Swash to land.
Somehow LGD even make the flubbed plays work and look good. like that was so bold from XinQ going for a solo play in the enemy jungle, playing around the Nature's Prophet ultimate to try and get some kind of a solo kill. He gets caught on the initiation, and they still turn it into a tiny kill. Like, he sidesteps the Sunstrike. He preemptively cancels Pulverize just to dodge Sunstrike. Is just, honestly, so impressive.
But yeah, this Nature's Prophet, thinking back to Arlington, this Hand of Midas build, we saw it a fair amount. I think RTZ comes to mind, where he was like 0-4, 0-5 on the hero with an item in the group stage. What's the difference here? You know, why does Arme feel so comfortable going back for the Prophet in the draft and then the Hand of Midas in the game?
I think for LGD, it just fits their overall strategy of playing fast and punishing OG's greed. Like, again, they saw this very greedy draft with SF, Invoker, and Tidehunter. It's just like a perfect case where you want to play. You've already got Death Prophet and Dazzle and Primal Beast. Like, you've got these heroes that want to run at the enemy. Pick a carry that plays around that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And into Roche they go. Exo, the Treants, damaging and tanking up Roshan for Arme to click away at him. Who does this go to? I mean, giving it to the Prophet seems like the logical choice, but I could easily see arguments made for nothing to say to take it.
Yeah, I think probably just I was going to say probably the Prophet, but you're right. It is nothing to say. There's definitely an argument for it, and he's playing more on the front lines, whereas Arme's farming some of these side lanes. Maybe he can play around his buyback teleportation as well, so it is going to be Pengo.
I mean, Arme is going to farm out top, farm out in his Ancients, stay off map and hidden by the fog for a while. PSG LGD trying to connect in with XinQ down in the bottom lane. OG have made a small smoke of their own. Looks like Tiger and Misha wanting to get a bit more control of that top jungle with some vision coverage here so they can force fights around their outpost.
Yeah, I think maybe they're thinking they can kill Nature's Prophet too with a Sunstrike. He TP's out just in time on Arme. They even ping it, so I think they caught a glimpse of how close they were to getting the kill. They'll still get the lane ward down in the top lane, but I think OG were hoping to hunt down a core there. They're being pretty sneaky about it, like showing all their other cores on the map, like 2 supports plus a Sunstrike, can kill Ame.
Yeah, that's true. Ame, some stacks waiting for him. Large camp cleared. Ancients to work on. And Gleipnir not too far away anymore. So even more control. Try and catch on to these squishier targets of OG.
Yeah, he is getting very, very farmed. And the entire LGD side, the 3 cores, well on top of the net worth. Similar story to last game, and just making all the right moves. Even like the supports like Xingqiu and his Primal Beast, getting some room to get some farm to start working towards his own BKB.
The line is being drawn. OG have a good read of this, knowing that LGD just showed in the mid lane. Natural movement for them is into that top jungle. There's an outpost there for OG to hold on to, but it looks like they are pretty content pushing out the side lanes, returning back to mid to gather up their forces.
LGD have just been waiting for Exo. It was on cooldown, and now it's back up, so I think we'll see them push out top and mid and likely connect at this top lane to take the tier 2 tower. But now, though, they are, they are playing more greedy. They're farming the Nature's Prophet. I mean, Nature's Prophet can farm anywhere and join up, but Xingqiu's Primal Beast being down this bottom lane suggests that they want to try find some pickoffs down here.
All right, try and play into him. The TPing bottom outpost. Xingqiu sees Tiger. Thinking about it. The onslaught cancelled out. And meanwhile, Faith Bian runs straight in towards Misha.
EZM's caught as well.
Do they
Any
have
detection?
reveal? Any detection for him? Doesn't look like
They're
it.
chain
Nothing to
stunning
say,
him.
just blindly stunning and chain disabling the Invoker while Amar trapped inside the Sprout, silenced up for now. But he is away from there, still holding 17-1 charges, but he's gonna have to use them to survive against the Pango and the Wrath of Nature.
I was just about to say, I think that's actually decent for OG, but losing Amar there, perhaps not going to feel as good. But Exorcism being used for like a small fight that only gets a kill or 2, as opposed to taking a tier 2 tower, is actually okay for OG in the grand scheme of things. But losing Amar, I think, is going to swing things in the favor of LGD, who still have themselves a pretty sizable gold lead. Similar story to last game. This first Roach, a bit more of a farming Aegis, a bit more of one to just take these outer towers, control most of the map, take farm away from the enemy, and then build up this big gold lead to really hit this power spike around Roach number 2.
It's just kind of hard to see where OG are going to be coming from in these fights, because there's a catch on nothing to say. Misha, they take the Aegis down. LGD not chasing up high ground. They don't have the vision there, so they'll try and back away now. Yeah, I was just looking at this thinking OG supports are both very poor, and I don't know. I don't see Misha buying Blink anytime soon. Tiger on an Oracle doesn't really have a key item to go for. Tied with no Blink means no initiation, so is it really going to come down to like Uragi with his BKB? That's the big difference maker for OG.
It almost has to in many ways, but yeah, not having a Blink initiator, your Tiny is not getting one anytime soon. He's maxed out the toss, but how does he get into to use a toss back? It's
the
something
Windlace.
OG. Yeah, they just can't play around it.
Oh, 2 supports scouted out and rolled on. Nothing to say. Comes crashing down on their heads and pulverized the Oracle with a good shield crash over towards Tiny. Misha getting caught up here by Faith Bian, and nothing to say. 2 quick kills for them while they're still out on the map. Ame pushing out top. It looks like he's TPing in towards mid to catch out Amar. The Turd Hunter dead for 30 seconds.
And being able to play like this aggressive, let's just keep hunting for kills style of Dota with a Nature's Prophet means, Nature's Prophet's just farming all over the map with a Midas. His net worth is like insanely high right now, way above all of the OG cores. And that's just going to remain the case as long as he's got this Midas and ability to farm the map and not even really join fights. He's 1-0-4, and I feel like half of that involvement is just throwing his ultimate.
Yeah, because usually 20 minutes in, 11k net worth is good. 12k net worth is very good. 13k is kind of excellent. This guy is going to have, 15,000 net worth going into 20 minutes or something? He's record-breaking, exceptional game from the Prophet here.
Oh, great Sunstrike. Gets the last hit on the creep. Well done, BZM.
You take what you can get on this kind of map.
I got to be a bit biased for OG as well here, you know. I was going to say hoping for that game 3, but oh wait, it's best of 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just hoping for some ties in the group stage. You know, if everything goes 1-1, we get more games, more tiebreakers, more Dota 2 action here for TI.
Yeah, I didn't see the LGD games yesterday because there were so many games going on, but this just feels like classic LGD. They're such a fun team to watch when everything's clicking. The kind of aggressive style that they play, and they're doing a great job punishing OG's more passive farming style.
Yeah, a single hero shows. Tiger going to be the target. Swashbuckled down again by the Pango. I absolutely agree. I didn't catch any of the games, just seeing the score lines, a couple of the drafts. If you look at this series against OG and then look back to day 1, you're thinking, what happened? What happened day 1? This is LGD on form. They're looking perfect.
Another catch. Amar. He's the one who's farming the dangerous parts of the map and just constantly being found and hunted. Doesn't really want to ravage.
He's tanky and annoying. Cutting through trees and pig-poling away.
Okay.
They've got another onslaught in 3 seconds along with a trample, so he'll ravage now as Misha dies to Faith Beyond, but in comes the onslaught trample, and Jinkyu finds the takedown. It looked like Tiger was considering the false promise on the Tide, but now with the Gleipnir catch from Arme, they'll bring him down as well. 3 quick kills again from LGD, and it's just non-stop slaughtering of that OG lineup here.
Poor Amar, he's thinking like, oh, I'm going to die anyways, let's not use Ravage. And then finally he's like, oh, I'm going to live, let's use Ravage. And oh, sure enough, still goes down. Just nothing they can do. How far ahead LGD are getting and the kind of tempo they're playing at. They've got this great catch that the Primal Beast brings to the table, even out of the support role. And with Faith Beyond, his Death Prophet having Exorcism combined with a Nature's Prophet, these towers just drop.
They've not really spent too much either. They've got BKB Exo on Faith Beyond. Onslaught in behind the tier 2 and the tree line there. They were expecting OG to be lurking in the shadows and waiting for a fight. Nothing to be found though.
Invoker had dropped a meatball, but he backed off as soon as he did, so not quite the connection they were hoping for, but they'll get the outer tower nonetheless, and now they get to kind of sweep through the jungle, farm everything out, and start making their way, I think, towards this top part of the map. Roshan is back.
And Arme's going to have an AC in the next couple of minutes.
Oh boy.
It's 16 grand. Oh, what an absolute monster. Yeah, TP and top, he's just, ping-ponging back from top lane to Ancients, keeping that farm rate up. And in fact, is it 740 GPM? Not a spectacular number, but for 22 minutes into the game, it's pretty freaking good.
Just gotta be careful. OG have smoked us 5. This is their big teamfight opportunity.
And they come in contact with the DP and blow up Faith Beyond, but look at that trample. The damage of the Tiger clears him up. Oracle's dead. As Uraga with his BKB turns, but the Grave onto Jinkyu allows him to potentially TP home here.
BKB TP, and he's out of there. Roshan is alive. I don't know if OG have the ability to take this one. The SF damage is decent, but he hasn't got the Mask of Madness, and I think more importantly, LGD are ready to take a fight. Even without Death Prophet, they're going to have a Rolling Thunder in the pit, so OG have to back off, but they seem to want to stick around. They still have Ravage. Well, they will have Ravage up in 8 seconds' time, so a potential Roche fight could look good for OG.
Still got that double observable there. Plenty of vision to play in towards the pit. I've got lanes to maintain, though. Uragi up top. Symbizium down bot.
LGD may just walk into the pit here. They see so many OG heroes on the map, it's very safe to do so. And if they can hold on to Exorcism, it means they'll have the Aegis and probably 2 Exorcisms to use during the Aegis timer.
And whose shard is this? Just give it to DP?
They've already got Pingo, it looks like Death Prophet, unless... I don't think
Dazzle?
Nature's Prophet.
Dazzle's pretty good.
Okay.
Let's see. Shard on the ground. Faith Beyond
belongs
to him, so that fear from the Spirit Siphon.
Shut. He's been down.
Yeah. And Gleipnir nets him up. Onslaught to cancel the TP. Kill the Tiny. At least a bit of room bottom for OG, though, knowing that LGD have amassed everybody up top. They get a deep ward down, keep farming through that bottom jungle, and a little bit of pressure on the tier 2.
I feel like OG, they found this Philosopher's Stone and they're keeping on Tiger. I'd almost like to see it pass over to the Tiny. I think this Blink Dagger is going to be a key ingredient for their high ground defense. It does feel like that's where the direction this game is headed with how big of a lead LGD has got. And Tiny, 800 gold. He's pretty far from Blink Dagger, but something like a Philosopher's Stone could make a difference.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. These two very poor supports. Okay, if the Oracle buys a Ghost Scepter, he can buy space. Ame. Yeah, 1v2, turning and fighting. And a Rainbow TP situation from LGD, all coming down here onto the outpost to help out their Prophet. Tiger so close to death, but he'll TP successfully back to Fountain. While BZM tucks into the trees. And it looks like Amar went in behind to try and cut some waves as well.
He's sending the Wraith Pack TP out. I guess he's just doing some cheeky little plays. Didn't really achieve a whole lot. Chipped away at the creep wave, but didn't actually bring it down.
They're even scanning and looking for him. Where's this sneaky fella? Not to be found. But yeah, the role swap or the hero swap between Misha and Tiger doesn't seem to have worked out this game. And it also feels like Oracle hasn't had that much impact in this match without a real hero to put the false promise on. BZM gonna TP out of bottom. Ame stuck around, and the 5 members of LGD are stampeding in towards that tier 2 bot area. They've already claimed the tower, so now it's time to claim some kills. Why? Walking high ground, gets Avatos back into Yuragi. Good pick off on the Dazzle, but what can they make off the back of it? Amar and Yuragi coming down the staircase. Sunstriking forward to try and scout and give vision. Jinkyu, he meets Misha. BKBs and pulverizes, and now they've got the DP ult with the Pango roll. Back in towards the Tiny. Look to blow up Misha here and catch onto Tiger. Both supports the targets here for the Gleipnir of Ame, as they will swiftly move in to kill off the Squishies. And nothing to say. He's even in the back lines aiming for BZM.
He's zoning out the entire backlines. Didn't have any follow-up damage, so wasn't really close to getting any kills there, but doing a good job of landing his spells to guarantee those 2 quick and easy support kills. But with Exorcism wearing off, there's no real high ground play here to be made for LGD. They're going to have to back off, continue farming, continue building upon this lead. Like, even though OG had this kind of scary, stronger late game, if you're far enough ahead, it doesn't really matter how good a late game draft your opponents have if you've got like a 30, 40k gold lead.
Yeah. I mean, it must be devastating for the morale of OG here. I mean, game 1 was 31 to 9, 35 to 9. It was 35 to 9, a massive dominating performance, and now 21 to 4. No difference in game 2. LGD coming up high ground bottom lane. Tier 3 taking a pummeling from Ame, and this defensive line is just a straight wall of heroes behind the Nature's Prophet, ready for any move of OG.
Just knowing there's no Blink Dagger on Tiny, it makes pushing so much easier for them. They're doing this without the Exorcism and just using the Nature's Prophet with Aegis just to chip away at these buildings. Do get the D-Ward here.
Last-ditch Glyph keeps the tier 3 alive on 20 health. And Yuragi fake pumping the Requiem. Gotta be careful now he's sprouted up though. He needs to get his BKB off. They've got False Promise behind him to buy. No, they don't. It's on cooldown. They don't have the save available for Yuragi, so he's gonna die. Ame just comes in, kills off 2. Dive behind tier 3s a little bit there, but fall back and focus objectives is the name of the game for LGD.
SF was almost playing as if he did have the False Promise behind him, but it was still, 10 seconds away, and LGD get the perfect jump, utilizing this Primal Beast initiation so well. The BKB pulverized just... When there's no false promise, there's just no good answer to it, and it's not just one lane of Rax there looking for a second. Still 30 seconds left on this Aegis.
Yeah, and 30 seconds left before Shadow Fiend respawns. Doesn't want to buy back.
Yep.
And
LGD... They're going to have Exo, too. 10 seconds, and, how do you fight into them?
That's a very good question. I don't think I've got the answer for you.
See if Faithbound just pops it here, or if they decide to back off and look for another good fight. It looks like backing off is going to be the call. Farm some Ancients, get those next couple of items. You just got so much out of that bottom lane, plus the kills you got from the team fight. That a lot of big items coming out for LGD.
And another cycle here for LGD, doing very well, getting a pretty early first Roshan into second. Waiting for another one. And grabbing up tier 3 items on their journey through the top jungle. And OG gonna have to relinquish control of the entirety of the map outside of their base.
Just got solo vision, only one deep aggressive ward, which isn't really leading to any kind of plays here. With a completed Satanic and 200 gold is going to be a massive problem for them. And I think big part of the Nature's Prophet pick here is the matchup against SF is pretty good. You actually kind of, you've got that range carry that can always be attacking an SF. You're not really being kited. And LGD, they want to charge in here.
Man, nothing to say. Breaks up the high ground, spots out Misha. Does get the toss back, and a blink rapture from Mamar, not connecting on anything. Faith Piana's aggressively blinked in on towards Tiger, getting the fear on the Oracle. Pango trying to slow down Uragi's retreat. Needs the BKB Requiem to fear them up, but he's been caught out, stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, and finished off. GG called. A tremendous victory. 2-0, in fact, for LGD over OG. I thought this series would be a close one.
26-4, 2 sub 30-minute games. We're getting all these 50-minute games on this patch. I feel like, yesterday we had 10 games or whatever that went like 15 hours, and OG and LGD just having 2 quick ones. This was a complete and utter stomp. I think LGD, a lot of it goes back to the draft where OG thought they could get away with these greedier drafts, and LGD almost drafted to punish it. They drafted to really, beat the timings of OG, picking up these, tempo carries with the Nature's Prophet, having a Death Prophet in the off lane. The Nothing to Say Pengo back-to-back games, just doing a great job of, punishing OG and finding the backlines. And yeah, OG just had no answer here.
I mean, what is it? 61-13 if you combine the kill score of these 2 games. That's not a pretty sight. A total of 1 hour of gameplay across 2 games. Our average game time here through LCQ and into the group stages has been like 45 plus minutes or something. We had lots of long games. LGD showing you can win early on here, taking down and dispatching with OG in quite some fashion.
Yeah, and for OG, they started 4-0, and now they've lost 4 games in a row to 2 of probably the tougher opponents in their group. It's in EG as well as PSG LGD, but suddenly you're faced that kind of scary thought where it's like, a 50-50 score doesn't likely get you into the upper bracket when only 4 of the 10 teams advanced upper bracket. So they're going to have to pull out some 2-0s, and particularly games like this, they're going to maybe feel like they have to revisit some of their overall kind of strategies and gameplay that they've kind of prepared for the international. It may have worked in some of their scrims, but the kind of greed I feel like they're picking with is just not working when they're going up against these tougher opponents.
Yeah, it's that battle of ideologies that's often in Dota 2, right? You see these games going longer, you think you can out-greed your opponents, build into late game, but then you have the reverse being true also, where you get the exploitation of the greed, spread the wealth across all of LGD and look incredibly good. Nothing to say, that series, talking about kill scores in the end, he was 19-0-25, unkilled across the 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely flawless stuff from him. Had some tough mid matchups, but made the most of it. This game, he was getting bullied a little bit with the Invoker harass, but just made some good plays to guarantee like double water runes and things, picked up all the bounty runes, and just once he got his items, gets his fast diffusal and blink dagger, it just feels like every fight he's connecting on Rolling Thunders on multiple heroes in the backlines. Even if they're not dying, he's stopping them from casting spells in ways that these other Pango players often are just not finding clean blink initiations.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see him find his groove. Pango is nothing new to Nothing to Say, but he's kind of shifted away from these TAs and snipers, thinking back kind of a year and a half ago over to this Pango as being really his key hero. Might be worth a respect ban. Maybe not in the first phase, but definitely, like you were saying at the end of the draft, you need some responses to it. Whether it is that Wyvern or Bane or Bloodseeker, you've got to respect Nothing to Say's Bloodseeker here. Don't give him freedom.
Yeah, if he's going to keep picking Pango, start counter picking it, because this game, 5 heroes that just don't counter the Rolling Thunder in any way. It just kind of goes back to the times where Pango was meta, like everyone was like first phasing Wyvern or whatever to beat it, and I think OG. Maybe that's, not just OG, but I think all teams are going to have to be kind of thinking about that if you leave Pango in the pool. The other option is you just ban it out.
Yeah, so LGD starting to clamber back up that Group A standings now, as OG, like you're saying, sitting at 4-4 now with two series wins and 2 series losses. 2 losses against EG and LGD. But lots more Dota 2. We've got 2 more full days. We've got another half a day here to come in terms of group stage action. I just love this beautiful view across the winning draft. Wise Dazzle, Nothing to Say Pango, and there the final kill scores and net worth up on your screens.
I feel like you've already decided, but what were you thinking for MVP?
For MVP, Oh,
Or maybe you haven't decided.
It's just I don't know. It's so easy to say nothing to say, isn't it? But I just kind of love Jin-Q when he's playing Nyx and Primal Beast. You know, he breaks vision. He's the teamfight starter. He's winning lanes. Like, okay, Faith Beyond did very well game 1. Nothing to say he did very well game 1 and 2. But I think overall, in terms of actually winning fights and winning the game, Jin-Q is the one that's pushing waves, finding the starts to initiations, and really he's like the linchpin of this LGD squad here.
That solo smoke he made was so ballsy. I was just like, what the hell is he thinking? But this guy knows how strong Primal Beast is. If he's going for solo kills in the enemy jungle with the Nature's Prophet ultimate, and there he is, the MVP. Dude, poor nothing to say. The guy he goes some 0 deaths
fault.
in 2 games, and
Production's listening to me for some reason. Who's your MVP? Maybe we can have 2 gods.
I thought you were going to say nothing to say, and I was like, poor guy's had 0 deaths in 2 games, and I robbed him game 1, you're robbing him in game 2. But yeah, no, we've decided, we got to stick with it, so. Yeah, nothing to say, honestly. It was co-MVP both games, but perhaps just not the MVP. I would give MVP for the series to Jin-Q, and MVP of game 1 to Faith Beyond, I think was correct. MVP game 2 to Pango, but I think it's just worth pointing out Jin-Q's performance here across both of those individual games. There we go.
Oh, we've got 2.
He's got
it. Double MVP.
Yeah, co-MVP. The one player I think, I know the panel and Fear was saying he wants to see Ame kind of step it up. I think Ame is fortunate that games like this, he had such a quiet game. He didn't actually have to do anything in either game. I think it often happens, these games where you're versing a greedy team and trying to beat the greed with a push draft, that carries just get to chill a bit. So 2 very straightforward, easy games for Ame, where particularly the SF game, I don't feel like he had to do anything at all except hit buildings. But I'm curious to see in some of these closer games if Ame can, step it up when he's needed, because this series was a bit of a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's the carry, but he kind of got carried, through the draft and through the lanes there by the rest of his team. So, yes, a swift 2-0 victory there for LGD over OG, as I believe we can head over to the panel and think about the future of Dota here, heading through the group stage.
A much needed 2-0 for LGD here over OG. It looks nice for LGD. It's looking great for all of the LGD fans out there. Let's start with game 1. Have a little bit of your thoughts, Kezu, on the draft and the way that it played out for LGD to be able to secure it.
First of all, LGD, they are back. That is shaky day 1, but I think, Xiao8, I think he whipped them back into place yesterday, maybe had a little bit of a speech.
It just goes to show how much can change between day 1 and day 2.
Oh, absolutely. And we all know that LGD are capable. And as we can see here from the draft, some good heroes on both sides, but Magnus last pick, maybe not ideal. We see here at least one of the plays that OG tried to pull out. They have this aggressive RP, they pull him back. But overall, the story of this game was LGD had really good side lanes. They got kills with the SF, they got kills with the Venal, and OG were kind of running around trying to scrape back the game. But when you're behind against a Nyx Assassin, we've seen that many times, you have Faith Beyond who had an 8-minute Vessel running around and nothing to say on the Pango. Yeah, your map just becomes a little hard to play, and I just think that this last pick Magnus was, kind of a deal breaker. It doesn't really help you defend the game all too much. And game 2, a little bit of a, similar story. Drafts look perhaps somewhat even. I think OG have some cool stuff going, but one thing I want to highlight is the Nature's Prophet carry coming out here by Ame. And we just have a few plays in this game. So when you play Nature's Prophet, especially as carry, you want to play on high tempo. So already at minute 6, they have a Pango roll mid, they rotate their carry. So they're going on BZM, they force a lot of heroes here from OG. They do kill the Invoker, they get a lot of damage on the mid tower. Clutch Grave by Y, so Ame joins this fight. Here comes Jin-Q as well. They get the mid tower very low, they kill the enemy mid laner, and this is already very great for them. And we're only gonna mainly focus on the early game here, with the next 1 or 2 plays as well. So here you see the chase continue a bit more. Here, 8 minutes. This is just 1.5 minutes later. Another 5 mid. You get a couple more kills. They do some more pressure. In the meantime, top tower, Faith Beyond, he's there. He's pushing it with his Exorcism. Ame is going to rotate there as well. We can see him right now. He doesn't feel too cool about staying in the bottom lane. So now they take the top tower and then the last play. They're already now 3,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes. And that was kind of the story of that game, and they ran away with it.
really good, I guess, news for the LGD fans out there. But Fear, you were covering OG as well coming into this series. Talked about the picks that they like to stick with, and it just not really working out this series.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like it this game. Like, they tried to do some of their stuff that they are comfortable with. Amar was on a little bit of a different hero, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Did not connect, but this Boom and Gaming Gladiators game 1 did connect for Gaming Gladiators, T-Panda.
Yeah, basically pretty heavy team fight lineup here from Boom. They went with a lot of cooldowns. You can see the lassos, the black holes. You can feel like FBZ on Enigma. You're pretty much used to see him like he's the Mars god, but he can also pull off a pretty mean Enigma from time to time. This game 1, though, if you look at it from the side of Gaming Gladiators, I think the person who really carried this game was Dyrachyo. So Dyrachyo was carrying with the SF. He went 10-2. I like the item build that he's going for. Pretty classic Linken's against the Batrider. You've got Silver Edge versus the PA, and it just feels like a semi-free game, but they took their sweet time, you know. They chilled it out 32 minutes into the GG push and tap out from Boom. And this wasn't one of those games where Boom would be leading. This was the one and only where they were basically on the receiving end from start to finish. And then we go to game 2. We got a bit of a spicy draft coming up from here. As you can see, you've got Marcy paired up with an Agi carry. Always nice to have that extra lifesteal plus the damage to buff up. Helps out a lot for Dyrachyo. You've got Jackie Boy on Pudge. And one thing about this Pudge, this game I think was still ongoing. The Jackie Boy Pudge basically went 19 denies at like 5 minutes, so we had a very drained out Ace Brew at the start of the game, but I think it's still going.
I can actually tell you that it is finished now. The other thing I wanted to highlight in seeing that after covering SEA for most of the year is FBZ getting Mars. He looks fantastic on it almost always. I can't say how he looked in that game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it play out, but they did win. Boom being able to tie up that series. They get the second game. Gaming Gladiators had the game number 1 there. So that's B-Stream. They're going to be moving on to their second series very soon. But yeah, Boom taking it out there. The C-Stream, last time we checked in with it, RNG had taken game 1 off of Sonics. Game 2 still ongoing. So not too much to talk about over there. Kind of going how a lot of people expected. And the D-Stream. Day of upsets, it has to be, or comebacks for some teams, because we had EG Liquid. EG not winning either game here, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, we tuned a little bit late to this one as we're still paneling as this long game was going onwards. But for the most part, like, this is EG's first loss here. And Liquid, they got their comfort. They got the Pudge on Matumba Man. They got Mickey on his Shadow Fiend. Saw a lot of work being done here by like the Pudge versus Sven Dismember during the BKB. And then Mickey's Shadow Fiend doing plenty of damage. Not to like undermine Zai here too on his Death Prophet. He played a really good Death Prophet here. It was a really back and forth game. As you can see, there's a Rapier on the Quap right now. That used to be on RTZ, but you know, it's a 70-minute game. Those things happen, but at the end of the day, Liquid did take that win.
Game 2 here also going in the way of Liquid Kazoo with that draft. Sort of, you know, I guess going to what we're used to seeing, Matu picking up the Lone Druid, getting something that he's very comfortable and very dominant on.
I mean, I think they just had a lot of comfort picks, kind of played on some tempo. Matu Lone Druid, I mean, I feel like I can stop right there.
That's actually the whole analysis, is just Matu Lone Druid.
I mean, he did get to go mid lane this game. Like, we saw it in Last Chance qualifiers. He went mid against Abed's Lina. Didn't go as well. Like, he didn't have the best laning stage, but the tempo they had the Leshrac in the safe lane. They moved Mickey there, destroyed the Lycan in that lane, snowballed. Now all of a sudden you're in a lineup where you have Enigma, you have a Lone Druid, and a Leshrac. And EG, they didn't really have any wave clear, so once they got a little bit of a lead, they just snowballed that game into a victory.
Probably one of the most enjoyable things about Liquid, watching their drafts play out and how they come into the early game, is who is going to be going where with the Mickey Matu ability to be able to swap heroes and swap lanes. But last stream 5, the E1, we had to see what was going on over there, because another bit of a surprise. Bet Boom picking up game 1 against Hikaru, T-Panda.
I feel like there was a bit of a lackluster hype because BetBoom is back, baby. Of course, like when you look at this draft, one thing you have to highlight, the Huck, Nature's Prophet. This guy, they played 68 games during the course of this DPC tour. His entire year combined, he would go 18 games on this Nature's Prophet with like 73% win rate. Absolutely dominant on this hero. You can't let BetBoom have this. Like we just saw Ame pull off a clean game, 0 deaths in the entire series. Nature's Prophet carry might be something that shows up a little bit, so you see some good stuff. Also, I would recommend looking at maybe BetBoom's Twitter. There's some spicy stuff going on in there as well. But I also in Game 2, they did lose to Hokori. You know, we see them going with the SF and the Husker. That's something that Hokori was playing a couple weeks back. They would go with this Husker pick, either for the mid lane or the off lane, go for the quick Aghanims, goes for those good taunt plays. And they would win that game, even if Lara will go 10-1 on the co-op. So Hokori continues the ties, man.
Yeah, Hokori really showing up. I think the other thing that shows how well they're able to adapt is they just banned the Nature's Prophet in Game 2. So really sort of taking away that comfort for BetBoom. It's showing that Hokori able to adjust and look really good. Means standings. It's standing time. We need to see where everyone's shaping up, sitting down. Group A will be the only changes from the last time we showed you the standings here on the main stream. RNG now up there, 7-1. It's a little bit of a change for that top. EG and Liquid now being tied after their showdown. And Sonic's Boom tying with BetBoom still down there at the bottom. LGD and OG also tied now. Actually, 4-4 was something interesting that stood out to me there. Nothing for you guys?
No.
Okay.
Actually, the
I
only
was like
thing,
opening it up. Maybe you guys
I
are
would
like,
say
yeah,
the only thing for me that I wouldn't say shocked, because RNG are a good team, but I didn't pay enough attention to the standings to know that they're topping their groups right now at 7-1, which is, you know, not too bad.
Did you even listen to me?
Yes. Oops.
It's all right, Kaz, I'll forgive you 100%. But we want to jump into the next series, the one that is going to be played here on main. It's Aster and Entity, two teams that we actually haven't really been able to cover on the main too much yet. Entity there on the left-hand side, Aster on the right-hand side. How is it shaping up in your eyes, T-Panda?
Well, I mean, this entire matchup pretty spicy in the sense of Entity. They're sitting 3-3, 1 win, 1 tie, 1 loss. Aster 5-1. This is probably one of the teams we haven't really touched upon too much. Like this entire roster of Aster building around like XXS, for example. I think one of the better offlaner players in this entire tournament from these first 2 days. And I believe that Aster has some of those strengths that Entity also match up, even though they're in a completely different region. Like they have a lot of similarities in both of these teams. I think you guys would agree on that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I got some info a little bit on Aster. We're not able to follow them a lot, but they're running a lot of the Drow Ranger on the position 1, 100% win rate. And at the same time, they're running position 5 on Siamescat, the Sven, position 5. 2 games of that, 100% win rate as well. So those are some heroes I'll keep an eye on. Also for mid lane, Ori, he's playing a lot of the Primal Beast, no surprise there. Also Leshrac, 100% win rate. These guys have only lost 1 game. A lot of 100% win rates around. XXS, Brewmaster, that's a hero we don't see a lot of. They did lose a game with it, but it's still looking really good for them.
Yeah, and then if we look at Entity, who, you know, they're going to face up against, they have a couple similar heroes. You have the Leshrac, who they play in most of their games. But as you mentioned, Aster, they love Drow Ranger. So if Entity want to have a good game with their Lesh, they need to be either aware of Drow and ban it, or if they can't in the first phase, because Aster will pick it at the closing pick of first phase, Entity need to address it with their second phase picks. Maybe Broodmother, they love that hero. Lycan, there's also some Naga Sirens that they like to bust out with Pure, so that's also something at the same time Aster they need to take care of.
You guys have raised a lot of points, a lot of heroes to keep an eye on. I guess also the way that they're going to be able to play out this game. Very quickly, though, you only get 2 seconds each. How does the series play out? Scoreline.
Monet doesn't die.
Good.
Win.
What?
Yes, win. I say 1-1.
What?
Monet doesn't die.
Okay.
Fia, I just don't understand you half the
1%.
time.
Someone is winning.
1%.
1%.
The only thing I really understand is Gareth and God, so I really just want to go over to them as they're going to be cast in this game.
I just want a highlight reel of Fear just going 1, 1, 1. Every clip of him saying 1 over and over again on loop. Yeah, we're going to head into Aster up against Entity here. Gods. Entity, they went through the regionals undefeated. Didn't drop a single game up against teams like Secret and that. Now, doesn't seem like they've been shaken by the group stage or anything here at TI. How do you think they're going to face up against Aster, who came second at ESL One Malaysia and have always looked like one of these top-tier Chinese squads?
Yeah, I feel like Entity were kind of like the trendy team coming to TI, like the not even dark horse. I feel like they were rated higher than what you'd kind of consider from a dark horse, just because of how well they did in Texas with the stand-in and like their unique style of play and understanding of the meta. But they haven't shown up quite as hot, whereas I think Aster is just this like super well-oiled machine. I'm kind of expecting a 1-1, but I think if either team's going to get a 2-0, I think it's more likely to be Aster with how strong and solid and just kind of, I think, well-rounded they are as a team.
Okay, so Entity, you know, got some interesting picks out there with like, you know, Storm and Visage mid and things like that. Definitely their own style of play. Do Aster have these surprise factors, or is it just like you said, this is solid, stable, well-oiled?
They've got their own kind of brand of Dota. I think particularly with Monet and his carry pool is just massive. He's got some heroes like the Naga Siren he's looked really solid on, but then I think he just will play like the tempo carries as well as the hard carries depending what's needed. So I would say when it comes to Aster, I think it's less kind of clearly defined, so they're a bit more unpredictable with the draft, whereas with Entity, you know what they're going to pick. It's just a question of, can you beat it? At least that's generally been the story with them in the past, because they've got this much smaller hero pool.
Yeah, can you handle it? Can you withstand that early pressure? They love to win their lanes and snowball into that mid game as Entity. And Team Aster here, like I said, coming second ESL in Malaysia, doing very well for themselves across the board, getting into TI off points, looking incredibly strong. As the panel was saying, Monet maybe not even going to die this game or this series.
That's kind of a classic Monet thing to do. I think he's one of these carry players, similar to like a Raven, who will just have these. If you're winning games, he's just having these flawless performances. Like they're so good with their safe lane, playing around. Him in the 5 position just don't seem to give up kills. Well, I mean the support does, but he's not. They secure that lane incredibly well, and I think for Aster, you see him there on the camera getting ready, having some last minute little power naps, but they're just a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that relaxation? Is he hyped up and prepared for this? He's just chilling.
He's chilling. That's fine. That's normal stuff.
There we go. Snap into action.
Yeah, he doesn't look sleepy at all.
Yeah, very, very prepared, ready to get underway here. As game 1 draft, it will begin. And Aster, thinking of heroes and a little bit of flair they like to bring, Drow Ranger is one of those picks that we could see here. Grabbed up by them even early on. First phase Drow is something that they love to grab.
Okay, are they picking it like against the Morphling, or is it just like not even seeing anything on the other side,
Well, it's like they're leaving Morphling in the pool, and then it looks like they're picking Drow to... they like the Drow, but it's kind of a block pick against the Morph, it looks like. Opting to ban out some of these other heroes instead.
And they're the ones with first pick, so generally you look at first pick having the draft edge, at least for these openers, as we help ourselves into that draft. Coach Lan M, Chinese Dota scene veteran, favorite of mine, big fan of the guy, and he's doing the drafting for Team Aster.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite moments from a TI was Lan M playing position 5 Jug and going boots first, spin level 1. Going around and destroying people with that. There we go. Snapfire first pick. Aster have done this previously to lead into a draw if they want to. While Entity, they've been left, undying out there as an option. Oh, okay. Straight out with the Broodmother. Here we go. That's setting the tempo of the draft. Never mind the game.
Hello. My Brood's been... We've not seen any Brood, but I feel like every time I look at some of these drafts from other games, like EG especially, there's been a lot of Broods. And EG were 6-0, so I think they lost with it today against Liquid, but... Brood's been apparently dominating games.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you've got your Morphlings, your Zeuses, some of these Drow Ranger heroes. They don't really contend with the Brood at all in the laning stage. And it's one of Entity's favorites. Double bug start as well, Brood and Nyx. Is there a 5-man bug draft out there? Is that possible?
Throw in a Weaver, throw in a... I don't know, what are the other bugs?
I think that might be it. A Sand King? Sand King's one, kinda. Yeah.
Scorpion? I don't know. There are arachnids.
There's arachnids, bugs.
Arachnids are spiders. Yeah, what are the other bug heroes? Viper? No, he's not a bug.
We'll have to start looking at cosmetics now, scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend for Aster. So no Drow Ranger this time, going for the tried and true SF for themselves. And the immediate Arc Warden ban as well. Entity, one of these teams, kind of similar to Liquid, not necessarily in terms of actual hero pools, but the ability just to play this toxic, no holds barred, no morals, no ethics draft style.
Yep. I think it was, Insane who said, there's no ethics in drafting.
You pick what's good.
Yep. And yeah, it's kind of interesting, I think, to me that they still went for the Shadow Fiend. Like, obviously, it's kind of this meta carry, but a lot of people generally kind of have this idea that Broodmother should be one of the heroes that causes SF problems, but nonetheless, they stick with it. They're not going to be thrown off just because of the Brood pick. I think EG, the game they lost against Liquid with Brood, there was like SF Pudge. I think that was the SF Pudge game on the other side. So, it's still playable. Or maybe I'm mixing the games up. There's so many games going on. Hard to follow them all.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah. I'm just thinking back about, like, SF used to be a bit of a counter against Brood, but that was back when Brood had, Spiderlings before level 6. So I'm not sure how this actually works out with the Broodmother against SF, because he's got razors to kind of contend with the Spiderlings a little bit, as long as he lands his razors. And Cookie is a little disengaged tool. They're definitely going to need something to squash the bugs here for Team Master.
Yeah, you can see some of these. The ban on Pengo, designed to maybe protect the Brood and the Spiderlings. Like, it's the kind of wave clear that feels nice against the Brood. The Beastmaster, Beastmaster with SF, I think, is a great pairing. Like, there's a few heroes, Beastmaster as well as the Pudge, who just seem to really combo well with SF into these like 5-man death ball drafts in the mid game. You have this tanky vision hero and in Beastmaster you have a hero that really amps up the SF's damage and synergizes with the physical damage build. So no surprise to see these two heroes banned out.
Yeah, so previously, along with the Broodmother, we've had a lot of Jakiros and Leshraks. Some of these heroes that give you additional abilities to push down towers, close out objectives for Entity. So we might see something along those lines come out in that next phase. They've got the team fight starts with the Nyx Assassin, so now they need someone to partner up with him, someone that can go around the map and maybe look for kills. I've really loved these support duos. They can't have Nyx Snap in this game because Snap's gone, but along those lines of having a Nyx Disruptor that can find a core and kill them just on their own is always really nice.
Yeah, I think the hunting and vision aspect of Nyx is always so good. You've got Spiderlings as well. I think we're seeing more and more teams really prioritize heroes, and I think for vision, like a lot of these kind of heroes that are kind of popping up in the meta here and there, I think a lot of the strength, it's kind of an unmentioned part of like Enigma, for example. It's like you have these Eidolons, which come mid to late game, you're just sending out to do some scouting. The Enchantresses, Nyx as a hero, as a body does that. The Spiderlings do that. Vision is just so important in Dota, particularly when your enemy are like playing around their cliff wards and you can't go running in. You almost need one of those like summons to send in to scout things out.
Yeah, especially when so much of the game is focused around Roshan. Being able to scout side lanes or high grounds and gives you such vital information leading into team fights. As Entity, they opt for the Silencer. So a bit of a combo breaker here against the SF Snap.
Yeah, they've liked their Silencer, and they, as well as a lot of these teams coming out of Europe. Puppy's been playing it for Secret. Gaimin Gladiators have been playing it. They've been doing this like Silencer Brewmaster lane a lot. Although we're not going to be seeing any Brewmaster, it looks like we'll be off-lane Brood. So just a solid 5 that not for any like for some reason it's kind of become this big go-to for a lot of these support players.
And what do we need now for the Team Master? SF Snap leading into the Omni Knight.
Oh.
Has he been picked yet? He feels like a fresh hero to me.
Is he a first timer? Let me quickly check.
Yeah, have a quick look, because I don't think I've seen him, and I've not noticed him looking back on drafts, through Dota Buff or anything like that. I don't see him on the unpicked unbanned, so I think he was grabbed previously.
5 seconds remaining.
And a Mars for Team Master as well.
One Omni Knight pick by Thunder Awaken.
Oh, that was close.
Yep. Just the one. Didn't go well for them. That was a game Team Secret took, but Master going to look to remedy that. Picking it with the Mars, so there's your kind of, your Spiderling AoE wave clear. Also just good team fight. I think against the Brood, like having the wave clear is important, but also having the catch. That's where Beastmaster is pretty good against Brood as well. You want to just be able to, have that blink stun initiator who can just jump on her and force these kills.
I'm trying to figure out the role of the Omni Knight here, because it's not as though he can dispel global or anything like that. Is it just like a matchup of Omni Knight does decently against Nyx in the lane and keeps the SF alive, similar to like an Undying?
Yeah, I could see that. I'm not seeing like a 100% clear intention behind it. I think the Guardian Angel has a lot of value against Brood Morphling because that's 2 physical damage cores. So Entity haven't gone for much mixed damage here. They're going to almost be forced into some kind of Stormer mid laner that's got magic damage, and that makes it very straightforward with these bans. Like the Invoker gets banned out. We could even see like a Zeus ban potentially. I think makes Entity's ability to win these team fights into Omni a bit tricky.
Or the other option. Position 1 Mars with an Omni Knight, Shadow Fiend mid. Build up this Mars carry to deal with the Broodmother, just keep him in that lane. There's Aster banning out their final hero here. Yeah, Stormer heroes. Batrider still out in the pool, it looks like. Visage is there as well, something he's like to grab from time to time. It's actually Entity themselves that ban out the Storm Spirit.
Wonder what he has his mind on. I think the Storm ban maybe suggests, like the Zeus I mentioned, it is the magic damage hero. They don't have catch outside of Nyx Assassin though. I think Aster similarly looking for a bit more catch and playmaking out their mid lane. That's where the Storm Spirit gets banned. But like Ember still in the pool. Puck comes to mind as well. Ooh.
See, I'm looking at this and thinking like Tinker and Lina are good heroes for Stormer, but are they good for the game?
The Lina looks okay so far. Like there's the Mars, I guess, is a bit of a problem with the Bulwark and also the ability to jump on top of you. But as far as the Lina versus SF, that feels really nice for the Lina matchup.
Yeah. I think the struggle I always have is Broodmother doesn't give you team fight. So you're looking at Nyx Silencer as all of your team fight and catch, and then Brood Morphling at kind of pressure, right click, scale into late game on the Morphling.
Yeah, Entity just don't seem to have a super well-rounded draft right now. That often happens when you pick Brood because it's just like cheesy, gimmicky hero. You get a lot of, you get this big early to mid game advantage from Brood, but it's all about making sure that you kind of close the game out. If it drags too long, the Brood can kind of fall off and feel ineffective.
And it's probably still just the Batrider out there, honestly. Tinker as a side option. I think Storm Spirit has been one of these heroes that answers Batrider a little bit in the lane.
I like the idea of Batrider. I think that makes a lot of sense. And they do also get the counter pick, so they'll get to know whether it's a matchup against Shadow Fiend or someone else.
It's like if they ban Quap here, it's like guaranteed Batrider, I think. Yeah. And then what do Aster need? We're still looking for their mid/safe lane, depending where SF goes, I guess. Leaving that flex open to the last pick.
Yeah.
Taking their time.
Definitely want to pick something that doesn't have too many bad matchups, but it's like a Kunkka maybe. They banned Slark. Again, it just depends so much with Aster, but is Shadow Fiend going mid or safe lane? Entity, you don't have a clue. They're banning out a carry in the mid because they don't know. I think the flexibility is obviously up until now been a big strength. They're going to have to reveal it or pick another flex hero, but kind of depend. I think they need to maybe address the Morphling a bit with whatever this pick is here.
Does Slark scream back to you as well?
I think Slark is for the Morphling matchup, but it does also protect against the Batrider. Well, protect if you want to go for a Batrider, so absolutely.
Entities turn to pick.
Final one for Aster, the Lone Druid.
Ooh. That's scary. We've seen, I think it was Lone Druid SF from Liquid during last chance qualifiers. Yeah. It was like one of the lower bracket deciding games, and they just steamrolled with it. Combine it with a team fight of a Mars and the Omni heals and sustain. Like that's a very potent draft that's going to come online in a way that Morphling is not ready to kind of fight and defend. If you're Entity, you're thinking we need AoE wave clean, we need deep push, we need some kind of like nuke that just stalls and buys time.
Yeah, and then that might have to be the Lina. Going back to that one, got Dragon Slave and Light Striker 8 to kind of shove back and follow through on a Nyx Assassin initiation. It feels like that's also what they're lacking a little bit here. But they go with the tried and true Batrider for Stormer. Yeah, saw that coming a little bit in the draft. But I've got to say that it's not even a last pick. It's the penultimate pick, Lone Druid. It doesn't seem like a super fast-paced lineup with the first 4 they've got. And then LD comes, and suddenly this is like a 20-minute steamroller from Aster, potentially.
Yeah, it's one of these drafts where it's like lose one team fight and you just lose like half your base or lose a Roshan. Like once SF hits level 15, combine that with the Lone Druid Bear, and you just get eaten alive, or at least your buildings do. If Pure gets enough Ominous Morphling, like you've got Agi carry that doesn't really care as much about the minus armor because he's just like once he gets enough farm. So, you know, I think the pure Morphling is kind of that game winner if they can get the game into the late game.
We'll see if they can do that. A lot of space has to be made by Toby on this Broodmother. You know, his laning stages is absolutely vital here for Entity. Broodmother, a hero that can fall short if she doesn't come out of that laning stage with a significant lead. It's like we're saying, doesn't really offer you too much in terms of team fight. It's all map pressure from Toby there to create a bit of an opening in the enemy jungle for the Nyx and the Batrider to start playing aggressively. I can absolutely see Aster matching them every step of the way here, though, with a Mars Snap. Like, that duo of heroes, not super long cooldown ultis, but a lot of firepower.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwback, and the team fight potential of that is pretty brutal. They've got the Silencers, this kind of combo breaker, and also a way to just instantly cancel the Mortimer's Kisses. So I think there is ways to kind of try and counterplay it. But at the same time, it's scary nonetheless. And XXS, his Mars is fantastic. He's played this hero countless times, and there's every offlaner I feel like at this point has played a lot of Mars, but he definitely stands out when it comes to his ability to play Mars.
Yeah, and especially in the first couple of levels here, you know, you're playing into a Morphling lane. I think we'll have our eyes pretty much glued onto that lane of XXS plus the Snapfire. Make sure that Morphling, you know, pre-level 3 could get kill threat on him.
What, you don't want to watch the Omni SF lane with all their kill threat?
With a Broodmother against them? Not really.
That sounds like a thriller.
We'll ignore that lane and look at the other two.
Omni Light lanes are, definitely not known for their excitement.
a little dull. We'll see if how they set things up.
They're swapping lanes on Aster. They're sending the Mars to the safe lane and the Lone Druid up top, it looks like.
Oh. So Mars is the answer to Brood then?
I guess they feel it's definitely going to be better when Spiderlings come online. I think early levels it doesn't matter quite as much, but they do seem to think that maybe Mars is better there. With that said, XSS is now joined up top a bit too, so they probably want to scout out some of these lanes before they commit to anything.
Yeah, see what they get up to. Well, I guess equally this Lone Druid Omni Knight, and it's going to be LD in one of the side lanes. SF, Ori heading into mid. It looks like Morphling. What's it going to be? Morphling Silencer against Omni Lone Druid. That seems good for Aster again.
Yeah, I think laning setup for them is very solid here. As far as the mid lane goes, maybe the one lane where they won't have the same kind of edge, depending on how SF can do with his raises here. I think Batrider early level. I mean, if SF gets off to a good start and starts building up souls and zones the Batrider with raises, it is a lane that can swing heavily in the SF's favor.
The battle begins.
Yeah, all about landing your raises as well. The top rune. I'm going to be grabbed up here by the Omni Knight. Sneaks one. And 4. Actually, all 4.
That's instant GG, right? Isn't that how it works?
It's over. Yeah. The throne collapses. Dire base in tatters. Game's over. You're going to have that 1k lead for Aster heading into these lanes, which, you know, we kind of favor them in as well. We'll see how that actually plays out with potential for bonus salves and a bit of extra regen for them. Because it looks like Entity were considering, they've gone for lane swaps themselves as well.
Yeah, they've caught on to what's going on. Comes a little bit late. Aster themselves probably can't make a lane swap with it just being too long a distance to walk. They'll just have to settle for these lanes now, but they've already got the small edge by having their lane set up first, so they get the early little CS advantage.
I see across all 3 of that. Lone Druid against Broodmother. Silencer trying to zone away the Omni Knight, but he's got the wave pull. Gonna go drag that behind his tier 1. The Fisherman will follow him, try and deny and sap up some of the experience.
Yep. And we've got the SF versus Bat mid. Batrider getting some good early last hits. SF being forced to throw out a lot of raises. Down bottom, you can see already both teams eyeballing possible kill openings. Definitely a lane where I think, as far as eyeballing lanes, I think this bottom lane is going to be the big one where, kills could potentially happen.
Yeah, and they've got the big added bonus with this lane swap of being able to cookie forward and spear back under tower. So they can add quite a lot more damage to their combo with the Snap and the Mars up against this Morph and Nyx. Oh, yeah, the picture-in-picture there, it's actually Lone Druid that comes back to gather up the wave. Dive Creeps meeting his tier 1. Oh, the cookie. Doesn't connect the spear to the tree, though, so Kataomi, he's going to scurry away.
Yeah, so far, these lanes going slightly Astra's way, as we kind of talked about and expected a bit. Neither team really playing too much around these pulls in the side lanes. It looks like they want to prioritize making sure that if there is any kind of harass trade happening, that they're getting the better of it. But Boca doing a really good job just keeping Pure at bay.
Force him away from those creep waves. Don't let Morphling get his last hits freely. And what, 10 and 5 on this Mars already. XXS having a dream game.
Yeah, getting the denies is... I mean, a few of those were because Morphling was running from top side of the map to the bottom, but he's been able to continue getting them even since then.
And looks like SF catching up as well, getting denies of his own. So now he's got all these stacks up.
And the level 4 with the level 2 Necromastery is where the bonus damage really starts to kick in, and I feel like you can get denies on most creeps in this lane now. Gets pretty tricky for Stormstormer. He's going to want to try and go for some kills, particularly around support rotations. Nyx Assassin would be a... Oh, speaking of Nyx Assassin, he's getting caught in the jungle here, but he'd love a rotation mid from Nyx, but Kataomi's just trying to get out of danger here.
It does get the bounty in at least. Forced to salve up and he's going to lurk around, but he's under a Radiant Obs ward. Every step that he makes is scouted. So Baboka attempting a little half pull. Yeah, grabs the range creep. That's good enough. Deny what you can. Keep giving this Mars a good time.
Yeah, this CS is so Radiant favored right now. It does take a little bit for Brood to kind of come online, and up against the Lone Druid, it's hard to kind of get those laning stage last hits as much. Not even going for the Silken Bowler. It's not really worth it because there's both Lone Druid and the Baron. You can't use it on both.
I mean, what's the Brood's role this game? Because I know that Entity with this Broodmother, they like the kind of Aura bot style with Wraith Pact, Pipe, Assault Cuirass, that kind of thing. Is it the same story here for Toby?
I think it almost has to be, because this game's is going to be played at such a fast pace with the pushing potential of Lone Druid, SF Omni, that you can't go too greedy and you can't try and scale. So he's got Arcane Boots queued up. I would expect, yeah, Wraith Pact and T-Might, even like a Crimson Guard type build may be considered.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. He does lose his Wraithband recipe though. Omni Knight hiding himself in the trees and finding a snipe on it. Continuing to give the Lone Druid a good time. Has a stun on bottom. Nyx trying to fight back into Baboka, but this range strength hero, unusual. But the Snapfire in a very good spot just to tank up all the spells. As XXS misses the spear on Pure.
Swing and miss there, but bit of a mind game. But Baboka and Kataomi are just playing this like he's trying to get the Scatter Blast on Nyx Assassin, and Nyx Assassin is trying to carapace it, so he has to keep pump faking it.
Nice. Good cookie. And they've got the chain stuns this time to blow up the Nyx.
Perfectly done. Just great recognition that he was just a little bit out of position there, and unless he carapaces the cookie, he's going to get chain stun. And even if you carapace the cookie, you're still in a bit of a crappy situation.
Yeah, Scatterblast slow comes in. God, I don't know why that was so difficult to say. We're getting late in the day for me, apparently. Old man brain kicking in. And Nyx Assassin now moving into mid, but look at the rotation from Asta. Not just matching it, but bringing more numbers around the 6-minute rune spot. Cookie forward onto Ori. And now the Razor is going to get launched down onto Kataomi. Long range coming off cooldown in 2 seconds, but it looks like with that stick, the Nyx Assassin's all right.
It's back to safety, but both teams really want to play around this mid lane before these 6 minutes rune spawns. It does create a bit of a barrier with top rune controlled by Entity and bottom by Aster. Unfortunately for Aster, spawns top, and Omni in a bit of trouble, but with Ori's SF here, he's keeping Omni alive.
Yeah, all walking down that river into the Razors. Scary times for them. And Baboka there to get a bit of chip damage back as well. But no refill for Ori, the big deal there for them, as Batrider does get the rune grab for himself.
They've got a 2k gold lead. That's pretty crazy. 6 minutes in with just the 1 kill. They're just completely out farming these side lanes, and they're the ones whose lineup kind of comes online first in a very scary way to take some of these early objectives. So definitely a good sign for Aster that the lanes are going this well.
Yeah, it really favors them with 6 heroes mid, the 2 side laners. Mars doing very well against the Morphling continues and keeps the pressure on with Baboka's rotation back. Let's keep Pure away from creep waves, while top lane, catapult waves there for Monet. And chipping away at the tier 1. Nothing Toby can do to really do that. He needs Stormstormer's help with the Entangling Claws, keeping the Batrider a little bit further back. The Dispel coming out from Simon's Cat. Gonna lasso up the Lone Druid though. Drag him back and kill him off.
Yeah, or he tried to make the TP rotation and used maybe a Requiem to fear everybody away, but good use of the lasso to prevent that kind of counterplay. And a great gank on the Lone Druid. That's going to be the hero that really sets the tempo for Aster. So slowing down this Mask of Madness timer is going to really help out Entity when it comes to buying them some time.
Yeah, it's super important to get Stormstormer involved. Get a bit of speed on the Stormstormer's back. Needs his timing on the boots of travel. A long way away. So probably looking for some ancient stacks and jungling here for the Batrider in the meantime. And kill-wise, it is a pretty slow-paced game. But I think you're right in terms of Aster being able to hit their stride a little bit faster. Looking good for them. Favoring them coming out of this laning stage as it does start to break down. And rotation's top. Ori's just leaving the mid lane. DD Rune looks like they want to claim the tier 1 already.
This kind of pace for these push drafts always feels like a one-to-one game where there's been no fighting. When you're the ones with a push draft, feels good because you're not meant to do much in the lane stage. You're meant to just farm up and get your levels, get your items, and now they start making their moves with the level 6 Bear as well as the Shadow Fiend having level maxed out raises. They've rotated everyone on top and got a great arena down to kill the Brood.
Yeah, down goes Toby and Fishman too. Double kill for Monet and a tier 1 tower. Their prize to claim.
Yeah.
This Omni pick seems pretty damn good because every debuff that's on you, sticky napalm or the silken bowler, silence from silencer, every little bit counts to give additional little buffs in here from that Heavenly Grace. And he's going to find Stormstormer with a little whack of his hammer. Ori wants to steal some stacks. Entity not going to give this away for free though, starting to bring some heroes to defend it, but it looks like it's too little too late.
Well, Raisin's gone, but down bottom they've made a move. They want to get this Snapfire. It's just the support who's trying to delay the push down here, but it's a play Entity have to make. They need to make sure they don't get caught back in the mid lane, but without Mazarina, Aster kind of lack that catch to punish Entity from being split up.
Yeah, instead, they'll go and shift their efforts into mid. 4 heroes strong, looking for the tier 1. Don't have a catapult for another, 40 seconds until it actually arrives at the tower itself. So a bit of damage here, just setting up for that moment, and already Entity expending the glyph, bringing a few heroes to defend it. But when Lone Druid arrives, and this Bear with Blightstone and Ori's right clicks, they do add up very quick. Shadow Fiend though, going for the bottom rune. Stormstormer grabs the invis, and he did have a lasso there, but opting not to go for the play.
With the Omni scene behind, there's not really any point. Heavenly Grace can come out, so we'll just concede the mid-tier 1 tower, and they're doing all of this kind of before some of these key item timings. The Mask of Madness wasn't even up. Just Blightstone, Gloves, and Quarterstaff on the Bear, and the Mask being delivered now means the push is really going to start ramping up, and he's eyeing off a Desolator next. I do think Aster need to be careful not to overly 5-man. They still want to get things like the level 15 on SF, so I think splitting their resources makes sense.
Well, pure baiting here, but the immediate Entangling Claws under the Sentry, the Global, that'll allow them to kill the Lone Druid. No Savage Roar, no ways out, and the Omni Knight didn't get any saves onto the Lone Druid either. So his attempted TP cancelled, and pure, the bait play works out for the Morphling beautifully there.
Very nicely done. Even with the first hit route, they are still able to get the kills, and I think for Aster, they're okay with this. They're actually going to throw out an arena down bottom.
Yeah,
with the kisses
getting run out. The kisses onto Toby. Good damage onto the Broodmother, but they need another God's Rebuke to finish the job. Kataomi still under invis. Are there any sentries? Yeah, there's one sentry over there, and it's being pinged out. Brood tells his Nyx to run the other way.
Nyx took it out of there, but that's such a nice kill to get. They'd already lost the T1 mid tower, so Brood just playing alone down there. And yeah, it kind of goes back to what I was saying. I think for Aster, it's okay that they don't necessarily want to overly 5-man. You're not getting any of these tier 2 towers, I think, anytime soon. You're happy with the tier 1 mid and top because that kind of frees up the Roshan pit and makes it really hard for Roche to be contested later on. So going for these tier 1s makes a lot more sense to me.
And if Monet can farm out, a top wave, dip back into Ancients, he's going to accelerate very quickly. While the rest of the team, and Kataomi, he moves into stun, but he's cookied and speared, killed off by a Purify out of Siamese Cat. And this tier 1 tower bottom, and you can try and defend it, but it looks forfeit to me.
I thought now they've lost Nyx, it for sure is, but given that Kisses and Arena's on cooldown, it's definitely concerning that they're not able to defend these towers. Batrider getting very low on this Ancient stack, but we'll be okay. This is a very important stack for his game. Needs his BKB as fast as possible, but just doesn't quite even have the damage to farm it up.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not going to be stolen, at least. That's the good news.
Yeah, Fishman trying to help out. Arcane Boots, a bit of damage from the Curse. He's got a Wraith Band himself on that Silencer for a bit of bonus armor against this Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend, Mars. It's always funny to see some of these supports or int heroes buying a Wraith Band, but there we are. The state of the game we're in. Anyone can do whatever they want.
You know what the most sad thing is with Lone Druid in the game?
What's that?
One of the supports doesn't get a neutral item.
Oh, right.
Poor Omni.
Oh.
Poor Omni. Just
so sad,
Lone Druid
so sad.
hoarding the double neutral item, wants the shovel and broom handle, and yeah, Omni pays the price.
That's unfortunate. What's the... Oh, Mars. Another Arena Kisses. That's the combo, but cancelled out by the Global. Good combo break there from Fishman. Keeping Toby alive, but they'll clear the Spiderlings with ease thanks to the Scatterblast and the Razors. Yeah, another little poke from Entity, forcing reactions out of Aster, but they're just not giving up any of this space on the map. They're continuing to farm very freely.
Yeah, it just feels like even not getting the kill, they're still getting farm across the map. Killing the Brood would be pretty catastrophic for Entity at this stage of the game.
Oh,
they're desperately...
Oh, Pure got off his attribute shift.
Okay.
And he's going to waveform down.
Yep. Even TP's out. Doesn't want anything to do with this and doesn't want to stick around. All 3 tier 1 towers claimed. Lone Druid's just been kind of playing solo on the top side of the map back. I don't imagine they're going to be linking up to maybe go for Roshan fairly soon.
What's the timing there? You can Requiem during the cookie stun? That's a pretty cool little play that they tried to make. I mean, Pure was very quick on it. Actually, Toby getting caught down bottom. Yeah, the chain stuns again. While I do lose their Omni Knight top to Pure's Morphling, and Toby actually gets into the tree line thanks to his web.
Needs to be careful. Any kind of a spear could set up a kill on him, but Brood going to be forced to TP out. So, what's the play here for Entity? They can see in this bottom lane to the Mars, who's got the Blink Falcon Blade, and elsewhere I mentioned SF. You want some alone time as SF. You want to get that level 15. No Mask of Madness, no kind of greedy SF build this game. He's just trying to hit these early stat timings to really kind of link up with Lone Druid early on.
Yeah, is this going to be a Manta before BKB for SF to try and deal with the global silence, or what do you reckon? Casual Yasha?
I'm okay with Manta style. I think dealing with global makes a lot of sense. Also, you look at this dire lineup, and there's, there are things you need BKB against, like Bat and Nyx, but against Brood and Morphling, Manta style works fine. So both options seem reasonable to me.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for. Yeah, Manta queued up right now for Ori, so it looks like he's making that decision as he smokes with XXS and Baboka. Heading northwards.
Yeah, any kill probably gets them this top tier 2 tower. Deso coming out on the Lone Druid in just a second here, so that's a big power spike for this Aster team, but they're not going to find anybody in the area, which either is going to mean they're going to back off to go for Roshan, or maybe try and force some rotations by pressuring this top tier team.
Good read by Entity. Toby going to show on mid lane, just clear out that, push into tier 1. While the rest of Entity down bottom, giving Fuel this very safe farm. Stormstorm shows on the wave, Pure is just farming jungle, while the 2 supports, they launch forward, get a good observer ward deep behind enemy lines in that Radiant jungle. Like you're saying, Roshan is always there as an opportunity for Aster just to walk into the pit.
It's pretty free here. And even leaving the Snapfire mid to kind of delay any kind of a push. They get scanned out, but I don't think the response is going to be in time.
There's no way in for Entity. Try and make the most of what you've got with this map space now.
And that map space is going to get smaller and smaller. They're definitely fine down in this bottom lane, and unless or until Aster makes some kind of sweep through. But I do imagine Aster want to get a tier 2 tower fairly soon. Probably both the top and the mid tower during this Aegis timer.
I'm trying to play under that ward. 3 heroes there from Entity, hoping for a hero to come walking up the staircase. Aster give them none of that. Baboko, yeah, really tucked back in behind. Very defensive, like. And Lamar's looking to reconnect with his team up top. It's kind of interesting. Like, Entity are the ones with the vision this game and not Aster, even with the momentum Aster have had.
Kind of a cool item pickup too. Lone Druid has an Ag Shard queued up, so having the basic Dispel that is shared between the Bear as well as the Lone Druid when he uses Savage Roar against things like Batrider and Silencer seems amazing.
Yeah, I think we've seen it a few times from Matumba Man, especially when he's paired up with the Shadow Fiend. Having that buff coming into the SF for the attack speed is really nice as well.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. I mean, you can see how fast they push. This is pre-level 15 on SF. I don't actually think you want to wait for level 15 SF. It just takes too long to come online. They theoretically can poke and prod at this high ground, and that's exactly what it looks like they're going to do. They're going to at least want to force these TPs back.
Yeah, I mean, you know there's no Blink Bat. You know that Entity don't have that overwhelming teamfight prowess from, say, an Enigma or a Tidehunter. I'm still going to respect Entity's high ground hold, though.
Yeah.
Want to close in on them and limit this Morphling's farm as best they can. Pure still sitting here, 9,000 net worth, not looking too bad. 600 gold away from his Ags.
Juicy spiders. XSS TPs in the trees and clears a ton of them out. Being able to one-shot these spiders. He's gone for the casual Vlads. I don't believe he's got the Wraith Pact or anything. He just wants extra lifesteal and damage aura for his team.
Nice.
For the push.
That makes a lot of sense. It does suck a little bit for him that his job is to stick down bottom, though. I'd love to be out there with his Snapfire, finding fights and starting things off.
Yeah, he's the one playmaker, and he's being forced into this passive role, but as far as the overall strategy of this Radiant draft goes, they don't mind a more passive game. They've hit their timings now, and they're ready just to barrel down and brute force their way through all these outer towers.
Entity still looking for some kind of opening. Brood, Nyx on this right side of the mid lane, hoping that an Omni Knight or someone walks in towards them. But it's going to be Lone Druid, Mars, Shadow Fiend, all together. Nobody left behind, nobody left alone. And it's a family affair from Aster.
Yeah, not trying to risk any high ground play just yet. They're doing things a bit more cautiously, going for all the outer towers, even sweeping out this bottom lane, probably to gear up for that tier 2 bottom. They'd love to find some of these kills. Mars is just always on the hunt, it feels like. He's been all 5 of their kills he's had his name on, but 5 kills each at 20 minutes. Very low action game.
I mean, no one's got any spells to cast. Everyone's got passive abilities. We'll see though. Batrider BKB, whether we can do something with it.
And Pierce got the Ag Scepter on Morphling, which is going to be nice against the SF, but it's also the Lone Druid and his Bear, so not exactly a full-on counter. It's not like the game where you're up against like a single carry TB and you're using on him.
And they buy the gem on the bat as well, so it looks like this is their timing. They want to play around and try and keep tabs on Aster, remove any vision they can. But the high ground push is coming. Aster are there. Up onto the tier 3. Breaking into this dire base while Entity, I don't know if they're caught unaware by this because they're pretty distant and the tier 3 just drops quickly.
Or he's just baiting.
BKB though, the Manta dodges away from the lasso, finally comes out. The damage looks good though on the bat while Ori about to drop. Killed off as he was lassoed back in towards this pure Morphling, and now the chase is on. Fishman blown up, but the arena's in. Great play by XXS to spear up the Brood. Now the Morphling in trouble too. Feared and rooted, getting caught out, but he's got a wait for. Shifted up to 2,000 HP, and he breaks back to his high ground.
Good initiation by Entity, knowing they have to use the Global Silence to stop the Omni Knight. He's going to save the SF there with Heavenly Grace, Guardian Angel, and all that. So they get the Global, they follow it up with
an extra silence from the last word on Omni Knight, so they guarantee the SF kill, but an amazing arena from XXS. We'll see it here again with the follow-up of the fight. There's just too much firepower coming out of this Aster draft, and you have to kind of commit everything just to kill an SF, so the fight that kind of ensues is very Aster favored.
Yeah, it felt like Ori was playing as if he had Aegis. It caught me off guard for a second there, thinking, hey, he's going to come back alive, it's fine, but no. It was the LD with it.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised considering SF's the one frontlining with the Spirit Bear. Like, almost feels like he could benefit a bit more from the Aegis, but nonetheless, the fact they got a tier 3 tower off of that Aegis that was already going to be expiring soon is amazing because, you know, their time to really go high rent is going to be Roche number 2. That's where they can try and get multiple lanes of racks. The good news for Entity is, you know, they're down 5k gold, but they've got all their items. They're ready to try and make a play and ideally contest that Roshan.
Yeah, no, it often feels like the tier 3, you know, I think it's definitely more important than the range racks. Maybe equal to the melee, because it makes this lane equilibrium very difficult to handle. Yeah, you're right, Toby. Speared up against the side of the arena. And Monet with that savage roar, pushing him back into the spear and shield wielding soldiers of XXS.
Snapfire bringing down the Wraith Pack super fast with the little Shredder, and just a quick and easy kill. They didn't even need the kisses for it. And once again, it's Aster on the front foot, pushing forward. No Roshan for at least a minute and a half. We'll see if they go for any kind of a push or if they're just going to prioritize stalling out the game and farming. They're making a move down bottom for Morphling.
He's got shift off. Yeah, waveforms away. But I kind of like this from Aster, but as long as they... Oh, God, the catch on Omni. Entity trying to fight this. Just a bit of chip damage.
I don't think Aster want a hard commit. They've got SF elsewhere on the map. He's trying to get his level 15 plus BKB. I think level 15 SF with BKB and next Roshan is just like game over almost. So if I'm Entity, I'm looking at this like, okay, we held that push sort of. It wasn't even the best fight, but next one is going to be 10 times harder if we let them get Roshan. So you can already see, by the way, Entity have moved out. They've got the gem on Batrider. They're trying to deny all the Aster vision around this Roshan pit that they almost know that contesting Roshan is essential for their ability to survive this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of an interesting position for Aster to be in. Usually in this kind of spot, Radiant would be playing top jungle, taking outpost, getting wards down. But I guess because tier 3 is down, they wanted to, you know, push an additional wave, clear out enemy ancients, sweep through the jungle, get a lot of farm on this lone druid, and everything slots into place very nicely for them because, you know, bottom lane is going to be naturally pushing that tier 3 being down already. Something Entity have to keep coming back and maintaining.
Yeah, that constant pressure is causing some problems, and Aster themselves positioned very kind of split up for the time being. They really want this BKB for the next fight on the SF. If he gets pulled in and lasted, as long as he can get the BKB off, he may feel like the damage isn't quite there to kill him off, although Morphling, he's ramping up. Not just Aghanim Scepter now, has a Manta style to go with it, and this Ags is going to really limit what the SF can do in these fights.
Yeah, it makes life much more difficult. We do have an Assault Cuirass, though, on the Lone Druid now. A very, very big bear, but a long spawn on Roche, close to 3 minutes. Means we've got 2.5 minutes remaining for both these teams to vie for control around the pit. As Kataomi gets off his carapace, but again, the swords and the shields of the arena make sure the Nyx is crushed.
Yep, and that Nyx not a part of the Vanguard.
He's not very tanky, is he?
No. Aster back off, constantly going to be scanning out this Roshan, and they're going to be a little annoyed with how long it takes to respawn.
Is he up yet? Is he up yet? No, son. Still another 2 minutes to go. I'll just keep these waves pushed out then. And they're making sure the farm is limited for Entity here. You know, Pure having to rely on these ancients. Maybe can clear out a mid-wave or two, but it means that, you know, Toby and Stormstormer, their farm is going to start lacking.
I think Aster would love to get this Lotus Orb on Omni Knight. It's going to make his game so much better if he has a way to get rid of the Global Silence. He's got the Arcane Boots, so, you know, he's still pretty far. He still needs 2,000 gold, and without some kind of, like, Philosopher's Stone, that's just not really happening, so we'll see if there is any room for him to farm. I think you just can't prioritize it as much as you want the item.
No, just hope for the best. Get some gold somewhere. Get some bounty runes for him. Well, look at them. They poke their head back into the pit. Only spiders to meet them. No Roshan yet.
Is under attack.
XXS here with an arcane rune. Might be itching to battle. I know that a teamfight victory here could lead into Roche and very quickly move into that dire base as Entity ready themselves for what is the biggest fight of the game here for them. Oh, they nearly had the real one there, hey? Pure trying to outplay, but the turnaround comes in. Stormstormer looking to blow up XXS, but he's BKB'd and arena'd up. The global comes, Kataomi's down. And Asta able to stand their ground. The Bear and the Shadow Fiend moving forward swiftly, looking for the Pure Morphling, but he's waveformed away. A buyback from Fishman's Silencer now, but no Nyx Assassin for this fight. Means they're in a 5v4. Focusing the Bear.
They're getting very low. Probably doesn't want to quite resummon it here. So the great use of the shard. The Bear kind of getting kited a lot with all the slows and whatnot, and then he just uses that Savage Roar for a quick dispel. Entity not quite getting the fight they were hoping for, though.
Sending the Bear all the way back to base to regen, so he doesn't have to resummon. And Roshan up now, holding on to that Aghanim shard.
No global silence for this one. If they wait a little bit, Arena up in 40. But Stormstormer looking to engage.
Yeah, Flame Break onto 3 heroes. Firefly's up, but Stormstormer, no lasso means no initiation.
Yeah, they're playing so aggressive, feeling like Pierce kind of hit his big timing to really join these fights, but he needs to be careful. Gets the spear on just the illusion. Yep.
Tanks it for him, and the stun from Kataomi catching Ori, but he's got the heals and saves behind him. Requiem fake pumped for now. As Entity still chipping away at Asta here, charging forward, lassoing Baboka, killing off the Snapfire. Maybe forcing a buyback.
Kind of just waiting for this Arena to come back up. It's finally cooled down, but without the Mortimer's damage, maybe not going to be quite enough for them. Snapfire does have the buyback. Would love to hold onto it and finish off this Lotus Orb, which, yeah, I mentioned the Omni Knight Lotus. The Snap's also got the same idea. Getting the Purge off on that Global Silence to guarantee that you can use your spells.
Omni's had to buy a new gem, though. Snapfire lost it with that death. It was obscured by all the webs. I couldn't quite see it, but all the players are pinging a gem on the floor, and Toby was the one to pick it up and hand it over to his Bat Rider, it looks like. Oh, no, that one's owned by Fishman. There was another one that was owned by the Omni Knight. Yeah, there's one in the Dire base. So there are now 3 gems in the game.
Right. And all of them on Dire? Is that
2
right?
on Dire, 1 on Radiant.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, coming out now on the Omni. Yeah, I think for probably the discussion is that this Snapfire is going Lotus, and we'll use it on Omni Knight. Like, Global comes out, purge it off Omni Knight, and he can then save whoever's being lassoed or whatever. Because I think the Snapfire, it's less important to like self-Lotus, because your spells don't save your teammates.
That's true. We're trying to sneaky Roche here.
Yeah.
Spiderlings.
They come.
Catch on Toby, though, but he misses the spear. XXS whiffs it. Wraith backs down, and Toby, pretty tanky, looking to get back to the high ground, and focusing a lot of their damage onto that Spirit Bear. Roshan barely taking a scratch of damage, and Asta already forced to reset. Well done by Entity to drag this out and continue to look for their opening, to allow Pure to really get involved.
Yeah, I think Asta really want to just completely disengage and stall this one out. I don't think they want to try force a Roche or a team fight until Arena comes back up. Probably just a scenario. I mean, they definitely want to stop Entity from getting this one. They'll stick around, but Entity want to force a team fight.
Yeah, Stormstormer. Looking for XXS, but he does have that BKB. No Arena for the Mars, though. As he blinks forward and gets global, Pure focusing in, but the Bulwark gives him so much defensiveness. Mars now in on top of the Morphling, but a man to dodge away from the Cookie Bear gets Pure away from there. And another reset as Kataomi jumps in. A 2-man stun again leads to nothing. And just back and forth between these two squads. Really, really tight team fight around this Roche. The Spear
back.
Morph. Got off his shift, has a BKB to play with. Half health on the Morphling now. He's gonna have to waveform away back towards the rest of his team. A victory.
Well, they're throwing the kisses. Pierce getting low. Has a 4-staff out, so he'll survive through this, but a lot of damage being dealt. That may be enough to zone them out and secure Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, that was a W for Asta.
W for someone.
Keep Entity away from the pit. I mean, Pure, he's back to full HP. He's got salves for days.
Yep.
And Roche, half health.
Who's it going to go to?
Oh, this is dangerous territory now. Kataomi, stun dodged by Ori. In comes XXS for the BKB up for Stormstormer.
Another missed spear.
Focused up, he's feared up and killed off. Both supports down on Entity and needed the buyback out of the Nyx. Pure, he's the one being focused now, but his BKB is going to weather through that Requiem of Souls. Ori with the punches, though, needs the waveform back to high ground. But this surely is going to give up control of the Roche pit. Surely. Entity's still trying to fight. Baboka buys back now, and you're in a 5v4 Entity.
As mentioned, Entity just know this Roche is game over for them, I think, if they don't get it. Or at least it feels that way when you're up against this Lone Druid SF. They've bought so much time, they've delayed it. Both teams playing so jittery around the pit, and with how low Roche is, this is danger time. This is do or die time.
Both of these side lanes as creeps push in. Aren't they meant to be heroes in this game? What's going on? Everyone's in the Roche pit for the past 5 minutes.
Yep. Creeps getting to feel some mercy here as...
The bear's nearly dead. Monet, Ori, looking to finish off this Roshan. Toby is edging around the pit, though. Misses out on the spear, though. The bash comes in. Monet and Ori focusing onto the Brood and get the kill on Toby. Buyback immediately, though, as Pure looking to bring down that Spirit Bear of Monet. Very tanky, though, with that
Batrider
steel coming through. And the waveform in. Roshan's nearly dead. Stormstormer's there. Snatches the Aegis, but the Bat will die the first time. Ori and Monet are on their plate now as XXS plays forward aggressively with a cookie. Baboka turned the stun from Kataomi, aiming for the SF with the lasso. They're a big Mars Arena, though. It holds the ball in place for this SF and Lone Druid to do damage, but Fishman, he's going to force Staff away, and Pure's Morphling still alive somehow, getting back in on top of the Mars, killing off Asta one by one, and Ori's done for.
Oh, somehow they've done it. The fight into the Roche. I don't even know what to say about that one. That was just pure chaos for the last, 6 minutes of the game around this pit. Both teams using so many buybacks, using so many spells, missing a lot of spells along the way just out of fear of their opponents roaching, and finally in the end, it's a Roche that just instantly gets kind of negated. It was always all for nothing, it feels like. I mean, but for nothing, that's great for Entity. They're the ones looking to stall this and not give up an Aegis, and also they get a huge gold swing in their favor with all the kills they got in the end. And as this game goes on, this Spirit Bear is not going to be able to carry things in the late game. There's so many annoying things that kite the Spirit Bear. We've seen the Napalms, the Silken Bowler. Just really tough game to drag out as Entity poised to maybe swing this game back in their favor if they can just keep pushing things later and later with Pure's Morphling.
Look at that graph. Holy shit, the dive. It was 3.5 grand going the way of Entity, and a third of that, 1,000 gold, went to Morphling. With 4,000 experience, I mean, the fact that Morph hasn't died, stayed alive through those 6 minutes of fighting around Roshan. If Pure isn't a household name now, he will be soon. As an Arena Kisses combo will catch Toby up in the top part of the map, gets down to low ground, and a 4-star back by Fishman, getting Toby yet again out of danger. Entity just playing out of their minds in these team fights.
Yeah. The crazy thing when we saw those graphs, it's still 75% Aster favored according to Gaben. So they're really liking Aster's chances and their draft's ability to continue to scale. I think the SF is obviously a big part of that. And on the dire side, the Brood is feeling a little bit lackluster as things goes on. It's kind of this aura bot, so it does feel like Aster get a lot more out of all three of their cores as this game drags out.
You know what the problem is here? Monet doesn't have a name for his Spirit Bear.
That is a travesty.
Yeah, no El Doge, nothing like that. Baboka getting found by Kataomi and Pure, and the Global gives the cover for the Batrider to lasso the Omni Knight. Look to bring him down before he can get his spells off. The Guardian Angel does come in time, and Pure with his BKB looking to retreat as Toby's Broodmother shredded by the minus armor and right-click damage. Fishman looking like he's going to join him in the grave. 2 down for the price of the Omni Knight there, so Aster feeling a little better about themselves coming into that fight.
Yeah, so much used on an Omni, and the fact he still got the Guardian Angel off right before he died made a big difference, because Pure had just kind of arrived and gone into the middle of things and was probably ready to look for a new target, but couldn't dish out any damage, so Entity were forced to just fully disengage and cede a couple extra kills to Aster, who are using this Mars particularly. XSS is constantly finding pickoffs 18 kills, and he is 5-1 and 13. That's 100% kill involvement for the XXS Mars.
Oh, what a monster. Is this the high ground again for Aster? 30 seconds with no
There's
brood.
no buyback, yeah.
Yeah. Glyph required. Oh,
Lasso the SF. He's got a Lincoln Sphere, and you'll have to find a way to break it.
Yeah. Lone Druid puts his bear on the front lines. Wraith Pack there is a defensive tool. Kataomi with another attempted blink stun, just going to catch illusions.
That Rax just got deleted so fast. It was like 2-3 seconds and it's gone, and Aster's out of there. So they swoop in, grab a Rax, and get out. It's just the one lane, but that's just one more lane of pressure that's going to be constantly going Entity's way, and means that next lane of Rax is so important to be defended.
Yeah, just casual 11,000 building damage on the Lone Druid. No problem for Monet.
Yep.
Quadruple Wraith Bands ready.
It's looking a lot better from the two GG branch days. For a long time, he just had 2 branches plus brown boots. So
yeah. Get all the bonus armor and stuff from those Wraith Bands, especially with the double up effect of it.
Yeah, once you hit past 25 minutes, these yeah, you feel pretty nice about this.
I mean, what is he? 43 armor, and when he's in true form, he's got like 4,000 health. Maybe a touch more. Incredibly tanky hero. He's got Basher queued up, but he's already got a Basher. We'll see what he decides to go for next. XXS. Did he see Pure? No, he didn't. Didn't catch a glimpse of him there as the smoke broke. And tier 4 items starting to come in for both teams. Timeless Relic on the Batrider is a huge one.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a refresher queued up, so really looking to play around these lassos as best as possible. See what else they can get. They've got the Witchbane on Morphling, so having that added Dispel as well, maybe against some of the things like that Savage Roar bonus.
Aster. Looking for control. Oh my god, Kataomi! The perfect initiation! Ori has the BKB Requiem, but he's already dead! Pure! He's aiming for XXS, but the BKB TP, they're gonna be... Oh, he's got the lasso of the Lone Druid! Entity again, some way, somehow! The perfect jump, perfect heroes, the perfect kills!
Just so quick. Just jumping this Omni Knight. He can't afford to be positioned that far forward, and off of that, no buyback on Lone Druid. Has it in 350 gold, but unless they can find some bounty runes, he's not getting that, and SF has a buyback, but got to imagine Entity will be pushing forward here. They just do so much damage. Morphling just ignoring the SF who's pumping his Requiem with the BKB right clicks and a Daedalus. He just deletes Shadow Fiend with that 5,000 damage.
I mean,
what an impale.
That's it, right? We've seen this Nyx Assassin through regionals, through LCQB, such a vital hero for a number of teams, and this is why Kataomi just out of the shadows, demolishing Aster with one stun.
Brother kisses out just to stall this push.
Wait, where's the Slacks chat wheel line? You know, God, gamer alert! That's Kataomi right here in a nutshell. Nice, Entity's turn to start pushing high ground now. At least forcing these waves in towards Radiant Base. It's felt like 40 minutes of losing from Entity, but they found ways back in through some sick teamfight execution.
Yep. I can't believe Dota Plus still thinks Aster has this game.
By how much?
It is on the copium. 64%. Full copium from Dota Plus, from Gaben.
We'll see how that updates in the next minute or so. It's not caught up for the last fight. Pure saved up again by the global silence, but now that's a long cooldown for Aster to exploit.
Spiralink's going out, gonna get some intel, but easily cleared out as well. And SF does have a ninja gear, so he's playing around that self-smoke as well.
And Aster not making any rash moves. A minute for the next Roshan, just looking to deward their Ancients area. Control up a bit of space on the map, but you've got to feel they're a little bit shaken after these team fights. They need something to go their way to break out of this rut they found themselves in. A 3k lead has emerged for Entity. Morphling right up at the top there, 4 grand ahead of his nearest opponent. And Aster smoking. Coming in
Toby's
behind
positioned
Toby.
to pop this.
Breaks the smoke, the fear, the spear. Where is it from XXS? He misses it. So Toby's still alive, and the backup from his team, it'll start to arrive. Tries to flicker over the side of the arena, heals himself up, he's feared and nearly dead. The raise, and the last hit connects. They do take him down, but the lasso comes in onto the Omni Knight, killing off Siamese Cat. So Aster now needing some way to defend their SF. A Requiem with a fear buys a bit of time, but Linken's is now popped, and the damage from Pure. It is monumental as the Morphling moves in for more. Baboka way forward upon, and a triple kill for the Morphling. 10-0-8 for Pure's Morph here, and cruising.
We're just not seeing or feeling the impact of this Omni. It feels like every team fight is getting caught and picked off and found. Stormstormer has just been on point all game long, finding the Omni, taking out the GA. That's all Pure needs. You kill this Omni and there's no GA, nobody can go toe-to-toe with a right-click Morphling. We'll see it all again here in another fight where Toby just tanks all these spells, a solo arena. He dodges the spear once more. And Toby's survivability and elusiveness has been a key part of Entity's success as well.
Yeah, I think he would have survived there if the Flicker had taken him over the arena, because he got it off, but it didn't move him. And now Entity. Aegis on the Morphling, Cheese on Nyx. Gem's still there to keep dewarding. And high ground they go. Pure on the tier 3. No SF for 15 seconds, and he's going to respawn with 12 souls.
Definitely not ideal. Not really much they can do to defend this mid lane of Rax here. And they've got 4 minutes of Aegis to play around on the Entity side. They can easily go from mid lane to these side lanes if they want, but with 5 heroes alive, they may have to reset and look for that clean initiation before making another go.
Have you seen this? Pure has bought 6 mangoes.
Okay. Is he using them on his teammates himself?
I don't know. He's got 3 on Courier, 3 in his backpack, and I'm not quite sure.
There's no, like, mana burn to worry about, so to speak.
I'm wondering, did he buy them or were these shovel mangoes? Surely it's not 6 shovel mangoes, right?
I don't think so. He's probably just buying them because he's maybe occasionally running out of mana and you can just kind of bring them into your, quickly eat 3 at once. But yeah, definitely right now you're looking at me as like, well, does he have mana problems? It doesn't feel like it.
DD. There's a DD. He swapped the mangoes in.
What's he doing with them?
Okay. Munch, munch, munch. Bottles up the double damage rune. He just wants to be full mana.
That was, just so he could carry the bottle, but... yeah, I mean, there's merit to it. He's 6-slotted, like, what do you use your extra item slots for? He's already got the Refresher Shard, so having some free mana doesn't make 0 sense, but here we go. 1 initiation. This DD Morph is going to absolutely demolish her.
There's the blink. They found out the hero, the Lone Druid himself, dragged back into the stun from Kataomi. The Lone Druid's dead. Caught out without buyback. And Aster now, they're on the run back to Fountain, but we've got the second lasso saved up by the Omni Knight. The global and the damage, Pure shreds through him. 2 heroes gone and Aster in shambles. The refresher up from Pure, waveforms forward, and GG is just called. Entity.
Too much damage. This Morph in the Fountain, getting some more kills for himself and his team, getting some tips. What a comeback. This game looked all but over.
What a massive... I mean, that's a comeback. It's a massive comeback for Entity in that game. Ridiculous
really
scenes. How did that Morphling end? He was unkilled the entire game, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was 13-0-9. Pure's Morphling, absolutely flawless. Stormstormer only dies once, 4-1-17. I think, to me, the story of this game was just, like, Aster unable to connect with some of the... they're going for this big push strat. I think it's always a key ingredient to have that catch hero. Like we saw LGD play around the Pangolier. Mars was kind of their big catch hero. He's 6-2-14 in the game. Every single kill he's involved with, but he was never finding the key kills. It was Toby's Broodmother that was always tanking these ganks, or like a Kataomi Nyx assassin. Pure and Stormstormer went kind of ignored the entire game.
Yeah, or a Morph Illusion getting speared up time and time again. It's unfortunate for the Mars, but we've seen comebacks, we've seen teams hit their timings and swing games with a couple of teamfight victories, but it felt like this was something else. This was something special from Entity.
Oh, so this entire second Roche that we're seeing the replay of, which is like a 5-minute highlight, I feel. The way Entity
stalled it out. And by the time Roche went down, like, even theoretically, if Aster got that Aegis and Shard, I don't think they're actually going to lose the game off of it because they bought themselves so much time from Morphling to get online. Just delaying Roshan was so key for them because Lone Druid SF is such like a timing draft that they were just looking to kind of delay, and they did an amazing job of that.
Yeah, and thinking back to it, I mean, this was an 18th pick Morphling, right? So last pick of the second phase. There was no real chance here for like an Ancient Apparition who was unbanned in that game. It was kind of a late Morphling pick, so maybe something there for Aster to reconsider when Pure has his hands on it. You might want to plan for it.
Yeah, I mean, he played amazing this game. I do think Aster... I don't think they should focus too much on the draft. I think the last pick, Lone Druid, was the perfect idea. I think this was a game of execution in so many ways. I mean, they had the win probability, lead for so much of the game. And watching this game, it honestly felt like they were this ticking time bomb that was about to go off, and just one mistake, you lose the game. That's what SF with level 15 talent plus Lone Druid does. With a Deso, Mask of Madness, you lose a fight, you lose Dota. You give them second Roshan too early and for free, you lose the game. So the fact that Entity didn't make that one big mistake is so impressive, because this game has to be played flawlessly, whereas Aster, they made some mistakes along the way, and even with those mistakes, it still felt like they were going to win because of how strong their draft was.
Yeah, real testament to Entity's understanding of buyback status on their supports, Kataome's initiation, and that cover from the Silencer with a global, not just used for big team fights, but to keep Pure alive in a lot of these situations where he could easily have just been solo killed out by this XXS Mars with the Ori SF nearby. Oh my goodness, yeah, it was Aster on the cusp of victory for such a long portion of that game, and MVP, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, really, there.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned 13-0-9. A lot of these games, like, this game could have very easily ended a little bit earlier, and, the Morph doesn't carry, and you just say, well, what could he do? You got outdrafted, they have this push strat, you don't get, you never get to come online, but he made sure that he got just involved enough with some of those early fights, with that Roshan particularly. I mean, 88% kill involvement. Like, that's not normally what you expect or need out of your carry, but he was making sure that any key fight he was showing up to.
Yeah, how's he managed that? He was farming the first 20 minutes. Getting involved with some of these Roshan fights definitely helped out. I mean,
also speaks to his team's inability to, do much. They were got 5 kills for the first 25 minutes, so they weren't doing much without him.
Yeah, did a lot of heavy lifting come the late game. As game one goes the way of Entity. I mean, I thought the LGD OG series would be the close one with a tight fight and these big climatic endings, but it's going to be Entity taking game one here in this best of 2, as we'll have a quick break and return with game 2.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to Aster up against Entity here as we get ourselves ready and prepared for Game 2. As Game 1 was a very, very close one. A 6-minute long fight around that second Roche Gods led to Entity drawing things out and winning with a pure Morphling.
Yeah, that was quite the Game 1. Sorry, I didn't think we were coming back so soon. I just got back from the bathroom. I was like, oh yeah, we got 2 minutes to quickly go to the bathroom. But hey, yeah, I'm good. How are you doing, Gareth?
Yeah, good. Excited for this. I mean, wipe the sweat off my brow. Yeah, hydrate. There we go. I'd like to see that. Nice gulp of water. Get ourselves ready for game 2 here. Because throughout that, we're kind of thinking the slow-paced game, the push trap from Aster. Things are slowly slotting into place, and then we have that extended waiting period around second Roshan, which Aster felt it was vital for them to have it, and Entity felt it was vital for them to not let them have it, leading to some exceptional team fights.
Yeah, that entire second row sequence is something I think both teams will look back on a lot. Everything that led up to it, as well as XS plays, I think it's so easy, 100% kill involvement. He's the one saying the tempo. He just couldn't quite connect in a couple of spears, a couple of arenas where he was only catching the Brood, and even when he caught the Brood, he didn't actually hit the spear inside the arena with it. So it was just a tough game for Aster because that was their only real catch and initiation. Also, I don't know. I have some questions about the Omni Knight. Whether it was the pick, the play, I'm not sure. It just didn't really feel like it did a whole lot this game.
Yeah, it felt a little bit awkward, that's for sure. As we see Pure smiles all across his face. This is the time, though. You've got to temper your adrenaline, calm things down a little bit, because that was absolutely intense. I mean, there's no better word for that. That game was close on a knife's edge for such long, extended periods. That you've got to just think about Game 2, relax a little bit, reconsider how you're going to move forward here for Entity, and of course Aster thinking about how they can close out games a little better.
Yep. And for Aster, at least, as a team, and so far for day 1, group stage has gone really well from them. So, I don't think they're going to be too phased about just a single game loss. I think all in all, they're going to feel like they had a draft. They had, set themselves up to win that game. They just made some small little misplays. That's the kind of loss I think that it's easy to kind of learn from and make some adjustments with.
It's like Lanham comes back in and he's like, wait, we didn't win that game? What happened there?
Yeah. That was perhaps the biggest yawn I've ever seen. Maybe that's the problem.
I wasn't watching. Who was it? Was it the Omni player?
I don't recognize all the players. I want to say it was Siamese Cat, yeah.
Yeah. He's tired of Omni Knight. Give me something a bit more fun. Something with a stun, maybe. And seeing how well Kataomi did.
I mean, if there's a hero to put you to sleep, it may be Omni Knight.
That's probably right, yeah.
I don't know how Slex does it. He's like the most wired person I know, and he's just spamming Omni Knight. Maybe it's you need the balance. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it's like I understand Slack's playing Undying and Warlock and stuff like that, but Omni, I don't get it. Do not get it. Anyway, draft for Game 2. As we get ourselves deep into day 2 of the group stage here for TI 2022. Lots of 2s, and it's going to be the second ban for Team Aster after this Leshrac. Did we see Enigma contested in the previous game? I've completely forgotten, but I feel like no?
I agree. I think no, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was like Lesh, Pudge, Primal Beast, Marcy, and then we had our drafts, and yeah, Enigma was ignored throughout the entirety. Yeah, Arc Warden being banned out again along with Marcy. So the only change there is Pudge is left in.
Okay, yeah, first phase on the Primal, on the Arc Warden ban. That's really up in the ante and elevating this hero to we don't want anything to do with it. Like you kind of showed Game 1 you'll ban at second phase. So if you're if you want to Arc Warden, you kind of know you got to go first phase, and I think Aster are just trying to preemptively prevent that.
No, Siamese Cat, there we go, Clockwork. Maybe a position 5 hero for him. We'll see where it heads though. He can be in both support roles. his Entity. Now, Fishman's, Chen, his Undying, they're always these key options to look for in the first phase, but I think we've still got to highlight the Nyx Assassin from Kataomi as an absolute outstanding performing hero to maybe make it into this first phase for themselves.
I'm on board with it. I think it's easy to build around. It kind of goes, you can draft anything with a Nyx Assassin. It doesn't really limit you. Maybe limits your offlane a tiny bit, but once again, Entity go for the Brood. Despite it, it wasn't unimpactful, but it was definitely something that felt like Aster had answers for in game number 1.
Yeah, is it the double insect, double arachnid, whatever again? Brood plus Nyx Assassin.
It worked game 1. Unless they filled the Nyx, the Nyx against Clockwork is a bit of a Clockwork favored matchup, particularly if they end up laning against each other. And Entity doubled down on Silencer. I think similar to the Arc Warren, it's like when these heroes, you don't pick it now, there's a good chance it gets banned, given that they picked it back in game number 1. So making sure they get their hands on it.
Yeah, it is going to give the option here for Aster to ban out your Bat Riders and things like that up against Stormer, though. So remove a couple of his options. Yeah, Clock SF, such a good pairing there.
Yeah. Go back to game 1. I think if they had a Clockwork instead of Omni Knight, that game is so easy. Like, they just win that game. Like, Clockwork gives them a second way to initiate. They're not all in relying on XXS to make plays and initiate. They have a way to, like, jump the Silencer. Their draft is just straight up better. I don't know. Was Clockwork banned, do you know? Do they just prefer Omni?
It was ignored.
Yeah.
Because it was Omni 3rd pick, 16th pick. Yeah, that easily could have been a Clockwork for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say these things in hindsight. Like, at the time, they're probably thinking, like, we got this sick draft. Like, we really protect our SF with Omni Knight. We know they love to play Bat Rider, so the Heavenly Grace feels like a nice counter. It just didn't pan out that way. And now they've kind of learned their lesson, probably.
Well, Drow Ranger, Morphling, they're the bans from Aster, so they're still leaving in your Nyx, your Bat Rider, some of these key heroes that Entity do love to play. There's also that threat of, like, the pure Naga Siren or something along those lines coming out.
Yeah, you can't just hone in on what beat you last game when it's a player like Pure who has such a diverse and unusual hero pool at times. Like, he's one of the players who kind of brought out some carry Doom and some very wonky heroes in that carry role throughout the DPC season.
I'm kind of wondering what Aster's response to the Broodmother is going to be this time around. They did decently with the Mars. We'll see if that's left in the pool by Entity or not. And what the hero pairing is going to be with the Shadow Fiend as well. We've touched on that Pudge with the Shadow Fiend that Liquid have liked to do. Is there like an SF Terrorblade or an SF plus who?
Ooh, yeah, Pudge sounds great. I don't think you want to go too greedy. Like, Terrorblade just seems a bit too much greed. They can try the all-in kind of push again if they want to. I don't think that was necessarily their idea until they got to the last pick. After seeing Morphling, they're like, okay, let's try beat this with a Lone Druid push. But I think having maybe a slightly more balanced draft makes sense. The Pudge seems really good. At that point, you've kind of answered the Broodmother. You've got, guaranteed kind of BKB piercing disable. It's just a great hero to pair with the SF. The other consideration is maybe Beastmaster. It was banned out last game in the second phase. We'll see if it gets banned again, but it's a great hero that gives vision, BKB piercing disable again, and just gives you a lot of playmaking.
Oh, the Kataomi Sven's going to come out to play. Position for Sven up against the Shadow Fiend. Get that shard up. Bonus armor, War Cry looks very good. And a stun.
Yep. I think you're thinking we don't want to go all in physical damage. It was one of the things I had last game with SF Lone Druid. You see Sven, War Cry's in play. You're thinking, let's get a bit more balance and throw in some, mixed damage, so get some high magic damage mid laner, for example.
Yeah, we'll see what direction they go. They're thinking what they could pick up here. If the Shadow Fiend's flexible, maybe I was thinking maybe like Storm, but then you're playing into Silencer, so a lot of these Spirit heroes feel a little wonky. Like, they can play around the global with BKBs or waiting out the cooldown, but if you're a Storm or an Ember and you jump in, you get globals, you're likely just going to die. Like, they go for the Omni again. They've got faith in it. And there's the Pudge. There we go.
Remember Omni Pudge from 10 years ago? The good old days. Yeah.
Rot taking 0 damage. Oh, it was every pub player loved to do this combo.
Oh, and you can still do it in ability draft, kinda. You get Blade Fury or you get Rage and you get Rot and you just charge people down.
I'm gonna play some ability draft, it sounds like.
Or Ability Arena. That's a pretty fun arcade game.
Okay. So Medusa, they were insta-pick this. I mean, SF Pudge has been such a common combo, they probably were anticipating a Pudge pick almost. But there hasn't been much Medusa, but you see this draft, and once again, it's going to be Entity kind of playing the stall game and trying to just buy time to go late game. There's less maybe pressure on their objectives. There's not like a secondary pushing core to go with the SF, but what Pudge gives them is a much more balanced draft.
Absolutely does. Out goes the Darkseer. Bat and Invoker. Yeah, 2 signatures there from Stormstormer removed as well. And it still feels like we need that playmaking, space-creating initiation hero for Stormstormer. Definitely curious to see what that hero is going to be, with so many of them being removed.
Feels like last game we got to the similar point where, well, at that point both teams needed mid laners and like every mid was being banned out. This time around, at least Aster already have the Shadow Fiend, so they're looking for their XXS hero for the offlane, and his hero's already got targeted in the second phase. So now there's like 6 offlaners banned out by Entity alone. So
well, it's like you look at Aster's ban, it's like pure / Stormstormer Lesh, pure Stormstormer Stormstormer. Like, these are very, very targeted bans.
I'm liking some of the pushing heroes. You've got 2 melee supports, getting like a Death Prophet or something. Feels pretty potent to me. Like, you can really push the tempo, and you've got a hero that can just run at towers and object. I mean, you're kind of doing the same strat as last game. Maybe they don't feel confident after they lost with, like, all-in push, but I see Medusa on the other side, and I'm just like, this hero does nothing for, like, 30 minutes.
And needs quite a bit of time. Needs stacks to be built up as well, which SF and Pudge are very good at contesting. Probably see a lot of fighting in the jungles around the build-up of the Ancients or the large caps. 40 seconds remaining for Aster here to dip into their reserve time, really consider all the options. Lana having a chat with his squad. A beautiful curtain there in behind Entity. A pan down to Stormstormer.
There he is. Lovely lad. Has lots of ideas about what this last pick could be. Obviously, it's the hero for him, so above all, it's probably going to be his final say when it comes to what that hero might be.
Aster looks like they're struggling to come up with his final pick. 3 seconds remaining. You've got to click something.
You don't have to, Gareth. You could just not. You could just, random gyrocopter.
Yeah, you could. At least it's not a misclick gyro.
Team fight. Yeah, I guess seeing the Medusa, they go for a bit more greed. They get a hero a second hero that kind of addresses the Brood, and I think last game they ran this thing where it was like, okay, this game gets to a point late game where they can't win, and I feel like Magnus gives them the ability to like scale and just win these late game team fights pretty well.
Yeah, a good bit of catch. And try and isolate that Medusa like a blink horn toss, a blink skewer. Put that Medusa in a dangerous spot. They've got cogs, they've got a hook from the Pudge as well. So some pretty good tools here to drag Entity around and put them in the reach of the Shadow Fiend. But here it comes. 30 seconds for Entity's final pick. Stormstormer's hero, the last one left.
They need damage. Like, where's your damage coming from? Is it some kind of like Tinker or Timbersaw, Lina? Like, I just feel like Medusa is like this slow, like AoE damage, and it takes some time to come online. They need like this mid lane burst. There he is, Tinker! Yes! That was the one I wanted most. I'm so happy to get a Tinker, because I'm just looking at this like, what kills Tinker?
Nothing. I mean, there's a clock is the only way they can get on top of him.
Yeah, okay. They've got clockwork. At least in the past, that was considered enough. But these, I don't know. I think without the easy blink follow-up, I mean, you've got, I guess, Magnus and Pudge will eventually get blink, but it feels like a good enough Tinker game, and it solves so many of the problems their draft has. When you have Medusa Brood, your mid laner needs to be dishing out deeps when you've also, I mean, even the supports, Sven Silencer, these are not the best damage-dealing supports, too.
Are they swapping up lanes here as Aster? I mean, Ori's on the Pudge, Monet is the Shadow Fiend. Is it a hero swap or a lane swap, I'm wondering?
Yeah, I mean, probably just the hero swap. Like, I wouldn't expect, I think maybe they're thinking
Pudge can go mid, but we'll see. That's definitely an unusual one. I don't know. Monet played the SF versus Brood just fine before, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, we'll see what happens coming into game 2 here. Entity up against Aster. Entity with that game advantage in this best of 2 for the group stage, and looking pretty good all the way through. As Stormstormer Tinker, definitely a specialist hero, has had quite a few changes. He's no longer the Tinker of old, with March of the Machines, Boots of Travel, things like that. He is a blink rush hero with a lot of spam, keeping those rockets and lasers bouncing around, as he's pretty quick to farm as well. And I'm definitely curious to see how they attribute this farm between Pure and Stormstormer, because there could be a bit of overlap where they're both getting a bit greedy in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, for both sides, I guess the greed could maybe get the better of them with the Magnus last pick on Aster, but also for Entity, we saw last game Toby just have to sacrifice his own game a bit to guarantee that Pure's Morphling could do well. I think it's going to be a similar story with Medusa and Tinker, and we'll see who wins the battle between those two to farm up the stacks and the Ancients and whatnot. But I do imagine they give Pure priority. He's just so good at carrying these games when he's the win condition.
Yeah, he knows where he needs to be, what time. And here we go. See if Aster can pick themselves up after a very close game 1 loss. And Entity, wind beneath their wings, feeling themselves here. Storm is spinning around. I don't know. I don't see Tinker that much nowadays. Let's see if he does it again, but I think he's chilled for a second. He's like pivoting and swiveling. There we go. He's a helicopter.
He knows his Tinker. This man is perhaps more known for some of his other heroes like the Invoker or even the Mid-Visage, but he's quite the Tinker player as well, and he's going to be very happy, I think, to get this hero in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Entity really showing what can happen when you've got all these mechanical players with the captaincy of Fishman. And Kataomi, though, going to get scouted here as Baboka with a longer wraparound comes in behind the Sven. Ori with hook level 1 does catch out the Sven. A good Stormhammer, though, will hold them back for a second until the pummeling begins again. And the first blood going the way of Monet Shadow Fiend.
Another game where they're getting this early first blood, and Shadow Fiend picking it up on a core, so they're going to be thrilled with the outcome there. Yeah, we'll see how Aster's lanes go. It does look like Monet's going to be playing the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane and putting the Pudge in mid, just maybe expecting a bit more playmaking out of their mid lane, a hero that can contest and utilize runes, particularly with an active support like Clockwork. I think Aster just feeling like doing a mid SF is a bit too passive.
And maybe a better lane matchup as well with Pudge hooking and rotting creeps, not fully relying on the right clicks and building up Necromastery. It can be a little bit annoying if you're getting lasered and trying to last hit or deny.
Yeah. If you get a hook on the Tinker too, it should be a kill, but easier said than done.
Now we'll see how it all plays out. Stormstormer Tinker, Ori Pudge. Already the first last hit coming in.
Yeah, had to do it. The laser, always annoying to last hit against, so Ori just throws out the meat hook and guarantees it for himself. As I don't think a lane where we'll see any kills early on unless there's like a big misplay from the Tinker where he gets hooked in, but once those supports come rotating towards the mid lane and fighting over the runes, that's where the action's really gonna break out when it comes to this mid lane matchup.
And Toby looking a little worse for wear up top. Monet has spent the entirety of his mana pool to get raises on the Brood, as it looks like Baboka going to deward his small camp to get some pulls going, while Pure walking back away from XXS. Yeah, lots of lane dragging, manipulating these creep waves in both of the side lanes. Kataomi trying to farm behind enemy tier 1. Try and give this Medusa a bit of lane advantage. Farm closer to her tower so she's not being skewered around by this Magnus.
Yep. I feel like this is a bit of a throwback with the Magnus into Medusa. Like, at least in the SA region, back when Medusa was still meta, which lasted for a long time, a lot of teams started to kind of play around this idea of Magnus in the offlane, because your high base damage just allows you to contest so much of the Medusa's farm.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense in the mid game as well. Like, Medusa is one of those heroes that, she's not a fog hero. She is a show on the map. Hey, I'm in a creep wave. Hey, I'm in front of your tier 1 kind of hero. So having a displacement tool from the skewer, add in the hook. Lots of ways to catch out Pure. Already having to spend a lot of HP and mana down bottom just to stay in the lane, but does have a stick and some tangos being handed over by Kataomi.
Sure. Collapse of Team Spirit's watching some of these games like, oh, Magnus, is he meta again? Let's go.
I'll enjoy that. Mid lane going pretty boring, right? Farm trade,
Yeah.
no one's doing anything. Get some water runes. Yeah, hook it across with a bottle refill.
They're both sitting on full health and yeah, not too much cooking out of this one. Pudge has to use some rod occasionally to try last hit because of the laser, but all in all, Pudge farming just fine.
A nice little move by Monet up top. Going to drag the melee creeps onto the range creep to look for the deny. Doesn't get it though. Toby just that little bit quicker. Throws out his Silken Bowler.
Shockwave skewer bottom. They pulled Kataomi in, forcing out a Stormhammer.
He's got Fairy Fire.
Okay.
Looks like he's all right. Dire Pull contested. Radiant Wave now meeting with that tier 1 bottom. So free farm for XXS, and as this is always an awkward spot for the Medusa. You know, you want to play forward, you want to harass, get some denies, but you also don't want to get played under this tier 1.
I like what Ori's doing. He's venturing away from the mid lane every now and then on his Pudge and just hooking a neutral camp creep to get a bit of extra golden experience.
Oh, nice.
Just little efficiency plays from him.
Every little helps. All those small advantages. And down bottom lane is just Siamese Cat chasing this Sven over and over again. Hammer of Purity, Hammer of Purity. Trying to force out Storm Hammers as a Magnus Skewer. Catching out Pure for a second, but it's just harassment damage. No real kill threat. You're just trying to burn through resources, burn through a bit of regen, make sure life is uncomfortable for your opponents.
Pure even item drops for the stick value there. Dude, these young players with their mechanics sometimes just playing unafraid, and doesn't look like we'll be seeing any kind of early action in any of these side lanes. Aster already with the first blood gold, so first blood's been claimed, but they're going in on... No, they're not going in on the SF. Just kidding. Just throwing out spells.
Yeah, back and forth. But yeah, you're right about Pure. Something I noticed, I don't think I brought it up, the Morphling game, he's like always tread swapping. You know, it's something that it feels like some of these pro players don't bother with anymore, honestly. It's like, yeah, whatever, but there's some people that really highly prioritize it, especially on certain heroes. You know, like Morphling, Medusa. Think back to the old anti-mage days. You need that mana pool.
Yep. I mean, there's definitely a benefit to be gained. I think that the added benefit is also, like, it just keeps you locked in and really focused. Like, if you're trying to do every little thing right, it just means, you know, you're going to be in the right kind of mindset for the game.
Yeah, perfection is perfection. Kataomi shockwaved. Another contest on this pull.
I really want to contest this. He's putting his life in quite a bit of danger there, but playing around the Fairy Fire. Salve comes out now as well, so bit of a regen battle down in this bottom lane between the Sven and the Aster offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, what? Oh, Captain Omni Knight. Trying to move into mid with Ori's Pudge, though. Look and Dismember used. Turn around on the tower with laser. Everything falling short of actual kills. Just chipping away at people.
Yep. Yeah, no big rotations towards mid lane whatsoever, but 6-minute rune coming up, so you'd maybe expect something now. They get the D-ward on the high ground, so it's going to be hard for Radiant to contest these runes. Now bringing over Kataomi, but it does seem like if Tinker wants a rune, he's going to have to pray it spawns in this top lane, so both teams kind of splitting up, and it'll be a bit of an RNG battle.
Oh, a haste for Pudge.
Oh.
Sprinting
the
bottom.
one rune. Pure's in trouble. He's got to get back to his tower pronto. This may just be a kill here.
Yeah, looks like it might be. Shockwave to set it up. And Ori coming forward. Has Dismember. Pure with a full stick there. Gets a bit of mana back. And the laser rockets from Tinker doing a bit of damage into Ori and XXS. But in the end, the final hook will kill off Pure. But Stormer, he takes down Ori first and nearly finishes off the Magnus.
Just got it off with the rearm for the extra layer of lasers, and the bottle just giving him the mana for it. I can't believe they actually got the kill on the Pudge first. But Pure's probably just like, man, that's the one rune that could have killed me. He, you know, as a carry player, you know that that mid laner picks up that rune, and you've got this kind of like mental clock where it's like, okay, I can farm 1 or 2 more creeps, then I'll back off to my tower until the mid laner shows. But Haste just kind of screwed up that timing of it all. But honestly, a trade in the end that at least slightly favors Entity.
I mean, what is it? It's a 1 in 6, right? A 1 in 6 chance he gets that haste. That's the difference maker. Monet. Well, they already forced Fishman to TP back defensively, and they're going to go for another round onto the silencer. Siamese Cat traversing all the way from bottom lane up to top to help out there, but now the dive coming in. Tinker's arrived, and Toby's diving onto Monet. The raises come, but the Stormhammer, a good one. Kataomi lands it onto 2, and the Rockets just flurrying out onto Team Aster to get 2 big kills for Entity.
Yeah, Tinker with this super fast Blink Dagger didn't go for any kind of boots or anything with it. You don't really even need the brown boots here when you've got this mobility with the rearm. He's going for the Soul Ring next, so already we're seeing this super active Tinker. TP bottom and now the TP top, helping turn around some of these ganks.
Yeah, such a different hero nowadays. No more stacking and farming ancients. No more universal damage. We are now all about blinking and shooting out these rockets. I'm kind of curious to see what he goes afterwards, though, because I don't think we've really found ourselves a spot for Tinker to have like locked-in items in pro games anyway. But you start considering the kind of Scythe of Ice, Ether Lens, that kind of thing later on down the line.
We'll see what the build's going to be. I've definitely not seen much pro Tinkering in some time, but probably will be, you know, pretty standard stuff like you mentioned. Like eventually there may be a Scythe of Ice. Maybe you consider like some of the Dagons of old if you feel like you're lacking damage, like against the Pudge, Magnus. Like there's a lot of tankiness on this Aster side as well.
I think the usual things have been like Shivers, Overwhelming Blink, and then they're kind of core-ish items. Then I don't know, everything's a luxury item on Tinker because he can rearm. It feels like anything is going to pay off for him. Omni Knight surrounded. Hunted down in his own jungle as he did get a D ward off. And now the pressure is on your tier 1 top though, as Toby closing in on level 6 and will start amassing the spider army.
Yeah, I feel like the Tinker just synergizes really well with the Broodmother because it's this hero with, the spider army that can pressure these objectives. If you try and defend it, you have this Tinker who can always TP in, TP on those spiders, and offer this huge amount of kill threat to anyone defending early towers.
Just hide in the fog, wait in the trees. Radiant even scanning behind their own tier 1 to try and figure out where Aster are lurking. XXS attempting the Shockwave and Skewer. Rocket Flare, does that give the vision on Stormstorm? It does for the RP! Stormstorm was blinked incorrectly. Tries to get out now, but Ori, he's here with a Dismember. Stop the TP from completing. And a huge kill on Stormstorm's Tinker there. Aster going to be breathing a sigh of relief.
Just that little slip up. He blinked into them in the end. He'd already blinked back to safety, and if he'd blinked left or just TP'd in place, he would have been fine, but gives away his life there, and Aster in the right place at the right time, get the punish and want this tier 1 bottom tower, but does look like Entity at least rotating in the Sven to try and defend this. With Tinker back alive, maybe they stand a chance to keep it alive, but just feels like it's not going to be in time.
Yeah, it's a little too slow. I did take down the tier 1 top quickly though, and Toby, he's moving swiftly towards the tier 2, and of course now has access to all of these jungle camps very freely. So Toby in the previous game had a bit of a slow one, but it looks like here in game 2 going to be able to build his items much faster, get those auras up and online.
Yeah, it does feel like Brood's in for a much better game, and as for the side of Aster, it's a bit of a slower game compared to last, but at this same time they're not really on a timer. I think that's what this Magnus pick really gave them, this way to scale and this way to kind of take some of these big late game team fights.
I think that's the key thing, right? Knowing game 1, the way that went, team fighting is so important. Having catch, having kill opportunity, and scaling with big AoE team fight ultis, it's always been the TI special, hasn't it?
Yeah. I imagine the call was like, let's make sure all the catches not on one player with the Mars of XXS. They've got the Baboka Clockwork, so they've got kind of 2 key ways of initiating alongside the Magnus. And even the Pudge, eventually you'll probably see Ori with a Blink Dagger. Has got the Ag speed up for now, but the easier it is to start a fight, the easier Dota feels when you're playing it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's Pure been up to the past couple of minutes? Farming? Hitting ancients?
Oh, it's Medusa. Yeah, of course.
Good stuff.
Love and life. This is the carry player's dream, you know. Medusa's back in the meta. Actually, I think a lot of carry players do not like playing Medusa. She's
She's a pretty boring carry, like she just farms, and you don't really feel like you dish out damage as a Medusa. It's like this very slow damage, so you kind of got to group with your team and slow roll things, so we'll see. Medusa, probably, standard items. Yasha, Dragonlance, Skadi queued up. No need for a Linken's this game, per se.
And just try and replicate that 6-minute Roche fight where you've got one hero that's your carry with all these items staying alive. Kataomi under his ward, trying to protect it here. And Asta TPing top, looking for Toby. No RP, and the hook lands. Ori trying to catch up to this Broodmother. The Global Silence giving a little bit of wiggle room for the Toby Brood, but the Shockwave back. Is that enough? There's no Dismember still. Ori, he's hunting and looking for it, but he can't find his pesky Broodmother back into the tree line.
Came close going through the trees, but yeah, couldn't quite latch on. I sort of love to find that pick off. I mean, you're kind of playing this slower, greedy pace. Any pickups you can get with these ultimates. You don't mind a one-hero RP, but elsewhere, Babuka getting low, but has the backup of the Omni Knight to get him back to safety, and Aster just going to slow things down, go back to farming. Their SF kind of mirroring what the Medusa's doing, which is just farming up the triangle, farming Ancients. Has gone the Mask of Madness build this game, unlike last game's SF, and I think makes a ton of sense given the draft they've got.
I'm still looking back on this Omni Knight, though, and it kind of feels like the amount of priority Astra putting on it, it seems like this is their idea of an answer to this Silencer, this Brood. Maybe even, we've seen it as an answer to Undying. The fact that like every zombie attack stack gives a stack of Heavenly Grace, lots of stacks in that one. Because this, the way Heavenly Grace works, against the Silencer, he's going to put 2-3 spells on you. A Broodmother puts a couple of spells on you, you've got Laser on you, all of a sudden you've got 5 stacks of this strength and HP regen. You've got these tanky heroes all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think from that point of view, it makes a lot of sense as long as you can get those spells off, because the Global Silence is the big one, and
yeah,
you got to imagine similar to last game, they're going to be jumping and trying to burst down this Omni Knight at the start of every fight. Last game, Siamese Cat kind of struggled to position himself such that he could stay alive.
Get some Lotuses, save your Omni. Yeah, 4-4 at 14 minutes. Definitely been a walk in the park for both these teams. No real action, no real chaos. Yep. Pudge looking to finish off his Aghanim Scepter in about 1,000 gold. But a skewer back on the Sven, opening things up for Asta to try a pick. Baboka has hookshot in a second, but it wasn't up fast enough. So a jump, a retreat, a reset, and back to farming we go.
Yeah, both teams really just chilling. Pure on the Medusa, Monet on the SF. Pretty even in terms of net worth. Both two have just been kind of doing the save movements just on the opposite sides of the map. Aster have tried a couple times to pick off this Brood, but great plays by Toby, just being so elusive in these trees.
Yeah, good stacking from Entity, building things up for Pure. Trying to close the gap on the Shadow Fiend, who is top of the net worth right now with Mask of Madness, Dragonlance. We're feeling pretty free just to push out the bottom wave with 3 heroes just above him in the jungle.
Most of this net worth difference seems to be coming from the other cores, like the 2 carries of both teams, even on farm, but Brood as well as Tinker falling behind a little bit.
Yeah, just a touch. And Tinker's going to be able to clear up some of this unsafe stuff down at bottom, but you're always going to be very wary of warding here. A high ground ward, a Tinker ward in particular, and they are named as such to catch this fella himself. With a Clockwork and a Pudge, there are ways to get in on top of him, and Baboka, he's going to get on top of the Silencer. Opting to go straight for Fishman this time around. The Global utilized, and Fishman's still alive. Stormhammer now from Kataomi, and a turnaround RP, but the hook back. Ori drags away the Magnus, so Entity with a chance to regroup and move back in towards the Pudge. Laser in with a blink from Stormer. Ori getting healed up, has a ton of saves from this Omni Knight, and Monet with what looked like a defensive Requiem. Try and fear back Entity because they're giving chase onto Baboka still. Rockets flying, not dead just yet. Everyone spends every single spell and not a single casualty of war yet. Another hook missing out, a whiff from Ori, and the heals from XXS onto the Magnus. Try and keep him alive while they dismember and devour up the Broodmother. Tasty protein for Pudge to build up some stacks of his flesh heap, while Pure trapped inside the cogs. Try and break him free. Baboka stunned up, and a final touch from Fishman looking to clear him out. The rocket, is that landing onto the Clockwork? It is. No amount of heals from the Omni Knight will secure his safety. So a 1-for-1 trade in that fight.
So many spells used, like 10k damage. Look at that, 10k damage from Entity, and all they killed was a Clockwork.
Wow.
The sustain, the tankiness of Pudge, of Omni Knight, what he brings to the table. They messed up a bit with the RP, trying to, the Pudge hooking out the Magnus there was not what they had in mind. And luckily, I think for Aster, they were able to kind of disengage using that Requiem and reset for the Brood kill under the tower, because Entity, I think, felt like they had something going. That's why they wanted to chase there.
When do we start thinking about Roshan? As XXS, he uses his Horn Toss. It looked like he wanted to try and blink, but it maybe got cancelled as Ori gets a catch onto Fishman. Silencer yet again surviving with a sliver of HP. Alkatomi trapped in the cogs of Baboka. Hunted down by the clock and the Pudge and finally finished off, but again it's going to be the one-for-one trade, and Aster the ones losing out on this. The rocket spam, very apparent, is an issue that they can't contend with.
Yeah, this Pudge is getting constantly chipped away at and can't really get close enough to the Tinker. Clockwork's their catch, but he's also kind of been the one initiating on the front line, so unable to really save his spells for this Tinker, and unable to really get the farm that allows himself to stay alive. Trying to get to an Ag Scepter with a Philosopher's Stone, that's an amazing item for Baboka's Clockwork. That's going to help him actually get up to some of these late game items.
Could you remind us what overclocking does now? Because it changed a little bit from the refresh it used to give, right?
What are we looking at?
Rocket flares?
Oh yeah, the rocket flares reduce cooldown. You get the additional rockets and hookshot. The stun radius and duration's also increased. And similarly, you still get stunned when the duration wears out. But yeah, the rocket flares, the vision is kind of like, to me, the big part of it.
Yeah, there's triple rocket flares flying out, very handy against the Tinker. Because vision, we talk about catch, we talk about kill potential, but really it's vision that undoes Tinker's game plan for the most part.
Yeah, being able to scout him out, like, I don't think you're too worried about some of the other stuff. The Battery Assault affecting everyone's kind of nice if there's, like, summons and stuff. There is Brood Spiderling, so maybe the Battery Assault one is actually going to be kind of big as well.
Well, area of Roshan looks like it's controlled by Entity, pushing out top to tier 2. And 4 heroes from the Ancients, kind of using it as a platform to hold on. But tier 1 being taken down by Aster now gives them an opportunity to invade. Get across there, stop Pure from farming Ancients, get themselves into a position to maybe think about Roshan themselves, because we're 20 minutes in, and nobody's really poked their heads in the pit yet.
Definitely a little bit of a tricky one, but it does feel like Aster at some point will have the tools to do so, but Medusa coming online with a Skadi fairly soon. That's going to definitely help Entity maybe build their team fight around this Deuce a bit better. They have to protect their Tinker. That's the big thing, though.
Storm are playing with fire a little bit there, aren't you? Sees the Ori Pudge, goes for the wave clear. And nearly has a Shiva's Guard, so there's that second core item after the blink coming very shortly for him.
Yeah, the fact SF has been able to keep up and even ever so slightly ahead of the Medusa is a good sign for Aster's late game. Not to mention these other cores who are farming incredibly well, respectively.
Yeah, XXS with Blank, Falcon Blade, working on an Ether Lens now.
It's Entity in the Roshan pit. Aster, they've scouted Aster on this bottom side of the map. They see all these heroes and they go into Roshan. It's a little bit slow, but they're using the lasers, they're using the Medusa to try and bring this one down. But here come Aster. They've scouted this out with the rocket flare and they'll get Entity out of the pit.
Oh, did you see if that rocket blew up before the smoke or after? 'Cause I'm not quite sure.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Not sure either.
Aster might not know about this. Smoke breaks though. High ground ward. It belongs to the Radiant.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit without vision on the Aster side. It is daytime, and they're going to play around these pseudo high grounds around the mid lane, not wanting to go back to their own cliff. They know that's where Entity are, so they're going to actually take over this Radiant triangle. They have to keep throwing out rocket flares, though. They need to maintain vision of the pit with how low Roche's got.
Yeah, they're in a good spot to cut mid-wave, maybe cut top as well. As Entity re-smoke. Toby, smoke breaks. They know Baboka's nearby. Gives away his positioning. A hook. Slides past the backside, but there's XXS with the Horn Toss into Dismember, but the Global Silence gives the cover. The safety for Entity now. Start opening up and kill off Baboka. Requiem, the Fear, pushing back the Broodmother now, and Ori grabs up the kill. And blinks forward. He's aggressively moved. The RP from XXS, it catches Stormstormer, but Pure is still going. I don't know if he's got the damage it'll take, though, as Aster will come in with a crushing victory around Roshan.
These Clockwork Hookshot initiations, he just goes in the silencer and forces out Global Silence. Like, that's not really the ideal time to use Global. It's like a little bit too rushed too soon, but if he doesn't use it, he just dies, and he knows it. So he's just trying to make sure he gets his spells out, and the result is the rest of the Aster team, like, are freed up to basically get everything off. Like, this Omni Knight is not being pressured at all. It's a complete opposite story compared to last game, where it felt like Siamese, every single fight was, you know, getting jumped on. This time around, Aster are the team getting the jump.
Man, beautifully done. And that Guardian Angel at the very last moment there to keep Ori alive. It looked like he was about to die with that aggressive blink forward, but it all pays off in the end. Yeah. And yeah, your comment about the Shadow Fiend's net worth, you know, it's only skyrocketing even further now. The fact that he is so far ahead, on par or ahead of this Medusa, feels incredibly good.
Yep. It really just feels like Medusa's the lone scaling hero for now, at least. And Brood, you know, going for all these teamfight aura items, you know, her story's not going to change too much. They've got the Skewer back on Dusa.
And they've got disabled, but she got off her Stone Gaze. Pure may be able to scurry away from the SF as the lasers and rockets landing in onto Siamese Cat. And Monet, yes, he holds Aegis and has BKB, but it looks like he's going to die the first time here without really doing too much. Toby skewered again away while Ori sat at half health, and a hook shot coming on through. There's Baboka onto 2. Pure and Fishman zoned away by the cogs, and Ori blinking into the Dismember. A good Stormhammer counterplay from Kataomi, but Monet shredding through the Medusa with a pure physical damage of the Shadow Fiend takes him down, and Entity getting crushed here now in game 2.
Yeah, they're just getting so much sustain. Like, the Tinker's doing what he can to spam out these spells, but with Omni Knight just sitting back and having this unpressured game, Entity just lacking that ability to really initiate him with their 3 cores. And they're not done. Whoa, what an RP!
The jump onto them, XXS finds the opening with a Requiem play behind. Monet, another 2 kills to the way of Aster. And a tier 2 tower for them to take. There's the cherry on top.
Just beautiful Team Dota. We're seeing what they had in mind with game 1 with the Omni Knight pick. It's really coming to fruition here, even though got punished in game number 1. And I think we're seeing the limitations of this Tinker pick is just the lack of initiation between their 3 cores, Tinker, Medusa, Brood. How do you start a fight? Sven is also not starting fights. He's playing around the Warcry and sitting back. There's no Blink Dagger or anything. So for Entity, their draft just needs to be, I think, just playing a bit more passive and not trying to force these fights as much until they get these big late game items, because it's so easy for Aster when they're the ones getting the jump.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? 28,000 damage by the Tinker done so far is a tremendous amount, but yeah, you're chipping away, but if you don't get the killing blows on anyone, that's where the struggles begin. And an immediate D-ward there. Aster, remove the vision, skewer back, 3 of them. A beautiful play from XXS, but the Global maybe giving a bit of cover here for Entity to bring someone down. They just can't do it, though. The Guardian Angel has given that defensive tool across to the Pudge and the Omni Knight, and now allowing for the chase forward. Baboka with another sick hook shot, finds the Tinker, and Monet, he's got his BKB going. This looks like it might be lights out for Entity in game 2. As Pure is surrounded. Mana Shield will only last so long, and Monet grabs a triple kill.
XXS doing his best collapse impression this game, just finding skewer after skewer, using the Horn Toss to great effect as well, and just no response from the Entity side. Once that hook shot finds the Tinker, that's all their damage gone. This Medusa is this nice frontline tank and keeps people in place a bit with the Skadi Slow, but without the Tinker, they just don't have damage at all in the Entity draft.
And that's a 3-man skewer without RP, which is pretty wild from XXS. Yeah. And Aster this time looking for the lane of barracks. A missed attempt there with the Horn Toss and the hook. XXS and Ori will instead turn and bring down the buildings.
20k gold lead and a first lane of racks. They'll fall back. No Roshan for quite some time here, but as Aster have just shown, they don't really need this Aegis to play around. As long as they're the ones with a skewer initiation or a hook or a blink pudge going in, they're the ones controlling these fights.
Come on then. I dare you. D-Ward. Anyone? The spider lanes.
They're on it.
I mean, Shockwave and Rot, though.
And yeah, the Rot from the low ground with the Ags, yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
Amazing amount of damage. have to ask to take bot lane, push out the mid. This is where they can draw that line across from top triangle down to the bottom right corner, saying, hey, we hold them in, close the net in around Entity, maybe even grab this DD rune. Go and make a fight happen. There's no Roshan for at least 3 minutes.
No bottle, unfortunately. The mid lane Pudge had one, but didn't want to, was too far away to pass it over, so they'll just look for some kind of initiation, but I don't think Entity are going to have any interest in taking a fight outside of their base, unless it's for something like Roshan, maybe.
That's exact.
Pure trying to find what little farm there is out on the map. Taking out the top jungle with a bit of backup from Kataomi. Boca going to come in and scout them out, though. Oh, they don't see Pure, do they? Gets the TP home. And this is a small victory. And if all they lose is the Sven.
They'll take that one. They get out clean. They buy some more time. They want to get up this Tinker BKB as well as Medusa needing to build in some damage on it. I think recognizing, like, you can't just rely on the Tinker in these fights. He's being zoned away because of the threat that Clockwork, Magnus, and Pudge pose to him, so Medusa going into a Daedalus now to try and start scaling. But it's not just their farm. The levels are just a little bit lackluster. Medusa only level 16, and it's not quite getting up there in terms of the late game scaling.
The rocket flares. Oh, the hook. They find the Tinker in the trees. The counter to Storm's Tinker. The kill given over to Ori. And Tinker dead for 50 seconds. Does not want to buy back because he needs BKB to keep having any form of impact in these fights.
And that's where the Axe for Clockwork can pay off. He's just spamming out these triple rockets, and you find a Tinker and Pudge finishes off the job.
3-second cooldown on those rockets. Oh, the hook. It catches Fishman. It's slides straight behind, and the Magnus, he's still got RP to play with here. The Fear pushes back the Medusa and the Sven, and Pure going to try for the TP home. Can he get away? He can. The hook shot will connect on Kataomi instead. Double buyback from Entity, but with Sven dead and Pure having to run back, no chance to fight, it feels like they're just going to have to give another lane of barracks to Asta.
Yeah. I'm trying to fight into this now without buybacks is just so damn scary. The Tinker buying back means this BKB is just not coming up. They just... There we go.
Fair enough, honestly.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's a little surprising still. Like, they still had 4 alive, including their, their 2 cores. I mean, I don't think they actually have a real shot to win this outside of like some big throws, but it still does kind of come a bit out of nowhere with the GG.
I mean, it kind of feels like that's a Pure call saying, hey, I'm on this Deucer. I just really don't feel like I'm going to be able to carry this one.
Yep. I mean, at some point, it's like, we talked about it at the start of the day. Obviously, we experienced yesterday. These days are long. Group stages are grueling. You play a lot of games, and probably they're thinking, like, this is their, 4th game of today, and they've got to play 2 more later on. At some point, they're just like, let's just save some of our energy and get out and focus on our next series.
Yeah, and Asta with another 1-1 gonna look like stick up at the top of that Group B. An Entity, another draw for them. I'm still looking like they're in a solid position.
Yeah, I think if this is their last game of the day, or if this is their only series they play today, they don't GG out there. But it is a great position for Asta to be in. They get the draw only, but topping their group against a team that I think a lot of people have pegged as a dark horse, a likely candidate to be in that upper bracket. Obviously, Entity, caught a lot of attention for their results they had at the Arlington, Texas Major, and the fact Astra walk away with the 1-1 and very close to being a 2-0. That game 1 was neck and neck.
Yeah.
This game 2, not so close. So I think all in all, they'll be very happy with their play throughout the group stage so far.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. And yeah, you're right. Entity's performance in the regionals as well. Just again, not dropping a single game against some of the big teams there, like Secret. Really was a shining performance to get themselves to TI itself and having a decent time in these group stages already. As you see some of these highlights back, it's basically Pure just left alone. The rest of his team gets killed off first. They ignore the Medusa and leave her to last. The dessert course of Medusa. Difficult one for Pure.
Yeah, just tough game. I think they probably don't feel like, this is the best Dusa draft. I think when you have a Brood and Tinker around Dusa, it's just like, what is your draft view? Like, who's making the moves, who's making the plays, and how are you setting your Juicer up to actually carry the game? Like, as farmed as your Juicer gets, like, it just doesn't really feel like there's any kind of team fighter set up around it. I think he just got a little bit too cute with the last pick. At the same time, like, I saw the Tinker, I was like, that seems like the kind of hero they need. They got to a point where they had no damage. I think if you go back, picking the Brood plus Medusa is maybe where things go wrong, because they had no way to win this game without picking up some like mid laner who dishes out heavy magic damage, and Tinker seemed to be the best hero left in the pool, given all the bans on your invokers and your pucks and whatnot.
Yeah, it sure did. And Toby had a pretty good laning stage as well. In comparison to game one, Toby had a pretty damn good time taking an early tier 1, getting into that jungle and starting to scale. But yeah, all the auras in the world not going to give Pure enough damage to withstand that very farmed Shadow Fiend. As we take a peek at Aster there with their victorious lineup here in game 2.
Just a solid all-around draft and play from them. It's great to see them, kind of double down on their ideas, even though it didn't fully work in game 1. They balanced it out with the Pudge instead of going for the lone Druid with the Shadow Fiend. This just feels like comfort zone when it comes to Aster. Having Pudge SF, they were one of the teams that's been playing core Pudge for quite some time, and you get XXS on a big initiating offlaner like a Magnus, and things just click.
I mean, that was a perfect last pick, right? And yeah, we didn't even have to mention it. XXS, the MVP, 3014. KDA, though, pretty meaningless. It was his actual spellcasting, positioning, and performance in that game. Getting, 3-man skewers with no RP, getting 2-man, 3-man RPs with no real help from his team. It's just all down to him.
Yeah, he broke the game wide open multiple times. I think other players like Baboka did well, going on the silencer, forcing out these preemptive globals, but the fact that XXS was patient enough to find multiple hero RPs and skewers was very impressive. Like, he showed he knows how to use this hero to full effect.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff. And of course, more Dota action is waiting in the wings for us. We've got a couple more series here on the A stream. And Liquid against LGD and Spirit against TSM coming up a little later on today. But that's it, I believe, from me and Gods. We'll see you tomorrow, so you can go across to the panel and have a chat with Nat.
One Aster coming in here as the favorites. Fear, I mean, your parting words for this series as we jumped into it was win, and win they did. But
both teams did. That's
but
what
so
I meant.
did
That's
Entity. So honestly, you had the clearest prediction there. Win, yeah, both of them won. I know that you weren't the one watching this one though, because Kezu and T-Panda, you guys had all the insight for these game drafts.
Let's go, squad. So I think one of the interesting ones here, Kazu, is that Entity, they decided to pick the Batrider into the Omni Knight, not the other way around.
Yeah, so I think they had this last pick, but so they think obviously Omni versus Bat isn't great because he can purge it, but because they have the silencer with the global, he can really turn that around.
As you can see, this is one of the most important fights of this game as well. Aster still in a couple of 1,000 gold in the lead. You see that they're taking in front of the Roche bit. You're using a couple ults as well to zone out Entity. But this fight goes on for quite some time. As we see, Roche is still inside the pit. They're still battling it out. Pure manages to disengage. And here we see the second part of the fight. Stormstormer snatches the Aegis like an absolute boss unit as he is. Pure, he's turned himself as well into a Shadow Fiend. He's nuking down the Mars. Mars is getting stunned. Kataomi, beautiful. Impales onto 3. We got another Arena coming in as well. You got the Batrider going down. Stormstorm is gone. And he's already burnt out the Aegis as well. 4-4. Really tight fight. Monet goes down. Baboka's down. Kataomi's going to die as well. And now fighting on the Highline. XSS is trying to make his way out. But no way, because Entity have a lot of men. They got a lot of damage. They got a lot of power. And they just nuke them down on the spot.
Damn, that's my shoutcaster right there.
Yeah.
Huh? So here we have the second clip, which is going to be another beautiful stun by Kataomi. We need to mention this high ground ward that Aster were all on, so he gets a 3-man impale. And with these couple of stuns, the snatched Aegis in this game, Aster are kind of missing their opportunity. Like now you can see Pure with his Aghanims and the high farm. He's just very strong. And now, the Batrider Omni Knight matchup, suddenly it doesn't feel that bad anymore for Stormstormer. They win this fight, and then from here on out, they yeah, they just walk away with this one.
Pretty solid stuff in general. And I think, like, when you look at this draft, we got the Tinker. We've been waiting for this Tinker for a long time, and of course it is Stormy. He pulled out the Arc Warden earlier on, and now since the regional qualifiers, we get the Tinker out as well, and Pure for the first time on Medusa. But the results were a bit varying.
Yeah, these guys have very toxic drafts, I would say, with some of their combinations. You know, Tinker with Zoo, Arc Warden with Zoo, but in this game, Aster, they got to perform their draft with high tempo, and this time around they executed, and then they turned it into a 1-1.
What you got to say to that?
I was going to say, toxic is an interesting word. Would that be one that you would use, Fear, for it?
Sure.
Good.
You just go, yeah, what Kezu said. Yeah, I'll go with that one. Stream B, we are updating you all with what has happened up to when we've come on this panel. So there are going to be some spoilers. Stream B having Fnatic taking the 2-0 over Beast Coast. So that's a nice little win, something that SCA definitely needs, especially Fnatic in their books, to sort of walk away and get further away from the potential elimination that is looming for them. Over on C, though, TSM and Secret, I do believe Game 2 is still currently going underway. And Secret having the first win of Game 1.
Pretty interesting thing here is to note TSM's draft. You see the Drow and Visage cores coming out for TSM. They're picked pretty early on into the draft. You see Secret going for Rezo Dawnbreaker. Nisha continues to enjoy the sniper. And one thing that really changed things in this game is the lane swap that they did on the side of TSM. So we kind of talked about this off stream for a bit. Like, does the Drow really feel threatened against the Nyx Assassin Dawnbreaker? Because they decided to put the Visage on that lane. Visage struggled. Saberlight didn't have a game.
To be fair, like, I'm not even really sure why they decided to go for it. It didn't turn out to be that good. But one thing to me is sure. If Visage can't even win with Drow Ranger and other teams keep losing with this hero, I have lost faith in Visage right now. I don't really want to see it too much. Maybe, you know, shelf it for a bit, pull it out back later when you think, okay, this is a good Visage game. Because right now, this hero's just not winning.
Yeah, so not in a very good place. And in the second game, you got basically, well, you got 2 strikes on TSM side. That's all you have for stuns. You've got the Adaptive Strike, and you've got the Boundless Strike. Is it going to be a 3rd strike? Well, we'll find out later if this ends up being a TSM win or loss. Who knows?
Looking at the draft, where would you align with it, Kezu?
I'm honestly, I don't like this last pick from TSM. Like this Morphling 24, I feel like you already have what you want in like your recipe kind of with the sniper. So I feel like you pick something that helps him do the job that he's designed for, instead of picking another boy that's like, no, I'll do it. And now they fight for it instead of, you know, helping each other.
Now, that Game 2 going on still, so I'll be interested to see if it finishes while we are here and what the result is. The stream, though, we have 2 more streams to cover. Thunder and Spirit taking 1 game each as well, Fia.
I mean, yeah, Thunder Awaken, they came in. I thought they were the best team in South America coming in. They're playing against the reigning TI champions themselves here. Just wanted to appreciate some individual play here from Collapse with the Armlet Toggle. He got Chronosphered. Nyx is on him too. He has Time Dilation as well. He just Armlet Toggles all the way through this, ends up killing the Void and escaping. That's my boy Collapse right there. Comes back in. There's an individual performance by him that was just quite amazing.
Classic Collapse.
Yep, yeah. Classic Collapse. What a play.
They didn't end up winning the game, though. I mean, I'm all for the praise,
but
too.
Wait for this. Ravage, 4-man stun from Matthew on the Nyx. Right there. That's why they didn't end up winning the game there. So I was praising Collapse for his plays, but Matthew with the 4-man impale on Nyx in that team fight, absolutely devastating for this one. So with a great team fight with Enigma, Faces Void, Team Spirit, when they got behind, they just couldn't fight anymore, and that was that. Then moving on to the next game here. We talked about the Enigma, how popular it is. We said Naga can counter it. New hero coming into play here because busting out the carry Kunkka to go against the Enigma here. And so they ended up putting, like, I didn't really think about it too much about the Marcy in the lane with the Kunkka. You just give him the sidekick. So much damage, he just started one-shotting the Eidolons. And honestly, they got really far ahead in that game, but unfortunately, the Pango and Toronto Tokyo won most of the team fights for them, and I hate to say it, Thunder kind of threw that game away. Dark Magu and Sacred, they went a little too far in the team fights, kind of wasted their abilities, and it was kind of like a rare mistake for them. Everything was in line for them to win that game, but at the end of the day, you make some mistakes, and then against a team like Team Spirit, and you're done for.
And you mentioned the Pango. I think Pango is a really, really strong hero right now. It utilizes well with all the other top picks that are going on. Everyone's win rates are going up. Very efficient hero. I feel like Pango is probably one of the top scariest heroes to play against.
I would say, like, right now, just something I touched on earlier today. He just seems, when he is okay for your draft, which is often the case if you have like the win condition, and then he disrupts the team fight of the enemy lineup, then I think that's where this hero is scary. But only from the mid lane. At least that's where I want to see him. Mid only.
He's definitely been picked a lot more on this day 2. Day 1 wasn't as much in favor, but maybe that's what a lot of teams are seeing in it as well. Kezu, looking forward to seeing if Pango can have that effect further on in some other games. But right now, Talon Tundra Game 2 is still going on as well. A quick look at their draft, and what really speaks out to me the most is Talon picking up the KP Brew, 23 Savage, Morphling, and Makoto on that playmaker of Ember Spirit Fear.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Talon fan, this is what you want to see, right? You want to see them on their signature heroes here. They're playing against Tundra. I have, like, really good faith in this draft by them. 23 Savage, I think he's the best morph in the world, in my opinion. And KP, he always delivers on the Brewmaster. So if Talon need that win, if they can't win with that draft, then I'm a little scared for them, to be honest with you.
Fingers crossed Talon can get some comfort on that one, but the Pango being on Tundra, so we'll see what disruption comes out from there. Standings need to be checked on as we see some shifts. Group B there, Asta, unfortunately, with that one loss, don't streak ahead as much as you might want, and it's still evident as ever how much the middle of the pack is sticking together with the 4 wins and 4 losses. We'll see what plays out with the Tundra Talon series. Time to cast our eyes towards the next series that is coming up here on the mainstream, though. It's LGD and Liquid. Both of them coming off the back of winning their series early today. Liquid 2-0ing EG, who was undefeated. LGD picking up 2 wins against OG. Very much needed for them, Fia.
I mean, they just beat some of the best teams in the tournament, right? So this day 2 looking really good for them. This is probably the hypest match of the day for me. Just looking at the momentum coming in, these teams coming back and showing a great performance.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams, especially today, I feel like LGD are bouncing back. Liquid have shown us from the LCQ to day 1 to today that they're amazing. They beat EG today, that's already a big statement. And I'm just looking for a fast-paced Dota. I feel like both teams, they're performing that. LGD won both their games in very fast fashion, so that's what I want to see.
I want to see Matupaj.
Matupaj, you might get it.
Yeah,
you
I
reckon?
might get it. It could work in this game. I mean, like...
It feels like it's banned so much against him, though.
He got it versus EG.
Yeah.
He did.
I mean, but look how that ended up.
Yeah,
and also,
glorious win.
and also what I'm really curious about is for LGD. We just saw Ame earlier on today have a clean game, 0 deaths. Can he keep up that for another 3rd game? That would be wild.
Some stats coming out, though. As much as we are looking at those specific player heroes, we have to look at the teams as a whole. And LGD, like it's to be said, nothing short of winning this TI feels, I guess, appropriate for them, but it's just not really translating. Liquid having so much momentum, being a very different team from when we saw them in regionals to Last Chance, and now Matu, Ame, they're having a bit of a player comparison as well.
Yeah, something from this tournament so far, like outside of Matu and Ame, but we kind of touched upon already, is the number of stacking. For LGD, they stack about 9.9, so about 10 times per game. Liquid only down to 6, so that could explain the aggressive gameplay as well, prioritizing battling in front of farming. And I think when you look at some, maybe the hero diversity could turn a bit different in this draft, maybe of game 1, maybe even game 2, but they're very similar in numbers. They have 30 and 31 unique heroes picked up so far. It might just stay there.
Casters already, game's about to start. Sophia, you were so right with your insight of win before, so very quickly, insight for this series.
I think it'll be 1-1 this time.
Yeah, okay, all right. Now, a few more words used that time around, but our casters, Nomad and Basket, are ready, so let's jump to them.
Agreed, but I'm certainly super excited for this series, basically.
This is going to be great. We've got so much context. Everybody's been talking about it. Both teams looking good coming in. We've heard a little tease about some scrim results and things like that. We watched Liquid all the way through the Last Chance qualifiers. I'm pumped. This should be great.
Yeah. There couldn't be more stories behind these two teams, honestly. Like LGD saying that they're not winning scrims versus Liquid behind the scenes, which is an odd thing to leak. But yeah, they're just super humble. I mean, all the China teams are super humble, you know, from working the season. That's something which everybody will know by now. These guys are more than happy enough to admit their shortcomings, and that's why it makes them such a strong region and why LGD are such a scary team. It's been an interesting journey for LGD as well. A rocky start yesterday, but this morning they certainly washed their faces with the blood of OG.
Yeah, they bounced back. They're playing a little bit more quickly. Those were both sub 30-minute victories for them, and just slightly faster drafts. NTS looking amazing on the Pango. Might be something that he can get his hands on here. And yeah, seems like they're finding their feet a little bit. And this series is going to be super important in terms of their upper bracket hopes, right? Currently, they're trapped in this 4-way tie for 4th, but there are already teams in the 1, 2, 3 spots that have 7 wins, 6 wins, 6 wins. So important to get things going here as we head towards the end of day 2.
Yeah, but then meanwhile, we got Team Liquid Kingslaying this morning, crushing the hopes and dreams of NA. Maybe not quite that extreme, but they did take down a seemingly dominant EG today, so they're also on a hot streak. Both of these teams on a collision course with one another.
Yeah, Liquid on like a trajectory to maybe even be top 2 in this group. A 2-0 here would look very, very convincing, but like the panel said, maybe we're looking at a little bit more of a 1-1, but it to me even feels like, just based on that little bit of extra information that we know about some of the scrims, Liquid maybe even coming in as the favorites here.
It's possible. It's possible, honestly. Like, with what LGD leaked, I think that's kind of the conclusion you have to draw, but then, does that mean that LG have had more to work on in that time? And they always say losing is learning, so you never know what LGD are going to bring to the table here today. And you can see there's no smiles on the Liquid camp at the moment. It is full serious mode because they know how important this win could be. As you say, a win here could look really good for Liquid in securing that upper bracket.
No, they're not going to let Nothing to Say get his Pangolier. He looked too good in that series against OG to let that sneak through. So things changing up a little bit here. And Team Liquid, the really cool thing, we saw them all the way through the Last Chance qualifiers. I think they were defining the meta of that part of the tournament in some ways. And they've actually continued to evolve since then. I don't think they picked the Primal Beast at all when they were in the LCQs, and now here in the group stage, they've picked it up 3 times. We've had 1 from Zai, 2 from Boxy, and it's looked pretty good for them as well. So they've still got stuff up their sleeve.
Absolutely, yeah. Still turning the book in half. And yeah, they're going to go for the Primal Beast and the Undying opening. What a horrifying duo to open with. But LGD, equally scary with this Enigma and with this Tiny, which they can flex as well. NTS can play it at mid, or you could have on a position 4 Tiny as well. Like that, there's a lot of options.
This isn't really a different look for LGD though, right? It's still the kind of melee position 4, ranged offlaner for Faith Beyond. He was a bit quiet yesterday, looked a whole lot better today, but I can't imagine that they're going to be changing things up too much. But we are seeing some of these bans on stuff that Liquid has started to bring out, things that's become more popular as we've gone on, like this Naga, like this Sniper. The Lesh is still in the pool, and I think that was certainly a possibility for each of these teams. Also, maybe a little bit tricky to pick something like the Nyx at this point, though. Like you said, LGD, they've got Tiny Flex, so they could still do it. The Nyx wouldn't look terrible here.
Yeah, I think Nyx is always a good option, honestly. That hero has been one of my favorites coming into this. I mean, even coming into the Last Chance qualifiers, I've loved it. Every single time we've seen it, it's done a lot of work.
Yeah, the laning weakness doesn't seem to have mattered at all, and just how ridiculous the scouting, the spiked carapace, and the very low cooldown stun has been great. I don't think we've even seen an Ags, but his Ags is nuts as well. But maybe we won't talk about him too much unless he gets picked up here.
Yeah, let's focus on what we're actually seeing. But what we're seeing is some very interesting and very targeted bans from the side of PSG LGD. This suggests to me that they've been beaten by these heroes in scrims, perhaps, or been watching the Liquid games. But either way, there's a lot of respect coming out for LGD here.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of tape on Liquid currently, so nothing that has been banned is like outside of Liquid's wheelhouse. The read from LGD does seem to be that the Primal Beast and the Undying are potentially the two supports. As we see the Visage ban coming out, or at least respecting the possibility of that being the case. Like I said, it is 2 games for Boxy so far and 1 game for Zai, so we are probably looking at it just being the Boxy hero, just depending on how the rest of the draft goes for LGD.
I have to say, though, I've got to change allegiances here. I'm going for LGD in this first game, at least, because I've noticed that Arme and Jinkyo on our lovely player cams both have some lovely coconuts, which they're drinking from. And that buff, I mean, it can't be beaten. It really can't. I don't see any coconuts on the Liquid cams, so...
Well, they're going to have some mangoes, at least. They've got an Undying, so...
True. Well done. They always have those mangoes on the Undying, yeah, but coconut to start the game with. Very, very
Morph's
strong.
still in the pool. More Flesh. Drow gets banned. One of those probably coming out.
Batrider.
There's your
still
Lesh.
hanging around.
Yeah, maybe.
We have to ban it. It's tradition at this point. It's been banned 51 times out of 61 games.
So many bans and like 2 wins, right? That's the story of Batrider here.
Yeah,
he's going up in the world. Okay, yeah. So if you're LGD, what do you think is the answer to the Lesh? I feel like we've seen the ranged carries be popular, but all of SF, Sniper, and Drow are all gone. So that's not such an easy option. We saw somebody trying AA earlier.
I like Nyx plus damage, honestly. Just get yourself the Nyx Assassin, and then you've already got a Tiny for some burst. Just follow it up with, I don't know, as you say, like the Drow is banned out, but just something which can hit really, really hard. Maybe a TA or something, but I don't really like TA. But I don't know. I'm not the drafter here. You figure it out, LGD. There you go.
Okay.
Damage. Perfect.
All right. Okay. But that is looking like probably just mid Lina, if I had to guess, and then probably the GQ
so
Tiny. I think the Tiny mid could have gotten exploited a little bit this game. Like Liquid already have 2 fairly beefy supports, and the Lesh is going to build tanky, and the lane doesn't sound fun. Tiny versus Leshrac, so I think I like this setup a little bit more. The Lina was pretty popular and was pretty trendy in the last chance qualifiers. Haven't seen as much of it here in the main event in the group stage, but certainly looking good on paper. And Shred the Tombstone, tons of damage on the Lesh. In that same vein that we were talking about with some of these bans that have come out, have the long range against the Leshrac, and LGD with a Disruptor. So not the strongest in the lane, but we've seen it be very powerful and maybe even a deterrent here if Liquid were thinking about the Morphling or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. That's a huge point. If you can catch out that Morphling with the Disruptor, and also with the time in which games are going on to, this Disruptor here has just been looking better and better as he's able to pick up an eggs in a lot of these games. He gets it a surprising amount of time.
Yeah, and Liquid have been no strangers to playing some long games over their run between the LCQ and the groups. So if LGD think that's where they might be headed in this one, they've now got the Enigma and they've got the Disruptor to take them there. So they're not going to have to. They won't have to be afraid if this one starts to drag on a little bit. So what is the Matu hero here? They do, of course, have, like, we've seen them flex the Lone Druid to mid as well, and Matu plays it, and then, Mickey is in the side lanes, but just going to try and play fast. Pick up the Beastmaster, see if they can run him over.
Yeah, and still a bit of flex perhaps on the Leshrac. I don't know, does Matu really play Lesh?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen it from him in the games that they've had, but...
Yeah, definitely much more comfortable on Mickey.
Yeah, I think if they were going to flex the Lesh, I think it would just be that the Lesh should be heading into the side lane, but with Mickey still playing it, and then Matu would be playing, I think, just like the Lone Druid mid. I don't know if there's any other Matu heroes that they want to stick him mid on. Maybe I could see like a Matu Morphling heading mid, but neither of those options sound great here against what LGD have.
I'd consider a TA, but again, it's versus the Lina. It's always going to be a difficult lane. So, but I don't really see a way they can kind of win the lane versus Lina. I think you just got to try and trade it with the Lesh. So, they will probably do that. But I do want to say, like, this is a draft which LGD are very practiced with. The 4 Tiny, the mid laner, these are 2 things they've been playing throughout the entire year, over and over again. Both these heroes very, very popular in the China region, and most of the regions, to be fair, but Lina especially popular in China, so no surprise at all to see it picked up here, and LGD are going to be very comfortable with this.
Yeah, they're sticking to their guns. We're just going to have to see if the execution is there. I don't even think that like LGD have gone too far outside of their comfort zone this group stage. Like I said, it's been a lot of just Jinkyu on his classic comfort, Faith Beyond playing his ranged offlaners. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. They teetered a little bit faster today against OG, but it doesn't seem like that's a permanent adjustment. And the Lone Druid ban does actually draw the Morphling ban out of LGD. They don't feel like there's anything else that they're more worried about from Liquid. Okay.
Interesting. So even though they've got the Disruptor and the Lina, they still ban out the Morphling. That is some respect right there.
Yeah. These are 2 things that we've seen a lot of teams trying as the Morphling counters, and to varying degrees of success. I think for the most part, it's a pretty good Disruptor, especially in the Last Chance qualifier. Just ended some games for Morphling. Didn't matter how much net worth they had. As Ursa is the ban. Okay. Still looking for carries on both sides. What else have LGD played? They have they had a Nature's Prophet earlier today. I don't know if that's exactly the look. Okay, just gonna take the Lifestealer themselves. I was wondering if that might have been something that Liquid were looking at, but okay. We've seen this previously against the Lesh, right? Just as a way to kind of get in, you get the rage for free. You don't have to worry so much. You can help out your teammates with the open wounds. Looks all right. It's not a totally free Lifestealer game because there is, BKB piercing disable on the Beastmaster. You can't just go and run down whatever lane you want. Oh, dang it. I didn't get it out. Liquid with the Bristleback.
All right.
Gosh.
Well, why were you thinking this hero then?
This back when Bristle was good, this was like kind of the answer to the Enigma, and it plays fast. Right? It's the Quill Spray against the Eidolons. You're pretty beefy. If you're able to just turn your back on the Lina, you're not too worried about it, and it's really just Liquid. As soon as they picked the Beastmaster 4th, I think they were committing to just try and play this one out a little bit more quickly. Though I don't think they fall off that hard either, right? Like we've seen Beastmaster with a good start can still scale. So this should be a fun one. I think these drafts are actually really close.
It's very headbutty, isn't it? These guys both just bringing their own ideas to it. Both just going to be charging at each other here, but I think Liquid is certainly charging a little bit harder. I mean, they have a Primal Beast. They sort of have to. It's in the name. But yeah, I'm really liking what Liquid are doing here. As I said on the panel, Liquid, if they do get those games where they have a significant advantage coming out of the laning phase, they are able to crush teams. And it doesn't really feel like there's anything you can do against it. So really kind of putting the gas on and making LGD suffer. They're going to have to kind of weather the storm a bit and come out the other side. But if they do make it to kind of like any sort of mid to late game, it's going to get very even very quickly. And with the Faith Beyond Enigma, there's every possibility they can get a big team fight and turn it around.
Yeah, the execution has looked really crisp from Liquid, and I worry a little bit for LGD if they come out of the lanes on the back foot, because the Tiny can be a bit slow to get going. It's Jinkyu Tiny. I'm not going to doubt him, but the Tiny can be a little bit slow to get going if you don't have the levels coming out of the lane. The Enigma's not going to rotate a huge amount, and we all know the story of Disruptor when he's kind of behind out of the early game. So going to be really important that the lanes go well and that they enable Nothing to Say to start making some big plays around the map.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 1 in this best of 2 group stage series. It is Liquid versus PSG LGD. Liquid vying for that upper bracket. PSG LGD just trying to stabilize after a messy first day. I think when it comes down to this game, we gotta keep an eye on the mid lane because I think there's every possibility someone could just kill the other. It's been happening a lot today. And B, the supports are gonna have to be moving in here and securing these power runes and contesting the runes as well.
Yeah, Lesh has looked good in a lot of matchups. He's completely dominated. Like we've seen Lesh dominate Pango, all these melee heroes he's done fantastically against. But Lina, in a lot of ways, is kind of the final boss, the apex predator of some of these mid lane matchups. You've got so many nukes, you've got so much range. It's very, very difficult to play against. It'll be interesting to see how Mickey does here. Maybe just having to focus on more of a Lightning Storm build, and it'll turn into a spam fest. But it should still be Lina having the harassment edge.
Yeah. I mean, can always get caught out against Leshrac, though. That's what we've seen.
Yes.
If you take a step too far forwards, that Split Earth comes through. It can all go horribly wrong. We're going to start with a bit of fighting here going in. Wow, Boxy just charging straight on through here. Innocence might be getting caught out. The damage is coming through thick and fast from Liquid. They're going to need a couple more clicks, but I think they're going to find it. LGD might be giving away first blood here on Innocence. Wow, they've already backed away on Mickey, actually. He's just leaving him for dead. Boxy, can he finish the job? One more right click, just about finds it. And that'll be first blood going to the Primal Beast.
The drift on that onslaught was sick. We talked in the last chance qualifiers a little bit about like, oh, how many heroes does Boxy have? Feels like he's only played like 3, maybe 4. And suddenly he's got this Primal Beast that they're busting out. And it's been looking good.
Yep, definitely. Adapting well, constantly looking to stretch out their hero pool. And that's what you have to do at TI, right? Like, the more heroes you can play, the better, because you won't make a deep run with a shallow hero pool.
Yeah, and I like this a lot from Liquid, actually putting the Primal Beast with the Bristleback, just because I think it's much easier for the Primal Beast to be able to leave this lane, whereas if he was laning with the Beastmaster, I think he's kind of forced to just sit there. So better to just let the Undying handle that job, and this way maybe they can even get some pressure on mid.
Boxy has his charge cut short by ZQ, just tossed him into the air there. But Marty really kind of putting the harassment onto Faith Beyond here. But why is the Bristle so good against the Enigma?
Well, previously it was because the only thing that could kill Eidolons was physical damage, and Bristleback was like one of the only heroes in the game that had AoE physical damage in the laning stage. That's changed a little bit, but it's still, that's kind of the dynamic here, that you can just run at him.
I see. Yeah, he's definitely doing that. Right under the tower, like the Primal Beast and Bristleback lane. Middle lane, rotation in. Mickey gets a kill onto Nothing to Say with the help of Boxy. They pushed so deep in that top lane that it was actually impossible to really see Boxy moving across. Beautiful movements there from Liquid.
Well, it's not going to be a clean 1v1 here. It looks like Boxy's planting his flag on the mid lane that he's going to come and make some plays. First couple of waves were really good for Nothing to Say, but if we keep getting these Primal Beast ganks, I don't know how much we're going to be able to read into the actual matchup here.
And who cares? Because I'm bored of these matchups. You know, we had an entire patch of like, oh, hold up, top lane, moving. Nah, Bristle's way too tanky. They jump all their spells on him and he's down to like half HP, and they're like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, they do need to punish him if Boxy's going to be constantly out of this lane. That's the tricky thing about the Primal Beast is it only, especially with First Blood and Boots, it's only going to take him a few seconds to run over towards mid and already be charging up the onslaught. So, yeah, Nothing to Say really going to have to be on his toes. Would even be nice to have a ward up here.
Luckily, he is very loud when he's moving across, so you always get a little bit of warning when he's about to run at you, but by that time, it's often a bit too late.
And I wonder if LGD just weren't anticipating that this could be the laning configuration. Oh, nicely done by Xingqiu. That was great.
Again.
I guess if you're on the line and there's nothing else around, you can just spam it, right? There's like, you can just sit there mashing toss, and the instant that he comes close enough, you'll just stop him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's probably how it's going. In the bottom lane, Insania in a bit of trouble, being eaten up by Arme, and that is going to be a kill going to the Lifestealer. So, big catch down in the bottom lane, going to give Arme the start he needs.
Primal Beast trying to hide behind the trees at mid is absolutely comical. He's got arms sticking out. But, yeah, okay. Yeah, I really think that LGD were not expecting that Boxy would be playing from the top side, because they've got this ward on their own high ground in the jungle. And I think that's where they were expecting to see the rotations come from. But instead, he's coming from the top side, and now they're going to have to just give another ward for mid. Oh, Innocence stepping up.
Heroes in at mid, but yeah, I think Innocence might be in trouble though. The Glimpse Back's going to buy him a little bit of time as Boxy moving out of trouble over to the Water Rune. Insania still chasing down Innocence, but no, he's going to give up the goat.
Innocence can still just head back to the fountain, give Nothing to Say a reset. We said that mid lane was going to be important, and we have certainly seen that from the supports so far. Everybody's attention is on this lane.
Did he have vision for that? I feel like
Xingqiu getting gone.
Yeah, he is still going to die here. I almost feel like he preemptively casted that avalanche up on the high ground there. I'm not sure, to stop himself getting stunned, but
he had an obs until it got dewarded, which was not too long ago. So I think they had an idea. Yeah,
they were setting up for that. I see. Well, does go down all the same, but was able to grab his team the bounty rune, so not a completely meaningless death, but still probably not a great trade either.
He denied the bounty, he comes back in, he refills the bottle. I don't think he's too unhappy about how that's gone.
So overall, Lifestealer Arme doing very, very well. Down in the bottom lane. 29 last hits and 11 denies. Lina sitting on a similar score in the middle lane. Not a bad start for LGD, except for Faith Beyond, who we will not pay attention to.
I mean, he's got 15 denies. What can you ask for?
True. Not like he gets them for free or anything. Tombstone being eaten up. Arme is going to be able to grab that one. Zai tries for the deny, but doesn't quite land it. Nice little jukes out there from Arme to make sure he gets the gold for that. And yeah, they're just shoving them back. Meanwhile, in mid, nothing to say, getting stunned up. As well as Xingqiu, as Boxy makes yet another rotation in, just trying to shove the pressure into PSG LGD. A support in the middle lane at all times at the moment, and now once again fighting for these power runes. As they comes down to Boxy to hold him back. Avatos from Xingqiu as well, but the rune, it does spawn bottom, and Insania is waiting for it. It's going to be a haste rune. Can they save it for Mickey? Nothing to say really, just wants to go and force the someone else to take it, but the stun's actually there. Mickey gets it from the low ground. Insania going to pick up the haste rune and try and come over to help with this one. Lightning is out. It's not enough damage to bring down nothing
Haste
to say,
Undying.
but there he comes. The Hasted Undying with the Soul Rip. Claps him.
He's still got haste. I think Innocence is also dead here.
This is so much value, and now the trample comes out from Boxy as well. Absolutely right. Insania going absolutely crazy with this haste rune at mid.
Man, early game's going well for them. They got a little bit of a net worth lead, and they've been stacking the Ancients the whole time as well. I think this has just been, yeah, we can see this time around it's Zai sending the boar back. He's just been getting these stacks consistently. And that's going to be a huge spike of gold for Matu once he comes over to claim it.
Damn, some pretty sick micro coming out from Zai there. Just, you know, kind of realizing that his lane ain't going so great, so might as well give someone else on his team a good game.
Yeah, I don't think he's planning on taking it himself because he hasn't gone for any points in the Wild Axis just yet. So maybe he'll go and swipe a couple last hits or grab some of the experience when they go to clear it, but not really something that LGD can look to contest. So you got a wraparound from Xingqiu.
Yeah, those Ancients belong to Matu, but they are moving forward here onto Zai, and well, Insania's coming over, Soul Rip Decay. What can he really do though? Not contributing the Tombstone to this one. There is a glimpse available, and the damage from that will finish off Zai.
I'm sorry, Ame, I need boots. The glimpse kill is mine.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still catches me off guard sometimes, a glimpse does damage, but we've seen it enough times recently. Boxy getting onto Xingqiu here, Xingqiu getting absolutely smashed, and Mickey will come across with a nice little lightning bolt to finish the kill.
They're just everywhere on the map. Mickey and Boxy making the plays together. It's looking good, and Matu able to just solo this lane completely up at top. Shades of what we saw some teams trying over the course of the Last Chance qualifier, which was, I think it was even Liquid, like forcing the Tidehunter 1v1 against the Enigma, and then just not really caring. And it feels like the Bristleback is kind of the same story here.
Yeah, you pick this obnoxious laner. Well, we're just going to be happy with the 1v1 matchup here. That's exactly what's happened. And he's got an Ancient stack waiting for him on Matu as well, so should be able to catch up with Arme when he goes and takes those.
Yeah, he's hardly behind as it is. And yeah, it's going to be nothing to say. He has to start getting some stuff done. They get the toss back on the Boxy.
Yeah, let's say to follow. Laguna Blade committed as well. Avalanche is there, and Boxy onslaught away. No way. All right, the Glimpse gets it. Wow, Glimpse, what a spell. Might as well call it Dagon.
Yep, Disruptor. He's got 2 kills. Innocence is getting going. It's got to start getting those Aghanims funds built up.
Zai's trying to do a bit of jungling here. It's a little bit hairy though. They tried to commit the Tombstone to help him out, but without these axes, it's proven pretty difficult to take this hard camp.
Yeah.
He'll get there.
He's floating a skill point. I wonder if he's thinking, like, if I take the axes, then I can farm this, and that'll get me. Maybe that gets me the roar. So I'll be trying to curate this camp a little bit as well for when his Helm of the Dominator is ready to go. There's more rotations from Boxy and Mika. They are just everywhere this game.
Wow, look at this. Faith Beyond getting jumped here. He does have the stick for the Black Hole if he really wants to throw it down. Catches 3 inside of it. His time is limited. Healed up by Ame, though. That'll keep him alive as they bring down Mike. Move across to the 2-man. Faith Beyond does pull Matu, trying to TP away from this one. Glim's going to cancel that out. He's dead. 2 heroes gone on the side of Liquid. Might be 3 as Boxy chasing to the tree line here. He's got the onslaught in just 1 second, but where are you going to go? Deeper onto the enemy side of the map. No TP available for 30 seconds. Boxy's days are numbered. Projectile leader comes through to finish the job. Beautifully done from PSG LGD.
Oh, that Infest was sick. That was so cool from LGD. And a crucial turnaround for them. You know, early game was getting away from them a little bit. Really important that they get a couple of kills on Nothing to Say. I think the Lina not having quite the early game that they were maybe expecting. So getting into those BOT is going to be really important.
Here we see it again. So he's got a wand to get the mana, and then they're like, well, it doesn't matter. He's going to die anyway to the Leshrac. But nope, Ame comes over, heals his teammate up.
I think the coolest thing for me from LGD is that they let the Lifestealer TP first. They knew that he was actually the save. Like, Innocence TP'd on the tier 2.
Very nice indeed. Well, Liquid put it back in their place a little bit here as LGD proving this ain't going to be one of their early game washes, that's for sure. LGD are putting up a fight, and a damn good one at that.
I don't know if this smoke got spotted by the Hawk. There's Nothing to Say, and Jinkyu are heading down towards bottom. Boxy just trying to tank it.
Ame, look at this again. Another very aggressive TP onto Matu. Matu is just going to start to stack it up as Boxy falls, but the Roar is there onto the Lifestealer, but in comes Innocence from behind with a Static Storm, so Matu unable to keep stacking up these Quill Sprays, and Ame just looking for the reset by jumping into Faith Beyond, but they're still chasing on Liquid. They are not done. Mike coming across as well. They know they've got to go for Faith Beyond. He carries a very precious cargo, and out pops that cargo onto Mike. They'll heal him up with the Soul Rip, but has he got enough health to live through this? Mike will fall. Ame looking low, but running away. The Lifestealer's got to get away on the sidelines. Matu still trying to chase, does get him range for the Viscous Nasal Goo. Up to the high ground. We shall go, but the Glimpse is there to drag him back, and that will be that. The Lifestealer escapes. Meanwhile, Xinkyu on the back lines, not looking quite so lucky here. Matu will take his consolation prize, but it's not who he wanted.
What a slugfest. 8-9, net worth leads going back and forth. Liquid will probably take it back once they clear out the Ancients. But neither team giving up an inch of the map without a fight. This is some really cool Dota to watch.
Yeah, it's insane. The tempo these guys are playing at. It's 12 minutes into the game, and the amount of rotations, the amount of movements that every single hero has made has been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, out of all of this, Faith Beyond kind of struggling. He doesn't even have boots yet. He's just trying to straight rush the Wraith Pact as fast as humanly possible. I think we've probably seen it faster than this, just based on the fact his net worth is not looking incredible. And he's sitting right on top of a Hawk currently. So.
Yeah, and Liquid, they're going to come over. They got the level 6 on Boxy, so this should be a fairly straightforward kill here. Nothing to say. Ooh, I'm not sure that's a neighborhood. TP's in and just immediately leaves. Like, don't mind me, guys.
I'm just here to farm. You do whatever you want. I'll see that creep wave in a second.
Faith who?
Oh, Static Storm getting dropped onto Insania. It was just dewarding. He's dead.
Yeah, Zinky's there to follow up as well. Just give them the damage they need. Dying a support's death. Well, I mean, where does the dust settle here? I kind of feel like it doesn't, because everyone's just kind of even at the moment. There's no clear advantage. Whose turn is it to make a move?
My concern for LGD is still kind of the Enigma and the Tiny. Enigma especially, net worth is looking tricky. Jinkyu, they're giving him the lane dedicated down at bottom just to grab his Blink. He's actually 1,600 gold towards it, so if he can get that before anything else crazy happens, that's going to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that seems unlikely with how the pace of this game has been going, but to be fair, Liquid seemingly splitting up a little bit and doing a bit of efficiency play at the moment, so maybe
yeah, they're taking a second. I think they're waiting for the Ags on the Bristle, the Bloodstone on the Lesh. Both of those are coming up pretty quickly. So I think Jinkyu's going to have the time. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Bristleback does. You know, this was the carry for a little while, and then he got a whole bunch of nerfs, and just not quite as strong necessarily as he used to be. Some of that was base nerfs, some of that was talents. And it's one of those heroes where, you know, either he survives on 10% HP and he kills absolutely everybody and he looks ridiculous, or he just dies at the beginning of the fight because he's not facing the right way and he gets Laguna Blade and he doesn't have enough items, and he looks like kind of a joke. So just have to see which version you get.
They've managed to catch out Zai down here. Nice catch again from Innocence and Nothing to Say as they close the gap onto this Beastmaster. LGD getting a bit of a punish coming in. Liquid looking for some counter aggression. Arme is a very tricky target to bring down, though, and Insania is actually being just ran at by this pesky Lifestealer. Matu coming around the back, but the rage is there for Arme to just get himself back, so knew he's not in any real trouble. And this is such confidence from Arme as well, just completely by himself, chasing a support under a tier 1 tower. He knows that whoever TP's in it won't be enough to bring him down.
again. Boxy's got his number. He gets brought down. I like that a lot from Ame. As soon as the Beastmaster's dead, who can stop you from rage TPing, right? So the instant that happens, you're just free to go and do absolutely whatever you want on the map. Absorb all of the space.
Yeah, going to be a very interesting game. So Bristle is now 900 gold off his Aghanim Scepter. And again, it seems like Liquid are being a bit patient and waiting for that, even letting their middle tower fall. My one concern is that after this BKB, the traditional build from Lina is going for the Silver Edge, and I imagine that's going to be the same this game because you can break that Bristle and maybe find an opportunity to kill him off.
Yeah, nothing to say not really committing one way or the other to the physical damage or the magical damage build. Like you're saying, I think we're probably leaning physical damage here. The idea of this Lina versus the Lesh, or these long-range damage dealers against the Leshrac that we've seen, is just plink him down and don't let him get in on top of you. The Silver Edge certainly going to be very nice if they can get there. And Blink Dagger up for Jin Q. He does get rid of that sentry, so they Liquid know that he's got this one picked up.
They do, but PSG LGD, they are feeling confident. They know their timings, and they are inside Roshan right now. Liquid, what is your response? I mean, they're still waiting for this Aghanims on the Bristleback. They have the Bloodstone on Mickey, but it seems like they're just not turning up to this area. Whether they know it's happening or not, I don't know. Well, they do, actually. They've got a Hawk, of course they do.
Yeah, they see this, but taking this away from the Beastmaster lineup, pretty big. Liquid rushing over to maybe even take the fight after the Roshan. It's not dead yet. Ame taking too much damage.
A pretty big miscalculation here from PSG LGD could lead to a very messy fight indeed.
Oh, this is so awkward.
Yep. Liquid moving in. They see, oh, well, that's a very low health Roshan. Where's not smoke popped? Curious. LGD looking for the wraparound onto the enemy high ground, but thinking twice about it. Thank you. Oh no, he sees the zombie. That means his blink is going to get popped here. And he knows what's happening inside this pit. Faith Beyond. They can't get across. They can't do anything. Jinkyu jumps in. Can he get the steal? Yes, he can. Jinkyu gets the Aegis out of the hands of Matumba Man. He will be falling for this, but what will be the price? Ame gets roared on the sidelines here, but they don't feel like they have the damage to focus him. They will look instead towards a tiny, huge steal from Jinkyu. Will be dying for his efforts, but that's going to take the wind out of Liquid's sails. Does take the shine off it slightly that it was initially LGD's attempt to go for Roshan. It's very complicated in this game, basically.
Yeah, I think that's still overall what LGD wanted, right? Like you say, kind of slows the roll from Liquid. The plan a lot of the time with these Beastmaster lineups is roll down the tier 1 towers, head into the Roshan, gear that up on your position 1, and just keep on trucking. So for LGD, it just has to continue to be this bend but don't break playstyle. And they're making it work thus far, but as we've seen, Liquid are hitting some pretty massive timings.
Yeah, they are. They now have that Aghanims finished on the Bristle, so they want to barrel down lanes, of course, without the Aegis. That will be a little bit tricky, but kind regards Jinkyu on that one.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. Even got the last hit. Faith Beyond is still super struggling on the net worth department. Just doesn't seem to have any room to farm. We've seen Boxy and Mickey just hunting him absolutely non-stop. And Liquid seem unperturbed, just gonna come group up for this bottom tier too.
Are fortified. Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, Fortification comes out, but they got another wave of creeps coming through, not showing any signs of stopping, but at the same time, PSG, LGD are mounting a bit of pressure up at the top. Not to the same extent, and the bottom tower has already gone to Liquid, so let's see if they mount a defense at top. What do you think?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They do have all of their TPs, but I think you might just have to let this one go. It's a little scary trying to get in there one by one, and very difficult to take that fight against the Disruptor. We've seen too many games, even at a TI level, right, where it's like, oh, we're playing against Disruptor. Oh, my carry just got glimpsed. Guess we lost the fight. Like,
well, what can you do?
Yeah, and neither of their big cores, the Lesh nor the Bristle, have anything to be able to deal with the glimpse currently. So yeah, they can't do anything there. It just has to be another trade, and we continue to kind of coast along.
Yeah, game kind of, I don't know, it's definitely not falling into a stalemate because both teams are taking things of each other, but yeah, no team getting a big advantage over the other. Objectives just being traded out. Incredibly tense. Who's going to make that first big team fight move? I feel like it should be Liquid, but finding the opening seems hard.
Yeah, I don't actually think that either team is looking for a head-on engagement for a little bit. To me, this next couple of minutes is... so there's a blink on the Tiny, and... Oh, actually, Lina opting to not... wait, does he have the Shadow Blade yet? He's just got a Crystallis picked up, and now he's got a Linken's queued. So... Okay, I thought that was going to be the other, pick-off piece for them, but... Different plan.
Open wounds out onto the Bristle back.
Yeah, the plan for Liquid is still very much try and get a pick off on one of these side lanes. Zai's queuing up a Blink Dagger, so that's sort of how they get everything rolling, is find somebody, get a roar. They've got BOTs on the Leshrac as well, so he can come TPing into the creeps anywhere. It's going to be a lot of playing the laning game for the next couple minutes.
And here we go. Smoke up from Liquid. They're moving into this area where Nothing to Say is currently residing, but also fleeing very, very quickly.
Yeah, they've got a ward that sees that the Enigma's top, so they
saw it.
Yeah, they know that one of the other cores has to be down here somewhere. And
I think they saw this smoke though. Have you seen this ward they've got in the triangle?
Oh, right.
For LGD?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they do seem to have backed away from it pretty smoothly.
Either in a fantastic read or they did see the smoke. I didn't quite catch it. But either way, nobody's going to die. Liquid just moving into the jungle, taking this area of the map. But again, LGD will just spill out into the top half of the map. So it's kind of like this line between the two teams is constantly morphing, constantly changing, but it's never really leaning one way or the other. The map still belongs about 50-50 to each team.
Yeah, and you can see that on the net worth as well. It's just, we're kind of flatlining. We haven't moved past a 1k advantage for a little while. This is a very, very close game. Almost got the Scotty up on the Lifestealer, so Ame very much the plan in the team fights is just go in, latch onto somebody, and that's kind of it. You can't ever really afford to back down. Hopefully your supporting cast is just going to bomb all of their spells around you and you're going to be absolutely fine.
My god, we haven't had over a 2,000 net worth advantage in this game yet, I don't think.
Yeah,
just looking at the graph here, there's no point in the game where...
Yeah, keeping it close. This is the kind of Dota that we like to see. Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, as I said on the panel, and also we mentioned with this draft as well, Liquid, with this draft, they could have tried running at LGD, and they did try running at LGD, but LGD were able to answer them in quite a few kind of little plays, and now we're sitting a stalemate in 23 minutes. Has to feel a little bit LGD favored.
I think so. I do favor their lineup going a little bit later. The Bristle is not the kind of raid boss carry that he once was, and I think the Lifestealer has some really nice matchups this game. Yeah. And then not to mention the Enigma. We talk about the Disruptor as well going into the later stages. So yeah, I think this is good for LGD.
Yeah, you've kind of got these two disco ball core heroes on the side of Liquid. Hang on, Boxy. Might be caught here. Innocent sees him. More interest in the wards first, Glimpse after. But the BKB's out from Boxy, so he is just going to let himself live.
Dang. If his early game hadn't been so good, you wouldn't have had that BKB at that point. But Boxy's putting in work, and that is going to keep him alive. LG might be able to go and look for another one. You know, lanes are still not in a terrible position. They can just let the Eidolons do the job at mid. But actually, Liquid, I think they've just hit 2 more BKBs. Yeah, Mickey's got, Matumba Man's got. So this is big timing for them. And they've got the blink on the Beastmaster, just lining everything up at the exact same moment to go run at LGD now.
So do you think that the Lifestealer is strong enough to just walk into the middle of this fight with all the Liquids gots going on and just hit either the Bristleback or the Leshrac with open wounds and survive through it?
Yeah, I think so. So long as his team is nearby, so that if a Roar comes out, they can like punish with an Avalanche or Blink Black Hole. I think that's very much the plan for LGD.
Matu. There's some brave positioning from them. BKB going to be popped from Matu straight off the bat. They're looking for the targets. They want to bring down Faith Beyond. No Black Hole. Does get used, immediately killed off though as they look on the sidelines towards nothing to say as well. BKB and Lee, but the Roar is out onto Lifesteal. He talked about his team, but they are not here. Nobody is home for the side of PSG LGD, and they will run down Arme. No response available from the PSG LGD side, so Liquid will be taking this fight.
Dang. They were just not expecting them to be right there. Faith Beyond positioning a little bit compromised. They wanted to move forward, but Lifestealer just too close to the Enigma. Lifestealer needs to be the first point of contact. Instead, they just walk right past him and bop Faith Beyond.
Yeah. The Bristleback hiding in the trees, using guerrilla tactics in this game, but working absolutely beautifully. That's no Monkey King. That's a Bristleback.
And it's going to be quite a lot of punish on the map, especially now that the Black Hole is on cooldown. Faith Beyond dying like that does mean that they're probably going to have to surrender just a huge chunk of the map to Liquid at this point.
Liquid, though, they're still not willing to push for any objectives right now, just because they know that Roshan is in the respawn zone. If they end up messing something up here, feeding away a kill or something, then it could backfire on them massively. So I think that's why they're not committing, right?
Yeah, and a little bit of good luck for LGD in that the Roshan respawn ends up being almost exactly the Black Hole cooldown. So they're going to be able to get that back up.
Jump in, middle lane. It's going to be the Tiny caught out this time around, and Jinkyu doesn't have a play out of this one. He's going to end up dying. The poor old Tiny, reduced to dust. As now Liquid come charging up the high ground. They recognize how important this Tiny is to the initiation of PSG LGD, so happy to just go and threaten here with the Black Hole still down.
Yeah, teams have gotten really good at this. It's a look, LGD, you're not allowed to be out on the map while you don't have your big cooldowns. We are fully in control, and Liquid just setting up for the Roshan pit. They do have a full Daedalus now on Nothing to Say, so if he gets to just stand there and go turret mode, I think part of the plan here is that you can only roar one of them, either the Lifestealer or the Lina, and well,
jump in, roar out onto the Lina. Oh my god, Zai. A little bit too quick there. Nothing to say. Even if you did get off the BKB, I'm not convinced you would have been able to get out of that one. That is a big, big loss for PSG LGD. Just so close to bringing down that tower, but gets baited and, yeah, dies.
Boxy gave up on camping the Roshan. If he just waited an extra 5 seconds, though, that may have been tricky for him as PSG LGD in the neighborhood. Picked up a gem to try and secure a little bit more control. But with no Lina, this is a very difficult fight.
And it's 40 seconds until they have both the Lina and the Enigma, so they're going to hit really
and it's a double
timing.
damage, of course. All right.
Oh my god.
Well, there was some luck for LGD on the respawn time, but a little bit of luck for Liquid on the double damage. We've got to keep things even this game. You know, it's been very back and forth. Jinkyu, can you do it again, buddy? I think your team needs you to.
A little bit harder than last time. They have got the vision inside the pit. Jinkyu running over, going for it. No way, no way, no way. He doesn't get it this time around. Matu gets that Aegis, and Jinkyu doesn't make it a second time. Oh, so close, though.
If not for the Hawk, I think he would have had a decent shot, but Liquid were kind of able to mess with him a little bit. And Boxy doing a nice job keeping everybody back. And, well, Liquid just going to be able to keep on pressuring. Still have not really seen what this Nothing to Say Lina is able to accomplish in these fights.
Yeah, wasn't able to accomplish a tier 1 tower down at bottom lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a sad one. maybe Faith Beyond can sneak over somewhere nearby, pop down some Eidolons, and they can finish that one off. It shouldn't,
I didn't deny it
shouldn't
either.
matter too much.
It's it stands as a
whatever.
testimony to Mad
Yeah,
Dragons.
yeah. That's a tombstone for nothing to say. But yeah, okay, the lead is now going to properly accelerate for Liquid. They can just get all of the lanes shoved in, able to play even more split up, not having to worry while Matumba Man has this Aegis. And LGD, it's still keep bending. Hopefully snap back in one all-important team fight, though that might have to wait for this Aegis to fall out of the hands of Matumba Man.
It's time for LGD to sweat, and time for them to be trapped. We talked about the morphing map earlier on, and, well, LGD's map is not very big at all anymore. Now the Aegis is in the hands of Nati, you can see how much this has changed the pacing of this game, and, you know, in a way, that's kind of why we saw Nothing to Say out so far at bottom earlier on. You know, he just wanted to drag heroes down to this bottom side of the map, just buy them enough time to get that black hole back up again, but, yeah, it goes tragically wrong, and now they have an Aegis on the side of Liquid.
And if he had succeeded in drawing like one TP down to bottom and then leaving, and then that had been right around when Roshan respawns, like could have been a completely different dynamic around the pit. Could have been LGD finding their opportunity to start taking control of this game. But it's always the little things, and this is certainly one of those games. Yeah, we do. Okay, we're going to have the Lincolns on the Lina. There's not that many ways to pop it, but it's also not impossible for Zai to deal with it. So we could still see this roar coming through, and that is.
Can he? Yeah, I guess he's got the Helm of the Overlord or the Hawk Shard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So 2 options of possibly popping that Lincoln Sphere, but of course. Easiest had been done.
LGD are smoked, and they're even popping a drum charge just to get out on the map a little faster and see what they can find. They know that somebody's going to come to this top wave. Mickey even blinking forward. They're pinging him now.
There might be more heroes than they expect up here.
Yeah. Liquid have a contingency plan.
Oh, it's a drag race. Liquid are actually driving away from PSG LGD. LGD trying to pick someone off at the back here. It could be a dream entry to the fight. It could be awful as BKB pop from Boxy. No hesitation as he jumps in, grabs the Undyke, smashes him into the ground, but it's Arme on the backlines trying to get on top of Mickey, and they take down the big boy. Faith Bian is gone. So is Mickey. But Matumba Man looking for some revenge, trying to get on top of Nothing to Say, and does so with ease, and now looks to his next target. That's going to be Innocence. Oh my god, gets smacked into oblivion. Arme moving to the tree line, needs to get away from this one. TP just comes off cooldown. His rage just runs out. Doesn't even matter though, the Primal Roar is there, pulverizes in, and Arme is out. It's a triple kill for Matumba Man and a full 5-man team wipe for the side of Liquid.
Mickey putting his life on the line there, but I think really winning the team fight for his team. He blinked past everybody, finds Faith Beyond in the back, just mows him down, doesn't get to do anything in the fight, and completely paves the way for Matumba Man to make the plays happen.
Yeah, and this poor Enigma doesn't get a chance to do anything in these fights, you know?
Yeah, he blinked back defensively, and then Mickey just jumped on top of him with a blink dagger of his own.
Even blinking away from the engagements, he's not able to get out. It's just crazy.
And LG they can't seem to hold their formation at all. The backline's always getting jumped on. Liquid continuing to extend this lead further and further. Nothing to Say had a moment of, we saw what he was capable of there, but it was just bringing down the 2 supports. And then all of a sudden he had a very big, angry Bristleback in his face.
Well, at the very least, the Aegis will now time out, but Liquid, they're able to take a lot with that Aegis. No high ground, but a big, big team fight, and a lot of the map, and all the tier 2s. It's a big bounty. And they're moving under the Hawk right now as well. I wonder if Nothing to Say will clock that. He just killed it off there, but actually, it doesn't really seem to matter to them.
Oh,
I'm a little bit curious about what Shinky's aiming to achieve. Is it Boxy? Boxy has a blink though, wow. Just blinks out of the range. He's playing with him right now. Ogre sealing around. Oh, glimpse back. All right, no worries.
Liquid making a beeline. They've got vision in this area. They don't have their gem.
Oh no, Matu gets on top of Innocence, takes him down with ease, looking for the next target, has to sit inside that kinetic field for a little bit. A charge forwards from Boxy, but it does look like PSG LGD have evacuated the jungle with ease.
If it's just the pos 5 that they lose, that's a small price to pay for PSG LGD for what could have happened there.
Yeah.
I think as soon as they put down that sentry and found that they were sitting right on top of a ward, started sweating. Oh, and Tani, we've seen this one before, trying to get the D-ward on the high ground.
Yeah, he's going to pay the price for that as Liam's coming over. There were two heroes from Liquid that TP top to try and catch Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say is connecting back with his team again. Black Hole's going to come down just onto Boxy. Not quite catching Matu in that one, but they do get the kill on to the Primal Beast. May just kind of deal with these dragons here, but he's going to get rolled up. Mickey in from behind as well. He needs a chance to get off the rage. Jinkyu's going to try and give it to him, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Turns around and eats up Matumba, man. Ame surviving and thriving through this fight. Mickey is just trying to bring down Jinkyu on the sidelines here. Ame needs to leave. He has got the Infest. Jumps inside, Nothing to Say, and backs himself out. Meanwhile, back towards the other side of the fight. Innocence has been left behind just a little bit, and Mickey is going to try and run him down. There is help coming, but it's not going to be here very soon. Nothing to Say is also on a Hawk here, so needs to be careful. The whole menagerie of Beastmaster just running at the Nothing to Say Lina. They will leave, but honestly, that was a good fight for the side of PSG LGD. They took out the Bristleback.
Yeah, finally seeing what the Lina is capable of a little bit. Nothing to Say, just going full turret mode. Clicks down the Bristle. Liquid a bit scattered. You can see as this fight starts, you know, they're not really there. The Leshrac and the Beastmaster are still just trying to run their way over from the top side of the map. Just takes them a long time to get there, and they can't seem to deal with the Lina just holding on to this high ground.
Yep, I love Faith Beyond's approach to that fight, you know? A black hole is better than no black hole. Also, no black hole at position 4 would kill him off. It's fine. Like, that's all he can contribute to the fight. That is absolutely fine. And he does throw a few spells from the sidelines as well.
Yeah, they finally get to have some structure to the fight.
Nothing to Say is walking up into a very precarious position. How quick can you be on this BKB? The answer is very, as he turns around, just mows down Boxy. Boxy, though, very, very tanky. It's a TP out from the Lina, and no Beastmaster nearby. No, Zai was not quite in the neighborhood.
Finger's not quite fast enough for Mickey. He just picked up that Hex.
Bottom tower has fallen.
That was a Hex he jumped on over. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I guess he had to pop it because there's Linken's, right? So they had to start with something else, and then had to get a Soul Rip or something off first, and then they could Hex him.
Yeah, the early warning system working as intended.
And Nothing to Say after that last fight. Also picking up an AC here. It's getting some pretty furious right clicks going. It's actually going to be the Lifestealer who looks to pick up the Silver Edge. And we were a bit worried, you know, as this gets late, the Bristleback starts to fall off a little bit. Same can be true for the Leshrac.
And jump in, throw back down to the low ground onto the Bristleback. Innocence. He's not happy with that, but he's going to be okay for the time being. Matu surviving through it as Boxy looking for Nothing to Say. They've got the Hex out, no BKB due to earlier. Black Hole going to come down though, trying to save him. Nothing to Say. Can he turn it around? They need to kill off this Leshrac, and they will do exactly that. Nothing to Say, healing through it all. Oh my god, so low, but just blasting out the damage to heal on through it. They pulverize her into the ground. Die, Lina, die. She will eventually fall, but Ame's going to clean up the kill onto Boxy. Ame just tearing through everywhere on that odds. Insane is going to be the next target. They will kill off the Undying 4 dead on the side of Liquid. Finally, PSG LGD find a fight, bash out onto Zai as well. They will get yet another as they bring down Zai. 5 dead on Liquid this time. 1 minute still on Roshan, though.
The supporting cast from LGD playing out of their mind. The toss back, the save on the Lina there as he gets jumped in the backlines. Mickey thought he had NTS dead to rights, but patience from Faith Beyond. And feeling like maybe the game has just kind of turned at this point, Domad. Like,
it's insane. Like, I want to watch this back. Where was this lifesteal coming from? Was that just from the Enigma? From the Wraithback Totem? Is that how much damage Nothing to Say was pumping up? Look at that.
Yeah, I don't know if there was like an open wounds that had spread to somebody else or something.
You know what? Yeah.
He got a little bit of a heal from the
it.
Lifestealer as well, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's not that much damage to get it to spread. For anybody who doesn't know what this is not just the original open wounds. Like, this is a very different open wounds that Lifestealer has. as a shard. So every 500 damage, it splits off and goes onto another hero or another unit within 700 range. So it can be a real problem. And they lose. It does a lot of damage. 2% of the target's max health per attack from real heroes. So when you've got that synergizing with the Lina, nothing to say. It's just pew 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 pew.
We all get a feast on this blessed day.
Yep. Yeah. Very cool.
Very cool, yeah. Well, they'll get the D-Ward once again. That pesky, pesky D-Ward, which messed them up earlier on. And let them get that toss down to the low ground. Yeah.
I mean, I think they even had Obs and Sentry there, but it was Innocent smoked up, walking to the hill, pops the ward down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a double damage bot that nobody's seen, but nothing to say now spots it. I think he had a double damage in that last fight as well. So RNG smiling upon Lina a little bit here.
Well, you know, Bristle did get one in front of the Roche pit earlier, so
yes,
it's only fair.
All's fair.
Give a couple
Fair's
to the
fair.
Lina. And, you know, got to have rune control. If you don't have rune control and you don't get a DD, then you can hardly complain about it. Hawk's coming over, but Xingqiu says no. Hits it with his tree. 25 now hit on the last track, though. He's got those Diabolic Edict explosions, so, you know, mostly very, very good for pushing, but not bad in fights either. That damage can start to stack up.
Yeah, it does give them this kind of potential if they win a fight at this point. Could be staring down the barrel of multiple lanes of Rax gone. There's nary a buyback to be seen in this game. I think there's just 3 available currently. A couple of heroes just working on the gold.
Yeah, everyone kind of feeling like there's going to be a bit of a lull in the action, but Roshan is now back up, so it is go time, and PSG LGD doing the move. Interesting that actually the Edict Explosions are going to synergize somewhat with the Viscous Nasal Goo, right? With the anti-armor from that, so could do more damage than we're used to seeing as Martu just run into everybody. Toss back though, they want to bring him down. Martu getting straight on top of the Lina, but the Lina just out-damages him massively. Down goes the Bristleback. Xingqiu being beaten up by Boxy. He's trying to get the return kill here, but the Black Hole coming out onto 2 as they swing around the back lines here. Leader getting beaten down by Mickey, but Mickey, he getting beaten down by Arme. Both the cores turn on him, tear him apart. You can't fight into that, not without your Bristleback. Another huge tossback coming out from Xingqiu. And there is just nothing you can do about that. Martu just too far on the front lines for his team to follow.
Beautiful tossback from Xingqiu. The damage from the double damage Lina looking absolutely ridiculous. They just can't seem to kill him. Once Matu's down, you know, Mickey tried his best, but he just doesn't have enough to get through both Ame and Nothing to Say, as Faith Beyond is finally starting to find these black holes, getting into the later stages of the game, and now well and truly feeling like LGD have taken control of this game.
Yeah, Bristleback managing to get off 1,900 damage in that fight. That is all. Meanwhile, the Lina, 7,500.
Yeah, they just haven't been quite as connected on Liquid in these last couple of team fights. I think the previous ones, it's been all 5 standing strong together, and the last couple of times, Xingqiu yoinking Matu back onto their side of the team fight.
Nothing to Say so low again, but those open wounds just blasting him back up to full HP, and now PSG LGD, they've taken 1 lane of barracks, they're going to take a second. Liquid, they're the buybacks to answer. Oh, and by the way, they've got an Aegis and a Refresher Shard, in case you were wondering, so
yeah,
they are decked out.
Yeah, I don't know what you can really do on Liquid at this point. It's not too much more scaling for the Bristle. He is going to get his level 25 talent, which is a pretty big boost, but not as crazy as it once was. We're not going to be hitting that kind of 1,000 damage Bristleback mark. It's got to be some kind of pick off. You know, find somebody in a side lane. Though I don't know if LGD have any reason to split up for the remainder of this game. They're already 2 lanes of racks up, so they can just ball for the rest of this.
Yeah, they're best friends now. They're going to hold hands and skip around the map together, and Liquid, they'll have a hard time breaking them apart. 3 years together, this team, the bond of friendship is very, very strong.
I don't think you want to play Red Rover against LGD. He's been sending Matu over every single time, and he's not very happy about it, I have to say.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, how else do you approach this fight, though? Because there's no way you couldn't let anybody else go on the front lines here. Like, Matu is the best hero to get thrown into the entire team. No hero.
Yeah, you got to try and find Faith Beyond like they did in a couple of those previous fights, but he's got a Ninja Gear, so yeah, Ninja Gear, Octarine Core. He is permanently not spottable.
Yeah. And in case you're worried about nothing to say, he now has an Aegis, the open wounds healing, which is basically a Satanic, then an actual Satanic. And
Cool.
just in case it goes really, really wrong, they've got a Wind Waker on Jinkyu now as well, who is just going to throw back Boxy and then Wind Waker himself down to the low ground. Style points as Jinkyu just flies on out of there. Black Hole coming down onto Matu and Ame. Just beeline it, throw. Hole number 2, catching out 3. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Faith Beyond. The buyback is there from the Bristleback. It's not, though, from the Leshrac. Baiting them out with the first hole, jumping through for the second. And that's the big one. Catches 3. PSG, LGD looking to end this game in style. The buybacks are out, and they're going to respect them. They're in no hurry to really push this too hard.
A little bit of a moment of like, oh, you didn't call GG. Okay, I guess we'll have to keep going. Actually, getting the damage onto Ame. They thought the game might be over. Gets the cheese off.
He manages to do it, and now they will gun down Matu. Matu kept alive narrowly by Insania. The Soul Rip doing the work to get the Bristle to safety, but they are trying to hold their high ground right now, and with their Bristle back in the fountain, healing up, hitting the showers. LGD, they're just going to take down the final lane of barracks. Jinkyu looking for a toss back, doesn't really find it here, still has that Wind Waker to work with should he really need it, but he's chilling, he's vibing, no worries. Tombstone easily killed off by Nothing to Say. The machine gun is going strong. Ratatatata. Gotta do something here, Liquid. And another toss back, this time on to the Bristleback as he gets devoured by Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say, looking towards the next target. That's gonna be Boxy. GG called for game number 1. And it will go to PSG LGD in true LGD style.
What a game. Just some beautiful team fights. Absolutely fantastic execution. We got to see some cool interactions with the open wounds. What more can you ask for, really?
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And you can see the smiles there in the cam. Not only a good game, but a super fun game for them to play as well. The amount of things they had to play around there, the amount of small plays they made, you know, the amount of little outplays which came out from PSG LGD are definitely going to make this one a very happy win.
Yeah, Jinkyu reminding everybody why he's so highly regarded on the Tiny, and if the rumors are to be believed, Liquid have done very, very well against PSG LGD in scrims. So LGD getting a little bit back here where it counts. We said that absolutely this is going to be a very important series for them. They need to start racking up some more wins if they want that secure upper bracket berth, and they looked fantastic here.
They did, and yeah, I mean, I think so much of this game came down to the early outplays as well, you know, like that really took the wind out of Liquid's sails, you know. They have a Bristleback, Leshrac, Beastmaster draft. These guys are so strong early on, but that small infest play early on around like the kind of, I think it was 15-minute mark, that was probably the most important moment of the game. Second most important, Jinkyu Aegis steal. Those are two moments which really defined this match.
Yeah, those were huge. I do want to give credit to Liquid. The movement from Mickey and Boxy in the early game was amazing. I think they played the first 15 minutes of the game about as well as was possible. Just a couple of little maybe mis-executions letting them down towards the end there, where they take this really prolonged fight after Insania dies. The Beastmaster, yeah, this one that we're seeing kind of here, the Beastmaster and the Lesh are just nowhere to be found, and Nothing to Say finally gets to unload all of his damage.
Yeah. After a long game of kind of not getting much done on Alina and kind of being outpaced and shut down, she is able to just stand on the high ground and click away. Exactly what you want to be doing. It was actually Ame who seemed to be doing the most of the damage early on in this game, interestingly. He was the one getting in and kind of taking care of business, which is really unusual for a lifestealer, but Ame recognizing the strength of his hero.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of what Liquid had been doing with like the Matu Pudge and the Mickey SF. You've got this really tanky strength hero on the front lines that's going to go in, provide all the information, give all the vision, and then you've got somebody that can just sit back and absolutely wreak havoc. And Liquid, they managed to get a couple of those early team fights going pretty well, just being able to jump in and kill off Faith Beyond, making sure that he wasn't ever able to use the Black Hole effectively. But as we started to get into these later team fights, Faith Beyond finally found, he found his ninja gear, he found his footing, and he was able to find those Black Holes.
And they absolutely knew they had the damage to take down this Bristleback as well. And also, as you mentioned with the Black Holes, it's a secondary threat. Like, if they do actually come in and try to stop it, I mean, let's just watch this moment at the end next. It was really fun.
Second Black Hole was very cool.
Teasing us. But yeah, that was awesome, jumping in. Did you see, did he cancel the first one early to then go and get the second
I
one?
think just a little bit,
right?
yeah. It was like, they're grouped up. Yes, I've got a one-man Black Hole, but what about the three-man Black Hole? It was cool.
Bit very, very greedy from Faith Beyond, but exactly what you want from this guy. And also fell on his sword early game as well. He was so poor for such a long time.
Yeah, it comes back to what we were saying time and time again in the last chance qualifiers about, okay, so Enigma, you got to have a laning counter and you got to have a game counter. And they certainly had the laning counter here. The Bristleback kind of soloing the lane looked good from Matu, but they did not seem to have the tools later on to be able to deal with the Black Holes. So Faith Beyond reigns supreme in the late game.
The tools to deal with the Black Holes. A tale as old as time. And that will mean that Faith Beyond will be our match MVP. Not the flashiest player of the game. Well, maybe at the end. But throughout the mid game and early, he was just kind of being that sacrificial guy. But those moments which really won them the game, that infest bomb into the Black Holing Enigma, who was able to then get the health he needed to survive and turn around that fight. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from PSG LGD.
Is that Faith Beyond's play? Am I saving him? But
Yeah, well,
the team play, the synergy. I think we saw some flubs yesterday from LGD where they were missing stuff like lifts into Split Earth, lift into Spears, but looking like they're awake today.
Yep. Faces equals washed. Very nicely done from PSG LGD in game number 1. Game number 2, Liquid, I'm not sure what their plan is. Do they take it back to going even faster? Do they give themselves some late game options? Do they rely on some of the combos they've relied on before? We're going to find out after this short break.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello there, and welcome back to the International 11 group stage matchup. We are halfway through a thrilling best of two between Team Liquid and PSG LGD. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Baseskip. Any wish lists for game number 2?
I just want another game like game number 1. I don't even want them to change too much. I don't think that there was too much of an outdraft. I don't think there were too many adjustments necessary. Maybe a few little tweaks here and there, but I just want to see another Liquid LGD game. Nobody has to do anything too crazy. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I think so. A nice draft for us to get into soon, but these teams setting up, getting ready for game number 2. Has to be said, Liquid looking a little bit more calm, but they just lost. What can you expect? No one's going to be super bouncing off the walls after that happens. Still not really worried about this team's mentality. That's never been a problem for them. You don't come back through the lower brackets of the last chance qualifier unless you have a really, really strong team mentality, and this team does.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be shaken. The only scenario might be where if they have played 20 scrims against LGD and they have bopped them every single time, then maybe you're like, oh, where was this LGD when we were scrimming them? But like you're saying, Liquid have fantastic support staff around them. They've already made the run all the way through the last chance qualifiers. Just a group stage best of 2. I don't think is going to stress them out too much.
Yeah, and they are in a good position, as mentioned before. Sure, they'd like to absolutely secure... Oh, he's going to take the coconut. No! Oh, no. LGD have lost. I already said it.
Don't worry, they can just pick Witch Doctor. They can get the coconut back. It's okay.
True. That might be the secret here. I mean, Fear did say it was going to be a 1-1. So Liquid, it's going to be interesting to see what their ideas are coming back into the series for game number 2. Are you expecting fast?
I think it could be fast. Yeah, I think we could see... if LGD aren't allowed to take the Enigma again, I think we could see them going for this kind of run at you, try and end things in 30 minutes with Veno, Death Prophet, these more early game oriented heroes, similar to what they did against OG. I don't know if Liquid need to double down on playing fast. I don't know if they have to do these lone druid kind of things. And man, LGD, they are sitting there mashing the ban button, so every single time one of the bans come through, the other one, it just immediately fires straight back on Liquid, trying to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, they
do get our
banned
draft.
SF the moment the draft started, and then
and then Marcy got banned, and it just snapped straight back to Liquid with the Primal Beast. But cool to see Liquid continue to evolve. The fact that they're now drawing bans on Primal Beast, I think, is a really good look for them. They don't have to add too many more heroes to their repertoire. Their hero pool's already looking good. T-Panda talked about it on the panel. But if they can just keep... If there's still a few more surprises, if there's still a few more things that they've got to kind of round out some of their strategies, I think that's going to look really good. And so now the question for Liquid, we've got Undying. We've still got a Enigma. There's the Morph, there's the Lesh. A lot of questions here. Do we want to play against the Enigma again? Okay.
That's a question. Ooh. Not one of the ones listed. Not one of the top heroes at all, but they ban out the Ember. They just choose to flood the deck with all of these strong picks so that they can now grab 2 of them themselves. So, won't be Enigma, but 2 big options here for Liquid.
Okay. And... Oh, they're going to take the Pango, right. I forgot about it. We were just talking about how amazing Nothing to Say looked on the Pango in the OG series, and then that game 1 kind of wiped all of my memory of any other games of Dota that had happened today. But Liquid gonna take it for themselves. So the Pango, we have seen it lose the lane pretty hard in a couple of matchups. I think the Lesh, the Bat, notably, but we have seen the hero bounce back. You know, he's a bit of a bouncy ball. So I don't think they're too concerned about picking it up this early in the draft. I don't think it's even really going to be flex. I think they're just like, yeah, whatever. We don't care if you counterpick it. We're still confident with the Pango's ability to have a good game. And, well,
yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll go with the Enigma Tiny opening once again on PSG LGD, running it back.
So, still a little bit of a flex. Probably just going to be the Jin-Q hero, but for Liquid, do you try and ban the Nothing to Say hero pool? Like, are you going to get rid of this Thresh? What's going to happen to all of the long-range heroes? I think it's already a consideration for both teams. Like, against the Pango, we've seen it be pretty good. You can just sit there and kill him during the Rolling Thunder. And against the Enigma, it's become a little bit of a preferred answer to just have this much more split-up, wide-open team fight where he can't ever find a black hole on your big damage dealer who's just sitting in the back lines.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It kind of comes down to like how they feel like the fights went last game and what they feel like they can use against this this team fight to get the advantage. Because you say it got the single target elimination power of the Tiny, and then that big team fight spell of the Enigma. But to be fair, I do think for the most part they dealt with the Enigma quite well in the fights. They're able to get in deep and kill him off pretty early on. In most of the engagement, it was just two really impactful black holes we saw in that game, and that was it.
Yeah, I don't think that they're representing the potential to like end the game before the Enigma is a problem. Though we have seen teams do that successfully. You can like fight into it. You kind of get one round of like gimme black holes around like the 25 minutes where maybe you get black hole but you have buybacks, and then you can carry on the momentum from there. But that doesn't look like Liquid are showing a lineup to be able to end this in 25-30. Of course, it's only 2 picks so far, so it could still be a very big group up and push, and we could still see the Matud Lone Druid making an appearance. But I think they're going to have some answers. What are they going to go for though? I feel like they do still need to get a boxy hero, which maybe precludes them from like picking the silencer. Okay, we've seen the Naga as like a little bit of an answer to the Enigma in some ways.
Yeah, we even saw a Naga offlane earlier today as well. That was pretty fruity.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
10 seconds.
I think those 2 bans, they just don't want anything that can leave the lane too early. It's like, look, we have Enigma Tiny. We are very confident in our in this dual offlane's potential to just ruin anything that you pick. You're not going to get away with picking something that can just go jungle at level 4. So they ban those out. And Liquid, a little bit of respect to what happened in the previous game. Not going to let LGD just completely run the draft back, as they will get rid of the Lina and the Disruptor.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so probably just Boxy Hero here. There's still a Tusk. There's still a Clockwork. We've even seen teams like first banning and first phasing Clockwork. But they're gonna go for a Rubik. A little bit of a different look. Is this even gonna be Boxy? I know that I've seen Insania try and get away with the position 5 Rubik a decent amount. Is
I don't
that
think
the
you're
call
ripping
here?
Undying out of Insania's hands. I think you need a crowbar to do that.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
haven't
thinking.
seen one on the Liquid player cam, so likely going to be the Boxy Rubik.
Okay. But a very different look for him, if that is the case. We've certainly seen him play pretty much all melee 4s. I think the only range 4 that I've seen him on is the Snapfire, and that's about it.
Yeah.
He did play some Willow games, actually. I tell a lie. So, yeah, Okay, we'll see how he goes here. It is already looking like a very good Rubik game.
Yeah, of course, ultimately it is to answer the Enigma, steal the black hole. It's impossible to kind of stop that happening unless you've got like a Linken's or something. So that's always going to be a big option for the side of Team Liquid, and going to be something which Faith BR, if he's on the Enigma, is gonna have to think about. But LGD, they have to think about their picks next. They got 2 picks to come. Likely gonna be their mids.
Phoenix. Okay, that's cool. And it's just team fight. It's all team fight all day from PSG
All the way
LGD. Yeah. I do like this a lot because if Liquid if they were even considering the like, oh, we're just gonna go for some like group up, death ball, run at your buildings. We're trying to pick our lone druid. I think this, especially the Phoenix pick, shuts that down massively. And if Liquid do want to team fight them, now they have to invest way more into team fight. You know, you could kind of get away with it, like, oh, Undying's good, Tombstone's strong, Rolling Thunder is very, very powerful, especially in the early game. But okay, Liquid.
Oh, what an answer! What an answer!
This sniper pick looks fantastic. It really does.
I mean, it's not going to struggle against Puck in the middle lane, I don't think. I think I've seen Sniper turn Pucks inside out in the mid. Great egg killer. Stays far away from the fights for the Tiny and the Enigma. Definitely a very strong option here for Team Liquid, and something which PSG LGD will probably have to answer with this final pick. I mean, they've got catch, but I feel like you just need a little bit more.
So do you think they're sending Mickey into the safe lane on the Pango then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Could LGD
Actually,
just
not.
Spectre here? Is that too greedy? Maybe it's just going to get banned. What are we looking at? Like Spectre, PA,
5 seconds remaining.
yeah. Who's going to get in on top of this pesky sniper and make him regret ever being born?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely looking at Ursa or the Spectre. I mean, if we want to get really left field, you could pull out the Phantom Lancer, but against Pango, I think that's pretty bad, and the hero's not great at the moment, so that's probably enough to deter them from picking it up.
Yeah, it could be good, but you do have to think about what Liquid still have the last overall pick of the draft. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. So they can still answer pretty heavily. Yeah. Also, LGD banning out the Zai heroes, getting rid of the Beastmaster, getting rid of the Venomancer.
There's still a Faceless Void as well, which is good here. Like it's, it just comes to mind looking at those 2 bans from LGD, like Beastmaster, Venomancer. Those are both heroes that are kind of staple counters to the Faceless Void. And okay, so it is going to end up being the Ursa ban, Void, Spectre, PA, PL, LGD. What are they liking in this spot? Morphling.
Oh wait, what's he still doing in the pool?
Yeah, all right. He is the pool. He was camouflaged.
All right. Well, he does make it through to the last pick for PSG LGD, and they'll be grabbing that one up for themselves. It's a very, very late Morphling. Been one of the most contested carries off the patch, but off the group stage at the very least. But yeah, didn't see it until now in this draft. Liquid, what do they answer with?
And there's a lot of things that you have to kind of answer here. They don't really have the lockdown to kill a Puck. I mean, they can deal with the egg. I like the sniper against everything that he got to see in the draft, and now these last couple of picks from LGD looking very nice. And Liquid, we were already considering, like, are they going to are they going to execute this lane swap? They could still give Zai the Pango if they feel like there's an amazing Mickey hero in this spot, but I don't know exactly what that would be. Just gonna wait and see. I don't want to speculate too much.
Speculating is very hard.
Yeah, there's still like because it could be a Zai hero, it could be a Mickey hero. What do you like as the Morphling counter?
It's tricky because the things like kind of Shivas, maybe Death Prophet, but they'll go for the axe.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's lockdown, it's laning pressure. It does seem like Liquid kind of putting themselves on this run at you line again.
Shockingly.
look, I don't want to. I don't. Liquid have shown a lot of variety in their drafts. I will not stand for for this slander.
No, they're definitely not one-trick ponies, and they do have the sniper. They have late game this time around. It's certainly not a game where they're going to be looking to run down lanes. It's just their fighting is. They've got a very brawly lineup, but LGD are doing the exact same thing. They've got a lot of brawl as well. So
please, I don't need another 70-minute long sniper game. We've had one already. We've reached quota.
LGD? That's a bit interesting. We got Army on the Morphling, Faith Beyond playing the Puck, and nothing to say on the Tiny. Innocence is on his signature Phoenix, which means it's a Xingqiu Enigma.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, dang. Okay.
That's interesting. So, surely this just makes it even more tempting to move the sniper to... I mean, the sniper's good whichever lane he goes, and he's fine, he's laughing, so I'm not really too worried about Liquid's lanes, to be honest with you. I think they've got a pretty good start. The only one I worry about is Zai on the Axe. This hero has had problems in the lane previously, but Liquid, they did get it in the last pick, so they know the matchups, and they seem to be pretty content that Zai's going to do okay in it.
I do like promoting the Tiny here. Like, looking across the Liquid lineup, a Tiny with a fast Blink Dagger can just wreak absolute havoc. And if that's being paired up with this Puck that we said we don't really feel like there's that much catch for him, that's going to be a huge amount of space for Ame to just kind of farm up.
Alrighty, let's get into it as we get into game number 2 in this best of 2 matchup here. It is PSG LGD versus Liquid here at the TI-11 group stages. PSG LGD currently 1 game up after a huge comeback in game number 1. Liquid looking for a bit of revenge here.
Some people only wish have fun. Some people only wish good luck. We had one good luck, have fun, and let the tips begin. What's this? Retiree top lane? Oh right, because it's Faith Beyond versus Matumba Man. We didn't even talk about this.
yeah, both of them claiming this is their last TI.
Everyone who's tried to uninstall Dota knows how that might go, but I believe it from these two players.
30 seconds
and just glad that we get to see one last run from both of them. They're both looking strong here in the TI-11 group stage and looking to secure that upper bracket berth, make it a little bit deeper into the tournament.
Why can't they all just win, base skip?
Yeah, I do have a bad habit of always just cheering for the underdog, and even in an individual game, if the game flip-flops, it's like, oh, now I have to cheer for the team that's losing. It's always bad for me because it means no matter what, I'm always cheering for the losing team.
Yep.
There you go. Okay. 2-2 bounty split. Yeah.
Alright, so it is going to be the Pangolier laning in the middle lane. Mickey going to be taking it against the Tiny at the mid. So imagine this is going to be some nice early levels for Nothing to Say as he hits with that big fat tree of his, but then later on things are going to get a bit messy. And talking about messy, Boxy's getting messed up a little bit down here in the bottom lane as LGD are giving him the what for.
Yeah, he's getting absolutely slapped. But Zai does manage to block the Radiant Wave so that it meets underneath the Tier 1 tower. Should be fine for Ame to CS all of this, but it does mean it's going to bounce right back into Zai and get the lane in a nice position for Liquid to start this one out.
Yeah, for sure. So, Zai, recognizing that his hero maybe not the strongest earlier on in the game, so he's just going to utilize that fact and mess with the equilibrium as much as possible.
Yeah, just wants to get that Ring of Health, get into the Vanguard. At that point, he could even choose to just trade farm with Ame or keep backlaning, cutting the creeps. They would both get absolute free farm in that situation.
And a lot of trading down here at bottom. A lot of trading happening at mid as well. But, yeah, Hero's getting set on fire left, right, and center. It's messy in this bottom lane. Boxy, he wants to creep so badly, but if he comes in for that, he's just going to die. Can't give Innocence the Fire Spirit.
Yeah. The salve didn't get cancelled, so it's good for him at the very least.
Yep. Really wanting to exist in the side trees here. It's a tough life. But they'll do their best to try to equalize, and they have done so far as well. Zai messing with the equilibrium, seeing turns out it's going to be a really good thing. And that's important as well, because I don't think Boxy can get away with pulling the creep wave here either. Like, he'll just get run down by Innocence.
Yeah, it's tricky. So the fact that they've managed to get the lane in front of their tower is pretty good. Innocence does manage to stack the small camp. It gets two of the best camps. So that's going to probably wipe out a creep wave in a second. But it is tricky when you stack it against the Axe. He's going to come over and contest and maybe take a whole lot of it. Top lane not looking great for PSG LGD. Only 7 CS on Faith Beyond, but you know the Enigma denies are going to start kicking in eventually.
Yep, dragging the wave back, making sure the puck is nice and safe, because after all, Enigma can do exactly what he does as a position 3, as a position 4. But it just means that somebody else will be reaping the rewards from it.
You see why, well, potentially why Liquid didn't even bother blocking the small camp here when they've got Axe. It just ends up being additional farm for him, really, and Zai gonna get into a very quick Ring of Health.
Yeah, that'll help him out immensely as well, just messing with these creeps and disregarding the lane, basically. That's his singular job.
Yeah, pretty much. Liquid managing to get top lane back into a pretty nice spot right in front of their tower. So kind of difficult for Jinq and Faith Beyond to do anything up here.
Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage from Martu here as well, as he's just bodying the puck. This is what we expected the matchup to be at mid. Well, I did for a little bit at least, but
yeah.
It's going to be the same thing up here in the top lane. Martu's just able to click. Super annoying.
Yeah, making this adjustment to give it to Nothing to Say.
Zai taking some heavy hits, but Innocence also pretty low. Boxy not exactly the epitome of health either, so everybody just kind of running away from each other, and yeah, no one really going down. As in the bottom lane, they're trying to chase down the puck even. Such aggression coming out here from Liquid. We saw this last game as well, just pushing through and really hammering down. They don't just want to win the lane, they want to destroy it, but it's actually the Zaya's going to fall down to the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Puck has to jaunt across to survive up at top.
I don't know that they got very much experience, so this next wave is running into the tower as well. Insania and Matumba Man have just made a new home for themselves. Finally going to back it up now, but
okay. Massive over-aggression, kind of just counting on the fact that Nothing to Say is not going to really make a rotation this early on. And he doesn't really have the health to either, so Mickey's going to assure them of that, and communication will be there. But they have to go ahead to just be absolute maniacs.
I think this top lane going poorly is kind of expected, given the heroes that LGD are playing with. They can't really do a whole lot, and to me, all of this comes down to, was it worth it to take the Tiny away and stick it mid? Is Nothing to Say going to be able to kind of take over this game? Getting kind of low now. Mickey putting the pressure on.
They've been trading health a ton in this middle lane. Like, these guys have just been absolute brawling. But yeah, so far, it's been pretty even. With the creeps under the tower, Nothing to Say is going to be absolutely fine to pick up a bunch of these. So no big threat either way, though. Mickey's looking to jump in here, go for the swashbuckle and the shield crash with the Fade Bolt from Boxy, and they will bring down the Tiny in the middle lane. Beautifully done from Liquid. Jinq have to TP out from the Tombstone, and Martu just chasing back the puck as well. Insania even following through with a decay as well. Jesus Christ.
I'll take 4 tower shots to hit one more decay. You watch me.
Faith Beyond is like, really, bro? Come on.
Get out of me lane.
Yep.
Let my Matumba Man farm.
He is certainly doing that. And Boxy with another rotation up here in the top lane. They're going to be able to bring down Faith Beyond. Mr. Worldwide on the Rubik moves from the middle lane to the top lane, just all over the place.
He's having a phenomenal early game, and now picks up one more last hit, grabs the Arcane Boots for himself. Feels like he can just kind of keep doing this, and PSG LGD somewhat powerless to respond. Not very good rotating supports on their side. They went all in for the team fight with the Enigma and the Phoenix, and now they just have to kind of watch Boxy do whatever he wants in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the flip side of that is Ame is going to get quite a lot from the lane. Is that a worry for you?
I think Liquid can deal with it, and we've seen the full Tricore is an answer to the Morphling. You don't even need to really have the specific matchups. If Morphling is farmed, but all 3 of your cores are just as farmed, I don't know if you're all that worried. So it's going to be up to the Tiny to try and get the puck back into this game and get all of them farming.
Mickey being thrown around a little bit in the middle lane. He is all right as the puck also being chased away at top. So yeah, Mickey's going to be all right at mid though. It's a Phoenix rotation, not exactly the most threatening thing in the world. Oh no, you're setting me on fire.
Yeah, but Ame doesn't need him bottom at all. He's got his Falcon Blade and his Morbid Mask, so he is just chilling. Better for Innocence to go and do something else elsewhere on the map. And they're trying to cut off Faith Beyond.
Oh no, they found him. Liquid, bring in the numbers and track down the puck. My goodness. No rest for Faith Beyond this game. You dare pick an off-lane puck into us, you shall pay the price. That's the statement which Liquid are making.
Not a whole lot that he can really do currently. I wonder if they even just give him the Tome at 10 minutes just to try and get a Dream Coil to start making some plays with. I believe in the Ame Morphling, but this game is looking pretty heavy unless we start getting, Nothing to Say able to make some plays.
Yeah, and I don't know how capable a Puddle is of really carrying too much weight. I guess as long as it's buoyant, he'll be okay, but...
Yeah, it's a little tricky. Oh, Nothing to Say wants Boxy. Wishing he had a Tumbler's toy. Might still get it anyway.
Yep, the toss is there, and rolling across from Innocence. They need a little bit more, and the tree will come through, and they'll find that kill. Zai, meanwhile, going for the call with all the creeps. Not really getting the spins. Finally does start spinning a little bit, but Nothing to Say on his way out. Plenty tanky on this Tiny. Zai can't really finish the job onto this mid laner.
Getting something. Faith Beyond's like, hey, can I come take some experience mid, please, guys? Or I really want my level 6. It does seem like they're going to give it to him for now. Sidelane's just being completely ignored. Matu free farming, Ame free farming. All of the action is kind of towards the mid. And even Zai just focusing on his farm a little bit more. It does seem like he might be the one to go for the Vessel this game. So picking up some of the tools to try and deal with the Morphling.
Yeah, that's an interesting pickup for an Axe. Not something I would have expected, but certainly something they need in this game. At least until the Skadi comes out on Matu as well, which I'm hoping for at some point.
Yeah, he's going to be in every fight, and sometimes you see the Rubik's going for it, but I think if you're playing it this game for Boxy, he really wants to get into like a Blink and an Aether Lens, especially to have the instant initiation against the Puck and the Morphling. So I don't think he can afford to, even though his early game has been sweet, I think it's better to just stick it on a core if possible.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, it's just an earn for now. He's getting that delivered out and then queuing up a Blink Dagger. So we are going to see Zai look to get the action going shortly. Mickey picking up the Diffusal Blade, going to be the timing that he lines up there. And Matumba Man, well, he's just farming. He's picking up a Mask of Madness so far. I don't think he'll be looking to join his team too much just yet.
Yeah, huge change in pace from game 1 to game 2 here. This time last game, there was blood like flowing down the river in the middle lane.
Yeah, I think it was almost 20 kills at 10 minutes or something, and here we are at 5. It's a much more considered game.
Indeed, indeed. We've got on our top hats, our monocles, sipping our tea. Having a proper game go to 2 here though. Matu, once again, just peeping away at Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond gonna have to run for the trees, but Matu is not giving up, and with the take aim, not quite enough to finish the job. So the puck will be able to get away.
Chat wheeling, everybody's got a huge amount of vision. No one's managed any successful D-wards, unfortunately, so the entire river and every team has pretty much full information. I don't even know that this is like favoring one team in particular. They're both just waiting for timings to actually start making plays. Unexpected rotation from Ame top, looking for Matu.
Yeah, he's right on him right now. Matu needs some help, and, well, the Pango just goes rolling straight past him. He's looking for the kills instead, which leaves Matu completely isolated. He's going to fall. They get the return kill onto Jinkyu, but is that really worthwhile?
I think
so. Insania, gonna be the next target here. Thrown up into the air. Sunray tracking him down. The tree throw comes in, and Innocent's gonna be able to finish off that kill there, so that's gonna be 2 down on the side of Liquid. My goodness. Huge rotation from Ame. The confidence as a carry player to just go on the enemy carry like that.
Yeah, we don't often see the Morphlings getting so involved, but Ame sees an opportunity, and a very nice way to kind of drag Faith Beyond back into the game a little bit. He's still having a hard time, but at least they kind of got him involved. The Liquid looking to make some plays of their own. They've got this Blink coming out for the Axe in a second, and they spot Jin Q in the trees. He just TP'd down here to try and get some experience. He might be the first stack of armor.
Oh, he's looking for the black hole, but they're splitting the pot pretty nicely, and with the Culling Blade coming through as well, no chance of Jin-Q making any kind of counterplay here, and Zai already looking over towards Innocence. His Blink Dagger is on the Courier, don't forget, and he's already used... Oh, he doesn't even need it. Thrown back by Boxy. Once again, Boxy just turning up in the worst possible place for Team LGD. Where does the guy come from? You're running away, and he just kind of casually strolls out from behind a tree and says, hello there.
Yeah, I think he was just wandering down bottom since there wasn't really anywhere else to be on the map. Zai did whiff on the Culling Blade there, so has to wait 80 seconds now before he can go and get a kill with that. Now that the Blink's picked up, and yeah, Ame pinging out that the Axe is missing, is going to be going for a SNY this game, actually. Just try and tank up a little bit more, survive through the call, potentially.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Getting the stage resistance to get out of the call and maybe break up the Pangoliers combo as well. You know, he wants to keep them chain locked down. Just gives him the chance to get up the strength morph.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable to me. I will be interested to see if he goes for the Ags again. It does feel like that's kind of been the Morphling build. But you know, Scotty also looks super value this game. Just get in on top of the sniper, hit him, don't let him get away. We even saw him morphing into the sniper and just dropping down 3 shrapnels, which was very annoying. Liquid hoping to find something with this Blink on the Axe. Who's going to show up mid?
Yeah. Nothing to say. He's cautious. He's very, very rattled here. Not going to come anywhere near that middle lane until someone shows them the side lanes. This top lane's being pushed right the way in and no one's coming to defend it. And Faith Beyond is sounding the alarms, saying, guys, there's something afoot. I'm no detective, but there's something wrong here.
Very, very, very careful gameplay. As we do split up again somewhat now. Nothing to say, going to go deal with bottom, Faith Beyond. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of him up top here. The Puck just constantly cutting waves, being a nuisance, hiding in the trees, continuing to make room on the map for Ame to get the farm. And
ooh, Boxy. He sees the orb.
Yeah, he saw the orb come out of those trees.
Oh, hello, friend. Used the Icarus dive to move across, but Faith Beyond, he's got the Waning Rift, he's got the Illusory Orb, so he'll be able to get himself to safety.
Nothing to say. He's got an Invis rune.
Ooh.
Checking out what's happening, but there is a sentry.
Though. Zai's going to see him immediately jumping forward here. Does get stunned up by the Avalanche, but there is no chance of surviving this one. Boxy's going to take down. Nothing to say as the rest of LGD just trying to scatter for the horizon.
A little bit of call then blink action from Zai, but they got the kill anyway. Doesn't matter. Nobody saw anything.
Yeah, he got the battle hunger upon him, and the Tinies are like, oh, I can be seen. And the next thing he felt was the icy hand of death on his shoulder.
Yeah, Liquid were down there with numbers. They had an idea that once they brought Matu down here, they are doing a very good job, and I think they've done a fantastic job in general about reading rotations from the enemy teams. I've had a pretty good vision game so far here as well. Observerwood's still just chilling out up on the high ground. And I think this really wants Matu's head. Can he find him?
He does, yeah. If this goes wrong again, though, it's going to feel pretty bad, but Matu waddling forwards, and Sania is behind him, but Nine stay positioned beautifully in the trees. They're actually moving on to Jin-Q. The bait is real. Throw back into the Enigma, but he doesn't get a chance to get off the black hole. This has gone terribly wrong again. Liquid turn around, and they will pull Nothing to Say limb from limb, rock by rock. Oh no, it goes wrong again, Basket.
Yeah, they find Boxy. They're going to get something on the map, but this is really painful for Nothing to Say, especially because LGD, they kind of compromised their lanes to make this happen, to stick the Tiny mid instead of the Puck, and yeah, it does not feel like Nothing to Say is having the most fantastic game on the Tiny.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Smil Tower will probably be killed off here, and Snipe's going to be able to come in and make sure the deny doesn't happen now. Jump in and call from Zai, finding another one. A big call comes in. Down goes the Pods 5. Liquid ruling the map right now, ruling the roost. Oh no, Faith Beyond. Not like this, he's orbed forwards. He's going to go for the TP out, and Boxy doesn't have the lift. He initiated with it, so... well, at least Faith Beyond lives. It's something, I guess. And Ame is still the top of net worth. I guess that is the actual silver lining to PSG LGD's gameplay right now.
Yeah, it's a silver lining, but I haven't been convinced about Morphling's ability to 1v5. So the fact that Liquid have the next 3 cores, I think, is very worrying, and they're just continuing to pick up the pace. They walk straight into the Roshan pit. They got some of the strength of the Undying and the Pango. They don't need anything else to really take it down very safely. And even for all the team fight that PSG LGD have, just not a position to do anything about it right now.
Did you see that? The orb came into the pit, and both Martu and Zania stopped hitting the Roshan. I think there was a minute there. Wait a minute, not again.
I've seen this one
Then
before.
Yeah, then they realized it was boxing. They kept hitting it. But there was a brief second where they're like, what? Literally like half a second, but they did both cancel the attacks. But Boxy, you know, making them sweat, keeping them on their toes as he should.
Yeah, he's got this blink, so he can definitely catch and punish the Faith Beyond trying to split push on the puck in the side lanes. They got a pretty good read on what he wants to do, but not going to make it easy for him. And blink call onto this Phoenix. Now you see him, now you don't.
God again. Yep. And have you noticed that Martu's just leaving his... Oh, there we go. I was going to say he's leaving his courier just behind him with the Hurricane Pike. Maybe trying to bait something out there, tempting in the puck perhaps, but yeah, in the end just gets it delivered.
Right,
Not sure what that was about.
Nothing to say, not finding the hero kills, but the courier kills are there for him. Jin Q getting run out of bottom. Any Yuke? Any Ukes?
No Ukes. Just calls and just culls. And just kills across the map as well, as Faith Beyond's also going to go down at top. Did try and make the coil play, but...
just get straight up solo killed? Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under
Don't know what happened to him.
I guess.
Yeah, seems like it. There's not really any disables or anything around here. Machu doesn't mysteriously have a Mindbreaker or anything, so that would be a little suspicious.
We won't speculate.
Yeah.
Just maybe a certain wildcard voice line might be good here.
Definitely possible. Definitely possible. And yeah, Liquid just continuing to build up a comfortable lead. Have to be super happy having this Aegis on the Sniper. Don't have to really worry about him getting jumped. Sure, Matsu's farming. Sure, Ame's farming, but just making a run at him. They saw him use the waveform.
Yeah, go on to Morphling now. I mean, it's a big target. The first time they've really tried hard for Ame's death, and the Supernova's got to come down and try and protect him. Mickey still trying to chase for the Morphling here as they take down the Supernova. Morphling does get himself to safety, though, so Ame will survive, but they have to back out of the area, and they leave the puck behind, so pretty disastrous. Once again from PSG LGD, as Liquid just no brakes on this train at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what you do about the Sniper. Maybe once the Morphling has a few more items, he's going to be a problem for him, but everybody else is just like, you get anywhere within range and you just get 2 or 3 shot by Matu. What can you do?
That is the question. Axe nearly completed on Ame Morph. Maybe that is a turnaround play they need, but it just feels like it really is Ame versus the world right now. But if there's ever a player you want to be versus the world on your team, it is 100% Ame Morphling. This guy has carried worse games than this, from worse positions than this, but God, Martu looks strong.
Yeah, they do have massive team fight. It's just a matter of trying to get on top of Liquid at all, though. Like, the Sniper's always going to be so far in the back. They don't have any reason to really be grouped up. So how are you ever going to find... Maybe they can toss 2 heroes together, like we saw in Nothing to Say attempting at bottom, get the toss back into the black hole, layer the Supernova on top of it, maybe even break a Dream Coil in the middle of all of that. And Ame's going to work.
This all sounds very intricate, basically.
Yes, it's tricky. We have seen PSG LGD pull off some really sick teamfight executions, but they are just getting really far behind right now. So it's not going to be easy, but it's kind of the only way back in for them, it feels like.
Yeah, at the very least, nothing's going to happen for a minute, because that's how long we've got left on this Aegis. So Liquid going to take up residence at bottom, try and take this tier 2 down on the bottom side of the map and close out.
Oh, Faith Beyond side's looking for him at top.
LGD. Oh, he lands a call, just about catching him on the edge there. Faith Beyond, does he have a play to get out of this one? Might just be able to. Orbs across, TP's home, and it looks like Boxy won't close the gap.
He had the right idea, but just a little bit too slow to get there.
But this is an LGD classic. Dangle someone up top, smoke up, and run to bottom once you've got the advantage. Can they find anyone? Liquid, they're quick to
running for the hills, watching his Aegis time down. Just, I'm waddling out of here. Get me out.
Yeah, it's not exactly a high-octane flea.
TP's all the way back to the tier 3 at mid. It's like, they're not going to be here. There's no way.
Yep, LGD don't manage to connect with that one, so once again, Liquid gonna be okay. But yeah, I mean, I guess we're hitting the timing now. Morphling, he's got his Aghanim Scepter. Is this what he feels like he needs to turn up to the fight? He's gonna grab an Aghanim Shard as well, just to make sure he can always get a Strength Morph off. The Sniper also finishes the Monkey King Bar in this timing as well, so the damage coming out from Matu is unignorable. You can't just hope that the Sniper's not gonna kill you or anything like that. You have to jump on the backlines first. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think they just have to go. I don't know if you can afford to wait around, because the Sniper is going to start building into survivability items as well. You know, Matsu looking at a BKB, probably sees Satanic, something like that. And if he has enough net worth, he can, I think, kind of comfortably sit there and not necessarily kill the Morphling, but not be too stressed if they just end up in the 1v1. And LGD, rest of the LGD cores, you know, still sub 10k net worth. It's exaggerated a little bit because they kind of have 2-3.5 positions, right? With Jin-Q's been farming, but so is Faith Beyond. Though it's not like Jin-Q is that far ahead of Boxy.
Sure. Yeah, still a little bit away from that Blink Dagger for him, so picked up the Wraith Pact, gives him that kind of team fight. And they don't actually have one on the side of Liquid, do they? There's no Wraith Pact for them, so there is that kind of somewhat advantage, but Zai leading the charge on the axe. Who can he find? If anyone shows themselves at mid, they are just gone.
They do have a ward very deep here that's actually spotting a couple of heroes on LGD.
Oh yeah.
So could kind of sneak over there.
Place. Yeah, it's too hard to get to that area to make a play upon it, though. It's just too difficult, so... Liquid holding their breaths for now, and again, you know, there's always that big R factor. Roshan respawning in 50 seconds. Liquid don't want to make a misplay. It's kind of their window to take a fight. It's now kind of closing, and it's going to come back to that kind of standoff stage, but LGD seem to be happy to try and take the risk, and I feel like they should. You know, it's taking a fight on their terms is probably what they need.
Yeah, that ward is nice, but it's such a choke point for Liquid to potentially take a fight, and that is the one way that they lose is grouping too many heroes up and letting LGD, despite having no net worth on a lot of these heroes, just let them press all of their big teamfight buttons and go to town. They're staying split up. Yeah. They're being careful about how they take these fights, and just continuing to get their items, wait for the rush, like you said.
Yeah, very timid smokes from both the teams. Liquid going for another one. Both these teams really want to get a pick off before that Roshan spawns. Just get control off the map. Put LGD back into the base. That is the idea. And Zai just running straight through. There are a lot of LGD heroes in the area, but as you can see, once again, just trying to clear out. Jin-Q might pop this. Jin-Q's probably dead here if they see him. Zai spots him, and that's a dead Enigma.
The drag line play from Liquid was beautiful. Just all split up.
Actually found Innocence as well.
Yeah, dang. All split up like 400 range apart from each other, just sweeping all the way through that Radiant jungle, seeing what the net could catch. And now, Faith Beyond at top. Boxy can find a little bit of a grab on him. Just needs to get some damage in range.
The Roshan respawn was near enough instant, by the way, so he's already up for grabs. So LGD, they can't afford to lose another hero here. Blink down to the low ground, all out from Faith Beyond to try and close the distance. He does get away, but Mickey, hello, he is in the pit, and he sees a very good-looking, big, scaly boy. He starts tearing away at him. Matu as well, peeping away. LGD, they need to get here, and they need to get here now, and I don't think now is going to be quick enough, so it's looking like Liquid going to be able to take this Aegis and this Shard uncontested. LGD, not much of an answer.
What can you do when the Roshan's basically an instant respawn? They were hoping to get out on the map, find a pick off, maybe look at the Roshan themselves, but instead, maybe you can still look for some kind of a pick. Liquid's splitting up a little bit to try and shove in all the lanes and start taking advantage of this Aegis. But, alright, they're being careful. They did kind of make this mistake a little bit in the previous game, so just playing together.
Faith_Bian going to the backlines to just try to get the quick pick and out, and that is exactly what they're able to do. They kill off the Undying and now just sprinting back into their jungle. And this is going to be a Rolling Thunder wasted from Mickey at the very least, so a small win here from PSG LGD. You know, they take Terra Tiny. Faith_Bian's going for more, but he actually gives away the coil, but it doesn't matter. Boxy just gets completely destroyed by Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say getting low, though, but in comes the Supernova and the Sunray to heal them all up. And now, in comes Ame, stealing the sniper form and looking for another target. Faith_Bian on the run. Zai's going to catch him, though. Ame can't really pump the damage through, but they're going to go onto the backlines. They will take down the sniper for the first time. His teammates are falling as well. Zai going to pop the BKB and try and survive through this one. Matu just got a 4-staff away and the concussive shot to bounce back the Morphling. That is all he wants to do. Just get himself to safety. Liquid hit the reset button, but it's PSG LGD which ripped the Aegis out of their hands.
Yeah, Liquid, I think once they use the Rolling Thunder like that, they probably need to just to get the hell out. But they try and hold around that high ground. They had some nice vision to play on, but not a whole lot of contribution that Mickey can make once he's used it. So yeah, and Nothing to Say, great play, stops the coil getting turned back around, and as soon as Ame bursts up onto this high ground, all three Liquid cores just kind of having to run for it. Matu almost makes the escape, but there's too much chase from LGD.
Yeah, they lose the puck. That was an interesting, I think they both concussive shotted away from each other on the sniper form and on the, ooh. Live, Nothing to Say almost gets caught down at bottom, but Zai won't find him. Yeah, just blink to the tree line and TP'd out on the Tiny, so Nothing to Say does just narrowly live through that.
Well, the Liquid game plan going to get kind of knocked off the rails a little bit here with the losing that Aegis. Won't really be able to exert themselves on the map too much more. And LGD, they've now got a blink up on this Jin-Q Enigma. So with the Morphling and the Morphling and the puck and even the Tiny just kind of running in every single fight. And I think I may have called Tiny Jin-Q in that last one, but yeah, just with Nothing to Say running in every single fight. He's going to have a whole lot of information to just try and find the sniper in the back lines. Liquid, protect the sniper. LGD, try and peep him yourself. That's really what this is all going to come down to.
And you know, we were waxing lyrical about how it's going to be Ame versus 5, but honestly, like it was the rest of LGD that made those pickoffs, the 2 pickoffs to start the fight, which meant that Liquid actually started on a disadvantage, which is pretty huge. Nothing to Say, Innocence, and Faith_Bian just going in with the in and out plays, utilizing every single bit of damage they can squeeze out of their heroes there to just get the picks.
Yeah, kind of shocking the amount that they're able to get done with not a whole heck of a lot of net worth. But it is going to be a very different fight when Mickey's got the Rolling Thunder. He's got a full Abyssal Blade picked up now as well. So whoever he finds is probably just dead. Diffu plus the Rolling Thunder plus the roll-up plus the Abyssal Blade. Not a whole lot of getting away from that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta respect that. Even a Morphling, Strength Morphing. I mean, he doesn't even have the BKB. He can't really be in the position where he's running away from a fight, or he's just gonna get run down, even him.
Yeah, I don't think it helps him that much. It's pretty much just the Rolling Thunder, and that's kind of it. So I like the decision here from Ame to just tank up, go for the stats. And yeah, just a bit of a lull. Liquid have to see if they can kind of find their footing again. Matumba Man, no interest in any kind of survivability. It's just straight into damage. He's got a Daedalus queued up. That's going to be the deterrent, is just overwhelming damage. You get anywhere within his range, and
Yep.
it's going to be a rough time.
He's got, very, very clearly one thing on his mind, and he wants to be able to out DPS his Morphling if he gets anywhere near him. Might be tricky. I don't know. Morphling does do a good amount and also has a decent amount of anti-carry with that Aghanim Scepter, so always a threat as they manage to find Jin Q here, and he unfortunately is going to get his muffin buttered by Zai.
Yeah, I think Zai came around the corner, saw that the Eidolons were lifestealing on that camp, and it's like, oh, Enigma's right here, is he? He got the blink away, but yeah, Liquid, another one of these sweeps through their jungle. Just clearing out the map. Nothing to say is pinging Zai at bottom. The rest of the team's going to take a little while to get over here, and it looks like Zai's going to be okay. But
he's a cautious kitty.
Yeah,
knows that he's out here alone on the map, so not going to take any unnecessary risks, and nothing to say will, unfortunately, back himself up in this bottom lane. Will not be chasing any further for this Axe. It's a game of inches at the moment. One small mistake could result in a huge, huge shift of momentum in this game, despite the advantage for Liquid at the moment.
yeah, one little pick off could change this a whole lot. Liquid, I think they have picked up a gem just to try and secure the vision game, feel a little bit safer. It's not 100% safe, right? There's still going to be areas on the map where LGD could just be smoking over to you and find it, but it helps you just exert control a little more. It's surprising for me how little Liquid have been able to control the opposing outposts, and they constantly had to deal with pressure on their own side. And the tier 2s are both still standing at mid at bottom, so LGD have had quite good control over this Radiant area of the map for the last little while.
Yeah. There's very little vision on both teams, to be fair, but they will now see something on this Dire Ward for Team Liquid.
Might be quiet for the next little bit. There's still 1 minute until we get into the Roshan window, so both teams, unless they see a really clear opportunity, might just be chilling for that.
Ooh, it's a smoke up from the side of PSG LGD. Now, the Enigma was just spotted on a ward here, so Liquid
The scan
well
hits.
gathered.
They know that somebody's over here. It was just Zai flickering it for a second.
Yeah, it's kind of putting a bit of fear into PSG LGD. They don't know what to make of this.
They're wishing that it was a better rune than regen. I think the hope was to bait that. They, with the scan, see if anybody was there. They get the scouting with the Eidolon. They were just hoping to get the jump.
Zelda comes down. They have all the vision they could want, and immediately the fight breaks down. Another Sage trying to jump on the Pangolier, but he gets the roll up and can get the Rolling Thunder up as well. Will run down, nothing to say. Faith Beyond down the back lines as well. This fight is over as soon as it's out. Those Jinky just are coming on to Mickey. That's not going to happen though. The sniper from the high ground ripping him down as the call comes through onto the Morphling. Ame needs to leave, but I'm not sure he's going to be allowed to. Waveform away with the TP. Can they close the gap? No, they cannot, but they'll take down just about everybody else on the side of PSG LGD. Liquid rip them apart.
Oh, the rampage being denied by Ame escaping. They tried to go on to Mickey, but they just couldn't kill him off quickly enough. He got the roll-up off, and then, yeah, the fight was just completely over from that point. Matumba Man, he had the high ground. It was just shredding through absolutely everybody.
So brave to approach Matumba Man on the high ground there. PSG LGD just thought they could get a singular pick-off. Didn't really know that Liquid were all together like that. Well, they did see a bunch of them on the ward, but felt like they could get the catch before the Axe. Here we go.
Yeah, so Zai gets the BKB off. They tried to pop Mickey, but they just didn't have the damage. It's a little tricky when back in the live game, Boxy looking pretty dead. But yeah, they just didn't have the damage. It's a little tricky when they've gone for like right-click on the Tiny, but the puck has gone an E-Blade. And so they couldn't quite combo their damage together. I think even if they kill Mickey there, the fight is still going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, Sniper's completely uncontested on the high ground through the whole thing. Like, I don't even think the Morphling got off the Morph on him.
Yeah.
He was just that far away.
Yeah, Matsu is just sitting pretty. Oh. Who wants to come and hit the mid wave? Anybody interested? No, okay.
Yeah, not going to happen.
And okay, well, we're chilling for Roche. It's a fairly long respawn, so still another minute to go. And even with Boxy dead, Liquid using the Rolling Thunder, gonna go for a play here onto Innocence.
Yeah, and there's more heroes behind him as well. I think everyone else just needs to leave. Mickey probably just going to be able to get this kill onto, although they say that, they're actually turning around. They're jumping forward onto Mickey. He's the one who gets taken down instead. Huge turnaround from PSG LGD. Again, these little plays getting them the advantage here. And this is in Roshan territory. He's respawning in 30 seconds. They need Mickey for this.
Feels like just a miscommunication from Liquid, maybe not wanting to press forward, worried about Jin Q coming in with the black hole, and yeah, Mickey coming out of that Rolling Thunder, just wanting to get the Phoenix kill. Even if he gets it, it's certainly not worth it. Maybe they won't get punished for it, but looking a little antsy there. And now Liquid just gonna have to chill out. He does have a buyback, but I think they can hold the Roshan for long enough for him to just respawn. Spam some shrapnels.
Respawns. Let's see. Yeah, it's very difficult for LGD to actually get into the pit, even with this guy dead. But, well, Army says... No,
he's going to force it.
Fine, so.
All right, show me your buyback, Mickey. Are you going to contest me?
All right, thank you, Army, for completely proving me wrong. Yeah. Just walks into the pit and...
yeah, okay.
Liquid, well, they have to come to this. They're going to smoke themselves up. 17 seconds on the Pangolier. They don't know how low this Roche is just yet. A Shrapnel is going to reveal it, and now nothing to say, immediately jumping in once again, trying to bring down Insania. Will be able to do so. BKB from Matu as he just runs himself away. I'm pretty sure Ame just wants to get back in the pit, but he won't be allowed to do so as Zai jumps in with the call. E-Blade comes out, Black Hole comes out, but absolutely nothing caught inside of it. And now they'll look over towards Zai. Zai, I'm not sure he's getting away from this one. Ame is going to be able to take him out, and oh no, they find Matumba Man as well. Nothing to say, gets a big wraparound and catches out the sniper. LGD will return to the pit. Is there anything you can do? The buybacks are there, but it's too little, too late. Mickey's in though. He's trying to lock down this Morphling, but he's got an Aegis and so much HP to work with. There's nothing really to be done from Liquid there. Buybacks for absolutely nothing. As LGD once again, just like game number one, find the huge turnaround moments for themselves.
Amazing patience from Nothing to Say. He kind of slipped into the background there after getting the initial kill. So he kills Insania here, kind of resets away, lets the rest of the team make the space. He's chilling. I think they're hitting the tombstone this whole time.
Eyes on the Matumba Man here as well.
Yeah.
And eyes on Nothing to Say.
He pressed all of his defensive buttons really early after Faith Beyond jumped in on top of him, and now the instant that Nothing to Say sees him, he just annihilated him. Got a fight in the live game as well.
Yes, we do. Supernova comes down as Ame started this one, trying to get on top of Boxy, and he's going to be able to kill him off. It looks like, well, Sniper trying to do what he can from the sidelines, but can't really approach this fight too closely as the call comes through onto the puck, but he's got the Aeon Disc to keep himself alive. Ame taking a little bit of damage here, but just popping that Satanic and healing himself right the way up again. Nothing to Say, trying it again, but Matu keeping his distance from that terrifying Tiny as they close the gap onto Zai. They keep finding the kills on PSG LGD. Liquid, they can't stop the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, they just can't seem to structure their team fight. Can't seem to get the jumps. The puck is just coming in and out. The Tiny is jumping in and out. They're snapping at the heels of Liquid in these fights, and people are getting dragged off into the darkness, never to be seen again. Matu is kind of retreating up onto the high ground. Finally, he's got his back up against the wall, maybe feeling safe. But
I will become the tier 4s.
Yeah.
My brothers.
Oh, man. All right, this could end up being Liquid just having to sit back. Maybe we're on the trajectory for another 70-minute game, something like that. Liquid kind of running out of timings from here, though. There's still some room to grow on the Axe and the Pango, but the Morphling is absolutely huge. Nothing to Say has managed to catch up really nicely on this Tiny. And I don't know how you can ever confidently leave the high ground with the way that these last couple of fights have played out. They've just been out-executed by LGD.
They really, really have. Yeah, these fights have been absolutely beautiful. Just baiting out the BKBs, waiting out the timings. Like, there's no hardcore commit from LGD. It's very, very soft. But Liquid have no choice but to react so hard. Like, they have to put the BKB on the sniper there, or he's just going to get blown up. Like, that's the issue with these fights. And that's the issue with the sniper.
Yeah, the wall around him is crumbling a bit. The Liquid cores are somewhat being dealt with. Part of the problem is that they have, like, the two cores that they have don't really want to front line. Nice
Avalanche
DP
coming
in.
through. Zai's in here. Does he have the damage to take down this big Tiny? I mean, the rest of Liquid coming in to try and take him out, but in comes Innocence with the Sunray, healing him up, jumping in comes the Supernova, but they've taken down Nothing to Say, and now, well, there's a little bit of a lull in the fight, but Ame, he's jumping in deep here. He wants to try and find some targets on the backline. Faith Beyond's able to slow down Zai. Coil comes out, doesn't actually catch him, but he's still going to die regardless. Zai will die. Now, they've also found Boxy as well. Faith Beyond finding another. Mickey and Insania just waiting on the high ground, but at Matu, oh my god, Nothing to Say. That's a big jump, but the black hole comes out from Shikyu holding back the sniper. They've caught a big boy. Matu blinking away from this one, trying to get himself out with the full stuff, but he is going to survive, but his teammates will not. 4 dead on the side of Liquid. LGD. Ame is absolutely doing it this game. Any doubters, put you to shame.
That one death from Mickey and LGD just absolutely flipping a switch this game. Fight to fight.
They're going for it.
Yeah, they're heading straight in.
Tier 4 towers. Liquid, there is really nothing to be done. I mean, what can you do? They will go back. They will look towards the tier 3s, but Boxy and Snipe, I mean, they're respecting the possibility of buybacks on the side of Liquid, to be fair, but Ame, he's gonna force them, and actually Boxy, he could be in some trouble. Matu's coming aside from the cross. Oh, just about gonna help him get back into the fountain, but Nothing to Say in Ame. They're on the Ancient now. What more can you do? There is a disarm out onto the Sniper as well. A black hole for good measure. It's Nothing to Say. And Ame take down the Ancient, and they will take down Liquid with a huge 2-0. What a turnaround for this team in stark response to day number 1.
They have been looking phenomenal today. Fantastic 2-0 against OG. That was playing fast. That was winning their lanes, really steamrolling, and kind of a different look here against Liquid, a very different series, and yet LGD still just finding phenomenal teamfight execution, looking way, way crisper than they did on day number 1.
Yeah, it's really, really coming together for this team. This is LGD looking back in, maybe close to TI form, Let's be honest, their TI form is absolutely incredible. And these games still a little bit shaky, but they're getting there. They are absolutely getting there. And a bit of despair on the faces of Liquid. Not a series you can tell they were really expecting to lose. Especially, with the leaks from Scrim data and everything. Technically speaking, these guys apparently have been beating them a lot behind the scenes, but this time around, LGD get the upper hand.
Yeah, they certainly do, and with that, they actually drag Liquid down to their score level as well, right? Both of these teams now going to be at 6-4, so things getting pretty interesting in the upper bracket contest for Group A. But man, coming back after such a disastrous early game for LGD, got to remember that we were saying, oh, Nothing to Say's Tiny is the one that needs to run around and do things. Then he had like 2 or 3 back-to-back deaths. It was looking a little bit despair for PSG LGD, but they held on, they held their ground, they found some really nice pickoffs even into an Aegis and managed to turn the game.
Yep, absolutely. And, it's just LGD, their timing, their ability to just constantly be on the ball and fighting no matter the circumstances. If there is a window, they will jump through it. They will smash through it with their entire bodies to find that window opening. That is just what makes them this special team. And here, we see it going badly, right? Where they try and find an opportunity, but Liquid are ready for them. That happens a lot in the early game, but Liquid, they just keep on hammering through, and eventually the doors of Liquid do break.
Yeah, the ability to just like bounce back from some of these fights going so poorly and still pick yourselves up, dust yourselves off, and be like, yeah, we'll get them next time, is fantastic. Really looking good. Not sure what else to say. And of course, some mistakes from Liquid a little bit, showing that they are, they're still human. These games do come down to sometimes just 1 or 2 little things. And PSG LGD taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, they didn't quite have the patience in some of these engagements, I want to say, but then, as we mentioned in the cast, how can you have the patience? You're still a sniper at the end of the day. If there's a Tiny upon you, you need to press your BKB, or if there's a possibility of a Tiny upon you, you need to press your BKB, and the moment the BKB is down, the Tiny's just going to wait. Yeah. That's the problem with this fight, and every fight subsequent to it. It was so brutal, and here at the end, this final engagement kind of just came down to, I don't know. It looked good for Liquid. I was feeling it at the start, but yeah.
Yeah, I think this was their game to win, but we did see why PSG LGD made the adjustments that they did to have both the Puck and the Tiny end up as the cores, sticking the Tiny on the mid lane. Even no matter how much net worth Matu got to, nothing to say, it was still just such a big problem for him.
And good old Enigma as well. Every single time. How many times do we need to say this? You reach the late game, and eventually he was able to get off a game-winning black hole, able to catch out Matu on the high ground. It takes him down, you know. Obviously not the Enigma fests we've seen in other games, but Jinkyu absolutely doing what he needed to do at the end there to catch out the sniper and put an end to Liquid's shenanigans. But yeah, I don't know. Who would you call MVP? I have no idea personally.
I'm tempted to give it to Nothing to Say, actually. The early game was rough, but he stuck the landing super hard and was absolutely instrumental in that fight where they started the comeback, right? It was like he killed the Undying, and then they reset, and then he came back in, and he killed the Rubik right after he stole Coil, and that just like completely collapsed the team fight from Liquid. And then that last catch that we saw on the sniper as well was beautiful. So he's having a hell of a day of Dota today, Nomad.
He absolutely is, yeah. Earlier on versus OG, having some incredible performances, and now repeating the same thing versus Liquid. And yes, and the whole of PSG LGD Edge certainly gearing up to put in a hell of a run here at TI, at least if this game 2, this day 2 is anything to go by. Whew, need to cool down. I mean, that was an absolute smackdown. What a 2-game series as well, has to be said. Liquid were amazing competitors, like making the series so damn close. Like both games, Liquid were ahead. I think that's kind of why it's probably a more painful defeat for them, because you can see it on their faces. They know they had that game. They know that both of those games, there was a point where they could have closed it out, and they weren't able to do so. LGD just kept on jumping them. So in the end, it's going to be a 2-0 for PSG LGD here for the 4th series of the day. And we have the panel to recap us on the day's actions so far. Over to you, Natty.
It's well and truly comeback day 4, LGD. They get the clean 2-0 over Liquid, adding to their score there. Nice and sweet. Game 2 maybe not so much, but let's focus on game 1 first, Kezu. And you can give me a little bit of a rundown for how that one went in LGD's favor.
Yeah, so both games were actually pretty nice to watch. So if people who didn't see it, they should go back here in the draft. You see some Enigma versus Bristol matchup, which my good old friend T-Panda wants to touch up on.
Yeah, I mean, quick remarks. Enigma versus Bristleback, it's an absolute pain to lane with an Enigma. And as you can see in a clip coming up just right now, Kez, you want to take away how he plays well?
Yeah, so here we see, we have this Enigma matchup where you always get pushed back. But what I want to highlight here is Ame on this live. So you have 3-man Black Hole. Look at him. He's going to drop down from the Leshrac, but no. Ame comes in with the infest, gets out, gives him the HP, gives him the damage, and they get to pretty much turn around this fight, killing like 2 or 3 heroes and defending their tower, using their first Black Hole well. So this is absolutely great. And then in one of the next clips that we can look at, I just want to highlight the map layout that Liquid are playing in. They have the 2 killers together, Leshrac and Primal Beast. You have Beastmaster bottom, where Undying right now, he's playing in between Bristleback and the Beast to break smokes. They will kill Faith Beyond here, and then 2 minutes ahead of time in the next clip, you're going to have the exact same thing happening again, because they're playing the killing duo together on the map, which is beautiful. And now the man of the map for me is the Criminal. Criminal, Jinkyu on his Tiny. Let's watch it first time. Top left. There it is. He gets Roshan, he gets the Aegis. And this is not the only thing that's going to happen in this game, because 10 minutes later, he strikes again. He gets 2 Roshan kills. The first Aegis. This Aegis he didn't quite get, but he stole both Aegis kills. 1 Aegis. I don't know what I'm saying. And the shard. That's fine. Because I just messed up. But
that's fine.
Now we have one more clip in this game, which is just going to be one of the final fights, where they do a toss back to the Lina, who has a DD rune, and Matamba Man, who thinks he's strong. He, turns out, I'm actually not strong. He just dies right away. And this was the biggest turning point for LGD in the first game.
Looking a lot cleaner for them than what we saw in that game number 2. It started out very much in Liquid's favor. In fact, most of us here, if not all of us, thought
Yeah,
that it was
we
gonna
don't
be...
actually
Okay,
care
cool.
about the second
thank
game
you.
because all we need to care about is this comment by Matamba. Pay attention to the chat. Both Faithbian and Matu are sadly retiring, or at least they have announced as much. Faithbian drops the LOL in the chat. Now we have some good old smiles from the two players. Yes, the game was amazing.
Great analysis.
Back and forth, but this
We want
is
more
all
player
we're here
cam.
for.
More player cam.
Interactions. Player interaction, it's important.
Was that actually all you were going to say
Yes.
about... Oh, really?
This is all that matters about this
I
game.
thought
right?
you were
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, okay. I mean, whilst I agree,
It was
I
a
thought
very
there was
good
going to be
game,
more.
so whoever hasn't seen it, please go watch it.
Yeah,
but
we're not going to break it down for you, though,
No.
because you guys should have just watched it. If you did
Exactly.
it, though, you can just rewind. Go watch it now. But yeah, LGD 2-0, like I said, really needed for their points after a bit of a sad day one for them. Another team that got a 2-0, though, Fear, was OG over Sonics on the B stream.
Yeah, they sure did. Spoiler alert, but
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
Sorry, spoiler alert. The panel here is going to tell you the results of all the games.
yeah. So, and this is game number 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't think I did not watch much of this game. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna.
All you need to
touch
know
on
is
number
OG
2.
got Oracle, Morph. That's it.
They tried the Drow against it, didn't work out. They got a Bat Rider. Unfortunate to be an NA Dota fan today, unfortunately, as we are going in and not getting many wins here on our true American teams. Which,
That was not a spoiler, though.
yeah,
That's
I mean,
what it's... Oh, my gosh.
but in this game, there's a Sand King. Like that's like quite literally one of the first Sand Kings of the tournament.
It was, yeah, it was.
Holy. I have
It
not
took some
seen a
time.
Sand King in a long time. And
Why? Why do you
this game-
feel?
I don't know why, but I do want to talk about game number 2. Sand King is kind of like a weak hero right now. He's one of the weakest Blink stunts.
Well, you can stop
Like
talking about...
Centaur's okay. What other Blink stunts? Axe, we see some Axe, that one's okay. I think Sand King is just on the lowest tier of all of them.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. But sadly, I wanted to talk about game number 2.
Yeah,
here,
you're going to have to
where-
do it, though, with no clip.
That is totally fine. I can do
Perfect.
without a clip.
Okay.
In that particular game, Sonics were up like for 10 minutes, 13 kills to 0, right? And OG got their first kill at 10 minutes into that game, which was, you know, looking good if you're a Sonics fan. And then moving onwards into that game, they continued to dominate. They were dominating throughout all the early game, and then they lost Roshan. Then all of a sudden, they were kind of back on OG here.
You get the clips there.
And the clips are here. And then all of a sudden, they got the first Aegis here. There it is. It's on the Lone Druid. And from here on out, Sonics, they just kind of kept losing their net worth. It was 9K here. They're losing every single fight. They kind of felt like they're crumbling. And I really would like for them as a team to, like, maybe just calm down a little bit, think about when things go wrong. It feels like they're really overreacting to like every single team fight that's going badly, and it's snowballing out of control. And pretty much the last fight of the game, it was very, very crucial. The Timbersaw blinked in, got the Aegis, killed the Ember and the Mirana right away, and they just went for the throne straightly after that. And Sonics, very, very sad day for them. I thought this is their map. I think they really needed... Laylis was beyond godlike. I feel like he's had a
Quinn
really
is here
rough
too,
tournament.
actually.
Yeah, he was beyond godlike on Laylis, and then after that, he just kind of fell flat in this game.
It's a classic viewer experience. You walk to the fridge and you come back and the guys, what happened here?
You blink and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden it's
done.
OG taking the throne. Do want to ask though, while we're still on this topic of this one, Kezu, do you think that's a Sonics thing that's kind of always been present in the team?
Well, sadly, yes. And I'm not sure that they're fixing that right now. It looks like they have not. Obviously, for them, it's not over yet.
Yeah, for sure.
But
But
they
that
need
ability
to-
to be able to reset in the middle of a game.
Yeah, I think it's just a skill that they currently do not have, and it is something that someone right now has to address for them.
All right, well, let's quickly speed through what else is going on because the C stream, Game 1 going the side of RNG as they were up against GG, Gaming Gladiators. Game 2 has not finished. T-Pen, very much quickly take us through this one.
Yeah, so basically in the first game, you got Leshrac that got out of hands. Seems like a very common theme these days. Chalice went 3-1 and 24 as well on his last pick. Darkseer against the Luna, and that's usually a matchup that feels like, all right, well, Darkseer is actually going to enjoy this one for the team because there's a Luna there. Grab a very strong illusion for yourself. This was RNG just playing pretty clinical, basic Dota in the end. But Gaming Gladiators, they've been in this situation a couple times this tournament where they aren't able to score kills, but look at those combos. There's so much you can go with this Darkseer. You have the Snap. We saw a beautiful Mortimer Kisses combo come out there. And already jumping into Game 2 draft, And I think, as we were kind of spoiler alerts already mentioned before, RNG did take this series with this draft. So good success in general for RNG, and China is looking pretty good today.
They're looking fantastic in that group. Another game that we do have to mention, a little bit of a sad news for NA fans if you're a Sonics team, though if you're an EG NA fan, Fear, I know man of many words, but summarize as quickly as possible the EG series that played out.
The EG series, well, this one was just the Nightfall show. He
Great
showed
analysis.
Up, he literally just showed up both games, ended up playing the Beastmaster, dumpstered the Morphling. Like, it was not even close. He was the #1 net worth in this game for pretty much the entirety of the game, as you can see here. And this is even with Morph recovering. He was really far down there from the laning stage. And it really never felt like EG was ever going to lose this game, just by how much Nightfall had a presence in this game.
Nightfall in general right now in this tournament, I just want to highlight how important he is for the team. He is the #1 farming offlaner in the tournament by every statistic at the moment, and he also you still had some clips on this one?
I mean, no, that's basically
all
the
right.
game, and
Yeah,
we're gonna just pretty much see the next game too as well, and then he's gonna be on his Broodmother, and it's basically just the EG style right now. Nightfall will be given a Zoo hero. In pretty much every game, you'll see him on his Broodmother. This game, yet again, dumpsters his lane. But this game, RTC showed up too, and he also dumpstered his lane. So this was just a beatdown by EG against Hikori here. Hikori losing their first 2-0, I think, to EG here, and just going to show EG, you know, they did lose to Liquid, but they're back today, and Nightfall, he really showed up in this series.
Yeah. Shout out to Lermer as well, bringing up a pretty interesting stat about the Brood, and especially here in Nightfall, making the earliest Vlads on Brood in TI history since TI3 at 10 minutes, 24 seconds. This has included DPC's Majors TI qualifier since TI3. You don't always get to see the Vlads on the Brood, but when you do, Nightfall is going to beat you to it.
EG definitely having a lot of success with Nightfall, a great pickup for them. Looking nice here at TI. So let's have a look at the standings. We see a few shifts potentially happening in the team. Sorry, I don't know why I lost my train of thought. But Group A over there, RNG still standing out. EG very closely behind, so they're looking nice to be securing upper bracket. On the bottom, though, it is GG and Hikori tied. Boom, then Sonics and Bet Boom. We actually have the Bet Boom Boom series still going on. I think Game 2 is happening because Game 1 went to 54 minutes. Both teams seeming to have the play style that they're struggling to close out. But either way, that one's over there if you guys want to catch up on Group A a bit more. But Group B, this is our final series. This is our 5th one. It's Spirit up against TSM. Normally, I would ask you guys for any information, but they're already ready for us. So we just have to jump straight on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, indeed. Jumping into our final series of the day, and this one is going to be TSM versus Team Spirit base game.
Yeah, this one should be good. Definitely exciting. Both teams. Spirit's been looking pretty good. They did drop a couple of games. TSM sort of in a similar position to LGD in that previous series, where they're looking to pick up some momentum. They're important to start knocking some wins under their belt if they want to have any hope of getting into the upper bracket. They've had a rough day. They did just come off a pretty difficult 2-0 defeat to Secret. So see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, TSM really needs to start to get some wins coming through. It hasn't been an easy group stage for them so far. Some wins would definitely be required. Currently sitting joint bottom of the group with Beast Ghost and Talon after today's events, as you say, getting a nasty little 2-0. And yeah, just generally not looking too hot right now. Certainly no flashbacks to the Stockholm Major for these guys. But, you know, another team where we can definitely say the mentality is strong. They talk a lot about how they trust each other, about how they touch grass together and all that stuff, and how they have a lot of fun in each other's company. So certainly not going to be a negative momentum. Shouldn't affect them too much, I would hope. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we have the side of Team Spirit. I mean, obviously TI hopefuls, but group stage, you know, not looking super dominant just yet.
Yeah, their score's not bad. They're currently 5-3 in the group, but they have played some of the weaker teams, at least based on the standings so far. And they took a 2-0 over Entity, dropped a game against Fnatic, dropped a game against Talon, dropped a game against Thunder. They did draw all of those series, but still yet to play some of these top dogs that are shaping up in Group B. So still going to be important that they try and get some more wins here and we'll just have to see how they go. I've liked their drafting. They've been showing some kind of interesting stuff. They picked up a collapsed Night Stalker earlier. We haven't seen a whole lot of that. That looked pretty good. So can't wait to see what they've got in store for us here.
Yep, certainly going to be an interesting game draft-wise. Both of these teams capable of kind of mixing things up when required. And I think the Night Stalker is definitely going to be one we see probably picked up at some point or banned out at some point in this draft.
They did lose that game, but so don't get too excited. But yeah, just bringing it up as Team Spirit. Some of these teams, we're still seeing plenty of diversity here in the TI-11 groups. Okay, heading into it. Got Primal Beast banned out. Got the Enigma banned out. We've seen a few reminders today of like, oh, can we let the Enigma through? Maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't let the Enigma through. And Team Spirit were on the receiving end of one of those against Thunder Awaken in game number 1. So yeah, with that, they're just gonna get rid of it this time around.
Yeah, from the last series as well, I think that was a good reminder for everybody that just don't do it to yourself. Just don't put yourself in that situation where you have to go, oh wait, but there's an Enigma, and then you get Black Hole.
Yeah, there's a reason that it's a first phase hero, and I think a lot of that does come back to just it takes multiple picks to deal with it in the draft, so it's very easy to just kind of stick out there, and then the enemy team has to kind of scramble and think, oh, what do we have? What are we comfortable with dealing with this time?
10 seconds.
And Broodmother as a first phase ban. Team Spirit taking a look at the picks from TSM. They did do this as a not first overall. It was the second pick of the draft, but they did first phase a Broodmother in that series that they just played against Team Secret. So Team Spirit not willing to deal with that. We have seen the Brood creeping up the priority list, itsy bitsy spider style, for a couple of these teams.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, Saberlight, Enigma, and Broodmother, both very much in his wheelhouse, in his comfort zone. He's been playing these heroes since the dawn of time, especially Enigma. It's been a respect ban against him all season long, and now the hero is this hard in meta. I think we're just not going to see TSM get to play with it very much.
Yeah, probably not going to be. Are they going to take Shadow Fiend here? It's been very popular. They have taken it as an opener. I don't know if you want to give it away. Marcy SF seems pretty scary. So yeah, I like this Undying, especially when the Marcy's been left in the pool. And I think it's one of these ways that you can maybe leave the Marcy through and then be less worried about it. Still going to be very powerful in the mid game, but at least Undying's going to keep her down in the early game.
A zombie and a demon as the opener. Very scary indeed. Very fitting as we approach Halloween as well.
Yep, spooky season for sure. Themed draft, absolutely. TSM getting that buff. What else do we need? Still like a Pudge, Clinks. What other spooky heroes you got, Nomad?
Death Prophet. Very scary.
Yeah. Gotta think about the ghosts, of course. I was just on the skeletons and the zombies. But okay, so for Spirit, what's the plan? Are you going to try and outrange this SF?
Yes.
We've seen this Drow Ranger be pretty
yes.
successful. Yeah. Okay, well, time to just protect your Drow then, I suppose. They did. It looked like it should have been. Again, I'm talking about this series that they played against Thunder earlier. That game 1, they did have a Drow Ranger that looked like it should have had an okay game, and it just got absolutely run at. So this time around, going to have to make sure that they are able to protect Yatoro and make sure that he can get what he wants out of the game.
Yeah, stand and deliver. I mean, it's the problem with the early Drow is that you need to make sure that they're not going to be able to get any of these heroes which are super good against Drow. Like, they're obviously going to get something which gets on top of you. You can't play around that, so yeah, any offlaners you're scared of, which could specifically mess up the Drow Ranger, maybe in lane or even after the game, after lane's over.
So I'm just trying to look at what TSM have been playing. I don't know that they've necessarily picked it, but I feel like the Centaur comes to mind a little bit. They did play it during ESL 1 Malaysia, though of course that's a little while ago, but definitely a hero that's good at getting everybody in on top of the Drow Ranger and making her life miserable. And yeah, the Mars is also definitely good, annoying for these ranged carries to have to play against. Not even so much about getting on top of her, but if you just put the arena down and don't have to care about where the Drow is because you're blocking all of her shots, that's pretty sweet.
Yep. Doobie and Coach Misery getting to work. Big brains merging together to create one Giga Brain to defeat Team Spirit.
Well, you know, Team Spirit got a little bit of that of their own going on. Silent looking like a very, very capable coach, certainly.
You could say that.
Yep.
Say that.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would.
Got
would
some
argue too
accolades.
much.
Yeah, trophy cabinet's pretty full.
Yeah. Okay, so TSM. Just getting rid of the Visage so far. Mirana also gonna go. Okay, so they're imagining that this Drow Ranger is leading into some kind of like full Drow Ranger strategy. Though I have seen teams, and I think even that game that I was talking about for Spirit earlier, there were no other ranged heroes. There was nobody else to really buff up. So I don't know if it's necessary that they're going to grab something like that. Could just end up being kind of an entourage, meat wall, front line for the Drow instead in this spot.
Do you like a nice meat wall? Delicious.
Trying to think about it too much. What has looked good for TSM? What have they won with?
They have won 2 games so far. They managed to get themselves
Yeah.
2 draws today, in fact. So versus Talon, their draft was the same opening. They had the Undying and the... No, I'm looking at Team Spirit, never mind.
Wrong tab.
Last series of the day. Hard to prep for this.
Yeah, so they could. They had a Pudge SF in one of the games that they won. This was the same opening. Actually, well, slightly different opening because they had the Marcy, but yeah, they got the SF early on. The Pudge maybe seems a little bit tricky. I think you want something that can get in on top of the Drow a little bit more convincingly.
Yeah, Pudge v Drow is kind of like, if you hook her, great. If you don't, and that's a hard thing to rely on, even for a pro. That's a very unlikely thing to happen, unfortunately. In the other game they won, they did run a Morphling. That is still in the pool, so still a possibility, perhaps. But of course, Drow very good against the Morphling. So
yeah, running SF and Morph together seems a little weird. You've already got your big range damage dealer. I don't really see the incentive to snag another one here. So what else could we be looking at? I guess maybe like some kind of PA or something coming out. Stick the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. Bane definitely going to be annoying here. Team Spirit very, very good at utilizing the vision, especially at nighttime. There's 2 supports have incredible laning prowess now, so whatever matchup they end up into against the offlane should be just fine. Marcy plus Drow, good. Bane plus Drow, also really good. Undying's lane actually looking like it could be pretty tough. We have even seen the Undying, if he ends up in the off lane, kind of struggle against the Drow to a certain extent, as Spirit are going to go in for this long range damage dealers as they put the Lina and the Drow together.
Team Spirits turn
yeah, it's
to
pretty
bat.
brutal. And Dawnbreaker comes out from TSM. All right, shaking things up a bit. I like it.
Yeah, I've seen it work for Thunder. I don't know if there's been too many other teams that have been picking it, but definitely a hero that can get up in your face. If you can get into the Ags, that's going to be really, really nice to just lay down on top of the Shadow Fiend and protect him from all of this right-click damage coming in. Does look like it's going to be... Actually, I'm not sure. Could be Core, could still be Core Undying, and the Dawn being played as a support. But given the position that it's coming out in the draft, I kind of get the feeling that it's just going to be that Core Dawnbreaker. And we do get the PA ban
really
from
dislike
Spirit.
Core Undying, I think. I don't think it does well in the lane. And the Dawnbreaker's nice and sticky as well. You know, it's going to stay on top of this Drow, which I think is really important. You can get the initiation, then you just follow her around and don't let her leave the fight or stay there, attacking your team by herself.
I almost want to see TSM picking like maybe a pause to revenge or something here. I think we saw one game of that versus Alina in the LCQ, and it just looked great. Like these heroes like Lina and Drow just do not deal with getting swapped. And it's very, very difficult to itemize because you kind of need if you want to block it, you're going to need a BKB and a Linken's. So it's tricky. But maybe not exactly what TSM are looking at here. I guess that would then have to be pause 1 Dawn and SF heading to the mid lane, which I'm not sure if that's what they're looking at. Maybe just leaning at the Dawnbreaker 3. That seems to be the read from Spirit as well, right? With the PA getting banned.
Yeah, it seems to be. Though, I don't know. I still kind of feel like it's okay to put the SF safe if you want to, but.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad. You would have to find a matchup that you're comfortable with versus the Lina at mid, which we have seen Lina kind of be the queen of the mid lane, especially when there isn't anybody to really come and gank her. Like the exception in that last series that we saw was Boxy on the Primal Beast turning mid lane into very much not a 1v1. And okay, the Centaur's banned, but it's not by Team Spirit. It's actually TSM taking it off the cards here. They definitely need some kind of frontliner, somebody that can go in and absorb some spells. They got damage in spades. They do not need any more damage. Just need someone to go and give them the information.
Yep, big tanky boy to shove on the front lines and hold back the lines of TSM. Be a damage sponge, and the Storm now banned out. Okay, so Team Spirit, they don't really have a hard read on where this SF is going, and I don't think TSM are hard committed to where the SF is going. They are just looking at their options, and they will pick whatever they feel like is best for the job. Oh, no Collapse Magnus today, unfortunately.
Think of a Collapse hero. Magnus. Okay, yeah. Get rid of it. I don't know if I would have liked to see the Mag that much here. Like it's not a hero that wants to go in first or go in like front line necessarily. I really think they need something in the like Underlord vein. Okay, well this is kind of there. God, they have so much damage now.
So much.
You get hit by the Amplify and
yeah.
you're not gonna have a fun time.
I mean, this is looking like a very in and out kind of draft. One of those ones where you're not really looking to take the full-on 5v5 smash-down engagement, but rather play around the sides, jump in, jump out. You've got the Marcy, you've got the Slardar, you can kind of play around the fights a bit. It's all about basically just avoiding the Dawnbreaker and trying to kind of, outmaneuver TSM in the team fights. That's what this draft does.
100%, because they don't have any big teamfight ults or like cooldowns that they have to wait for. So it's all about abusing the move speed and the mobility to try and get TSM to press a button, like use the Requiem or use the Tombstone. And okay, TSM just gonna ask Tomato what is the 1v5 hero this game, and he will respond with the Nagasaran. It can be really good against this kind of playstyle that we're talking about from Spirit. I just get the song, get the lockdown, take the team fight. And definitely good matchup against the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, good matchup against the Drow. A little bit worried about the AoE stuns of Collapse, Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira. You got 3 to worry about there, so no safety in numbers here for Tomado, but at the same time, definitely looks like a game which could be solo carried. The double anti-armor strat with Bryle also coming into play a little bit here. Also, you can get off that song, Saberlight can come down and save everybody, and then Doobie can throw down the tombstones. They've got a lot of setup, a lot of response, a lot of reset for these fights, which, as I mentioned before, about the kind of outmaneuvering, that's going to be way harder now. So conceptually, I think this Nagasaran might work out for them.
Yeah, I like it. And his lane should be super free as well, right? It's at least at face value here, it's an Undying into double melee strength, which we have not seen be very successful or very fun. We saw that Brewmaster, was it the Brewmaster Marcy lane that just got completely dominated by the Undying. So we'll see if Dubu can bring a little bit of that this game.
Yeah, and I'm super interested to see how Team Spirit play it as well, because, this is a big answer. As we said, they've got the reset buttons, so they're not just going to have to outmaneuver them. They're going to have to outmaneuver them and then outmaneuver them again and then outmaneuver them again, and it's kind of like outmaneuver. I don't know, but Team Spirit can absolutely do that. They can absolutely play to that level. And of course, you know, all strategy goes out the window with a significant advantage coming out of the laning phase as well. That could also happen. There's a lot of variables in this game and a lot of ways that both teams could get the advantage over the other. I'm not sure I can comfortably predict, but I am leaning TSM a little bit. I think their draft just makes a little bit more sense. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm mostly on TSM just because I think the Slardar is so important for this lineup for Spirit, and I don't see him necessarily having a great start, which is really going to just slow down everything else because he's really the most important piece of the puzzle.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 1 in this best of 2 series. It is TSM FTX versus Team Spirit here at the TI-11 group stages. A best of 2 matchup to find out who's going to get those all-important, juicy points.
And like we said, TSM trying to ward off, potentially even ward off elimination at this point. You know, still a hope. It's still early enough that they could make it into the upper side of the bracket, but they are down there at the bottom of Group B currently.
Yeah, a lot of Dota still to be played, don't forget. We are sitting on a 10-person group stage, so, well, 20-team group stage if you look at both groups, so a lot of Dota still on the cards as TSM come up the high ground. See Team Spirit. Team Spirit just going to kind of scatter and avoid them though, so this mob of heroes just going to be kind of ignored for the most part.
Yeah, they've got the bonus night vision on the Bane, so actually he can see them while they can't see him.
DB, he's just like, is he around here? I'm not sure. Steps closer, Miposhka steps away, Miposhka steps closer. A little bit of a dance in the nighttime here between these two teams.
They're going to go.
Yeah, Dubu actually overshoots it on Mirror there, but is it going to matter? I'm not too sure. Dubu, not quite sure he's tanky enough here as he is just going to walk them away from the rest of his team to make sure he's the only one that goes down.
Well, another another mid lane matchup, perhaps thwarted from being a clean 1v1 by Toronto Tokyo just getting the first blood. It's going to be pretty happy with that. And they get the D ward up on the high ground. Okay, that's a rough start for TSM.
Yeah, I think he might have spotted that. Just noticed that he had a ward when he came back into the vision of the Bane. It was no longer there. Bam, bam, bam. So, here are your lanes. We've got Toronto Tokyo versus Brawl in the middle lane. On the Lina versus the SF, going to be a slight advantage for Toronto Tokyo. Maybe turning into a fairly significant one with the first blood.
So I think both of the side lanes should be wins for TSM. Of course, you know, Mira, as we're seeing, he can try and make a whole bunch of shenanigans happen. Does Dubu get him in time? He gets the range.
Mid.
Oh, God.
He's able to bring him down. Bryle just chases him down with the triple raises. That is how you do it. Bryle bouncing out the middle lane the only way he knows how.
How did that happen? Did you see that? I was...
Yeah, watching the whole thing.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just trying to stand there and dragon slave him down, but yeah, Bryle just chased him to the end of the earth.
All right, so much for your mid lane advantage. Toronto Tokyo only has 2 CS to his name so far. Gonna be pretty happy that he got that first blood so that it didn't get handed over to the Shadow Fiend there.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very small silver lining. Is it? Well, at least it wasn't first blood, right, guys?
Yeah.
Damn, Bryle. I mean, this guy is a very old bottom lane. They move forward on Yatoro, and they're going to be able to kill him off. Another one for TSM as they get things started in this laning phase. Top lane, it's not over yet. Collapse getting pretty low. Trying to fight up into Dubu here, but Dubu standing around. He's got all these mangoes and a fairy fire, so no chance of him going down, actually, is in the bottom fight. It keeps on happening. Saberlight under the tower. Maybe he's taken a step too far forward here, but there's the tower aggro going onto the creeps instead, as in the top lane, Mirror will fall, and Saberlight just about survives down at bottom. Not quite caught out by the multi-shot off the Drow, as... well, there's chaos in the laning phase right now.
TSM coming out in this laning phase and just throwing haymakers, like, absolutely going for it. I cannot believe that Saberlight is under the tier 1 tower at, like, 2 minutes into the game, but punishing this Drow Ranger pick super hard. Miposhka gets to level 2 now, so maybe they can do a little bit more with the Nightmare, but...
Yeah, Yeah, possibly. Meanwhile, at top, Collapse and Mirror are just trying to kind of tag team onto Dubu, using that sidekick along with the Bash of the Deep to get a bit of damage off onto the Undying, but he just doesn't care. He's a big, big boy.
Yeah, and they absolutely can't go for the Naga. Tomato's sitting on 11 armor currently, and you've only really got physical damage other than the rebound. So totally free lane for Tomato. Just going to get an enormous amount of farm. And Brawl continuing to make this mid lane look really good for Shadow Fiend. He's got as many denies as Toronto Tokyo has last hits. More now.
A little miss there on the high ground raise for Bryle, so Toronto Tokyo will be able to get a slight advantage back in this lane, at least for now.
This mid lane's stressful. They're both a little bit low. It's like a triple raise on one side versus maybe a stun and some auto attacks on the other to get the kill.
Ooh, he goes forward for the range creep. That might cost him his life, though. Toronto Tokyo, he's got the sticks, but doesn't have the Dragon Slave for another 1 second. We'll chase him under the tower, but the one is there, or the Fairy Fire that was, sorry. As Bryle keeps himself alive on the absolute precipice there. And it's down at bottom. Down he goes again. Maposhka going on a merry walk with Saberlight, and unfortunately meets the sticky end of the hammer.
We talked about it earlier, but why did people stop picking this hero again?
Good question.
It's suddenly making a comeback here in TI-11 groups.
Yeah, it does work. If you can dominate the lane like this, the hero just looks ridiculously good. And Yatoro, oh, how did he miss that silence? Well, he gets the other side of them on Saberlight. The silence, the sleep will cancel out Saberlight's Starbreaker. They will put Yatoro to sleep. Moonmeander going to break it with the Crystal Nova. Yatoro gets a kill, but will be dying here as Saberlight now dominating here in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, up atop, they're chasing down Collapse. Dubu and Tomato get on top of him, bing down the Fishy. And that is another kill for TSM. My goodness, 2-7 in this laning phase at the moment.
Collapse does get kill credit for that one as Dubu dies to the tower. So getting something at the very least. Didn't wait long enough. I think Mira was off looking at the mid lane, trying to see if they could find a kill there, but Collapse getting punished super hard for his Marcy not being there.
Yeah, Mira trying to make the difference, but it's really, really tough. Moonmeander trying to come in on the side. Oh, Toronto Tokyo reads it well. Steps away and doesn't get caught in that Nova.
TSM support's coming in, giving a bottle refill, maybe a back rub, a high five, anything that Brawl wants. The side lanes are doing fine, though actually while they're away, Tomato in some danger.
Yeah, he's being chased down. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Mirror and Collapse got to get on top of him. Whilst the supports are away, the offlaners will play. And Tomato gonna lose his life up at top.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo wanted that 600 and he's gonna be able to deny it over the top of Dubu. Okay, nobody gets it.
Poshka taking some hits, but also dealing some hits. Although he's sticking around for a very long time against Moonmeander here. I'm pretty sure Saberlight's just going to Starbreaker him down here. Yatoro already using the silence, so no chance of stopping that one, but maybe Yatoro can get a bit of revenge. I mean, those frost arrows are annoying, but they're certainly not deadly, and Saberlight, he's got himself a sacrifice, but it's not going to be enough, or is it? Yatoro turning around and fighting, but he's got no help. No one's coming to help him out here. Starbreaker swings him down, and Yatoro, he is going to die in the bottom lane. My God. Sorry, 5-0-1 on this
can't wait.
right
There's
now.
still action on Dubu here. He's getting
Okay,
done.
all right. Yep, being alley-ooped by Mira. One more hit will do the job. Collapse brings him down. It's going to be a kill going the way of Mr. Collapse. They're getting things started in the offlane here. Team Spirit are getting a bit of momentum coming back in their favor.
Yeah, very important that they're getting this. Collapse just straight rushes the Mask of Madness. Didn't even have boots. Still more action.
Down in the bottom lane, yeah, Yatoro just kind of guns down Moonmeander as Maposhka makes a really nice little rotation in. Saberlight going for the TP, but the rebound's there. Cancels it out, and they will be able to get Yatoro a bit of space down here in the bottom lane.
And just like that, lanes that seemed like they were getting completely dominated by TSM do get turned around somewhat by Team Spirit. You know, Collapse is kind of looking fine. They've salvaged bot somewhat. I'm trying to punish Collapse up top.
They're going for it, yeah. And they've got the Frostbite there to keep him solid. And Moonmeander will be grabbing that kill onto the Fishy. But Mira also getting run down on the side here as Bra's going to be able to scoop up that one, so that's going to give him a little bit of catch-up gold, which he did actually need as he is starting to struggle in this mid.
18 kills in 8 minutes.
Come on, Base Skip, don't let the tempo drop.
Yeah,
Toronto Tokyo moving on to Moon Meander. Laguna Blade comes out, but it's not enough damage to finish the job as Moon Meander trying to play around the vision. Toronto Tokyo just eat the tree, and they will be able to kill off the CN as Brawl tries to pop in from the side, gets put to sleep by Miposhka. Which raise does he have? He's got a long one if he can close the gap here on Miposhka. Oh, the one comes out from the Bane. That'll keep him alive. Toronto Tokyo hammering down Tomato from the logo. Oh, Miposhka dares to come back in and gets himself killed off. Bryle does grab that kill. Bottom lane now. Jesus Christ. Bottom lane now. Saberlight trying to chase down on Toronto Tokyo, but going to be thrown around by Mira. Going for the TP out, and there is no cancel, and they don't have the damage. So he's going to get himself away.
20 kills. Keep going, no man. I don't need to talk. This is this is all
paycheck today.
Yeah, it's all explaining itself. Yeah, but if you switch it over to the net worth, as we see, Collapse is suddenly #1. Toronto Tokyo, even with that death, still doing fantastically on the Lina. Hasn't been getting too involved around the map, but did just pick up that kill on the CM. And it seems like somehow Team Spirit just stick in the landing, even after the way that the beginning of the landing stage went.
Yeah, quite a tumble they've taken, but somehow, as you say, end up on the crash mat, feet firmly planted. And Mira even going to go forward here onto Bryle. LSA comes down as well. Laguna Blade to finish the job, and that is a dead Shadow Fiend. Mavoshka already looking for more, but Dubu wisely backing himself away. But this leaves the tower undefended, and Toronto Tokyo going to blast out a ton of damage onto the middle lane here.
Yeah, he's feeling confident because they had a ward on the high ground, but Mposhka and Mira just happened to be on the other side. And they get the Nightmare onto Dubu as well.
Yeah, drag back. Toronto Tokyo lands the LSA. Collapse dying, though, up on the top side, but it is Dubu that will fall over towards the mid. Elsewhere, it does look like it was the first usage of the Solar Guardian to turn things around for Tomato as they throw out the ensnare and get the catch on to Slaughter.
Yeah, I clicked on Saberlight earlier and it was on cooldown, so I think that might be the second, but yeah, still very nice. Going to be important that they start like kind of parking the Dawnbreaker. Toro.
Yeah, this feels ambitious. He has got that silence to come out, but when it ends, Saberlight going to try and run him down. They have got the ultimate on Moon Meander and no hesitation for him to just drop down those icicles onto Yatoro's head.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They do lose the mid-tier 1 tower, and Team Spirit going to waste no time coming to see who's home here in the Dire jungle, checking out Tomato if he's farming. The Naga doesn't want to be taking Ancients just yet, so ideally this is really where she wants to be sitting and absorbing all of this Dire jungle farm. Maybe switch over to the Radiant side now that they're muscling down this tier 1 tower at bot. And it is still going to be somewhat tricky for Team Spirit this game to get out on the map, right? We haven't had a chance to talk about like Naga Siren split push, Dawnbreaker holding a lane. Going to be important that the Sarda gets his blink. Maybe they even get a Shadow Blade or something on the Lina, and that's kind of how they can punch through the split push from TSM.
Yeah, that's true. These lanes are going to be shoved in all the time. It's going to be very hard for TSM to really control. Really hard for Team Spirit to really control the map for too long before they have to come back and deal with things. So I imagine we'll see probably a pretty quick boot to travel on Toronto Tokyo at least. Maybe even.
He's rushing BKB currently. So they feel like maybe their timing is a little faster. Maybe try and take an early Roche with the Corrosive Haze. Something like that. I was wondering if there was going to be any adjustments to try and like plan for the Naga. You know, we have seen a couple of Maelstrom Linas. There is, I guess, always the potential for the Drow Ranger Ags, though the build just doesn't look very good. I think buying all these defensive items is probably better.
Yeah, it's always a bit awkward to go for the Drow Ags. I mean, it does help you farm, but that's about it. And
Collapse getting caught.
Yeah. We'll cancel out the ultimate from Moon Meander, but
he's fast.
Actually, he's pretty quick. They'll drop the tombstone down. They need a zombie to spawn, and that's not going to happen. So Collapse just waddles away. Easy peasy.
Just managed to clip Moon with the edge of that crush, and that keeps him alive.
Yep.
Right, now that he's 100% sure he's safe, it's time to chat wheel.
Yeah. Make sure you're clear first. Wouldn't want anything embarrassing to happen.
Yeah. So it's not just a full farming build for Tomato. He's picked up the Yasha, but he's actually going to be going back for a pretty quick Orchid this game. So it does want to have that little bit of extra threat. Maybe kill whoever is trying to hold on to the bottom lane while he's down here pressuring. I kind of like this, really. It shouldn't affect his farm rate too much. And having that little bit of extra kill threat should be pretty big. Even just saving yourself, right? Like if the Marcy comes jumping in on top of you, maybe you can get the Orchid off. Gives you the opportunity to get the song and get out.
Yeah, certainly an option. Tomato. I mean, and you still think the Orchid is fine for farming with on this hero?
Yeah, I think it's fine. You farm so fast just naturally with your illusions and your Riptide.
Fair enough. Boshka, meanwhile, being a very, very annoying speed bump, which TSM keep kind of flying into and then being bounced off the road. It's very, very hard for this Dawnbreaker to close the gap on anyone whilst being put to sleep all the time. Boshka, very on the ball.
Yeah, it's tricky. They want some kills, but they don't really have a way to lead them. So that instead of somebody running in and the Dawnbreaker kind of coming in getting the ulti, Saberlight's having to go and look for this action himself, which is not really how you want to be playing the Dawnbreaker necessarily.
Yeah, and he's going for the Crimson Guards. He's going to pick up an incredibly early Crimson Guard here on Saberlight. Give him an extra damage block. I mean, I guess it's a nice alternate answer to the Drow. Damage block instead of armor, because the Drow just penetrates straight through that anyway, but then again, it penetrates base armor, right?
Yeah, it gives him some plus armor, and it's going to make the supports a little bit more durable against... it's just physical damage, really, from Team Spirit, right? Sure, the Lena's got a little bit of nukes, but it's all you need to itemize against. So I like this from Saber. I think he could have considered, like, a Halberd or something as well. Might even still see that a little bit later on, though maybe starting to think about, like, the Blink and the Shard from this point.
TSM very clearly making a statement here as they demand the middle tower off of Team Spirit. There is a bit of counter push going on from Collapse, but not much. They're not really doing any building damage with this one. And Bryle, Saberlight, Moon, and a couple of illusions will be able to take down the middle lane. Oh, Crystal Maiden gets a last hit. Nice.
Yeah, nice for Moon. Just working on some drums. So they do kind of have two position 5s this game, as Miposhka going to spot them once again with this night vision, rotating top, sees them. They don't see him. He knows where the rotations might be coming. He's making a nice little safe pocket for Collapse to farm in. They'd like to make a play top, but can they make anything happen? Bottom lane's already getting shoved all the way into the tower. Mid lane's about to reverse and get pushed back out as well. So not too much of a window before this becomes very obvious where they are on the map. Yeah, look at the square drawn from Moon Meander. It's like, guys, I think I know where they are.
Yep, and he's right. They're in the pit right now, actually. And this is very interesting. It's just mirroring Collapse right now. Yutoro will come across as well. TSM are gathering in the neighborhood. They don't seem to be aware of this. This is just going to straight up be a Roshan taken from the side of Team Spirit. TSM just not really clocking it here. And Yutoro going to pick up an Aegis. I think they'll be kicking themselves about that one. I don't think TSM knew.
Yeah, wild that they can just walk in there against the Naga Siren. And looking for a turnaround on Torna Tokyo.
Yeah, a bit of an overcommitment as Bryle consider going for the Requiem, but they're unleashing the damage now onto Saberlight. Saberlight trying to stay alive, will back himself away with right clicks in from the Lina, and that's going to get that kill. Requiem comes through, they'll look for Mira. Mira, rebound not available, so she is going to fall. Aposhka as well, a couple of slaps from Bryle will send him to the grave. Follow it up with a raise for good measure. Song on the sidelines here, they find the Lina. Wait, she's just died, she's come back, she's going to die again. Tomato goes blender mode and just churns up poor old Toronto Tokyo, and that's just going to be the Aegis.
No, it's on
Yutoro.
Yutoro.
Oh no, it's Yutoro with the Aegis, right. That makes more sense.
But yeah,
I was like, damn.
Took them so long to get through Saberlight. He is just so beefy. He's even got another buckler on top of everything else, and they get kind of baited into the tombstone and just can't escape from that point. I love the way that Tomato's playing, right? He's not just sitting back and AFK farming. He's coming in and really making great use of this Orchid. I think he even picked off Collapse on the side here. So yeah, they come in, they reset away, they pop all of their damage, and yeah, Collapse was looking for +1, but actually just gets turned around on.
Yeah, and Yatoro gets knocked down to the low ground with the zombies upon him as well. Just really feels like he can't come back into that engagement.
Yeah, we said it had to be kind of in and out from Team Spirit, right? They can't fight the big team fight buttons. It's got to be pick off and then reset with rebound, reset with your Guardian sprint, kite back to some vision, maybe look for another pick off if TSM split up too much. I don't think that even with the Aegis they can win these head-on 5v5 clashes.
Yeah. And maybe wishing they gave the Aegis over towards Alina, but then again, she would just died twice there, 100%. There was no way she was getting out of that one, so... Could make an argument about being able to save BKB, but ultimately, Yatoro gets out, and that's what they needed on Team Spirit, just not a full wipe. But, man, Tomato, he is getting big.
Yeah, he's huge. And I think a lot of this gold is coming from the fact that he's just coming in, getting involved, getting kills on big heroes. And this is like by far the most active Naga Siren gameplay that I've seen. He's on the hunt again.
Yeah, the early Orchid doing the work. Collapse, getting caught out here by Moon Meander once again, letting it go. Orchid's in, damages there. Brawl gets a kill, and they will take over the biangle off the side of Team Spirit. Another beautiful circle drawn by Moon Meander. Quite the artist.
This is ours. We can be wherever we want on the map. It's... Yeah, Team Spirit just can't seem to really get the ball rolling. Even getting that free Aegis seems like it's just going to end up being a little bit of farm. Maybe things change a bit when they get the BKB on Collapse, but very weird back and forth. The laning stage was a total disaster. They recovered that, and now we're drifting back into what can they do territory.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sableye does have to be a little bit careful down here at bottom as Yatoro is searching for him. Sableye running through the trees. Multi-shot will be off the mark, and that should mean that Sableye gets out to safety. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Ryle, he's just giving this tower a tickle, but his tickles are one of those tickles which sort of hurts more than tickles.
Yeah, it's a competitive tickle. But they're just getting
competitive ranked tickling.
Yeah, they're getting jump here. Can actually go.
Yeah, but in comes Sableye trying to save the day. Throw closing the gap here onto Yatoro, trying to force him back out of the fight and making sure he just can't sit. Look at Sableye literally just zoning out Yatoro as Mirror and Collapse just die on the front lines here. Bryle and Tomato doing the damage while Sableye doing the zoning. That's exactly how these fights are supposed to work, and it looks beautiful from TSM at the moment.
Yeah, they can't fight the 5-man, but they also can't seem to break out of the split push hold either. I don't know what you're supposed to do, really. Toronto Tokyo is trying to pick up a Shadow Blade, so maybe they can stick him together with the support somewhere, get a pick off on the sidelines. Their side lanes kind of open up the map somewhat, but this Naga Siren is really putting pressure on them.
It looks so good. The perfect pick. He has been doing everything this team needs him to, and looking so comfortable whilst doing it as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen Team Spirit so stymied when it comes to being able to move on the map. They're always finding these random pickoffs, smoking into exactly the right area. But what do you do when Naga is pushing 2 lanes and the Dawnbreaker is camping the 3rd? It's just impossible to get your lanes past the river.
Yeah, I feel like Team Spirit maybe could have moved a little bit harder onto Sableye, because that's always used to be the way that people would answer the Dawnbreaker.
Right.
You go on the Dawnbreaker itself, and all of a sudden, Sableye won't be able to TP in and save his team, and his team's not going to be able to hold TP over and save him, so... That hasn't really happened from Team Spirit. And to be fair, Sableye's made it very difficult. He's playing extremely defensively. He's not down this bottom lane at all. He's just sitting under towers, sitting in trees, and playing extremely carefully as Toronto Tokyo forced to put the BKB up at top.
Yeah, Tomato's just walking up with his illusions and be like, "Oh, don't worry, guys. It's just a stack of illusions." And suddenly, the net comes flying out. Toronto Tokyo being forced to use that. They are trying for that play that you were talking about on Saberlight. He's tanky.
Yep. He certainly is, but the silence is there, but the team is coming. Will they be able to get some revenge? Saberlight, it's not even dead yet, actually. He's going to be able to survive through this one. Mira's the one who's going to fall on the side. Meanwhile, Toronto, Tokyo, and Maposhka just gonna leave. They needed more on TSM there, and they just did not have it. It's not over. Oh, Bryalt taking heavy hits on the front lines here as Yotaro from the trees is trying to find a bit to this one. Now trying to get the TP away. Can they get the cancel? They can't. Out goes the Drow. Collapse does get left behind somewhat, but great little play there from Yotaro. That's going to bring down the Shadow Fiend.
I don't know how Team Spirit made something out of that situation. It looked pretty disastrous. Saberlight is just so tanky. Dawnbreaker is looking very thick, and at least they managed to bail out their Drow Ranger, but Tomato's just running at them. I don't know if he meant to net that creep, but okay, just kill it, pretend it didn't happen.
It's fine. Won't sort anything.
See, let's just look at Saberlight, puts down the Wraith Pact.
The Wraith Pact, yeah.
Yeah, and he goes to ulti out, it gets silenced, and then he just runs back in on top of Moon Meander. It's like, save me with the ulti, please.
Yes,
he's fine.
Hug the Crystal Maiden. Mother, protect me from the bullies.
But beautifully played by Team Spirit to bail out the Drow Ranger. Looked 100% dead. Collapse, sacrificing his life to get this kill and get the Drow out.
Yeah.
As every good offlaner
should. As well. I was just saying how good it was that the Dawnbreaker was staying alive at bottom and then gets caught, but doesn't get caught, lives. And Poshka got to get the rebound buff to get himself away. Turns into a very speedy Bane and can float himself to relative safety. But it does mean that TSM are controlling this area of the map and are likely to start barreling down this top lane next. Although Roshan respawning any minute now. They don't know exactly when. It will be quite a long respawn. But that might mean that TSM show a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that Roshan's going to end up in the hands of TSM. If they give another one away, I think that's really a blunder, right? When you're talking about you've got the split push and the map presence superiority, you've got the Naga Siren. It should be kind of no contest for Team Spirit unless they're able to find a pick off beforehand. That's what they're looking for here inside of the Roshan window. They do have an Observer Ward that spots Tomato.
Tomato does get jumped as Collapse comes down as well. Then immediately a save coming through from Saberlight. Absolutely zero hesitation. Now he sees his best friend trying to stay on top of Yotaro. As on the sidelines, Mira does get away. So again, just a bit of posturing. And yeah, this is it, right? Like Team Spirit, they can't really hold ground. That's the problem. When TSM turn out, they just have to try and back away and find another way to enter the fight. And that is not easy at the moment with an 8k gold advantage.
Yeah, it's hard to find these immediate pickoffs when the Dawnbreaker ulti just comes in immediately. All of the cores have defensive tools. Oh, and they spotted Mira on this high ground ward that they have, so just trying to catch him.
Hello, friend. Oh, another kill for Moon. Love it.
Yeah, I think Moon tried to play dumb a little bit there. Since they had a really good idea of where he was, but I think it was like, oh, what do you know? You just happen to be here. Please don't go and check my high ground for that ward.
A true support, protecting his ward in every way he can, even employing a bit of acting.
Okay, so still 30 seconds to Roche. Team Spirit are trying to create little pockets of farm on the Dire side of the map because they're not really allowed to play on their side currently.
I like the little outpost. You know, they've created sanctuary. Our Earth is no longer safe. We had to move out.
If you guys aren't using your base, can we have it? Trade? Swap sides?
Swapsies, yeah, we'd be happy here. It looks great. Lovely home. But it's TSM. Rolled it down the top lane at the moment. They don't care that Roshan is about to spawn or has actually already spawned. They'll take this tower. They'll punish the side of Team Spirit for not occupying their side of the map. And now into the pit they go and are met by a big scaly man who has a nice little present for them.
Yeah, I think they might just give this Aegis to Bryal. He's more of the siege, and he's actually more of the hero that's likely to actually die. The Naga is very difficult to go on. The Dawnbreaker is very difficult to go on.
Yeah, Shard as well, going to Bryal as well. I'll just give him everything. There you go, Mr. Shadow Fiend.
Hit some buildings, Brawl. Go be confident. We got your back. Your team's behind you.
Bottom lane, Toronto, Tokyo. He's going forward here. Oh, not sure about that. Net comes out from Tomato. Immediate BKB comes out from Toronto, Tokyo, and I don't think they have that. It's close! Oh my god! The blender.
Yeah, good thing you didn't press the Dagger of Ritzel. Could have made the difference there.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are having to play this to the absolute limit, right? Just try and get out on the lanes and buy time off of this Aegis. Don't let them come and just hit your high ground. Oh, Mira again.
Yep.
Same ward. Okay, this time around, there's no pretense from Moon Meander and Dubu.
Hop away on the rebound, but they are right the way on top of Mira, and that Marcia is going to get turned to dust. Another one picked up for TSM. They're just trying to get out on the map. They're just trying to push out waves, but that just doesn't seem to be happening. TSM so in control of this game that Team Spirit, they just have to play like rats in the walls of the TSM house, you know, just running out and nibbling at the cheese whilst TSM are looking away. And every time they get caught, it's a nasty little trap.
Yeah, the biggest play maybe available to Miposhka here is actually trying to cancel the Dawnbreaker ult from the other side of the map. Yeah, some tips towards this Naga Siren.
Yeah, well, Tomato's got the axe, and
right. Did you
trying to
reel him in?
reel in the drow, but it was an illusion.
Oh, okay.
A bit sad. Channeled for the full duration, you know, we're really committed to that reel.
Have you ever seen the reel in like look amazing? I mean, he's doing it now. Here we go.
Whoa,
dragging
it looks
him back.
amazing, base skip. Well, Toronto Tokyo dragged back into the entire enemy team. BKB popped, and he's going to get himself away. But that's a BKB charge used for basically nothing. Top barracks to full here, Team Spirit. Their home is starting to get ravaged by the side of TSM as they just move themselves across. Objective-based gamers looking to drown TSM out of this game.
Yeah,
bottom lane's also
good.
an option. There's a tier 2 over there.
How do you fight? I guess you have to wait out Aegis if you can, but 2 minutes feels like a very long time at this point for Team Spirit. And some of the problem that we're seeing is that in a lot of ways the Lina and the Drow, their fates are just completely entwined this game. If things have gone well, we would probably be talking about, oh wow, Drow Aura on the Lina, how good does that look? But instead, it's both of these heroes just getting absolutely face-checked by TSM in every fight.
Yeah, and I love how the Drow's at the bottom and Sableye literally just throws a hammer at her.
Yep.
Just throws a hammer at your Taurus. Get out of my
Get out of my lane. You can't kill this Dawnbreaker. Saberlight's run around with 2.6k health and 36 armor. So
he's double layering on the armor, both a Crimson Guard and an Assault Cuirass.
Very
too much
chesty.
army, can barely move.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, well. Trapped inside your base. Oh, damage.
Well, damage coming through onto Bryle. Bryle needs some help here. He's actually going to drop. That's going to be the Aegis gone. As Saberlight comes flying down from the sky, looking to get on top of Mira here, but also taking some heavy hits. They're going to use the Song. They're going to chase them back now. BKB target's looking a little bit vulnerable. They try to set up with the Requiem. That's not going to happen. Clap spikes with BKB and jumps in and stuns him up. Run away from Bryle here. There comes a grip out onto Dubu. They'll go for the easy targets. The Saberlight bouncing around the side, but it's also going to fall. Requiem comes through. That'll allow them to clean up Collapse, but Moon Meander has gone down. Team Spirit looking for more. Toronto Tokyo under the cover of Invis trying to chase down Tomato. Tomato, he needs to leave, but I don't know how fast he can get out of this one. That's
a convenient
hey,
haste
buddy.
room. Yeah.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Dang. Team Spirit making something out of that situation. They pop the Aegis. They managed to draw out the Dawnbreaker ulti. They get the reset. They save their Drow Ranger on the high ground, who doesn't have BKB, right? So Collapse absolutely had to jump in here and make sure that they interrupted the Requiem. This is the kind of in-and-out team fight that we were hoping to see from Team Spirit. With the
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 2 big range cores finally able to stand and deliver some damage. Such patience from Collapse, just sitting by the tier 4s, reading how this fight was going to play out, but finally his BKB runs out and Braul's able to turn on him. TSM just a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah, but honestly, the big saving play there was from Collapse getting on top of Braille and stopping him from getting off that Requiem. You know, that was the moment. Maybe a slight misread from TSM, you know, not really clocking the Slardar there properly, but...
Yeah, I think they lost track of where he was. Just kind of able to reset back, go and wait out the blink cooldown.
That's the thing, the radius of the song just never feels quite long enough, does it?
No. It's visually weird as well. And the Immortal makes it also kind of tricky to spot. Okay, so Team Spirit, I mean, they're getting some more items up after this last little bit. Toronto Tokyo. I don't know if he can really man fight, but he is going for the Satanic here. Might help him a little bit.
I mean, you can man fight in a vacuum, but that's absolutely not the game which TSM are trying to play.
No. And yeah, even Saberlight going to be going back for the Halberd now. So lots of items in between, but still very, very good against the Drow and the Lina.
Yeah. And even Slaughter, stop him getting off the bashes in crucial situations.
Yeah, it stops you. It stops you getting to use the Satanic as like a second BKB, because if you've already used your BKB, you're just going to get disarmed.
Yep, great point. It's TSM looking to control this Roshan area. I mean, they keep checking it, but it's not going to be up for another minute at least.
Yeah, do they not have the timer?
Oh, Collapse immediately jumping in forward here, going aggressive, and might be regretting that one as Bra just start taking chunks out of him, but the rebound comes through with the BKB. Might give him the space he needs to get away. Tomato trying to land with the ensnare, but he's actually already used it, but the right clicks are there from Bryle, and they do have the damage to bring down Collapse, so punished for his aggressive movement. Maybe should have blunk away there, but clearly not expect the entirety of TSM to be up in the area when there's no Roshan, so Broken watches OP, I guess.
They do have to keep making these plays, right? The only way that they're going to be able to win a fight is to like jump in, poke, get them to use their BKB, hopefully run away just with all of the move speed. And TSM trying to shut that down, you know, picking up the Blink Dagger on the Shadow Fiend, giving him a little bit more chase. The Naga's got a Blink Dagger picked up as well. So they're thinking as well, okay, what are Team Spirit trying to do to us, and how are we going to try and head off their game plan?
Yeah. I still really want to see a song into Requiem. You know, it used to be such a common combo.
Yeah. Haven't gotten to see that here.
Just do it when like they've GG'd or something.
Yeah,
just one at the end.
Just at least one. Show us that you've got the coordination. TSM.
Yeah.
Have you been practicing? The one that used to always stand out for me was the song into Elder Titan ulti, right? That was the team fight combo for a little while.
Certainly was, yeah. And that was back when Naga Meteor Hammer was a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah.
a thing.
Yeah, and Naga was playable as a support as well, which has not been a thing for a while. They have, well, I say that, but Sammy Boy, he's
carrying the torch for it.
Yeah, still believes. Okay, so
a lot of the analysts didn't believe in it. Some saying that the Naga support was not good, but you know, I liked what I saw of it. But anyway, that's not this game. What's in this game is Roshan being taken by the side of TSM. Team Spirit, I don't think there's much they could do about that. They do have a smoke loaded up on the Marcy, but getting over here in time is just not feasible. Aegis going over to Bryle. They've got themselves a Refresher Shard on the SF as well. So 2 rounds of BKB, 2 Requiems if needed. A lot of damage going to be able to pump out of this Shadow Fiend. But Itoro actually showing in the middle lane here behind the smoked team. I'm so surprised that Team Spirit and Daren's come out of their base. This is a bit of a challenge from them.
Okay, just trying to punish and see if TSM are not playing cleanly after this Roche. But
Song out from Tomato. Oh, he's gonna find one.
Actually, the TP got cancelled for the Drow. Toro's just gotta run for it. They haven't spotted it.
Yeah, didn't spot the Drow, so Yatoro squeaky bum time for him, but looks like don't walk back into them.
They scanned him.
Oh, they've got him. There comes the net. In comes the Solar Guardian as well, crashing on down onto Toro. He turns around with the silence. There's nothing he can do about this one. This is a dead Drow Ranger. TSM catching them out. Beautiful song from Tomato, just turning the game absolutely on it. Well, it's already been won by them, but this might be the end.
Yeah, they're stuffing Team Spirit in the locker one last time here. Don't know how they break out onto the map. They managed to get mid lane out a little, but they do have a double damage on Collapse. What did he get done?
Well, let's see. It's, wow. Jesus, what happened to that bait? Miposhka just annihilated off the face of the earth. Gonna buy back into this one. Saberlight and Bryle. Well, they're actually dealing some damage into Toronto Tokyo now as well. He's got the Satanic, but he's barely healing through the damage which Bryle is dealing. Keep these LSAs coming on out here just to keep himself healthy, but they can't get anywhere close to the bulk of the TSM lineup. Toronto Tokyo just has to stand and watch. 30 seconds still left on the drought. TSM, they want to finish this one up. They want to get those Mega Creeps, and they want to get out before that happens. Middle lane being taken on down here. Bryle just slapping away. Oh, beautifully done there with the Hurricane Pike, blasting back the Marcy who tries to jump on top of him. Keeping that BKB calm and collected, and TSM are going to be able to take every single barrack away from Team Spirit. Victory feeling imminent for the Americans in this game.
Just beautifully played, really. Lane's going fantastic, hitting their timings. I'm so impressed with the way that Tomato's played this Naga Siren's been super cool to watch. Just picking up the Yasha Orchid and kind of running at them in between farming, not just sitting back AFK. And maybe we can... do they even need to use the song if they've got the Arcane Blink? Maybe it's just a Requiem. We might have two.
Dream's dead.
He's got a Refresher Shard. Is that enough, Nomad? Is that cool? Is that all right?
It's not what I wanted, but I'll take it, I guess. Okay. Let's see a nice cool front page of Reddit ending, please, Bryle.
He's gonna blink the Blancs. Let's go.
Nope. A lot of play potential here from TSM. That just kind of feels very luxurious for them. They could just kind of run around, look for their entry point. Is this the hero we're going to shit on? Maybe, yeah. Mirror's looking kind of tempting. A little bit of dewarding on the way in. Now they move forward onto Marcy. Marcy has a BKB, so TSM are fine with that. They're just like, okay, we'll pop a BKB for free. All it cost them was a Swift Blink.
It's like, Tor, do you want to press your BKB as well? Nope. Got the Manta.
Okay. Toronto Tokyo always being reeled in, and here we go. Bryle trying to bring it down, but the BKB is there from the leader in time. Now the other side comes down onto the Shadow Fiend, but the song holds him still. Mira is going to be the target. Right clicks come through. 1-2 from Bryle. He now looks towards the towers. Net comes out onto the Slardar. He's caught a fishy, and oh my god, the slap's coming out from Bryle. He's just absolutely slapping him down. Tomato as well. The blender coming in to Yatoro. Yatoro got to keep his distance here. Buyback from the Slardar. They'll see what they can do on the side of Team Spirit, but it seems like not much. They'll try and close the gap onto the Saberlight. It seems like a reasonable target here, but in comes Bryle once again, blowing up the Lina, staying on top of him and tearing her apart. Buyback again. Yatoro fighting. They've actually managed to isolate Tomato here, and he is going to fall. They lose one. Can they lose any more? Toronto Tokyo chasing now. They're going to try and get some more, but Jesus, Moon Meander just gets torn apart. These heroes, when they do get on top of them, just absolutely melting. Saberlight going to die as well by the looks of it. A few more fireballs coming out from the Lina. Bring down this Saberlight Dawnbreaker, and Team Spirit, it's a hold.
Yeah, it's an exposed ancient, but never say die for Team Spirit. Still working on this. Drow Rangers picking up the Mjolnir. It hasn't been very easy to leave the base, but they do repel TSM at the cost of two fairly hefty buybacks. If either of those two heroes die at this point, it's gonna be tricky. Collapse, not even using the BKB on the first life here, knew that he was going to have to buy back at some point. And just getting kind of chain stunned into oblivion.
Yeah.
Yatoro doing a good job resetting. Once they came back and they got that Corrosive Haze on the Naga, they actually did a lot of damage. Tomato suddenly disappearing in the midst of all this.
Yeah, like when they isolate targets, they can just absolutely melt them, even the Naga Siren, as you say, but It's the isolation which is a problem, you know, so much other stuff to get through. The team has to be distracted killing someone else, so that's where the buybacks come into play. That's what buys them a little bit of space, but with the Mega Creeps, the space ain't gonna last for long. Their base is getting flooded as we speak, and they'll have to get themselves back, at least on 1 or 2 cores.
There was a cute attempt from Miposhka to try and interrupt the Requiem from the Shadow Fiend, but the Arcane Blink just made it come out too fast, and so the Requiem actually ended up canceling the Fiend script in the middle of all of that, which was kind of unfortunate. Got a refresher on Toronto Tokyo. He's been able to sneak out onto the map occasionally and grab a little bit of farm. He doesn't have buyback, so it's 2 BKBs, 2 Satanics, and a Rapier queued up in the quick buy. Team Spirit are going to make TSM close this one out. They are never say die.
Yeah, if they get there, that's a problem. He's got to farm a Rapier, and I think Roshan can spawn, they can take it, they can take the Aegis, and they can come and end the game before he's going to get that Rapier. I would think.
Yeah, I imagine so. Collapse has somehow found a little pocket of farm out on the map. He's just chilling in the enemy ancients. He's been working on a moon shard.
Taking water.
All right.
Fair enough. Stay hydrated, everybody. You guys as well, all of us. Yeah, I'm going to take a drink as well.
Yeah, I'm going to have a sip. Everybody, stay hydrated.
Together now.
That's how you mentally stay, and you're like, look, I'm going to have to play this game for another 20 minutes because we're going to win, so I better take a drink.
Yeah, that's a statement, isn't it? You know? Hope you guys aren't getting thirsty, because we're certainly not. We're ready to stay here all day, TSM. You're never ending this game. Yeah, what a confidence play.
Oh, they scanned him on the...
No! No, he doesn't have buyback.
Collapse.
Oh no! BKB, blink away, TP out, the song is there, but the net! Oh, nothing but net from Tomato, landing on Collapse. This guy doesn't have a buyback, he's gonna fall. Smoke out immediately from Team Spirit. They know they need to make a play here, but Moon Meander, he's in the area and is keeping his distance. Oh, they see Bryle! Oh, that's a big one! Now we'll come down with the Solar Guardian, it's gonna be enough. There's so much damage pouring out from the Drow. Unfortunately, that Heaven's Halberd is just there a little bit too late, so they do make the trade here. Team Spirit, they needed to make a play, and they do manage to do so. Meander and Miposhka. Oh, what? Oh, okay, all right. Just sing it out. Just sing it out, Moon. It's fine. 4-staffed in, then got 4-staffed back, and I think that was also a psychic headband as well. Yeah.
The timing almost made it look like Bane had like a Hurricane Pike, and I was like, what is going on there? But yeah, not quite. Well, you know, Collapse gets a water break, Brawl gets a water break. Roshan in a minute and a half.
So hydrated. LGD got a water break earlier as well. They're able to drink up liquid.
Oh God.
Too soon.
That's what was in the coconuts this whole time.
Yeah, sucking away. All right. Well, Roshan going to respawn in just about a minute. That'll give them time to get Bryle back up and fighting. He can come back into the engagement. Also some buybacks to farm on TSM as well, so they'd probably like those before they go for another push. Meanwhile, they'll just keep capitalizing upon the money that's coming in for them.
I'm shocked that Team Spirit have been able to keep so many wards on the map here. Reel him into the illusions. Oh man, Miposhka. All right, well, so say goodbye to your gem.
Yep, that reel in. Doing work, to be fair. Yatoro, hello. This is an interesting place on the map for him, and he's going to be able to TP out. The net doesn't quite connect. Ooh, Team Spirit just playing on the edge. I mean, it's only a CM kill, but you know, Yatoro just making them sweat, constantly making them doubt themselves. There's pesky D-Ward, 4-staff down again. TSM, just control up the Roche area. That is the only objective right now. They don't need to be worried. They don't need to be concerned. Team Spirit aren't actually doing anything beyond keeping themselves in a very, very lost game. Let's be real about this.
Yeah, it's very much like, hey guys, end the game. Just do it. They have dragged it back from a 0% win probability for them. It was 0% a little bit ago. They're all the way up to 5% now. So whatever they're doing, the algorithm is believing in it. And we doubted the Rapier was going to come out from Toronto Tokyo, but he's accumulated some net worth here. He might even get to have another buyback. We'll see, though. TSM, another Aegis in hand.
Yeah, and Yatoro going to be able to pick up a Aghanim Scepter as well, so, you know, we talked about it earlier on. Great answer to the Naga Siren, great answer to the Mega Creeps. It's something.
He's got 9k gold. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Buyback and then some on Yatoro. He's been sitting here hitting creeps the entire time. 600 CS.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yatoro could open a trust fund if he wanted to. So what do we have on the side of TSM? We've got Bryle, who's just got a whole basket full of items, including a Refresher Shard, an Arcane Blink, and an Aegis. So he's able to come in, land the fireworks, bring them down. Saberlight hasn't actually had any item progression since we last saw. He's got himself a Blink Dagger now, and 2 cheeses.
2 whole
Delicious.
cheese, yeah. It would be nice if he had an Ags at this point, but I'm preferring to give it to the Shadow Fiend. Oh. Gonna have to execute a team fight to close this one out. Team Spirit making him work for it.
Team Spirit are happy, you know, they're just
Yeah, you may have
out
outdrafted
their
us, but
ancient.
can you out team fight us? This is the
Yep.
real question.
Patience is real. And let's see, anyone got eyes on the Lena's Courier?
But they get the
jump
grip.
in. Commitment, but they get the grip. Yeah, there's a song coming through to cancel that one out, though. Bryle, is he going to be able to survive through it? Looks like he just about is, and they'll turn it around onto Yatoro. He is dead. Immediate buyback from him, as on the backlines, Bryle just going to use the Requiem to keep them away. Toronto Tokyo, though, tearing Saberlight apart. He's going to be the first casualty for TSM. Can they push through for more? Yes, they can. Stun out onto Moon Meander. He is gone. Solar Guardian coming through to bring Saberlight back into the fight. Mira's going to be able to dodge the impact damage, and Saberlight is getting gunned down again by the looks of it. He's coming out from Dubu. It's a big Soul Rip as Bryle jumps in, looking for the targets here, trying to bring down the Drow, but can't connect onto him. So instead, we'll move towards Collapse. Collapse is going to lose his life here. Does not have buyback available on the Slardar. 1,000 gold off, but Toronto Tokyo still fighting in the front lines here, looking to gun down Bryle. Saberlight still alive in this one. They will get the disarm mounts. They will bring down the Lina. Mira gone as well. What's left in the tank for Team Spirit here as they Joe from the post on the backlines. Bryle so low as Toronto Tokyo trying to take hits at him, but he's held still by the net. Another net coming on through. Refresher, BKB, not enough coming out from the leader, and the G's are dropped. The game will go to TSM at long last.
Tomato doing it in the end, kills a Drow for the second time, gets the die back, and that was all that they needed. Team Spirit, it's their last series of the day. I guess why not?
They were ready.
Really,
Look,
force
3 bottles of water on the desk.
really force TSM to close it out. That was a fun one.
Yeah, Team Spirit always make it fun. You know, these guys, even on the back foot, they are almost scarier when they have their backs against the wall and you think you've got the win secured, and then they start making you doubt yourself. So yeah, they start getting out of the map, finding these little pickoffs, and it's really awesome seeing here on day 2. You know, some of these teams seem to be touching towards going into their TI mode. You know, Team Spirit, whilst they did lose this game, it was very reminiscent of games where they were behind. Every single loss against this team is just torture. You know, it's just. You just have to keep on going. You can't stop playing the game. There's no such thing as a free lunch when you're playing against Team Spirit.
Certainly not. They will make you work for it every single time. It was a really cool draft from TSM. I do feel like Team Spirit kind of outdrafting themselves a little bit, perhaps, with the Lina and the Drow. They tried to make it work in the end with the Slardar, and their teamfight execution was still crazy, but it was just so hard to take these 5-on-5. The fact that they made any of these like final team fights even look competitive is credit to their skills as Dota players. But it's going to have to be back to the drawing board on the draft, I think, for game number 2.
Yeah, I think they needed some team fight as well. It was really awkward when they tried to come up to these engagements, and then we kind of just be like, okay, well, we don't really have any way to kind of initiate these fights properly, so I guess Slardar's going to run in and stun someone, and half the time you just end up dying instead. So, not really ideal, especially against Dawnbreaker as well. Yeah,
definitely. The Dawnbreaker pick looked fantastic from Saberlight. Completely dominated the lane, made it very, very difficult for Team Spirit to get out on the map. The saves from the Solar Guardian didn't always work necessarily, but definitely looking very, very strong, and something that, yeah, if we have a similar setup from Team Spirit, would not be at all surprised to see Saberlight playing it more in game number 2 and maybe even later on in this event.
Yeah, it was beast mode. Very, very nice draft from TSM, very nicely executed as well. The lanes were just absolute havoc. Let's not forget that kind of 20 kill by like 8 minutes laning phase, which we had, slightly favoring TSM, but Team Spirit were able to kind of equalize after that point, weren't they?
They were, somehow. They just started running around. They started getting some kills on Collapse. He became #1 on net worth for a little bit. The Drow was super behind. The Lina didn't really ever feel like she got super involved in the game necessarily. It was a lot of kind of waiting around for Toronto Tokyo this game. And in the end, they just couldn't quite deal with the 5-on-5 team fight that TSM were bringing.
Yeah, wasn't enough in the tank for them, and in the end they do lose out, but not after a significant hold and a significant couple of one fights for the side of Team Spirit, which really forced TSM to end it with conviction, but that they do in the end. It can always be annoying to finish off a game of Mega Creeps as well, just because you buy back and you're already there. And yeah, overall, I think TSM. I don't know who I give who MVP is going to get this game.
Yeah, I think there were a bunch of really good performances. I would be tempted to say Tomato. I think he played fantastically. I love seeing Naga look so active and make plays, go and get pickoffs. He closed out the game as well. Had the right itemization to finish it off. So look at that smiling boy there. He played a hell of a Naga game. His team asked him, what's the 1v5 hero here, and they picked him the Naga, and he proved exactly that.
Yep, owned on it. And that early Orchid pickup was something I agree was absolutely awesome. It allowed him to play at a much higher pace and still kept up with the farm as well. Like, absolutely insane amount of net worth by the end of the game. His GPM was through the roof, 922 in that game. So, yeah. Tomato, all-star performance from him on one of his signature heroes and absolutely delivering on it in every sense of the word.
And exactly when his team needed it as well. Like we said, coming in, they looked really good here, but the group stage has been rough for TSM. 2-6, now bringing it back to 3-6, starting that march towards the upper bracket potentially if they can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, so it does seem that if you can get them in these comfort zones, that TSM can take down even the best of them, as Team Spirit will drop the first game. How is game number 2 going to go? Stick around to find out. We'll be back after this short break.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
TSM take out Team Spirit in game number 1 in a dominating but eventual fashion. It takes some time to whittle them down. Team Spirit make them sweat, make them work, but in the end, TSM were able to take game number 1. But what's going to happen in game number 2 is the question on our lips, and to give you the answer is Basegame. Go, tell us.
I think the draft's going to look very different this time around. I can't imagine that Team Spirit are going to be going... I could see the beginning of it being similar, like maybe TSM get the SF, we see the Drow Ranger as the attempted response, but I think things kind of went off the rails a little bit once they picked the Lina. Maybe just, they're like, oh yeah, we think the Lina is the matchup against the Shadow Fiend, and then once all of the team fight came out and all of these heroes that were just going to get on top of your 2 squishy ranged heroes, it was like, oh, that's what's going to happen. And the lane looked good, but I think the story of the mid lane, for me, in a lot of this event, has been sometimes dominating the lane doesn't really matter that much. Like, we've seen all these Pangos coming back, we've seen Bat Riders stomping the lane and then just kind of getting stomped once it comes to the mid to late game. So maybe a different approach from Team Spirit on the mid.
Yeah, we shall see. I think, Team Spirit still have a very deep hero pool, as we know.
Sure.
It's what got them TI, so expect different things coming out from this time around. Probably won't be heading in the same direction, unless it looks like a great Drow game again, of course. I still don't think that Drow is particularly the option. But, as you say, Bryle just absolutely looking so sweet in the middle lane. Harmony was able to come back against Alina of all heroes and get a kill on her, despite the Lina having a first blood. Like, speechless, honestly, speechless.
It was wild. The mid lane was very back and forth. I do think that Spirit have not quite found their identity 100% in this event in the same way that they did at TI10. Let's say, like, their picks are looking strong, but we don't necessarily have, like, if you look at Liquid, for example, right? I think you know what Liquid's going to pick, you know what the hero pools are for each of their players, but they're just so good on some of these heroes that it's like, oh god, we had to give Liquid their SF or whatever, and it doesn't feel like the openers for Team Spirit have been quite that just yet. I feel like they're getting there, they're still honing as they go on, but gonna have to figure it out fairly quickly as we are getting kind of past the halfway point here in groups.
A lot of manhandling going on in the Team Spirit camp. That's trying to prep him for battle. You gotta warm up your offlaners.
5 seconds.
Forget about the Slaughter game. It was too heavy. There was nothing you could have done. just focus on the next one.
Release those knots in the process as well. Always important. Open up those pressure pathways. Alrighty, so in with the bans. Nothing exciting. We're just the same as usual.
Yeah, is it going to be the Broodmother ban again? This is slightly different from the previous in that we had a Pangolier being banned, which TSM will not be banning this time around. So, Marcy, Broodmother, SF, Pango,
and you can see the Snapfire pressure cushion in the back. I was about to give Valve some free marketing there, available from the secret shop, but we cut away. So no free marketing for you, Valve. Have to work hard on that.
We've seen some people rocking the new player jacket as well, which is pretty cool.
True. Especially the managers seem to love it. They love walking around with their jackets on.
Yeah.
Looking very, very cool. But yeah, those seat cushions are pretty dope. I'm quite jealous.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the Snapfire. I like the Roshan one as well. Although the horns might look a bit weird if they're kind of poking you in the side of the stomach. But
right,
there's a good motivation to keep playing. Who knows? I'm sure it's comfy. Anyway, we have a dying opening up for TSM FTX, which surprises absolutely no one. Once again, TSM there, the hero pool has kind of come into the meta in a big way. Enigma and Undying are two heroes they've played throughout the entire season, and now everybody's playing them, and they're like, oh, you losers, we're the hipsters. We're doing this before it was cool.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, a completely different look from them this time around. Right? Just going to be way more team fight with the Snapfire, with the Pango. Not going to let TSM have the clear superiority on that one. And this is just going to be the Shadow Fiend for TSM. What is Tomato doing? Not sure what that was about, but...
I was hardcore draft mode. My brain was into my palace to figure out these picks.
Think about all possible paths through this draft.
I see every eventuality.
Meanwhile, Tomato's just wiggling his hands around and having a good time. This team does have really good energy. I think it's very easy to be a TSM fan with the players that they have on the roster.
Yep. You got Wise, Master, Moon Meander to lead the team and give you motivation. You got the wacky young Saberlight to kind of give a bit of trash talk, but give a bit of flavor to the team as well. Yeah, I love that as well when a team brings out a bit of personality and spice things up a little bit. Big fan.
Okay, so Drow's still going to be banned. Still conceptually good against the Shadow Fiend. We have seen the Bloodseeker appears to be the only must ban for Pango. I don't know if we've really seen anything else that's been like, oh god, we absolutely have to get rid of this. I think in the past you would potentially see some like Winter Wyvern bans and stuff, or maybe the Bane, but they're just not popular. And we've already got the Dubu hero here.
10 seconds.
Yep, doesn't really seem like an option. So. We'll take it in a different direction, but TSM targeting Yatora a little bit here. Taking out his Drow, taking out his Sniper. Doesn't want any of those long-range boys piping away. I'm pretty sure they just don't want another Gigalong game, which they struggle to take the high ground against.
Yeah. if Team Spirit have shown that they're willing to just sit there and defend the throne, maybe you're not willing to give them the Sniper. Though probably more about just making sure that the Tombstone has value, not letting the Shadow Fiend get peeped. What else? What did they get rid of in the previous draft? They did get rid of the Visage. It's still in the pool. I think it could fit the Spirit lineup pretty well, but okay, the Magnus is moving up on the priority order here. Have Spirit even played it?
I'm not sure.
Looking like maybe no, not yet. The echoes, the reverberations of this collapsed Magnus continue to ripple out across all time. Nobody wants to play against it.
Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to be LGD in that grand finals.
No, definitely not. Okay, so yeah, the Ember's the other thing that we've seen some people picking up against the Pango. Both pretty good in the lane and can be annoying later on if you get hit by chains at the wrong time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what do you go for here? There's still like a Morphling floating around.
Who out of the big heroes has not been picked or banned yet? Obviously, Morphling, or one of those.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Enigma's picked, banned. Primal's banned. Shadow Fiend picked. Pangolier has been picked. Batrider. We're kind of getting over Batrider, I feel like, recently. He's not winning games.
He's contested, but he's not looking crazy, so...
Yep, so next would be Visage, kind of uncontested, Tiny as well, still pretty much uncontested, and they will ban out the Puck.
Okay, so really just trying to make sure that Pango has like the freest game possible. It's spending 3 bans just to make sure that he's in good stead. And okay, just Enchantress, a little bit more early game, a little bit more pressure. Seems like Spirit wanting to play quite fast. Going past the Visage, maybe not worried about TSM taking it, so if they still want it, could grab it a little bit later on. And this is where TSM's draft is really going to take shape, of course, with these next 2 picks. Can't keep it open-ended forever. They could pick the CM again. It's not terrible, really.
Yeah, it's definitely in the wheelhouse, that's for sure. It looked good last game, so why not? And good against the Enchantress for freezing solid her creeps.
Yeah,
and
okay.
there it is.
Why not?
CM comes out, and the next.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
All right.
Run it back.
If draft worked, you didn't deal with it. Try again. It's just the exact same thing. They don't have the 24 pick this time around. They don't have the last overall pick of the draft.
Yeah.
So Tomato is going to have to think one step ahead about all the potential matchups that might be coming out from the Team Spirit last pick.
One would imagine that Nagasaran gets banned, but you never know. You never know what Team Spirit are willing to do. They might just want to play against the same draft again to know that they can beat it. And there comes a Morphling for them, so that feels like a pretty strong pick up there. A much better lane matchup against the Dawn than the Drow Ranger is.
Yeah, I think he's going to get pressured, but should be looking okay with the waveform. And it makes a lot of sense that they just go for their carry pick here. You already know exactly what his lane is going to look like, so there's not really too much reason to leave it later on in the draft. You can try and get this collapse gotcha hero at the very end. So what are we looking at for TSM? There's there's a Slark, there's an Ursa. They could stick the Shadow Fiend on the safe lane if they wanted to, if they feel like there's a Brawl hero that looks absolutely incredible here. Certainly have options.
Yeah, keeping that flexibility through right till the end, always important. And a strong aspect, and that's why the Shadow Fiend has been able to be first phase as well.
Yeah, I think his win rate is good on both positions. I think we've seen him probably mid more than anywhere else, if I had to guess, but...
yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. The hero's picked up so much random utility along the way, like Raises slowing, now he's got the fear on the shard, having the fear on the ulti that he's had for a bit, so... Does feel like he's kind of always going to be useful. Okay, yeah, so there's the Slark ban. Maybe there's
good
as well.
utility coming out from the Shadow Fiend as well, which I think is what every hero needs, that extra little bit of buff to just kind of push them through to being a regular pick.
Yeah, he's always done this much damage. And even the talents are worth mentioning, right? Suddenly getting this like presence aura effects buildings. He's not a one-dimensional hero anymore, which is kind of cool. He's one of the all-time faves, right? Like Shadow Fiend has got to be up there with like Juggernaut and Pudge and like just some of the most famous Dota heroes. So one of these ones where I don't care if he's viable, if he's first picked every game, whatever. Kind of like Rubik, right? It's like, yeah, sure, maybe Rubik's a little bit overpowered at some TIs. He's been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. Do you think I care? No. Just give me the Rubik games.
Regardless.
Hook it up to my veins.
Let me steal some spells, baby. I'm feeling it. Got to give the sports heroes their chance. And I like the high skill sport heroes as well. They're always the most fun to watch.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, so we have a Slardar and a Beastmaster banned out by TSM, so a lot of respect for the Slardar, and also don't want the Beast to give them the opportunity to run down this game again. Team Spirit, if you don't ban out the Nagasaran and we have to cast the exact same draft again, I'm going to be very, very cross with you.
Right. Yeah, they could just do it to him again, huh? Are TSM actually just going to pick the exact same draft?
What are their faces saying?
There's some
yes.
chuckles, yeah.
That's saying yes.
It's like, why don't we
do
just
it.
pick the Misery's face as well? Look at this. Tomato's like, come on, really? I got to play another Nagasiren game? Come on, I don't micro. It's the end of the day.
Well, last game of the day. Still a bit of conversation, but Tomato, he's the one being vocal right now, and I don't know what he's pointing out. That's
What are they doing? Thinking about if there's anything else they want to go for. They do have to talk through all of the possible things that Collapse could go for that could give them a hard time here.
Yeah, there's a reason they let
Lone
it
Druid.
through, and
Okay.
TSM aren't going to fall for that. They're going to take the Lone Druid and find themselves a pretty terrifying pace in this game, actually.
Yeah, we've seen the Lone Druid be good, both from the perspective of you don't care about the Ags from the Morphling, and now they have this Shadow Fiend Lone Druid, go, 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 destroy your buildings before the Morphling even really comes online. What do you do if your Team Spirit? Do you just pick... I think they could just pick like a Death Prophet in this spot, maybe. Could be okay. What else? What has Collapse been playing?
Anything he feels like, for the most part.
Yeah, pretty much. He is that kind of player. So yeah, he's played Mars, Beastmaster, Enigma, Centaur, Sardar, and Night Stalker at this event. Might be adding a new hero to that list. I don't know if you really want to be laning too much of that up against the Lone Druid. What else could they do? Veno? Mars. Okay.
Okay.
When in doubt, collapse Mars out.
Yep. There it is. It's fairly standard pick here for the side of Team Spirit. Going to round off their draft, give them a bit of team fight. Something they were severely lacking last game. This is going to give them that kind of all aspects draft, which they really, really want. Maybe even leaning a little bit towards Team Spirit for the team fights this time around. They've got the big spells, but TSM, they've got the pace.
Yeah, they can play super fast, be all over the map, not really waiting around for too many cooldowns. They're not really slouches when it comes to team fight either. It's not really lockdown, but we've seen the Requiem can be really useful. The Undying kind of speaks for himself. I think the trick in these fights is going to be, can they get on the Lone Druid? We have occasionally seen like LD just, especially against the Snapfire, if the Mars or the Pango gets in and lands that first stun, the Lone Druid can just die out of nowhere. And that could really, really hurt the pace of the game for TSM. So I have to make sure that they protect Tomato in these fights.
Yeah. That's one aspect of this draft I really like from Team Spirit as well. Like their last pick combos up really well with their first pick. You got Synergy all the way through. You love to see it. And yeah, Snapfire Mars combo, very, very strong. Very nice to just kind of lock them down inside an area and get those kisses coming on through as well. Don't really have to cancel on TSM either. In fact, in general, in stuns, they're looking pretty low on that. So they're going to be relying a lot on Saberlight to get into the front lines and get off a bit of lockdown. I think I kind of want to see him moving in a different direction with his item build this time. Because last game, he was very sacrificial. He's playing with an SF and a Naga, so just kind of goes for the auras, the Wraith Pacts, the Crimson Guards, and it's kind of just like a platter for his team. But this time around, he needs to be in the front lines, so I think I want to move him to the Blink Dagger a little bit earlier on, maybe getting the Shard as well for that magic immunity to make sure you get off those Starbreakers. I think that's going to be really important this game.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think that's kind of the way to go. And like we said, shouldn't be able to completely run over the bottom lane as hard, though I think this CM Dawnbreaker is still very scary. And I have kind of the same concerns again. Like, we didn't really talk about it, but they have just picked double strength into Undying again. And we've seen how well that's gone in some of these series. So maybe...
Yeah. You give Dubu a good lane, you may regret it down the line.
Yeah, you give him a good lane, and he's going to give Tomato a very good lane. I don't know if the laning stage is really where you're going to get this pressure on the Lone Druid. And TSM going for a late smoke, so it's just going to give them pretty big wraparound. They're going to be avoiding this high ground, maybe hoping to find somebody as Spirit are settling back in to look for these. I think they're also trying to see if they randomly run into the Morphling, because this hero is just a glorified range creep at level 1, so if you can kill him. When Meander's going to lead the charge with the Frostbite, making sure that he's there.
Oh, Dubu's going to break the smoke. Oh, Miposhka asleep at the wheel, though. They might be able to follow up here. It's a lot of damage coming through. Onto the Enchantress. The raise comes through. The first blood comes through. And it's Moon Meander who picks it up. He is so good at getting last hits on things today.
Yeah, it was the auto attack that did it, but at least they get the kill. He just grabs 2 more mangoes for that. So more spam. Actually, what's the total mango count on TSM currently? We got 6 on Undying. I think there's another 6 on Moon Meander. There's 1 on Saberlight. He's got to pick up those Mango numbers. Those are some rookie Mango numbers.
Yeah, he might struggle with this low amount of mangoes. We'll see if Team Spirit are able to punish him for the
Yatoro pops his range creep out, but they are not going to let him continue blocking.
Yeah, he's going to have to just run to the TP. That's not ideal, has to be said. He's going to have to now lane into this with not much HP.
Alright, he uses the stick charges to their full effect here.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes you just do morphling things and randomly have loads of health anyway, even though you just got bought low. Who cares? Who cares about the laws of HP and that kind of thing? Morphling sure doesn't.
No, certainly not. Tried to put some pressure on Dubu at the start here, but again, still, this is not a fun lane for strength heroes into the Undying. Just have to make sure that they don't give him any double decays. Mira's got the headdress for some sustain.
Yeah, I'm going to give Collapse a nice amount of HP. I'm keeping one eye at mid this entire time, by the way, just in case. You never know.
It was a volatile lane last time with the immediate kill from Braille. So, yeah. Definitely needing to be careful. So I do think they have kill potential down here with the Mars Snapfire, but it's just so difficult against the Undying. Like how can you ever put that initial damage that you need to onto Tomato so that you can then actually finish off the kill?
Yeah, the amount of damage that Dubu outputs in the laning phase is just absolutely ridiculous on this Undying, especially against a strength hero. They just find themselves suddenly whittled down to like 300 HP just from the decay spam. They don't get it back anymore either.
Yeah, and if they don't win this bottom lane, it's once again going to be a ton of pressure on Toronto Tokyo to be the one moving around, making things happen, leading them into the mid game.
Yeah, and Collapse taking heavy hits here, as is Mira. The Bear is just allowed to go and hit them and just does so much damage with all the strength missing on these two. As the top lane, they're going to make the swing forward onto Maboshka, but don't quite get enough damage to bring down the Enchantress, so she'll be able to heal up with the Nature's Attendants. That'll be okay for the side of Team Spirit.
Brawl on the Shadow Fiend, once again, kind of owning these first few waves on the mid lane. Like we said,
Maboshka, no more heal. Right click comes through. They'll bring him down. Moon Meander takes care of business in the top lane. 2 kills now for TSM.
Yeah, this lane's looking just fine. At least Yatoro's finding some CS, which is the one bright spot. They can't really go on him, but Boone snagging the bounty. It's a long TP, so Maboshka can't really stop him.
Yeah, as much as he would have liked to, not in range for the enchant, so we'll just grab himself a Saturn Mindseer and start mana burning away in this top lane. Which will be pretty annoying for Saberlight, who's already low on mana. Make Yatoro's lane much safer. Go down to bottom. There's just constant ruling going on from Dubu and from Tomato. Like, they're just sending the Bear forward to get a bit of harass in, and then a couple more decays, a couple more mangoes, a couple more decays, a couple more Bear hits, and at the moment Collapse is sitting on just 13 last hits, whilst Tomato sitting on about 19 at the moment, so all lanes going not ideally for Team Spirit at the moment. Top lane the closest to even we have.
Yeah, it's a TSM draft. This is what it's designed to do in terms of the laning stage. Team Spirit, maybe they have some kind of potential down here once they crack the level 4. Biggest thing to watch out for is if they can get an immediate rotation down here from the Pango. Something like that. But who's going to get the 6-minute Urn is going to be the big question on that one. And there isn't really anyone free on Team Spirit to be able to come and contest these. And they can't really afford to leave Collapse by himself.
Toronto Tokyo. Braille trying to close a gap on him here. He's got the Shadow Rays. He's got the movement speed. He's going to be able to get a kill in the middle lane. Once again, Braille on the Shadow Fiend getting it done. Down at bottom, Dubu on the run. Moving to the tree lane here. He's going to be absolutely fine. But, man, how does he do it? Another solo kill on the Shadow Fiend in the middle lane. This guy is an absolute monster on this hero.
Yeah, the mana management seeming to let Toronto Tokyo down a little bit. He had his spells off cooldown, but just couldn't get out of there.
He will eventually fall down at bottom. They do chase him down long enough and manage to catch him out with the cookie shotgun.
Yeah, it's something. There's no point in the Savage Roar just yet for Tomato, so there's not a whole lot that he can do to help out his support.
Nah, grabbing the Spirit Link instead for now. So, TP's into the middle lane. That's going to give Bryle a bottle refill. And Dubu probably going to stick around and try and help secure the active rune at 6 minutes. We'll see what they can do with that one.
Moon's trying to be sneaky down here at bottom. They may not really know where he is on the map currently. Fortunately, the lane's not in a great position for him, so Spirit are going to be able to just continue farming on Collapse, and it's just going to end up being a rotation for the 6-minute rune instead.
Yep, all good as Mira kind of needs to leave. Dubu and Moonmeander try to chase him down. They have got the Frostbite upon him. Dubu's still chasing here. Decay's available. They could drop the Tombstone, but they won't need to. Soul Rip plus the Crystal Nova. Enough damage to finish off Mira.
Oh, they dropped the Tombstone earlier. It's over back by the rune. But, yeah, it's all good.
That Soul Rip icon looks an awful lot like a Tombstone.
Yes, that one has that's gotten me. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. That actually got me in a game as well. I was like, oh, and Dying's looking pretty good. Time to play. And wait a second, that's not Tombstone. But just continuing to run at bottom.
In charge that, yeah, they have got the cookie, but beautiful timing on that entangling claws, but they can't quite finish the job. Mira gets out under the tower. The 3-man crew of TSM not able to bring him down, so that will be that. Bryle once again trading with Toronto Tokyo in the middle lane. Both of them just blasting hits into each other. Maboshka.
Yeah, with his Centaur,
they
want this.
Yeah, they're committing hard to it as well. Rolling Thunder coming through. Look at the TPs coming in. Oh my god, Power Rangers assemble, but... Oh wait, no, they cancelled. Bryle left alone now. He's in some trouble. Gonna try and get off the Requiem. Is able to do so. Turns around. Toronto Tokyo very low indeed. And Bryle's gonna catch him out with the raise. That was messy. So someone cancelled Saberlight Solar Guardian, I suppose?
Yeah, I think he must have got Adaptive struck at top to
looks like it
to interrupt it, something like that. Unless there was.
I'm not sure about what happened to the supports. We won't speculate on that one. I have a feeling they might have just cancelled once they saw the roll away.
I guess everyone was like, oh, they've got it, and everyone was just like, okay. In the end, they all get cancelled. No help comes, and yeah, it creates enough chaos for Bryle to live and able to get the Requiem out. That really hurts for Team Spirit. Fortunately, the Rolling Thunder is not that long of a cooldown, so they will be able to go and make another play with it shortly, but like we've been saying, it really has to be Toronto Tokyo kind of bailing the team out. Though he might need a bit of a bailout himself, as he only has 2.2k net worth currently. It's a tough game for him.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's a bit poverty at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Collapse. Oh, he's got to be careful if he gets entangled here. We'll get brought down, but Tomato, no luck on those hits. Well, looking like it's going to be one of those kinds of games. Yutoro, the only one really having any kind of a game on the side of Team Spirit. I mean, Collapse is doing all right.
They're making a play on Saberlight.
Yes, they are coming around the back of the tower. Rolling Thunder is there from Toronto Tokyo, holding back for the time being, but will be committing to it now. And Saberlight, not much of a way out of this one for him, unfortunately. Rolling Thunder gonna cut him down. Nice play from Team Spirit to get the offlaner and continue the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, Moon's waiting to see if Itoro morphs. He can nuke him.
No! Oh my God! Underground the sidelines.
Oh, just lurking in the edge of the fog there.
Oh, so sneaky on this Crystal Maiden. You don't see that very often, but Moon playing it absolutely brilliantly. I'd love to see if we... I don't know if we can catch the face cam on Moonmeander there, but it would be fun to see his reaction, maybe.
Yeah, that was a nice skill. He's going to be happy with that one. This Crystal Maiden hero is looking pretty good. Between Thunder and now TSM, I think there may have been a game that Secret played it as well. It does feel like her stock is suddenly rising.
Oh, she's got a huge win rate, doesn't she?
Yeah. It's not that many games, but yeah, it's like well over 60%, I think. I'd look it up. I'll look it up right now. Why not?
Go for it. Meanwhile, Team Spirit looking to wrap around upon Saberlight once again, who is just trying to have a bit of fun in the jungle, but Yatoro going to slide on in here, take his creep as well. Getting a bit of revenge. Meander in the neighborhood as well. That's who he really wants revenge on, but they're just going to hit down this tower. Rolling Thunder being used from Toronto Tokyo as well. He's got one thing on his mind. He wants kills. He doesn't want... Oh, actually gets bounced back by the little outcropping there. Unfortunate pathing there from Toronto Tokyo. As now TSM will just chase back Team Spirit, and Team Spirit's plenty happy with that one. They protect their Morphling, they get themselves a top tower, and relatively low commitment, as mentioned, that Rolling Thunder. Very low cooldown.
Oh, they want to use Kisses at bottom to kill Tomato. Oh, I got the ultimate off.
Yeah, true form. He is mucho tanky as Saberlight comes sliding through as well. The turnaround is there, onto Collapse. Down goes the Mars. Mirror unable to do anything about that one, unfortunately, not having enough damage to get through Tomato's true form there. So tanky once he has this up, along with the Spirit Link.
Yeah, they were gambling on being able to stun him before he got that off, and it does end up being two pretty big ultimates wasted. That would have been absolutely the best way to use them if they had been able to find that Tomato kill.
Oh, Moon Meander on the run, but unfortunately, they're going to commit the Rolling Thunder to it, so, you know, some value in this death. Yasoro going to grab the kill. That's a killing spree which Moon Meander had as well there, interestingly.
Yep. He's had a pretty good game on the Crystal Maiden. And the Spirit finding a lot of opportunities just to pressure down these towers. Top tier 1's dead, mid tier 1's dead. TSM kind of been focusing on their farm and not really holding on to the objectives currently. Puts them in a bit of an awkward spot on the map right now.
Yeah, Team Spirit are almost like, hey look, we got the triangle. We took it away from them. Cool.
Yeah, they can... like, Miposhka can just play over here. There's it's very difficult for TSM to exert any kind of control in this area. Sort of a weird reversal of the map from what we would normally expect, right? It's normally go and take the opposing safe lane tier 1, but they're both... like, there's not a scratch on them. This is the first damage that Bot's taking.
Yeah, and Tomato trying to put a little bit of pressure on Team Spirit to at least get out of this area of the map. You can't have all the map, Team Spirit, but they're pretty hungry. They want to capitalize upon their net worth as much as possible, so... TSM just going to flood into their own biangle, protect their stack here at the same time. And Tomato's still hanging out at bottom.
A little something extra.
Yeah, it's been a very extended laning stage for Tomato. He's just been chilling down here the entire time. Doesn't really feel pressured to go and do anything anywhere else.
Wow.
Smoke up from
Doobie's
Spirit.
Mango Edition really took a toll on him, didn't it? He's he doesn't even hit 1k net worth.
Yeah, he's full poverty mode. Okay, it's going to be
don't do
Solar
them,
Guardian.
kids. Yep, Brock going to be the target here. I mean, it's a lot of damage coming down onto the Shadow Fiend. I'm not sure Solar Guardian's going to be enough. Heals him up for the time being, but they will still get him down regardless. And Toronto Tokyo can't actually cancel out the Freezing Field from the Crystal Maiden, so he's going to have to back himself away.
So there's a battle of titans happening over here. Tuba versus Miposhka in the back lines. Miposhka trying to hit the tombstone. Cloud's looking for a little more.
Oh, he is. He's getting hungry right now. Does get the spear on Saberlight, but able to bring down Moon Meander all the same. Saberlight throws a hammer his way, but with Toronto Tokyo backing him up, can't commit to this whatsoever. So all this time, though, Tomato does take the tower at bottom, just keeps farming up as well. Has to be said. Both the carries having a pretty good game, and Brial also, despite that death, having an awesome time so far on the Shadow Fiend. Yeah. All right. Well, TSM able to stabilize a little bit here despite losing their Shadow Fiend. They're still going to hold their part of the map. Team Spirit, though, they're just farming up a little bit wider and a little bit more, so they get themselves a bit of a net worth advantage as well as that kill onto the Shadow Fiend. But Tomato, he's taking those buildings. He's got a big, hungry bear, and he absolutely wants to try and make the most of it as possible. Team Spirit, I don't think they want to fight into this. This bear is a little bit scary, and of course, once you get that true form off, very, very tricky to fight into Tomato as well. Just can't bring him down. It's too tanky.
Yeah, it's some nice movements from Spirit, but the overall game plan for TSM is still very much there. They're still working towards their timings. Kind of scary that the Morphling is getting quite big. Yatoro is looking difficult to deal with, and the fact that they've opened up the map so much this game is kind of crazy to me. Taking all these tier 1 towers into what you would think is like a reasonably strong early fighting TSM lineup, but yeah, not willing to commit too much to defending top tier 1. I think giving away the mid tier 1 was a little bit of a mistake, but looks like they're not going to pay for it too much.
Yep. I mean, I think what it comes down to is like the fact that they've always been pressuring on Team Spirit. You know, they've always been making plays, which means that Saberlight's always happened to drop these Solar Guardians to save people. They haven't really set up, and we did mention their lack of initiator early on, and that's kind of just amplified by the fact that no one can really just dive deep on heroes and expect to get out okay, as Yatoro just going to chase Saberlight away down at the bottom here. But over on the mid lane, we've got a bit of a higher commitment as they're able to bring down Moon Meander. Toronto Tokyo backing himself a whale. Ryle, he wants to try and get on someone, but I don't think that's going to happen, as Yatoro and Saberlight still trying to kind of play with each other here, as Saberlight just going to travel across the map. All right.
Yeah, they tried to jump on Collapse, but he got the blink away. They didn't cancel it. Saberlight getting ahead of himself a little bit there with the Solar Guardian, and can kind of feel the frustration from TSM. It was, you know, they were the ones running Spirit around in circles in the previous game. This time around, it's sort of their turn.
Yeah. I don't know, who would you put the onus on to go and start on these fights for TSM?
See, that's the problem. It's
Crystal
not easy.
Maiden.
Yeah, it's almost like Moon Meander needs to like walk up and get a frostbite, but that's not going to be easy.
No.
And once again, we're kind of seeing this Pangolier stick the landing, or the landing stage not really mattering so much for him in the grand scheme of things.
Yep, there's a reason this hero has played as offlane for such a long time, and that's because he just doesn't really need much to have a huge game impact. Once you pick up this Diffusal,
they want Tomato.
Just do so much work. Yes, they do. Up in the top lane, Arena comes down, kisses to follow through as well, doesn't get off the true form in time, and Tomato is dead. Big pickle from the side of Team Spirit as they take down the Tombstone as well. That'd be very, very nice then. Collapse finding the big targets up here in the top lane.
He even got the spear into the arena, so no chance for Tomato to be able to react to that one. Just beautifully done by Collapse.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Tomato chose to stick around. You know, he saw the Mars there for a really long time, but still decides to just kind of farm the lane, almost challenging them. I don't know, maybe he didn't have information about the Solar Guardian. It's hard to say, but
kind of insane for Team Spirit to make a statement like this. Was like, oh yeah, we can just kill your Lone Druid every time with Mars, like because we believe that Collapse can just spear him every time before he gets a chance to react. That's kind of what this is looking like.
Look at this play at top as well. Collapse just jumps, blinks onto the Dawnbreaker, skewers her back, and then just starts running away with Mira. This is definitely poking the hornet's nest, trying to drag TSM where they don't really want to be, stop them making plays, and it is absolutely working right now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, trying to break through it a little bit here for TSM, but the catch is still the problem, and worrying for Tomato. No bear for 80 seconds. Gotta be kind of careful with this one. Oh, we found the one player that hasn't named their Spirit Bear, by the way.
Oh, Tomato, come on, man. Can't be doing us like this. Gotta name your bear.
Just walking into the pit. Okay. And there is an arena off cooldown. Collapse.
Yeah, this is gonna be close. The spear comes through, Brawl jumps in, Collapses there though, gets the Aegis! Oh no, TSM! This isn't how it's supposed to go. Requiem is available for when this guy comes back. They want to get their revenge, but they're not gonna go for it here. Well, they will follow up regardless. Collapse does get imploded. Dubu dead on the side as Toronto Tokyo rolling through Moon Meander. Saberlight with a BKB on the front lines, just chasing back the side of Team Spirit as they will look over towards Mira instead.
Yatoro's raxing them, by the way. He's hitting 2 or 3
above. That's not okay. Bryle has to come back and chase them off. Mira does get brought down, but my god, as you say, like Team Spirit just absolutely outmaneuvering them, running them around the map, running them ragged as Toronto Tokyo comes in onto Bryle. Yatoro's here as well, stealing the SF form to take him down. Bryle gets turned to dirt, and Yatoro continuing to play around with these guys here. He has got himself a Manta to kind of juke around with should he need to. Saberlight pretty low on mana, has got the Soul Ring for when his spells come back off cooldown. I'll turn across towards the Pangolier instead, try and bring down Toronto Tokyo, but they don't seem to have the damage, not enough in the tank down for TSM, and they'll have to back themselves away. But Collapse, man, just getting the Spear, getting the Blink in, getting the Aegis, denying it away from the side of TSM. Sure, he dies twice for it, but absolutely worth it.
Yeah, this guy's too good. He's had that insane win rate in pro pubs coming in. He gets a little bit of vision here.
He was just like, oh, I wonder if Roche is up. I'll throw a spear. Oh!
Yeah, well, I think he already knew that something was going on, because he'd already made room in his inventory to pick up the Aegis. But huge play. Making so much space for this Morphling to just get enormous.
Yeah, man, every time TSM try to make a play, every time they think they found a win, the spaghetti falls out of the fanny pack. It's all over the floor again.
Yeah, seeing some of the... we were hyping up the Crystal Maiden, but I think we're also seeing a little bit this game why a lot of these position 4 players have been super favoring the melee position 4s with the stun, right? Just get that. You've been talking about it the whole time, just sort of this throwaway initiation, and TSM not having that this game, very much getting exploited for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Collapse do it again to Tomato at top. Collapse and Mira are looking.
They really are. They really are. But TSM this time, they have comrades. They'll see the drum and they'll know that maybe this isn't the play, but that's it. They're TPing more in. Collapse going to go for a spear back onto Bryle under the tower. The kiss is coming through, but as the Solar Guardian Bryle's able to get on the BKB, they'll turn around to Collapse. He is dead. Moving across towards Mira as well. Mira found in the tree line here, and they're going to be able to bring down 2. TSM respond with force up here in the top lane.
The ping's already on the high ground from Saberlight. They've got the level 15 on Bryle. This is the timing. I think they're going to take at least a little bit of a look here.
Yeah, Saberlight does have to come back, and Miposhka kind of getting busy with Saberlight here. Look at this man. He's chasing him back to the fountain. This Fortnite messing around, but meanwhile inside the base, TSM are going for the barracks right now. Bryle smashing away. They've got the fortified. Toronto Tokyo going to try and land the disarm. Does manage to get it onto the best. That'll slow them down for the time being, but when this fortify ends, it's going to keep going, but it's a Rax race going on at the moment as Toronto Tokyo and Miposhka still pressuring down at bottom. It's a TP out from Tomato, but Mira's there with the cancel. Oh my god, so much damage. Tomato almost gets dropped. Doesn't have the true form to work with either. They have to leave, but meanwhile, they're getting Rax to bottom. Bryle is back, as is Saberlight, but the spears come through. Miposhka drops him like a rock. And now, well, it's a weird fight as they will actually still fighting up in the top side of the map. Poor old Dubu does get left behind, so they will get that kill. Team Spirit, I think they came off better out of that.
I mean, it is a range tracks for a melee Rax trade, but yeah, they get the Dawn, and they might be able to come back in here. They are absolutely getting away with murder on this Morphling. Yatoro just knows that he cannot be killed by the feeble hands of TSM.
Like, this is an SF. He's supposed to do damage. I don't understand what's happening. Yatoro, he's just too big. He's a big boy, and Bryle, triple raises out onto him, but Miposhka comes through. Toronto Tokyo's here as well. He has to BKB for this. Stop taking our barracks! But Team Spirit, they will not obey, as they rarely do. They take the bottom lane of barracks, the full damn thing going to them. Oh my goodness, this outplaying across the map is driving TSM insane, it feels like.
Yeah, this game's getting real weird. Now we've got the big scribble being drawn on the map for Moon Meander. So they can kind of deal with this by just pushing bottom as the next lane they go for it. They still haven't even taken the tier 1 tower at mid. I'd kind of like to see Tomato maybe just walk over and backdoor that at some point. But this is truly a testament to how much TSM are getting run around in circles. Though, as we saw, they only need to win like 1 or 2 fights to take Megas. So kind of on knife edge for Team Spirit as they now come looking for this fight.
And they go, Arena comes down, Dubu's going to be the target. It's not the one they wanted, but it's the one they'll take, and they do get themselves a bear as well. Wait, Saberlight, how do you get out of that? I don't know. He had the hammer out? I'm not sure. Either way, Saberlight trying to fight up into them right now. Oh, it's just a fear across and say, take out Yatoro. Whoa. Yatoro taking a step too far forward and getting caught out in the Requiem. I don't know. He wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, he thought he was unkillable, but TSM gonna challenge that notion.
Absolutely. Well, TSM on the aggression now, looking for more as Collapse and Miposhka running for the tree lines here. The bear is hungry and it wants some venison. And Sablelight's going to be able to close the gap here and run down Miposhka. And now, for some reason, there's a tier 1 still at mid. Not sure about that, but that gets dealt with very, very quickly. And now the move in for more. Toronto Tokyo still hanging around at the sides here.
They don't have Glyph. This is kind of scary if you're Spirit. At least it's a respawn in 10 seconds.
Yeah, they got to keep the creep wave alive as they are being cut by Collapse. And that's not going to happen. Toronto Tokyo, your BKB is no good against the bear. Tomato just trying to run him down, but they actually do end up bringing down the bear. And Tomato, he's going to resummon, but now they are in a sticky situation. Meanwhile, their base is flooded with creeps.
Yeah, Collapse cut the wave as well.
Yeah.
So they don't have any creeps to keep this push going. Kind of a scary moment for Tomato as he has to go for the resummon. So again, if he or the bear dies here, it's going to be very scary. It was looking like Team Spirit were just going to grind this one out to a win, but TSM seemed to have something to say about that. Team Spirit they've only got so many mistakes left to make in terms of their buildings.
God, Yatoro, I can't believe he died like that in the last fight as well. Like, I'm pretty sure he was morphing strength as well, but just the pure amount of damage coming out from Bryle just absolutely blasted him.
And Bryle's got a Shadow Blade, so maybe they can make that happen again. Just catch Yatoro. Yeah, okay, all right. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, he wants to be full safety mode in this game. Not taking any risks. Not anymore.
Oh, they see Mira. Are they going to go for a different target?
Yeah, it's not the best, but Bryle says, I'll take it. But Mira's able to back himself away. Roshan may respawn in 5 seconds. We'll know when. Very shortly. Outpost being taken by the side of TSM. And it'll be a minute before we see this Roshan coming up. On the bright side, that does give them a chance to resummon their Spirit Bear. And, well, it also gives Team Spirit time to hit this BKB on this Morphling, maybe. 1 minute. Is it soon enough? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's getting close, but I guess that means he's not saving for buyback. So if they can find another one of these jumps on him, I guess the best that they've got is getting clipped by the Requiem, or Saberlight does one of these precast Starbreaker blink in.
Bryle's moving forward, but they do see him. In comes a Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo, looking good, so they can catch out. Oh, actually, Moonmeander positions also gets hit up to the high ground. Now BKB from Bryle, he's tries to take some hit at Toronto Tokyo. Not really resulting in much, though, and honestly, Toronto Tokyo is probably going to be happy with that. He forced out some BKBs, or at least the one. Does make the SF vulnerable. Bryle sees the haste rune. Gonna grab that as Mira just shoots down the tombstone here.
Yeah, Tomb BKB traded for the Rolling Thunder. It's not that long of a cooldown on the Rolling Thunder, though.
Yeah.
Do they have the BKB for the Morphling? Okay, they've got it. So,
all right, this could be huge.
Yeah, Yatoro can feel pretty free to just go waveforming into this fight.
Yep. It's hard for Team Spirit to come near this with this cliff warded. Dewarding that cliff is kind of scary, but well, they're going to move forward and try and get it done real quick here, and they will absolutely be able to do that as, my god, dude, just has so much damage there. Dropping the tombstone on the high ground as well, but they don't really seem to care. They're going to blow him up regardless. Now Team Spirit looking for more. Saberlight's going to be the target. My god, Miposhka doing so much damage. BKB forced on Saberlight as well. They're scattering on the side of TSM. The arena comes down. All it does is block off Moonmeander, and maybe the bear as well as they pile in the damage, but the bear does escape and runs across to Tomato, but I'm not sure the bear... Oh, he's got a TP on it.
Yeah, it might be time to use it. Tokyo's still looking. Oh, okay. All right, Tomato just gonna TP it out.
Spirit Bear survives. Roshan's pit left relatively undefended though, and Yatoro, he's gonna get in and start getting to work on the big boy.
Did you see that they used a cookie on the zombie from the stolen tombstone to force out the BKB on Saberlight? It was pretty crazy little plays from Team Spirit. And yeah, seems like with that they have just been able to force their way into the pit. And who is the Aegis going to be on? Looks like it will still be Yatoro picking it up. He's the big carry this game.
Yep, wants himself a BKB and an Aegis. just to make sure he's extra safe. So we see here the Dubu throws down the tombstone, but oh, it's actually the Rubik's tombstone on the high ground there, which is why they're forced away.
The Morph's tombstone, yeah.
The Morph's tombstone.
And then, they try to cookie the zombie to get the stun. It almost worked.
Cute.
Maybe if it had the shard, it would have actually hit. But.
Yeah, because Yutori actually hasn't gone for the Aghanim's, has he? So it doesn't really matter who he morphs into. He can just take the Dubu form if they want the tombstone for the fights.
Yeah, and like we've been saying, you don't really care on the lone druid. You're not interested in trying to use the morph on him, so. Alright, so for TSM, probably try and wait out the Aegis if at all possible. Next big pickup is probably this Arcane Blink that Brow's looking at, but he needs the whole thing. He doesn't even have the Blink Dagger yet, so don't get too excited. It's still going to be a whole lot of farm for him. And we've got a full refresher on Collapse.
Okay.
Yeah, Mana situation's a little bit precarious, but I think he can get it done.
Oh, the double soul ring with the refresher. He's fine.